The World Surf League travels west to Margaret River for the 5th stop on the 2024 Championship Tour, the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. At stop number 4, it was an American double as rookie Cole Hauschman and second-year superstar Caitlin Simmers rang the bell. Now in Margaret River, world-class waves intertwined with wineries and wondrous landscapes. But even in paradise, the pressure of the mid-season cut looms over those trying to keep their dream alive. Who will rise? The stage is set for elation and relegation at the 2024 Western Australia Margaret River Pro. Good morning. You are watching the Western Australia Margaret River Pro Morning Update as the world's best arrive in the Red Bull Athlete Zone and prepare for a big day of competition. Seth Moniz was looking incredible yesterday. Cole Hauschman, Alyssa Spencer preparing this morning. 2.85s for Italo yesterday as Baron Mamiya is in the first heat of the morning. Preparing for wild card, Reeve Hazelwood and Miguel Pupo, who has his back against the wall. With a mid-season cut right upon us here at Stop 5 and the local hero. Getting a lot of support from the hometown crowd. Go Jack on the sand here in Main Break, Margaret River. For Jack Robinson to pick up potentially a second event title on his home break here in Western Australia. Thanks for being with us. Joe Turpel with Richie Lovett, a longtime CT standout. Rich, it's looking like another beautiful day for pro surfing.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been perfect every day that we've come down to Margaret River here. Sun's out. It's starting to warm up already, but the best news is there's plenty of action in the water already. Big warm-up session this morning because there's a lot on the line. I had a little sticky beak over in the competitors area. It's tension, man. It's tension-filled. Emotions are running hot. It's going to be a huge day. So
diving into the elimination round, a lot of stories there for Miguel Pupo in a must-win situation. Yep. Similar story there for David Silva. And then the GOAT, Kelly Slater, the greatest of all time. 30-plus years of competitive success, changing the game of surfing that we live in today. So a huge morning here in 2024, Western Australia Margaret River Pro Stop 5 of the season, already getting started with Baron Mamiya, Miguel Pupo, Reeve Hazelwood, and on deck a big heat for Kelly, taking on Yago Dora and Cole Hauschman. As we check out these morning conditions, looking really clean once again as far as conditions are concerned.
Yeah, it's that really strong onshore, cross-shore wind that we had yesterday afternoon. It backs off overnight, seems to be a daily occurrence over here in the west. And then these beautiful groom conditions in the morning. And still plenty of swell on hand here, as you can see. But yeah, great to get action underway again. A couple of days of competition in a row. We've got a rhythm up and running.
We certainly do. Let's now send it downstairs for the official call. Stace Galbraith is with our commissioner, Jesse Miley-Dyer.
Thanks, Joe. Morning, Jess. Another cracker morning.
Yeah, it's great down here. It's beautiful, clean offshore, and, you know, could be a bit warmer, but I'm sure it will.
Yeah, I'm freezing. What's the call for today?
So we've got a big day ahead where, you know, we've got these 3 heats that were remaining from the men's elimination round that we didn't get through yesterday. Then we're going into the men's round of 32, and we've got the women's round of 16 on hold. So that men's round of 32 is going to be overlapping. We know that today, you know, it's pretty much pumping out there right now. It's the best that we've seen, so we're going to look to maximise it, and yeah, it's going to be a big day for us.
That swell certainly hung around overnight. How does that set us up for the rest of the week?
Yeah, it has, and it's actually showing a little bit more this morning than we even expected, which is great. You know, we've kind of got a few patches of swell that we're looking at for the rest of the window. Tomorrow's definitely a chance, especially with what we're seeing now. We are also looking at that very last day of the window, but the winds, you know, don't look great for the whole day, but it does look like another great kind of, that's a potential finals day, I think, you know, just to put it out there for that Sunday. But, you know, we've got to see what we get through today. Hopefully we, you know, have the chance to run some of those round of 16 heats, and then tomorrow as well, and we could be set up for a really good finals.
I think the locals will love that. It's been a theme of the year. Let's run it to the end, Joe.
That's right, it has been a theme. Capitalizing on the entire event window, only sending out the best in the world when conditions are as good as the forecast is predicting. And we've been looking at the waves this morning. Definitely looks like the best day so far. Renato Hickel sending out that official text that we'll have these 35-minute heats for the elimination round, followed by men's round of 32. All conditions permitting, they're going to be watching the sets, but wanting to do that overlapping format. 40-minute heats for the overlap. Women's round of 16 on standby. As we got through those elimination heats yesterday afternoon for the women. Heartbreaking moments there here at stop number 5.
Yeah, we're at the stage of the competition where we're sending people home, and we're also kicking people off the tour, unfortunately. And, you know, we saw it yesterday, those emotions starting to creep in, big situations, you know, a lot at stake here. But I guess for us, you know, the cruelty thing is that it's almost fun actually watching it all go down. You know, this is sport, this is competition at the highest level. This is where performances really get put on display. You know, surfers competing under pressure, and that's when we sometimes see the best. Oh,
and the tension is certainly tangible here at stop number 5 here as the elimination round is kicking off. The focus will be on Miguel Pupo as we check out the Surfline forecast. Thanks for all the details and the maps, focusing on this southwest, south-southwest swell that's mixing in at main break.
Yeah, so this swell has held through overnight. It'll hold through today. Might peter off a little bit tomorrow, but we're still going to come down and check it out. We've got beautiful offshore winds this morning that will turn a little bit cross-shore and onshore like it did yesterday, later on this afternoon. And then we've got a bigger swell on the horizon for the weekend. Sunday's looking substantial. So you can see here the morning 5 to 7 foot faces. So translation, that's, you know, overhead, head high sets, and offshore wind in the morning 8 to 10 knots, and then an 8 to 12 knot sort of cross-shore onshore this afternoon. And then looking ahead, you can see there Wednesday through to Saturday, sort of consistent in the 3 to 4 foot faces, and then it really kicks on Sunday. So we'll be keeping a really close eye on things.
Yeah, Jesse Miley-Dyer, the commissioner, alluding to Sunday potential finals day, which Stace reminded us it has been a theme this year where we've maxed out the waiting period at a lot of events so far this year, and finishing off with some incredible conditions, especially thinking back to Pipeline scoring. The Hawaiian leg got some quality surf, much better wave quality from the season previous, which was really welcomed. Start off the theme with the Youth Brigade on the women's side taking over the tour, and the veterans stepped back up. Baron Mamiya started off with the yellow jersey after a win at Pipe over John Florence. And here he goes now, Mamiya from the north shore of Oahu, kicking things off with a wrapping cutback. Another wrap on the shoulder. And Mamiya steps off. Still traveling with one of his best friends, McConaughey, and his girlfriend, and finding a lot of support as well through Brent Power, Britt Merrick from the Channel Islands team. So he's got some numbers as far as support here in the West.
Yeah, good vibes. Having the Channel Islands crew around him. And Barron, let's have a look at what happened on the first wave of today. A nice carving turn, wrapping it right back into the pocket for Barron. And you can tell instantly, Joe, when a surfer gets to their feet, that first manoeuvre sort of gives you an indication of where they're at mentally, where they're at with their performance. And Barron, he looked on there. He looked like he was all fired up and ready to go. I don't think he had a warm-up surf. I saw him down in the competitors area, opting to just get an eye on the conditions and rather just save his energy for the heat.
More waves on the way here, and a paddle and not catching it is Miguel Pupo. Reef Hazelwood in the white jersey. A wild card once again here in the West. Last time he was here competing against the best in the world. It was firing, real big main break conditions, and really showed the world he's much more than just an air guy.
Yeah.
It was fun to see how much power this guy has.
Yeah, you know, the air game is amazing, no doubt about that, and that's what really put Reef on the map. Some of the biggest lofty airs that we saw a few years past, and then yeah, he's really been working on that that connection to the wave face, bringing a little bit more power into his repertoire, those bigger turns, because that's really what you're going to have to put on display if you want to make it on the championship tour.
Reef Hazelwood works with a lot of the wave system technology throughout Australia, really tries to focus on creating ramps and air waves in those conditions, so he gets so many reps in. He also has had an air camp in the past up on the Sunshine Coast where he teaches not just kids but grown-ups how to punt. He can break it down really easily. Even at dinner the other night at the Common, he was taking questions on how to do airs, you know. People with gray beards just going, do I still have a chance? And Reef's such a cool cat. He had time for everybody and made everyone believe that day that maybe they could fly. Bear Mamiya laying into that first section on the lip, just one turn and he's out. Mamiya's opener a 3.5. That'll be his second scoring wave. A super talent coming from the North Shore, completely fearless when the waves get heavy. One of the best in the barrel. Great air game as well. And starting off the season so well with that yellow jersey, world #1 into Sunset Beach. Still a great position inside the top 10. As we watch Hazelwood commit to his first wave of the morning. The Australian Goofy Foot lights up that first section. Also on the Channel Islands equipment. Clean re-entry off the lip line. Hazelwood knifing it and will shut that one down with another inside hack right above the bricks. Great series of backside turns for Reef getting on the board.
That was a sensational way for Reef Hazelwood to start this heat. Series of backhand hooks off the lip, and he is going to put a decent number on the board here and really ignite some pressure for Miguel and Barron. Let's see what happened. So Reef comes around this section. Perfect positioning off the takeoff. That sets him up for that really vertical attack on the backhand. Two of the best backhand snaps we've seen in a while, and a third, really critical. Comes through to the inside, gets a fourth bash. So, wow, that was a really well-surfed wave. So clean. Beautiful technique on the backhand. Just was really patient on that first one. Great body extension. Leans onto that hillside rail, nice and vertical on that second hit. Really tight radius snap off the top there. Comes around the section, you can see he's maintaining his speed as he comes off the bottom and off the top. And that one was really sort of balanced on the lip as he pivoted, comes back down, then he comes around for a fourth turn after this. So patiently waited for this first wave and really has capitalized on this beautiful canvas.
Also Barron on his last.
Barron, that big layback hack to start things off, and then the wave lays down a little bit, so Barron ejects, looking for something more.
What a difference in the start from Hazelwood to Mamiya. Barron 3.5, 3.23. Reef locks in an 8-point ride on his opener. And now the Brazilian vet getting started. Miguel Pupo, nice clean backside carve. Hits the lip this time on the second effort. Nice pace as this wave was just waiting for him through a few turns. Definitely Reef's had a lot more energy and impact with his connections, but Pupo off and running with a great start, needing to be in the top 2 to move on to the round of 32. And once again, if Miguel does not make this heat, he'll be sent to the Challenger Series.
Yeah, it's a big moment, pressure moment for him. Let's see what happened on his first wave. Draws off the bottom. You can see comparison to Reef's wave, not as steep, not as critical, but the second turn was nice and clean. Bit of foam on the face here. Really no trouble there for Miguel Pupo, keeping those rails clean, keeping that acceleration and that speed up. But definitely excellent surfing from Reef Hazelwood. Love that first opening wave from him.
Miguel Pupo getting on tour with John Florence and Gabriel Medina, one of the best rookie classes of all time. Winning events all over the world in the QS format. One of the biggest ones was Lower Trestles, beating Tanner Gudauskas on a close decision. Everything changed, got big backing, and was really a great hope for a world title. Event wins weren't coming his way, but he had consistency on tour. His style really popped out to everybody. His style above the lip and actually in the barrel at waves like Pipe in Tahiti. Ended up beating Kaoli Vost, a wild card, in an absolute tube shootout at Teahupo. And I think the whole tour got emotional. Well-loved competitor, human being on tour, and got to celebrate a veteran finally getting a CT win at one of the most wildest locations, with beauty, danger, and he ended up on top that year.
Yeah, style for me, Joe, I'm such a advocate of it. I'm a purist in that sense. I do love watching surfers who make the wave look pretty, and their style really connects with the wave. And he's got it. He really does have a beautiful flowing style.
Now we have a couple scores on the board, so it might be nice to dive into a split screen here and break down the backhand efforts.
Okay, well, let's have a look. So Reef on the left-hand part of your screen here. So you can see the steepness of Reef's wave. He comes square off the bottom, and that first turn is way more critical. His arc is much longer than Miguel Pupo's. So the second turns, again, Reef way more vertical. The critical nature of the turn, there's more intensity to it. Kind of synchronized surfing at this point. Reef, again, he's got the knot on the third turn. So this is why his number went up into the 8s, up into that excellent part of the scoring criteria. And he also got that fourth turn at the end where the wave stood up a little bit more. So, the judges are looking at all these little intricacies, the steepness of the wave. They say they want big critical turns done in the steepest part of the wave. And Reef executed all those maneuvers without losing any ounce of speed in between his transitions. Fantastic way to open the day.
The comparison there, Pupo 5.33 to Hazelwood 8.0. Big spread there in the difference from the backhanders on their opening rides. Reef riding Channel Islands 2-point pro 5.11, 18.5 by 2 3/8. As we talk about surfboard evolution all the time, what have you noticed that's been trending, Richie, with fins and the choices for the world's best?
Well, it's been a shift onto the performance glass material, or the solid fiberglass material for a lot of the surfers on tour. So the difference being with the fiberglass fins, they're made out of sheets of fiberglass and resin, sort of panel fiberglass that's cut out on a CNC machine, and then they're sort of hand finished. So a lot of the riders, both riding FCS and the Futures system, have shifted onto this fiberglass material, just feeling like they can really power up and put as much energy into their turns as possible. And that fin holds that energy and sort of gives it back in a real true and connected way. Over the past sort of, I guess, 12 to 18 months, there's been a real shift towards that for a lot of the top pros. And in comparison, there's different fin technologies. Sort of an RTM or a performance core fin is made in a mold and sheets of fiberglass and other materials, and then resin's injected into the mold and it pops out and then it's finished. So these solid fiberglass fins, they're sort of at the top of the stiffness scale. And a more stiffer fin is going to just hold that power a little bit more. So obviously all these surfers on tour, they're at the top of their game in terms of power output. They all train really hard. So that's why they're sort of shifting onto that stiffer material.
Always great viewing there at Margaret River with the steps, similar like what we have at Bell's. We've got another staircase there for guys like Britt Merrick, Brent Power, also Barron's girlfriend on the other side of there, watching this heat closely. It's a wave that just feels like it's been built for competition. It's great viewing from the deck there and the bluff for the fans, and they also have a big jumbotron to watch all the replays go down upstairs. More waves on the way here. Solid set here for the man from the North Shore of Oahu. Baron Mamiya still laying down a couple of hooks into the pocket as this open face stays really full. Now the lip starting to crumble, so he projects off that with a snap. End section fits in a nice tidy finishing move. Hazelwood on his second scoring ride. Now off the bottom end section, he places that board in the perfect spot to ride away. Pupo up and out. Will try to regain first priority with 18:15 on the clock. Hazelwood putting some backup for his 8.0 start, and Barron trying to get out of the threes there with plenty of time.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Just watching the flow of this heat and the rotation of the priority, and it feels like Reef is in the #1 position in terms of sort of wave choice and wave quality. Let's have a look at the replay here. Barron Mamiya draws hard off the bottom, carves a nice turn in these difficult offshore conditions that can sort of blow you off the back of the wave sometimes. Hits the brakes here, setting up for this section. Another clean snap off the top. But Joe, there was never really that big igniting moment on that wave. Great slow-mo action here. Now Barron, he's a really front-footed surfer. Front foot dominant means he really drives off of a leaning forward position. And that back leg sort of steers the board around. Other surfers have a more balanced position. Let's have a look what happened with Reef's wave here. Sleepy cut back from the takeoff. Now he's waiting for it to really bowl up. Now he gets a better turn. More speed and flow on the second. Comes all the way through to the inside and gets a great finish. So, you know, there's something going on here with Reef. This is the first time I've actually seen him compete in a heat in a WCT where he's sort of relaxed into the moment a little bit more. Before this, he seemed a bit more frantic and sort of out of place and wanting to do really big turns. I feel like he's sort of competing with a lot more maturity in this heat, and he's going to see himself way out front here.
He's also been diving into some local knowledge of Mike McAuliffe up on the top of the bluff, talking about sets, swell direction, which waves to look at, which waves not to go for. So he's really locked into a local legend for some really key points on competing in main break. Mike McAuliffe's seen it all. Helps contest directors with the days that look good to run. There's a lot of local resources around the world at a lot of events, and he's one of the best here in the West. Reef Hazelwood locking into an 8 to start, and a second scoring ride will put him back in front, but Barron Mamiya is building. Getting rid of one of his threes, turns that last one into a 6.0.
Yeah, Barron's starting to build a house, as we like to say. We're going to expect a good number to drop here for Reef Hazelwood.
15:43 on the clock. A gigantic morning for pro surfing. 11-time world champ Kelly Slater coming up next in the elimination round to take on Yago Dora and Cole Hausman. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break and be right back.
The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Tourism Western Australia, official tourism partner of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. By Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League. By Rusty, official apparel of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. And by Shiseido, official sunscreen partner of the World Surf League.
Elimination round continues first thing in the morning here in WA. Reeve Hazelwood's last score, a 4.93 to go with an 8 as the wild card makes a statement in the first half of the matchup. Baron Mamiya in second and Miguel Pupo needing a 4.18 to keep the dream alive, to look to stay on tour. We know he's in a must-win situation. If he can get through this heat into the round of 32, his mission would not be over yet, but we know he cannot be in third or he'll be sent to the Challenger Series, as we saw his brother do that last year and come back successfully. Reeve Hazelwood, big two-turn combination, hugging the pocket with these backside blows. A lot of spray off the rail of that CI. And like you were saying, Richie Lovett, this guy's having a mature approach this morning in the elimination round.
Yeah, he really looks switched on and just, you know, right in the moment here. He's making smart wave decisions, wave choices on point. The surfing when he's on these waves too, very composed. Timing seems to be on, and you can rush this wave a little bit, Joe. You need to wait for these sections, pick your moments. So Reeve came really hard off the bottom there to get that second turn and was lucky to get that third little spray off the back. Three-turn combination. Always love these slow-mos. You can see using that inside arm sort of as a pivot point as he comes off the bottom. Keeps that board directing down the line. Doesn't overextend too much because he knew he had to get up and into this section here. Up and over, and it's sort of a different turn to when you're carving off the top. You're coming from behind it and you actually hit the lip and you sort of come out with the lip rather than carving on the face of the wave. So do two different variations of a turn there. Board looks good under his feet, doesn't it?
Oh, it looks fantastic, and just a dangerous story with a wild card like Hazelwood, who's had some reps. He's been a wild card in the past, even at this venue, but also other locations on the championship tour. So he's not looking at the big event with nerves of any kind. He's kind of handled all that, of jumping into the main stage with all the jitters that could provide. He's looking really comfortable and confident. He just improved once again, a 6.17.
Wow, he's really taken control of this heat. His backup score is better than Baron or Miguel's top score at the moment. So really, you know, taking advantage of the waves that the other fellas were letting go. Under priority, built a score there. Really mature competing.
So much energy in the water and a ton of energy on land as well, with some huge heats coming up first thing in the morning. Priority out the back with Miguel Pupo as he's trying to avoid getting knocked off the tour. Just chasing a 4.18. He'll let this first one go through. The big brother to Sammy Pupo, the son of Wagner Pupo, a longtime competitor. A surfboard shaper as well, building a lot of the boards for Miguel and Sammy, not just through their youth, but even competitively on the championship tour, as Kelly is making his way down the steps.
Wow, I got goosebumps actually watching this. This is amazing. You know, Kelly Slater heading out for his elimination round heat. It's a big moment here. He's obviously, you know, done this so many times, but this one could be a special heat.
Definitely feeling the butterflies, the magic of this moment.
Oh, look at that, just having an embrace with Britt Merrick. Obviously a lot of history there with Kelly and the Merrick family.
Yeah, he calls Al Merrick like a second father to himself. But we're seeing Kelly obviously paddle out as a full-time competitor on tour. We had our commissioner in the booth yesterday, Jesse Miley Dyer, kind of saying, yeah, there's probably some wild cards in the future, being Kelly, and we'll see how the next few years go. But to full-time, I mean, this is the moment now where he's got a spot on the top 34. 11-time world champ, 56 career event wins. It's hard to measure all that greatness as we now watch Miguel Pupo throwing down the arc to start. Wide open face, squares up vertically. Great timing for Pupo. Transitions out of that so smoothly and looks to finish, and just overextends an awkward fall as he was running out of water by the bricks.
Oh, wow. Big moment here for Miguel Pupo. Geez, he did some great work on that wave and unfortunately just didn't get to the finish. But he built through this one. So the first turn, more of a setup carve. And then he really squares up off the bottom, gets that tail release nice and high in the pocket. And again, really accelerates through that third turn and then just comes into the end section. Would have loved for him to have finished that one and really bookend this wave. But have a look at how high he gets in this backside snap. The fins would have completely been free out the back of that wave. Nice deep bottom turn, and this one carves through it, accelerates. See how he's extending that back foot, that back leg. Great extension on that. That helped him maintain all that power through that turn. And then just got stuck on his toes on that last one, unfortunately.
His younger brother, Sammy Pupo, in a very similar position heading into stop 5, got through his opening round heat yesterday. Actually borrowed one of his big brother's boards out of the quiver from JS Industries as they ride similar size equipment. But now Sammy would be focused and probably a bit stressed out for his older brother, who's been leading the charge for them ever since day one. Miguel always putting the belief in Sammy that he could go all the way. Join him on tour, successful in having a brother combination on the top 34. As we wait for the numbers to drop in from Pupo, just chasing a 4.18.
Oh, he got that. He got that and some. It's still going to be a fairly decent score, even though he did get the fall. Those 3 turns, that combination, very strong. So this will see him up at least into second place, which is progression. This elimination round, first and second, go through. Third, unfortunately. See you later.
Whew, feeling the intensity, Rich, and Kaipo is probably feeling the intensity in the water as well on this beautiful morning. Kaipo, how's it going out there?
Blessed of Wadandi Buja. It's going wonderful out here. Beautiful morning. Swells picked up a bit, Joe, so that's a welcome sight to all of our eyes and the competitors. But yeah, these 3 elimination round heats that we're going to go through this morning with a lot at stake. And but the waves are showing up, so that's the good news. I think we got a set on the way actually right now.
Thank you, Kaipo. We'll be checking in with you throughout this big day of competition. Kaipo with the eyes on the water, looking at all these lines coming through to the zone where our competitors are sitting. Barron's the one with priority. The score did drop for Miguel Pupo at 6.63. He's in second. Mamiya now needs a 5.97 to move on. Pupo up again. Last in line for priority, taking this wave. Quick redirect in the pocket, squaring up a bit harder and hammers it. His second turns have been massive the last 2 days. Snaps it hard off the lip line and attacking the end section. Has to eject because of the bricks. Baron Mamiya throwing down a couple of wrapping cutbacks on the open face. Doesn't have size in his favor here on this end section, and he'll get out of there. Now the wild card, Hazelwood, goes upside down to the pocket. Set up work on the open face, passing Pupo, lighting up the finishing section there, and that CI, I think, might have had a little soft pillow to ride over the bricks, hopefully. He'll check it.
Oh man, I was wincing. I was like, dude, you're running out of water. Get out of there. But just goes to show you, you know, how important every single point or fraction of a point it is for these surfers, really committing to that end section. And well, Miguel and Reef just stepped it up a gear on that last exchange. Seems like they really just went into a new level of speed. Let's see what happened with Miguel's wave. Great looking peak as he takes off. Just gets this first turn, more of an adjustment turn. The second one, geez, he's accelerating so quick off the top. And then that third hit, you can see just looking with a little bit more energy, a bit more intent on this wave. And then Baron Mamiya outside, great looking peak, huge carve off the top to start things off. And a second, big wrapping cutback. And a third, but Joe, whenever you're sort of cutting back into the whitewash continually and not attacking sections that are in front of you, it's always hard for the judges to really go high on the score. Reeve Hazelwood squares up again. And that was such a steep section. Reeve just really committing to it. All the way through to the inside and gets that final hit. And does his best to navigate through that tricky section before the rock exposes itself. But look at the angle on that board as he comes off the bottom. He gets it to 12 o'clock, which is really vertical, and then that tight pivot radius off the top. Comes down with the whitewash, perfect control, gets straight on the heel side rail again, but his bottom turns are so deep. And this is the best I've seen Reeve surf in a championship tour heat. He is really, really feeling it out here, taking it to the more established pros in this one. Barron and Miguel are in a little bit of trouble here.
Wow, that was absolutely radical. Reeve Hazelwood trying to save himself. His equipment took a little ride on the whitewater. He checked it and paddled straight back out, so it appears to be all right. But he's been leading this heat as the wild card. Judges sending out the notes every morning like our commissioner was telling us yesterday. One of the additional notes that they added was surfers must have full control and forward momentum when coming out of their maneuvers on the closeout section to be considered completed and will be scored accordingly. I think that's a huge topic here at Main Break at this size. As they run out of water, they're trying to show the judges they've got control, and sometimes they just don't have enough time to ride away clean.
No, you really have got to just pick your moment when you eject. That kind of fine line between I made it and I've got to get out of here and save my body and board. These are really critical scores that are about to drop.
For all three surfers, Mamiya trying to take second, Miguel Pupo trying to stay on tour, and Hazelwood just acting like a wild card with no pressure at all. Everyone realizing that he's a well-rounded athlete, one of the best in the air, but his rail work has been unbelievable. That direction change to go straight up and upside down beyond 12 o'clock in that transition. Still waiting for that score. Pupo looking to better at least a 5.33 to try to support himself in second. Down to the final minute.
Oh, wow. This is a big moment here. Miguel Pupo, his career on the line. His position on the WCT under threat.
You can see those scores for Pupo, all signs that he will be improving on his 5.33. Because he's not sure what Barron Mamiya was able to turn in on his fourth wave. So positive signs for Pupo with his improvement.
Yep.
It comes in at a 6.0, protects second. Barron Mamiya's last of 5.43, stays in third. Reeve Hazelwood improves his total out front once again. 6.93 for his last. Now with 10 seconds to go.
Wow, big moment here. Miguel Pupo looks like he will save himself, at least in this round.
Ooh.
Still work to do.
And a big loss to the top 10 with Barron Mamiya falling out with a 33rd in the elimination round, but the backhand of Miguel Pupo providing some brilliant moments under pressure of the midseason cut as he moves into the round of 32, and maybe the best performance in a CT jersey from Reeve Hazelwood so far in his career.
Yeah, really mature, composed performance there. Wave choice was on point. His performance on the wave, absolutely amazing. We've lost a big name out of the draw, first one.
And the biggest name in pro surfing coming up next. 11-time world champ Kelly Slater taking on Yago Dora and Cole Hauschman in the elimination round.
Margaret River is a beautiful part of the world. It really feels like you're out amongst it when you're here. The wineries are great, the food's really good. I like to golf. And the coastline's amazing. There's so many headlands here. It would be a great place to have a helicopter. And you could just go check all the spots each day. Here you feel like you have some space to breathe. Just a beautiful place to be, and we look forward to coming back here every year.
Kelly Slater in the lineup now, taking off on the first wave of the matchup. Laying into a big frontside carve. Deeper off the bottom, throwing that one right back into the pocket. Slater transitions with a nice trimming finishing move. That move really fit into that section, moving off the bricks, and he stays on his feet.
I like it.
To kick this heat off in the lead.
Yep, I like it. No, he looks good. Perhaps a change of equipment here. Slightly longer board, traditional thruster setup. Kelly gets a nice high carve to start things off. Draws hard off the bottom, little swooping one there, sort of a tail slide at the end of that one. Semi-intentional, but as always, Kelly putting some drama into these turns. One of, if not the best bottom turn in the business, and we've seen him do that snap millions of times the last 30-odd years in competition. And Kelly just looking nice and composed on this one. Just that body extension and compression. No one does it better. And you can see here, just got caught a little bit on the front foot, but he tidies it up, gets a little tail slide, gets back in control to get the finish of the wave here. So promising signs here for the 11-time world champion. Did well to navigate this foamy section here as that sort of onslaught of whitewash comes straight at you. Kelly navigates through it.
Kelly Slater looks solid on that start as he takes on Yago Dora and Cole Hausman. Hausman, the rookie that just won bells. Yago Dora, the magician in the air, on the face, in the barrel. One of the best ever to come out of Brazil and to enter the top 34 in the world. Kelly opening up with a 7.17. Brilliant start for the GOAT, Kaipo.
Yeah, that was a great start for Kelly. A little bit of hassle in the open priority to start, Joe, but then got on it, and, you know, that's what world champs are made of, right? Performing under pressure. So far, so good for Kelly Slater.
What a great start with more waves on the way. Kelly Slater locking in again, pulling in under the hood, getting a nice view inside of main break. Lays down a classic cutback. Slater looks inspired this morning. Throws down another wrapping cutback, end section approaching. Little punch over the foam, still solid on his feet. Hausman getting started. Little fire hose off the back of that mayhem. Now pushing towards the end section, attacks the lip line one more time and will step off. Cole Hausman really loves having surfing heroes. He wasn't afraid to mention it when he was at Bell's, getting past Medina, guys like Ethan Ewing, Kanoa Igarashi, as he is completely dry docked. He had to check his foot, and another wipeout there. That is the awkward part of ending up on the bricks. And hopefully his foot is okay, as he's looking for some space now to get back out there.
Yeah, there's all these little channels around that big flat stretch of rock there. But let's have a look at Kelly. Tucked straight in. If there was a barrel, Kelly was going to find it. Not super deep, but still pretty spectacular to watch. Kelly gets a nice wrapping cutback, brings it all the way through to the inside. Another roundhouse. Just drops out under him here, and he gets a tricky little foam climb to finish it off. So Cole Hausman, Bell's champion, up and riding. Backside snap to start off. This one had a little bit more angle on it. Steepness of the wave really offering up a better section for Cole to throw a bit more spray, put a bit more power into those turns, and then he comes right through to the inside section. Dry dock, check the feet, check the fins.
Then he's checked his hip after this, and then his hands. Wow, that was a roller coaster ride for Hauschi.
It's actually better to let the wave just sort of take you off that shelf, and then you get into deep water again. But as Jake Patterson was saying, there is seaweed and kunji and things that sort of padded out a little bit, but in between there's still sharp sections of the rock.
And obviously feeling the sense of urgency of trying to get back out there. They're not getting the lift back after every wave from the water patrol. So you got to paddle back out. If you break a board, they'll drop you back off on the beach. They'll give you a ride out before your heat starts. And they're obviously there for safety and making sure everyone's solid out there. Kelly 7-1-7 start. And now scores coming through for Cole Hausman. Just thinking about Kelly's life on tour. There's so many different eras, you know, coming out of Cocoa Beach, Florida. Everyone from the East Coast competitions remembers just crazy performances, even backflip rotations that weren't really covered back then, where everyone knew that he was just leaps and bounds ahead of everybody in the under 10 division, under 12 division. Started winning pro events at 13 that were just regional on the East Coast, but his huge pro victory at Lower Trestles back in 1990 in that final with Chris Brown, Charlie Kuhn, Bud Lamas. We all remember watching that video way back when.
I wore that thing out, the VCR recorder. Just watched it so many times. You know, he was the guy that we all aspired to be.
You look at all these titles, 11 world titles, 56 wins, winning that 56 at Pipe just a couple years ago, 8-time Pipe champ, 3-time Triple Crown champ, and winning the Eddie Aikau at Waimea Bay. You think about all the world champions he's surfed against, you know, MR, Rabbit, Sean Thompson, PT, if you're out there and you've had a battle with Kelly on the CT level, chime into this conversation. But I'm thinking after that, he surfed against Tommy Carroll, Tom Curran, Damian Hardman, Barton Lynch, Martin Potter, Derek O, Aki, Sonny, CJ, AI, Fanning, Parco, Medina, DeSouza, Florence, Italo,
Mick, all of it.
Felipe Toledo.
It's just incredible, isn't
That's
it?
almost all of our world champions in the history of the sport.
His record will never be touched, ever. You know, he is the GOAT. He will forever be known as the GOAT. You know, I was lucky enough to do 10 years on the championship tour, and I think Kelly was on tour for sort of 8 of those. He went into a bit of a hiatus through there, and then obviously the Andy Irons dominating years, and watching those two go at it was sort of, we had the front row seat as it was all going down. But yeah, just an incredible record. You know, Kelly's he changed the sport. He did so much for the sport, and you know, we should be forever grateful for everything that he has done.
There even seemed like a time where he was bigger than the tour, you know, just with the amount of attention he was getting. He became a superstar. He was an actor in Baywatch. Remember how popular that show was?
Absolutely.
Nicknames came from the rest of the tour and tried to tease him for kind of moving off the core, so to speak, and that really rattled Kelly, so he won a world title that year to show everybody he could manage both, and then he moved on from it. But Kelly looked at that. He was like, hey, I'm here to surf. But opportunities came his way. You know, he was being voted in all these publications as one of the most beautiful humans in the world. He had superstars calling him, wanting to hang out, and he's such a conversationalist and a deep thinker. He's made good friends with rock and roll stars, actors, actresses, and he's always been able to win world titles throughout that amazing lifestyle.
Yeah, absolutely. The surfing is obviously the thing that he's lent into for his whole life, but you know, he plays music. He's a really established musician. He golfs like a champion. You know, he's a almost scratch handicapper. So he's one of these guys that just achieves and achieves continually. And you know, Kelly really changed the sport, and he changed the reputation of the sport, more importantly. You know, before Kelly, it was seen as a bit of a rat bag sport. You know, a sport that was perhaps didn't have the best reputation, and he sort of cleaned it up for everyone. He started training, looking after his body, dedicated really to the sport, and everyone else followed suit.
Just enjoying this moment with Kelly. I know Stace Galbraith loves it as well, as he's hanging out on the glass with Reef Hazelwood.
Absolutely, I do, Joe. Reefy, Richie Lovett said that's the best you've looked in a World Tour heat, and I'd have to agree. How did it feel?
Yeah, it felt pretty good. Definitely just like, yeah, fun waves out there, and had a bit of steam to blow off after yesterday, and so yeah, it was nice to just go out there and belt a couple.
How good does it feel to do that?
Absolutely. I was like, all right, come on, give me the chance, and I did. So, yeah, it's epic.
Surfing looking really polished here this morning at Margaret River Main Break. What have you worked on in your downtime?
A lot of backside stuff, so it's nice to like kind of have this event and yeah, get some practice in and yeah, you know, just been working on the rail surfing on the back end and yeah, hoping that it translates really well into snapper as well. But yeah, stoked to be here in Margie's and yeah, be giving it a crack.
You get to put up a heat win in front of this massive crowd, obviously. You know, people here to watch you, mate, but obviously Kelly in the water. What's it like to have this energy around, and have you got a favourite memory of Kelly?
Yeah, absolutely. It's so sick to be here and yeah, to be watching Kelly. And yeah, for me, I think probably just one of the most recent ones was a trip to Kandooi's. I was on a boat trip and he happened to be there as well. Big swell. And yeah, it was like Kelly, Huey Vaughan and Lennox Smith and like just the four of us out there and yeah, big ones coming through. And there was this one, I had first priority, but Kelly was out there, so I was like thinking he'd turn and go. And then he was like, Reef, do you want this one? I was like, oh crap, I got to go now. So yeah, turned and went and got absolutely hammered and yeah, it was pretty fun though.
Coming up in the next round, you'll be up against Ethan Ewing. How does that make you feel?
Absolutely, I had him in the first heat and he got me good then, so just hoping to get some maybe better waves in the next heat against him and yeah, give him a good run for his money.
We'll be tuning in. Well done, Reef.
Well done, Stace. Thanks so much, Hazelwood. A cool customer, class act, with some great memories of surfing with Kelly. That sounds like an incredible moment and a session in Indonesia. But doing great, getting big points on the championship tour. What a matchup that'll be with Ethan Ewing in the round of 32 as we're still looking to potentially overlap that round to get through some big heats to set up the round of 16. Women's round of 16 on standby. Second scoring ride is in for Kelly, 5.33. Iago Dora's last of 4.67. Cole Hauschman opening up with a 6.5. This is what Iago just did.
Yeah, Iago on the backhand. Just a nice clean snap off the top to start things off. Bit of a mid-face check turn. And then that third turn gets a little tighter in the pocket. So not a bad score, just a 4.67. Starting to get some rhythm. Kelly right out in front at the moment. He'll be feeling good about his position in this heat. Been so many heats in the last couple of years, Joe, where Kelly hasn't started well. He's been trying to come from behind in the heat and really try and find a way to win. This one seems a little bit different. Things are clicking for him. He's in a better rhythm. Got himself in position for the first scoring ride of the heat, the best wave of the heat so far. And that's proving to be the difference. And we'll see how this one plays out. 20 minutes on the clock.
It's interesting when you look back over a 30-year career and you look what Kelly's accomplished. You know, 22 straight years in the top 10. 17 of those years in the top 5, 11 of those years world titles. So many great memories, but you look at what stopped that streak at top 10 and it was really an injury at Jeffreys Bay in 2017, a terrible break to his foot, pulling into a closeout barrel up at Boneyards at the top of the point of Jeffreys Bay. So 2017 went into recovery, tried to come back to 2018, only surfed in a couple of events. So those 2 years kind of don't count to that stat record because he wasn't really on tour full time.
Yep.
Then he goes back full on, competing in every event. 2019, he finished 8th in the world. It's amazing how his longevity has always been there. But when you've won 11 world titles and you're finishing 8th, you know, you get questions from everyone going, oh, what's going on? And anyone else would be like, hey, I finished 8th in the world. And
no,
you'd get sponsor bonuses and everything else would come your way. But it's hard when you're talking about the greatest of all time because everyone's expecting you basically to win every event that you enter, even when you're 52.
Yeah, and let's not forget that. That's a really good point, Joe. 52 years old, and he's still out here and doing it. And I know, you know, we were chatting the other day, we were having a sauna, and we were just we were comparing injuries and ailments. And you know, Kelly's not without injury. You know, that's the reality of being 52 and trying to compete and putting your body on the line and being so athletic for all these years. You know, parts wear out, unfortunately, and you know he sort of manages that now, but you really wouldn't know by the way he's surfing and his performances.
Let's dive into some surfboard talk with Waxhead on the beach.
Guys, down here with Kelly's backup board, we have our Western Australia Dream Caddy here, Darcy. What is it like to be Kelly Slater's board caddy here at perhaps maybe his last contest ever?
Pretty sick that we get to watch him out and we get to carry his board, and it might probably maybe his last heat of his generation.
Well, so far he's looking good, and about this board, this is a 511, it's a rounded pin and a thruster. He's got a pretty big base on this fin with a narrow tip, very upright. The board he's riding out there now is 510. Speaking to his coach, Micro Hall, they're chatting a little bit more conventional today because of the wind. Yesterday, his heat, he was playing around with that twin fin and the stabilizer. The wind had laid down during his heat. So today, different elements. We have some consistency out there. So going back to a more conventional board on a 510 and looking fantastic right now.
Good man, Waxhead. Thanks so much. And Darcy doing a great job downstairs, throwing a nice vertical climb is Kelly Slater on wave number 3. Just a little check there to redirect, and he will step off. His lines are so fun to watch on a deep bottom turn on a wave like this, because you're going, oh, carving 3, is it coming?
Yeah,
is it coming?
That's exactly what I thought as well. I thought he was going to do it, but I like Kelly on a slightly longer board. 510 is a little bit longer than what he traditionally rides. 5.9 was the number for so many years. And then we've seen him drop right down when he started riding, you know, the Wizard sleeves and all sorts of different equipment. He has really pushed the envelope, and I think one of the things that kept him engaged was changing his equipment up so much, leaning into the whole quad setup, fish-style boards. But today, looking for the more traditional style thruster setup, a nice clean rounded pintail, very balanced template on these boards. And I think Kelly does his best surfing when he's on this style of equipment.
And he's got basically a board for everything you could ever imagine. You think about his dedication to performance, to living a healthy lifestyle, to competing, to sometimes, as he said, having a heart of stone competitively and getting into his competitors' heads at times, but also his dedication to surfboards, to fin design.
Yep.
It's like, well, everyone was staying up late, having a amazing time at a party. Kelly would be up till 3 in the morning just designing fins and just getting lost in that.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I worked with Kelly with FCS for so many years, and he had a number, or he basically had 2 templates that he went to, a real upright pivoty style template, and then one that was leaning back, but the consistency was the center fin. He didn't change the center fin. It was consistent between both sets, and then he got that different feel from the side fin. So yeah, Kelly was thinking about all this stuff and working on flex and different materials, not only with his fins, but obviously with his surfboards as well, and really before anyone else was doing it. But I think these days, most surfers are way more in tune with their shapers and understanding, you know, what surfboards do and the different design elements and how they work and how they can really enhance what you're doing when you're surfing.
15 minutes on the clock in Kelly Slater's 297th appearance at the championship tour level as he leads this heat with some big power hooks like this. We'll be right back for more in just a moment. Let's flash back with Kelly Slater to one of the best days in competition at the Margaret River Pro 2015. Kelly Slater gets a perfect 10. No, that's not the box. That's main break on fire.
Oh, wow. This was just pretty special stuff. And no, I don't think anyone had ever seen a right-hand barrel like that at main break ever before. This thing just cupped out. Looked like backdoor for a moment there. Standing tall, double overhead, triple overhead almost. And Kelly just in perfect control, perfect unison. Just surfing that wave. Well, you couldn't serve it any better.
No, 32 career 10-point rides in his career. And I believe his coach was in that heat. Glenn Micro Hall, I think, took that set on the head and went around the corner, still tried to battle with Kelly, now joining forces as his coach as Crow's talking to Kalani. So happy for Kelly and Kalani, anticipating the birth of their son coming soon. And Kalani's having a blast here in the West, loves it here. As Iago Dora just got this wave, trying to catch up to Kelly's lead. Rich?
Iago with priority here on the backhand, squares up, gets caught a little bit on that first turn, a smaller wave, but staying nice and busy on the inside. Cracks that last turn as the wave closes out. But Iago quite tall, but has this knack of making himself look a bit smaller on the backhand. And that's due to that crouched stance. Stays nice and compressed.
Iago Dora turning in his best season to date last year. Almost got a spot in the WSL finals. Had that really tough heat with his good friend Jack Robinson in Tahiti, with both having so much on the line in that event. Both being coached by Iago's dad, Leandro Dora. So this year he's just been building, trying to gain some momentum. It seems like he's heading in a positive direction. Was disappointed with his loss at Winky Pop, and now trying to put himself back in a top 10 picture before leaving the West. Hauschman in the top 10 with his win at Bells, and been incredibly selective with his 6.5. Still working with Louis Egan. Great partnership there for Cole. The big, powerful Australian goofy foot. Really enjoying working with a guy like Cole Hauschman that absorbs so much information, and they can actually see the improvement event to event.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a real turning point down at Bells, obviously, getting the win. Cole Hauschman with #1 in the priority list at the moment, so he'll opt out for that wave, but Iago Dora says, I'll take it.
Iago driving into his first turn. It's a carve off the lip line, setting up a punt. Absolute flyaway, backside full rotation. And there was a moment there where I thought he had a parachute that was going to bring him back into a soft landing.
Well, this guy, his make rate is right up there. One of the most explosive and exciting in the air. Can do it front side, can do it backhand. And well, just for a moment there, thought he was going to stick that one. That would have been a huge move. Very difficult to do when the wind's got a predominantly offshore direction to it. Let's see what happens here. Love this angle. Drives around the section here. Quick snap off the top. Keeps coming down the line. Close-out section, so he takes to the air. Gets the rotation, but just didn't quite get that balance on top of his board. So you can see here, he's already twisting. The upper body was already in a twisting motion, and then the lower body followed. But the board just fluttering underneath his feet there. Just couldn't quite maintain control of the board.
So crazy how he almost pulled that one back in with his feet completely off the deck. Hauschman on his second wave. Connects well with the lip. Nice patience into the bottom turn and hammers it. Getting out in front for a nice clean snap. Easy pace and tempo for the rookie. Luke Egan liking that approach, knowing that a 3.7 gets him into the top 2.
Yeah, well, he got that. That's no doubt about it. Great wave. Look at this set approaching. It could almost be excused for thinking we were watching Luke Egan on that wave. Sort of shades of Louis on that last one for Cole Hauschman. Here we go, Kelly Slater.
Kelly on a roll in this one. Wave number 4, stretches out the bottom turn and throws it away.
Yeah, just laid down that wave there. Sometimes that happens. Margaret River looks like it can be a fantastic wave, and it goes a little bit sleepily. Iago Dora, same thing again. One of those sets with perhaps too much south in the direction. Just went out towards the channel there, towards where the boat is at the top of your screen.
Yago trying to kick out right in front of Kelly to regain priority. And he does get the P to his name, so Kelly has second priority. Smart kick out from Dora just in time. Now he'll be able to decide on the next set that comes through which wave he wants. But an important score coming in for Hausman. Things could be changing for Dora, since Hauschi did a few big moves, only needing a 3.7. You always wonder how a rookie or anyone on tour is going to continue after their first monumental, emotional CT win. I don't know how many times we've seen someone win and then out in the first round of the next event because they celebrated too much, they relaxed, the intensity wasn't there. The whole goal of something to chase had kind of changed in their motivation. We'll see how Cole handles it.
Well, your expectation instantly shifts. You go from going, okay, oh, I just want to make the quarters, that'd be good, or I just want to make the semis or get through a couple of heats. All of a sudden you start going, okay, I'd love to back it up with another win. So that expectation instantly rises, and that comes with added pressure. It seems like Cole Hausman has he's taken it on, processed it. It's been a composed performance so far, nothing too extraordinary, a paced approach perhaps we should say. But it looks like he's going to drop another decent number here. It was a good wave, 3 solid turns. Well, numbers in.
Last score for Hausman, a 6.6, almost matching his start of a 6.5 on his opener. Hausman goes all the way to first, Kelly to second, Dora to third. Yago with priority needs a 6.98 as he's going for Kelly's position in the second spot with 6:15 to go.
Well, this has made things a little bit interesting now. We know that Yago Dora has priority, and he is capable, more than capable, of dropping a 6.98. It's all going to come down to the rhythm of the ocean, whether we see another set. 6 minutes to go. The rhythm of the sets have been coming through sort of in that 5 to 6 minute intervals.
Yago Dora in that 17th position on the live rankings that you can watch on worldsurfleague.com.
Oh, you wouldn't feel safe. I wouldn't feel safe, Joe. If I was sitting in 17th position, I'd be wanting to really get through at least a few rounds just to take that pressure off. And Kelly must win, or a must advance situation here for him.
Interesting position for a competitor like Yago Dora. So much energy surrounding Kelly at the moment. Wondering if it'd be his last event of his career as a full-time competitor after 30 years, but he knows his job's on the line, being 17th in the world, not feeling safe. Hausman's officially made the cut with that win at Bells. Kelly still with a mathematical shot of also making the cut if he provides a huge run here in West Oz. But definitely in a must-win situation if he wants to keep a full-time spot on tour as well. 4:45 to go.
Here we go.
Waves on the way, priority with Dora. Needs a 6.98 as looks like he's ready to make a decision. Paddling and committing is the Brazilian. Flows into his first turn, a little backside hook. Whitewater slows him down for a moment. Forces it on the open face. Now the lip giving him something to work with, but he goes down swinging.
Well, he never really had a connection on that wave, did he? Just looked a bit off with the timing. The first turn, he got hung up a little bit. He never really had that that speed and the flow through his turns on that ride. So potentially an opportunity missed there. And Kelly, well, he'll take the #1 position in priority here. So he's in the box seat with 4 minutes to go, and he will try and control the remainder of this heat. Let's see what happened here. So Yago comes off the bottom, all that wind under the board, just sort of maybe affecting his speed off the bottom and off the top. You can see he got caught up in the whitewash there. The second turn was better, and then the third, he knew he needed to go really, really hard if he wanted to bank a score, and just overextending on that last turn, going down.
So Yago with the fall under pressure as you see the Florence brothers enjoying the heat with Kelly, Dora, and Hausman. Eric Knudsen there, always capturing the clips, providing some incredible movie parts and on their YouTube channel. Some great stories documenting their life on the road and on the North Shore of Oahu. 3 minutes on the clock here as we check out the recap, as we saw the pressure on Yago, Cole, and then Kelly Slater wondering what could happen in his career, and he came out swinging 7-1-7 on his opening run.
Yeah, savage hook to start things off. Tricky little tail slide through the midsection, and then gets that that finishing drift off the foam. So it was all about Kelly at the start of this heat. Tucks in for a nice little tube ride. Big roundhouse cut back here. So Kelly looked in fine form, in total control. And then Cole Hausman, the patience on the back end. 2 solid scores under his belt. Just textbook surfing here from Cole Hausman. And then Yago Dora, this is live action. Quick ride on the left-hander, but nothing happening there.
So Yago starting to search, as he does not want to leave it to the rest of the tour to decide his fate for the rest of the season. Last year, a top 10 surfer, winning an event at Sakurama, 17th on the live rankings. We take the top 22 from this event to take on the rest of the season to work out the final 5. Dora's got some weapons to work with, especially when it goes to above the lip surfing. Almost pulled off a wild backside punt earlier. So having 3rd priority, he's going to be searching for something big, even a big closeout ramp if he could find it.
Yeah, he's in 3rd position and 3rd position on the rotation of priority. He's in a horror spot right here. You know, needing to advance. He is above that cut line, but not by many spots. So his position is in danger. Kelly and Cole just holding court out here in the lineup, holding their positions. And they will keep Yago off any set that comes through. Minute to go on the clock. Good looking wave approaching here. Kelly's having a look.
Kelly Slater takes this wave and starts to roll into his first turn. Beautiful lip line connection, but he lets go of it. 45 seconds. Hausman with priority and the heat lead. Now Yago will have priority over Kelly with now 35 seconds to go.
In these offshore conditions, our swell lines approach. It always looks like there's a lot of waves coming towards the takeoff zone. Sometimes they just lay down, kind of go under our competitors. Only the biggest sets really breaking on the peak. And Yago looking frustrated here.
Down to 10 seconds on the clock. Came into this event 16th, now 17th on the live rankings, and we'll be watching where Yago goes in this event. He's out here in the elimination round, and Kelly Slater and Cole Hausman move on into the round of 32. Yago Dora, a brilliant competitor. We'll be watching every heat closely for the rest of the event, as he has some words with Kelly Slater, talking about the heat in the moment, sharing the lineup here at Main Break. So much drama at stop number 5, and it continues in the next heat. David Silva in a must-win situation as he takes on Matthew McGillivray and Rio Waida. We'll bring in Ronnie Blakey and Felicity Palmatier for the call.
Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Oakberry. Fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. By Biogland, official vitamin partner of the WSL Australia. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. And by Shire of Augusta Margaret River. Proud to support the Western Australia Margaret River Pro, which celebrates the epic local surfing culture of this region.
Well, welcome back. Kelly Slater survives the elimination round, getting the jump on Yago Dora to earn his place in the round of 32. Cole Houshman, who was victorious down at Bells Beach, the last stop, also progressing in first place. But a happy morning for Kelly. Ronnie Blakey joined by Felicity Parmentier. Thanks for having us in your backyard, Felicity. And yeah, that was cool to see. Kelly going to the power and it paid off.
Oh, straight into the tube on the first wave. I was all about it. I looked up while I was having my morning coffee and I was blown away. Kelly was in the tube. He hunted it out. The 7-point ride was really good and lives to fight another couple of hours, hopefully.
You ready for it?
Bring it on.
Kelly v Griffin.
Holy
Colapinto
smokes.
in the round of 32. That's going to be an exceptional matchup, a great test for Griffin. Can Kelly get inside his head? I mean, sometimes just Kelly's name on the paper alongside yours can freak you out a little bit, so that'll be fun to watch.
Oh, my goodness. That is going to be such a great matchup. I feel, obviously, Griff is in such fine form, but yeah, it's a daunting thing when you see your name matched up against an 11-time world champion, that's for sure. And I think, obviously, Griff probably would have been watching that heat this morning, and Kelly looks like he's on.
He does. Last elimination round heat here will feature Rio Waida, who's been surfing incredibly well through the Australian leg. He's in the red jersey, the Indonesian. South Africa's Matthew McGilvray in the blue. David Silva from Brazil will be out there in the white. And we see Rio having a look at one. Just give us a bit of a rundown on the conditions today, Flick.
Yeah, so this morning, well, yesterday we saw a southwest swell, right? And then overnight we've sort of had a new south swell move in. And what I've actually noticed this morning, I've had the first couple of heats off, had a leisurely morning. I've been looking at the conditions and a lot of these sets this morning are actually swinging a little bit wider of the peak, right? And a lot of the rights are quite tapered off this morning. So it's really been about wave selection just to find those ones that are really going to stand up and give you a bit more wall. It's kind of just the first little takeaway I've seen this morning, but beautiful, really clean conditions. It's going to be so contestable throughout the day. The swell's going to hang around. It's just, yeah, what's going to happen with this wind later on today as we look at David Silva. This is a replay of his wave straight up into the lip there for a couple of cracks on his backhand. Getting busy through the inside here. And he's in a must-win situation. So a lot of pressure on for David Silva in this heat this morning.
Yeah, way back in 33rd position, has actually dropped a spot already on those live rankings, David Silva. Got a huge ladder to climb. But if he loses out here, obviously, it's back to the Challenger Series, which will kick off not long after the completion of this event over there on the Gold Coast, Snapper Rocks. But yeah, no one on this tour wants to be there. So David Silva, you know, he's going to really put his head down here and give it his best. He looked he was in all sorts in the opening round, had falls, just didn't look himself. So obviously a lot of pressure to deal with as Slater, as he always does, spending a lot of time with the fans down there. Here goes David Silva on the outside again. Let's see if he can get this big backhand swinging this morning. Nice crack to kick this one off. And again, this wave provides. So he has found one under priority here and managed to get himself a number of good hits in.
That was really well done. I'm impressed with that. That first turn was really well timed, threw a lot of spray, and like you said, under priority. So getting a bit of work done, giving something for Rio and Matt to both think about. And I'd say that's, you know, as we break it down here, this first turn for me, this is what it was all about. Just straight up into the lip. Got a beautiful release out of the fins there. Cracks it up there for another hit. And another little vertical tap there on the inside. So this was really great. This first turn for me, this was the money right here. Perfectly timed. You can see the fins just fully released there. Gets a beautiful drift across the lip. And at this moment, just textbook backhand surfing, beautifully timed. You can see that back half of his board just releases out of the back of the wave. That was really well done, under priority too.
Yeah, David Silva, you know, caught the attention of Kelly Slater with his backhand approach. Kelly was like, this guy's got one of the best backhand hits on tour. So much power, really precise timing. And it's one of the reasons that David Silva's on the Slater Designs team. So, you know, got on those boards. And, yeah, like I said, he never really got the ball rolling in the opening round. He did look nervous. He was kind of almost safety turning the opening sections of the wave and then trying to save the ride with a decent turn on the end section and fell a couple of times. This time, he's come out, you know, just gone all out on that first section. I think that's going to be a real confidence boost for him. Banking at 6.17, taking the early lead here.
Oh, great for your confidence. I mean, he's in a do or die situation right now. He needs to advance out of this heat to keep the dream alive, and this is he's on his way to doing it right now. I mean, Cole just won the last heat with a couple of, you know, higher sixes. He's already got a 6 in his pocket, which is great. And under priority 2, and he's, you know, I mean, Rio and Matt have both come off great results at Bells, so they're in great form as we see Matt up and riding.
McGilvray winds through a big calf to get started, up into the pocket now. Loses that front foot, he's going to go down. He's got great memories from this venue. Semi-finaling in 2021 and 2022. Has chased down a spot in the back half of the season before when he was below the cut line. He did the work early at Bells, you mentioned that, and has got himself into a pretty decent position on the rankings at the moment, 15th. But you're always watching those live rankings shift now with surfers progressing through the earlier rounds. Matt's actually dropped a spot already, so he was in 14th coming into this 5th stop on the tour. Super impressed with the way this guy's been surfing lately. Had a couple of really close heats at these last 2 events too, and you know, I know that there's a lot of people who just on screen felt that Rio probably should have won his last couple of heats. Controversial calls, but you know, the positive for him is his surfing is impressing the panel. He's getting good scores. He's just coming up against people who are also dropping good numbers. But Rio's on at the moment.
Yeah, Rio is definitely on, and what I loved from Rio and what I saw from Rio at Bells was every post-heat interview, he just had this great attitude, and he was just so appreciative, so grateful. And I think it's just showing in his surfing. He's just a student of the sport too, just loves learning, loves being around all these people he's looked up to. And yeah, I was impressed at Bells, and we'll see if he can continue this momentum here.
It is impressive. You never see him with a stink face. He's
no,
always
he's
with
always
a big
happy.
smile. He's a happy chap, and even though he's in 3rd spot at the moment, I think he'll remain positive out there. 25 minutes remaining in this one, and Stace, always hard to back up a big result, but Cole getting the job done there.
Never for you, Ron, but sometimes for some of these athletes, Cole, you won Bells, you come in here in the elimination round. How do you pull it all together, mate?
Yeah, I almost put more pressure on myself after Bells just because I was like, well, I won the last one, so I don't want it to be a fluke. And then I just didn't really feel like myself in the first heat, I guess, and maybe just needed a little reality check. So, yeah, just stoked that I kind of trusted myself and got a few waves in the last heat.
Kelly let you have the 6.6. Do you surf the wave differently knowing that you might have sort of get a free roll of the dice there?
I think I had first prio on that wave. So.
My bad.
Yeah, so I used my prio. I didn't know it was kind of a wide one, so you never know if it's going to like hit the reef or kind of go close out, but had to roll the dice and it worked out in my favor.
Seems like some of those smaller ones today are hitting the reef a little better.
Yeah, it's tricky because you ideally want the bigger ones, but then like Yago is going on a few smaller ones and way steeper, and you never know how they're going to judge it, but just stick to the game plan, I guess, and yeah, have fun.
How's Kelly Mania going for you personally? It's pretty crazy down here.
Yeah, it's pretty sick. It's cool to see all the Groms line up and just sign a bunch of autographs. I mean, I was at Grom one day, like just asking for everyone's autographs, so I'm trying to do as many as I can and stoke everyone out.
Well done, mate. We'll see you later on today. Thanks, Ron.
Thanks, Stace. He's still a Grom. Gromzilla.
He's a big Grom.
Yeah, he's a big boy.
Big boy.
He's huge. You hear people talking about it, but when you're down in the competitors area, you know, you're like, wow, this guy's just got so much frame, but he's still so agile. And in a big heat there, he bounced back well, recomposed himself, and got his head right in the game. On the outside, we saw Rio get a wave. Here's the replay.
Yeah, this is Rio bit more of a horizontal approach to the start of this one. Funky little tail slide there, and hits that really difficult section there at the end and just gets bucked off. Got that 2 converging bits of white water. It's a really hard section to make, but I think it's just, I mean, what I'm noticing right now is I'm just seeing a lot of tapered right-handers today. Not so many that was standing up as much as yesterday. Yesterday we had a bit more west in the swell, and today with that more south, it seems like it's a bit harder job to find those ones that are standing up a bit more, giving a bit more bowl to it.
3 surfers out there in the lineup, chasing their first championship tour win still. But someone that did win here back in 2021, 2-time world champ Felipe Toledo, he is celebrating his birthday today.
Oh.
And so are we. In Australia anyway. He'll probably be celebrating tomorrow. But happy birthday, Felipe. We miss your unbelievable performances on the CT. Hope you're doing well and can't wait to see you back.
Oh, I hope you're enjoying your year off, enjoying the time with your family, having some fun surfs, and looking forward to seeing you back.
Yeah. I mean, not just his surfing. I mean, around an event, Felipe is one of those guys that really brings a fantastic vibe, always really happy. And I think just his popularity at each of the venues on the tour speaks to just how much of a people person he is.
Yeah.
Much loved all over and missed here for sure. 21.5 minutes to go. And it is David Silva bouncing back nicely after a bit of a shocker in the first round. Rio Waida, you know, I mentioned it earlier, I was unlucky not to progress through to that round of 32, but Matty McGilvray's up. Big opening turn here. Can he combo it? He does well. Always navigates his way through those late hits so brilliantly. Great balance, and he's very sure-footed. That'll be a decent score.
Yeah, yesterday he did a couple of those really late foam climbs. I was super impressed with that. I was actually impressed to see him even get up there and make that last one. That was probably even later than the ones that I saw yesterday. Let's have a look here. This one was a smaller inside wave. Matty wanted it, goes straight up into the carve, and then that really late tap there at the end. His first opening maneuver was done really nicely. Really well timed. You can see he buried half that board in the face of that wave. Brings it around, and then this last maneuver, this is what we're talking about. He's so late here. I mean, this thing's basically already broken, and he's just got such great body awareness. And then compression over that front foot, just really riding out in front of that foam. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, Matty's serving is really just tailor-made for this location. Big, strong unit. Huge frontside carve and a great air reverse that he can call on. So I mean, he's kind of got the right moves for each of those big sections out here, and it kind of doesn't matter if it's a 3-foot day or just slightly bigger like it is kind of today, or whether it's 8-foot bombing main break. Matt's going to be right at home.
Oh, for sure. I think that, I mean, we all know that he's a bit of a daredevil, a bit of an adrenaline junkie. Loves to jump off some cliffs every now and then. Fan of a bit of adrenaline. So I feel like with a wave like this at Margaret River, you know, the end section, we talk about it all the time, the bricks, it's hairy, it's a bit scary. And yeah, Matt's just not going to hesitate. You know, he's always going to go for that last turn, converging bit of whitewater, and yeah, he's always just going to give it a big crack.
19 minutes remaining here. Let's check in with the GOAT and Kelly Slater.
Thanks, Ron. Kelly, typically not loving the morning heats, but you look locked in this morning.
Oh, I didn't mind. The conditions were good. You know, it's more about that. If the conditions are nice, and it looked like there's going to be a lot more opportunity than we ended up having in our heat. The first heat had quite a few sets. You saw Reef got off to a strong start with that 8, and then, you know, backed it up with a few, and then at the end they had a 3-wave flurry. They all got waves, so it kind of switched the positions around a little bit. So I was definitely expecting more fireworks in the heat, but I wanted to start strong, and I got position on those guys. Yago took kind of a small one to get the heat started, and it didn't pan out for him. And then Cole kind of paddled wide, and I got under him for that first wave, and that just sort of set the pace. And then I got my backup wave with third priority, which kind of made me feel good, because then I could just sit there and be patient and wait. And you know, I did wait, but the couple waves I took with priority weren't that good. Cole kind of backed it up with one in the middle there, in between mine. And there wasn't much there for Yago to do anything with. You know, he almost stuck that one air, which probably would have, you know, maybe it would have flipped the heat or something. But I had that one opportunity at the end, and I was more covering than trying to surf that wave, and just the wind caught my board a little bit. But if I needed a 6, maybe I would have surfed it right. Who knows? But yeah, it just turned out in my favor.
You'll draw Griffin later today. Do you think when the conditions are tricky like this, surfing extra heat is an advantage?
I don't know. I don't know if the conditions are all that tricky. It's pretty obvious out there where you got to sit, and the good waves seem pretty obvious. That's the one thing about Margaret's, when the wind comes sideways and onshore, that south wind in the afternoon, it's really hard to know which waves are at one. If it's not like the second or third wave in a set that cleans up, you know, if you take the first wave in a set, it gets real tricky and weird. So I don't know, these sort of mornings, as the wind starts to die down, there should be some really good surfing. There should be some really obvious waves, and the faces are a little steeper and sitting on the reef.
And outside of competition, you've been enjoying your time in WA?
Yeah, it's been great. Plani and I having a great time. Yeah, we're just trying to enjoy it, you know. Baby coming along, and just there hasn't been much surf. So surf-wise, it hadn't been great, but you know, we had a nice lunch at Lewin, one of the wineries, the other day, and Shane Dorian, Ross Williams joined us. And good to see some of my friends here, and a little bit of golf with the boys a couple times, and yeah, it's beautiful here.
And no doubt plenty of support. We'll let you get rested up for this next heat. Thanks, Kelly.
They love him, and it's always good to hear him talk post. You learn a lot from Kelly. Just has such a deep thinker, especially when it comes to, you know, the locations, the conditions, you know, his read on his competitors and what their position was in the heat. I'll say it again, like, no one pulls a crowd like Kelly. You got all these young superstars, and yeah, they're popular, but he's just he's a magnet for eyeballs. He's a magnet for energy. He's got his own gravitational pull, that's for sure.
Oh, well, he definitely does. And I mean, you did exactly what you said, Ron. I mean, you listen to that post-heat interview, just so much knowledge and experience, so many years. This happened during that interview. This was David Silva looking really good on the backhand. Brings it through to the inside here, but he got a fall.
Oh.
So he got a bit hung up there on that last section.
Yeah, missed opportunity to convert big time, but he is still out in front. 5.87 for that ride. Also hanging on to a 6.17 at the moment. We're going to take a Bonsai brew break. More action from the elimination round right after this. WSL teamed up on a coastal restoration project with Nature Conservation Margaret River region and their Youth Marine Steward program to work together in healing the landscape to prevent erosion and to learn more about this incredible ocean ecosystem. We planted local native coastal plants and laid brush. Tell us what you're doing to protect the ocean by posting on social media with the hashtag WSL1Ocean.
get involved. Good stuff happening at each of the stops on the Championship Tour. And Margaret River's no different, and this area is incredibly pristine, but still has its challenges. So it's good to learn a bit more about those. But yeah, just chatting with some people. Doug Silver, I hadn't really spoken too much with Doug Silver before, but you know, he's definitely a character. He dresses well, and I just had to go have a word with him, but he was saying he just couldn't believe how well looked after this region is, how much pride the locals take in this area. So rare to see a piece of rubbish on the ground and it doesn't stay there very long. People are quick to it.
Yeah, it's true. And I think it's one of the reasons why we all love Margaret River so much. I mean, it's my backyard, and we'll get back to that. This is Maddie getting busy. Big opening slash there. Straight up into the lip for another rooster tail, and then just finishing off here on this inside section. Gets another little hit. So that's definitely going to drop that 2.33. And behind him, Rio. Big opening carve there. Drops down for another one. And he's looking to bring it through to the inside. This one backing off just that little bit, but he wants to get a little bit more of a finish. That is all she wrote for Rio.
Yeah, I feel like Maddie McGilvray is going to drop a big number here. It just looked like the best wave of the heat, didn't it?
Yeah, really well-timed first hit. A little bit of variety there from that first carving manoeuvre. The big first combo, those two turns. Big carve, straight back up into the lip. Really well done from Maddie.
Yeah, he's, I mean, at Bells, he looked really strong, but every time we get here to Margaret River, Matty McGilvray, for me, his chances at going a long way through the draw in a CT event just seem elevated at this venue. He looks really confident. I think he feels at home out here. 7.5. He jumps up into the lead. David Silver now in second spot. Rio Ueda, he's just been on a magic run, but something's not working out for him at the moment. Just hasn't had a wave that's allowed him to really sink that rail in and get some big assaults happening on the critical sections of these waves as David Silver gets going again. There's that big backhand blast from the Brazilian. Way back in 33rd spot on the ratings, trying to save his place with a win here at Margaret River.
So shallow. Oh.
Checking out his feet. There's always a lot of that here at Main Break. You know, the surfers really want to demonstrate to the judges that they've got full control riding out of those final manoeuvres. And, well, David Silver probably took it a little far there.
Right onto the inside. That second turn there was really well timed. First one for me, he got tiny little bit hung up there, and it's so easy to do on these offshore mornings here at Main Break. I mean, when we're watching it right now on this, you know, on the screen, if you're watching it at home, it almost doesn't do it justice just to how windy it is, and you can kind of see the guys this morning just getting a little bit hung up there. So it's just, you got to be real careful not to kind of place your turn a little bit too high. You almost saw David just get a little bit hung up there on that first turn. Second one was really, really well timed. But just to get back to your point before about Rio, I just feel like the wave selection for him sort of let him down. It just they haven't been the ones that have really stood up. They've just had that really tapered wall, so he hasn't really been able to find those ones with that really bowly section, so sort of forcing his surfing to be a bit more horizontal. So I think for him right now, and he'll know this, he'll be trying to find those waves that stand up a bit more and give him that steeper section.
Having a look at this one on the outside, Rio, which sees Matty McGilvray use his priority. Just attacking the first section, came up under the lip a little bit. It sort of threw him off, threw his speed and rhythm off a little bit for that second section. David Silver's just dropped a 6.37, got himself up into the lead. And you can see why the judges are just holding his numbers back a little bit. On each of his scoring rides, he's had one big individual turn, but he's not getting the combination right at the moment, so they're leaving a bit of room in the scale for that.
Yeah, that's 100% true. I got to agree with that. I just feel like we've had those one big major moment, but we know that the judges are looking for those, you know, those combination manoeuvres, and I think the first turn for me, for David Silver, he's just getting that little bit hung up there. That flow and connectivity just hasn't quite been there throughout the turns. So obviously they're leaving a little bit more room on the scale. But, I mean, he's out in the lead and he's keeping his dream alive right now. A couple of sixes. But, I mean, I'd be pretty nervous about Matt. I mean, he doesn't need much to jump up into that first place. He's sitting there with that 7.5, highest wave of the heat. But also Rio at the back, he's got priority. 8 minutes on the clock. You've got to be thinking that there's probably going to be another couple of sets roll through.
Let's
just with
hope
that
so.
consistency this morning.
Rio just on the outside. Not having a look at that one, but David Silva, he'll have a swing at it. Trying to better a 6.17, really has to attack this wave. It's a smaller insider. And he could probably kick off that one, and he does. But Rio and Matt McGilvray both had their best result this year down at Bells Beach, both making the semi-finals. Let's get a Bond University athlete health check with Rio. We know he cut his toe on the reef at Bells in the quarterfinals. And hadn't seen the cut just yet, and was talking to Glenn Hall, and he was like, oh, it's nothing, you know, a bit of adrenaline in the system for his semi-final heat. He'll be good to go. It was actually pretty good. It was a big chunk, not so much a slice, but a gouge.
Oof.
And from all reports, though, he's healed up pretty well. And from the way he surfed in the opening round, it doesn't seem to be affecting him. But this heat would suggest that, you know, something's not quite right. You think it might be wave selection?
Well, for me right now, just analysing this, I think it is wave selection. I feel like the waves he's chosen has sort of forced him to surf a bit more horizontal and not be able to get straight up into the lip. And I think, I mean, I could be hypercritical, but I think it could be this swell direction, and it's just got a lot of south in it. So it's a lot of these sets that are going to come through today are going to have that tapered wall on the right. So it's going to be about choosing the ones that do have that wall that actually hit the reef correctly. You'll see as these sets swing into the bay, they're going to look like they're coming a little bit more into the channel. Main break, or the way I like to surf it, typically with a little bit more west in the swell. But yeah, today I feel like we're going to see a few of those sets swing wide and it'll look like they're going to hit the reef, but they're going to actually end up in the channel.
Yeah, really positive move up the epic rankings for Rio Waida down there at Bells. Got himself up to an 11th position. And just by progressing out of this elimination round, he can guarantee his spot on the CT. So this is an important 5.5 minutes for him. Requirement's pretty big at the moment.
Yeah.
He wants to, you know, make a move pretty soon, hoping for a set. Looks like there could be some lines rolling our way, but they're probably still half a minute away. He wants to narrow this requirement, give himself a fighting chance to progress into the round of 32 here.
8.37 right now. That's a big ask on a single wave. Ultimately, you'd like to slice it and dice it a little bit differently. 2 waves would be ideal. However, 5 minutes on the clock, I reckon one more set, it's coming down to the wire. I feel like it's going to be needed to be done on 1 wave.
We know that the top 10 is a lock coming into this event, and Rio's in 11th. So, you know, it's a very unlikely scenario that he doesn't survive this cut. However, he'd want to lock it in.
You want the destiny in your control.
Oh, for sure.
You don't want to be sitting there waiting and saying, hang on, is the old mate getting through this heat? Is he getting through this one? And all the different scenarios. You want to be in control of that destiny. You don't want to be sitting there watching it unfold in front of you.
Been a long time on the road for Rio Waida. Obviously no CT stops over there in Indonesia. He's as close to home as he's been all year, and he'll likely duck home if he does survive this cut and get a couple of weeks in his own bed, which would be nice up there at Jimbaran Bay, and probably surf Ulus a couple of times, get over to Legian and see the crew at the Legian Board Riders Club. But yeah, he's got a whole country behind him, and it's been really cool just watching him achieve these incredible goals. He's going to represent Indonesia at the Olympics again. I think it was really cool watching the opening ceremony of the Tokyo Olympics and seeing Rio as the flag bearer for the Indonesian team.
It's awesome.
That was huge.
So awesome. As we see, one more roll of the dice here, maybe.
Well, let's see if he can get it done with an excellent number here. Rio Waida after an 8.37. Better start for him on this one. Good looking wall standing up. He hammers the pocket. That's a good ride.
Oof. Is that a make?
Oh, I think he was... I mean, it looked, he got knocked off eventually, but it felt like he came out of the turn. But it's just one of those things that's so closely scrutinised by the judging panel these days.
It's whether or not it looked like he had control. Sort of, I think we're going to need to watch that again. But this was beautiful wave. This was a beautiful wave. Stood up here, really beautiful carve, and he just goes straight up into the lip, comes down. Oof, is that enough control?
Oh, it's just, it's the
touch and go.
It's the lumps and boils on the inside riding out. If you have a look at the replay of the first turn, I'd say this isn't as strong as what we saw from Matt McGillivray and David Silver. Just he kind of pivoted on the move. He didn't really hold that rail, but he wanted to get to this section. That's why he let go of it early.
Yeah, this moment here sort of rides out of it.
There's a little lump just here.
But just here, I don't know about that.
Well, that was an important move to ride out of, to chip away at the requirement, and he maybe isn't going to get credit for this.
Yeah, I don't see it.
And the number's starting to roll through, 2.93, and you kind of know when you see it these days as we get to the GWM 2-minute warning here. You know, it is a warning for Rio, because he's after an 8.37 and he's in the order, the back end of the order for priority.
Yeah, I think we both knew as soon as you start asking the question, and you don't really need to be asking the question if you know the answer.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think he knows it too. I mean, but like he said, Ron, he did come into this event in 11th, so top 10 are obviously already confirmed and they've made the cut, so things are looking good. But like we mentioned before, you kind of want to be in control of your destiny. But good positive signs for David, fighting to keep his dream alive, and he's doing that with 2 6s. So
Yeah, you've got to give props to the fight of those surfers way below the cut line. Kelly Slater in the previous heat. Rio Waida is well situated on the rankings, but David Silver in second last position on the ladder. So, you know, it's a monumental mountain that he's trying to get to the top of. But he's getting the job done here in the elimination round. Here we go, Matt McGillivray up. After a 5.04, just falls out of the sky after that first crack. Snaps it in the pocket for the second move, brings it through to the inside. And we'll see if that's enough to see him up into that #1 position. He'd just be happy to maintain a position in the top 2 though at this point.
he's just so good at getting up to those turns so late. Again, once again, and we saw Rio split that peak with Matt. He went left. But yeah, Matt's just so good at that. As we have a look at what Rio got done on the left, and just a bit too deep there, that one running off without him. So that'll be all she wrote for Rio. And this is what Matt got done, just so late up into that lip, air drops down, gets around this section, gets a little release on the fins there, and gets a finish. So I wonder if that'll be just enough maybe for Matt to sneak up into that first position. Still waiting for scores for Matt to come through, chasing a 5.04.
Yeah, big heat for David Silver here. Matty McGillivray just waiting to see if he's going to make the jump into that #1 position, earn himself a post-heat interview. That's the big bonus. And the numbers coming through are looking pretty solid here. Felicity.
Yeah, it's looking good.
Just, you know, his ability to just continually pulverise the most critical section of the wave here at main break, which is so difficult to do, has to be rewarded by the panel. 6.5 for him. He's up in a first. David Silver survives the elimination round in second. We say goodbye to Rio Waida, who'll wait and see how far down the ladder he falls as this event rolls on. And we've got the round of 32 coming up next. It's going to be a good one with some big matchups staged. So make sure you don't go anywhere. The Western Australia Margaret River Pro will continue. We're going to bring in Joe and the Waxhead for the call.
We were lucky enough this year to present what we think is a great idea, commonly known as the Margaret River Thriller.
Should we see some big off the top, you know, trademark of you, Mark? Mark? Yeah, g'day, I hope so. Mark Richards, that's a huge one.
It takes an incredible amount of courage to take on the line that way.
I told Ender for so long, I popped up, I yelled to the guy down there, help! It was about 15'2", and I didn't like it. Me and Mark Richards got cleaned up by a pretty big set. I got a leg rope pull through and he lost his board.
With swimming competition, I think I would have done really well.
A round of applause for Mark Okaluppu.
1989 has seen the women's surfers integrated on the World Tour. Wendy Botha, to date, she's won 7 of the 9 events on the pro calendar.
That's probably the best contest surf I've ever had.
Nat Young, again king of the Malibu, as the longboard returns to Margaret River.
Reliving the past for many of us, for others an education in hanging 10 and hanging 5.
The upsets continue with all but 3 of the top 16 out, among them Martin Potter, knocked out by the brilliant Nicky Wood.
It came down to the last wave, really, and it happened to be me.
So it always feels bad when you get knocked out. I mean, unless you win, you're never happy.
Unhappy Martin Potter might have been, but the crowd had plenty to anticipate with Tom Carroll and Dave McCauley still there.
I reckon that my Potter's going to win the contest. I think Dave will rise to the occasion.
Dave McCauley, the local hero, showing scintillating form, and Tom Carroll back to his very best that won him 2 world titles.
The fans knew it. Dave McCauley's wife Lorraine and his family knew it. The Body Glove Masters champion, they challenged Martin Potter for the world crown in the year the World Professional Surfing Tour returned to Margaret River in WA.
Always great to hang out with the Surfing Western Australia crew, and that footage means so much to us all. So much great history for decades on decades. The wetsuits look different, the boards look different, the characters remain the same. From looking at the great Mark Okaluppu, I got really excited when I saw Jimmy Hogan there with his mustache talking about the big surf. Thanks for being with us. We're into the round of 32. Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier, and the Wax Head joining us for the call. It's a quick turnaround for guys like David Silva. Couple-minute break, and he'll be taking on John Florence in this overlapping format.
Yeah, quick little switcheroo, and yeah, back on out there. I just love to see the fight in David. That last heat, he really rose to the occasion, dropped a couple of sixes. It was probably the best surfing I've seen from him so far. His opening round heat, it was a couple of falls, wasn't looking as connected, but I mean, he's got a big job ahead of him here coming up against JJF.
And also coming off that last heat of the elimination round, he finished in second, right behind Matthew McGillivray in the must-win situation. So we did just lose Rio Waida from the contest. But surfing in back-to-back heats, Wax said I was sitting with you during his last matchup when he bounced off the bricks a couple of times, and hopefully he can stay really solid with high energy, because he's got the best surfer at main break sitting next to him.
Well, he went complete on that 3-turn combo, and when he popped up, he was on his backside and his foot was up in the air, and I did see some blood off the middle toe. Whether that was a injury from previous or even just walking out, which can happen. Either way, he's sending it, and he's got nothing to lose. Walking down the stairs right now, just before that heat, he was nervous, and I've noticed that yesterday as well. Walking out, he was carrying some apprehension. But John, he hasn't strung together a good heat. You know, in Bells he had moments, but you know, he really hasn't surprised us or given us anything to really talk about in terms of highlights.
Big point there. He almost went down. You know, in his previous matchup, it just looked like he was trying to find something that was going to make sense out in the lineup. Definitely his heats didn't have just firing surf at main break, so he survived. I know a lot of people playing fantasy surfer out there have him as their power surfer.
Yeah.
So they're hoping for some big points. A guy who's gotten 44 excellent scores at main break in his career flick.
Oh, I was just literally about to say that. It's just crazy to me. I mean, usually in this event, he's someone that we're talking about in the post show every time. And yeah, yesterday, he just wasn't finding the waves that, you know, were conducive to what we've seen from John out here. Yesterday was tricky though.
Yeah.
It was smaller, especially in those earlier heats in the morning. It wasn't as consistent. Things did start to pick up throughout the morning, and it did get more consistent. It got more contestable. I mean, we saw some great scores go down. I mean, Ethan Ewing was one of them. That 9.5 was beautiful. But yeah, I mean, looks like John's having a little bit of a sniff here, so let's see what he can get done.
John Florence kicking things off in the round of 32 as he lays down that rail. An incredible forehand hook, sweeping it in the pocket again. 2 huge power moves, then belts it vertically and shuts it down with a dagger of a finish. That is just vintage Florence at main break. Silva with a backhand bash and a claim to fire himself up, dealing with the best surfer at main break, trying to keep a spot on the top 34, which goes to top 22 after this event. But the man has woken up. Main break providing some big sections, and Florence will be starting off with a giant score wax up.
Yeah, if there was any doubt that we had what form John had carrying into this, he's just thrown that out the door. Some amazing surfing as we watch that replay. This is David's wave here. So he stayed out in the water from his last heat, and a big fan of spray there. He comes deep off the bottom and cuts that one short under the lip so he can get that completion. That one would have felt really good.
Then John Florence, the wave before, David caught his wave.
Yeah, this was great. This is textbook John. This is the carving, powerful, traditionalist sort of surfing we've grown to love from John here out at main break. And yeah, I'm not asking any questions anymore. I think this was really well done, guys.
Just watch the way here. It's variety of turns. Obviously, that turn there is what redefined Margaret River as a World Tour event, and really just showing us this performance power surfing that we've all come to accept since his 2017 victory. And here again, another one cuts it so tight, and he never goes all the way to the bottom of that turn. So he stays in that top third of the wave, and he snaps that around again. Actually getting covered up in his own arc there, so it doesn't get any more critical than that, and maintaining that control and momentum, which the judges call flow, into that third bash there. So variety of maneuvers, snapping that one, and he finishes with a 4th as well. So, I mean, if this goes excellent, we're not going to be surprised.
That was a really hard section to hit there.
It's going to have to go excellent.
So many people go up for that last turn, and you just get absolutely belted. But he just did that with such ease. Just another day in the backyard, in the playground for John. That was easily done. But you know what, David Silva also, I think, is going to drop a pretty hefty score. 2-turn combo. We only saw, when we first saw it, we just saw that last turn in the claim, and I was like, okay, there has to have been something before this, and there was. They were 2 really well-timed turns, so we've already got a heat on our hands.
Might have been the best exchange to start off a matchup that we've had in a while, just blow for blow, goofy versus regular. Florence, the guy who is expected to win at main break, and Silva with his back against the wall. When you've got a low seed, you're surfing against the guys with form all year. John's number 3 in the world, coming into stop number 5, and Silva's almost at the bottom of the rankings. The spring-loaded goofy foot from Guarujá, Sao Paulo, Brazil. A proud family man, a great father, always travels with a lot of the Brazilian storm. Real cool cat when it comes to how he carries himself up in the Red Bull athlete zone. But a right-hander like this, for him, he can really show the world what he's capable of, and he's going to try to make a big upset happen in the round of 32.
Well, right now he's well and truly on his way. In that last heat, I mean, literally what we just saw from him, it kind of seemed like he was having one great moment on these waves, but wasn't quite linking 2 turns together. So it was really cool. It seems like something's clicked for him right now this morning, sort of carrying that momentum from that first heat. And yeah, maybe also just registering that, you know, he doesn't want to get too hung up there with this offshore in the morning. And yeah, 2 beautiful time turns.
I think now it's time for the Oakberry Surf Conditions Report with Kaipo.
Yeah, let's give you an update, Joe. 6 to 10 foot on the face is what we're seeing. 9 miles per hour offshore wind grooming those 6 to 10 foot faces. It's about 9:30 or so local time. Got the high tide. Tide's coming in until noon today. And another note for you, Joe, is that the swell's still southwest, but with just a touch more of a western aspect to the swell, so it's actually improving the shape on the rights compared to yesterday.
Good man, Kaipo. Thanks so much. And those conditions, they look great on paper with the Oakberry Surf Conditions, and they look great translating to numbers and performance for the world's best. Opening exchange for both these competitors, one of the best we've seen at the event. Back-to-back excellence. John Florence just barely getting the nod with an 8.33. Amazing carve work with his rails. Went more vertical down the end of the wave. where Silva had some big sections on his backhand with speed and power just below John's 8.33, turns in an excellent score of an 8.17.
Wow, what an exchange to open up this first heat of the round of 32. Just two big scores and contrasting approaches. You know, John's wave, obviously a little bit more tapered, but just the beautiful surfing that we've grown to love. And then David Silva's wave, a bit bigger, but just the two-turn combo, and judges really rewarding both styles. So it's really cool to see, and I'm rubbing my hands together. Can't wait to see where the rest of this heat goes, because they're both fired up.
Yeah, I think John's wave was just a little bit smaller, where David's offered some critical sections, and that's where the judges went with it. Of course, they're still looking for combinations today. The judging notes specifying they want to see degree of difficulty in critical sections as well. So now we have bigger waves than what we had on day one, the opening day. Yesterday, we've probably got more consistency than yesterday. They want to see more risk on the backside. Silva doing a great job. John with the combinations. That's where, I mean, the choice of his maneuvers is always faultless, but John going the combo on a smaller wave.
David Silva now into his 30th championship tour event appearance in his career, and just his third excellent score of his career with that 8.17 that we just witnessed. So you can tell he's fired up with the pressure of the cut. And as we look at that start once again from John, Flick.
Yeah, so John's approach, obviously going to these big two carving maneuvers first up, and then he switches things up. He goes straight up into the lip here, so he gets a bit of variation, gets a bit of flair on the tail, and then a little bit of layback jam in the pocket. And when we compare this to David's, Matt, what did you see here?
Yeah, so John's tapered at the end, and David just set that one up, slid perfectly, but it set him up for this. Bang, and see how that wave actually grew down the line. A lot more drama when you watch that in real time, not on the compressed camera angle. It looks dramatic, just like that turn, Joe.
Big twist off the top for Silva, shuts it down again. His backhand is firing at all cylinders at the moment. Another look at his 8.17. That was just absolutely magnificent surfing. To be able to drift at main break as a statement on your backhand, and especially in these light offshore conditions.
It's a hard thing to do. When it's offshore like this, to really drift those fins, you can get so easily hung up. And there was a couple of moments in his elimination round heat where I saw him just ever so slightly get hung in the lip, but he does it so well here. Straight up into the lip, no hesitation, does not get hung up there, and then backs it up for that second one.
And learning from that heat he had just before, watch this second turn. That one was amazing. Watch, he cuts it under the lip, where in his previous heat he was actually getting hung up, as he said, coming down with it. So super technical. He's learning this spot with the wind. I mean, he goes fully vert there, so sends that up. The judge is going to eat that up. And then this next one, a smaller wave than his first, so I can't see it being as good as his first wave. But see this, he just cuts it short there. Really good surfing there from David, and I think this would be a great backup score.
Wow, he's putting on a backhand clinic. David Silva, 6.83, 8.17, taking the lead over John Florence. What an exciting start to heat number one of the round of 32, and Silva showing that he is not shy against the biggest names on tour. Always remember De Souza's quote when he beat John at main break. He said, "I just beat the best surfer in the world." And that's kind of the reputation John's had since he qualified. He's the surfer. Even before he won a world title, he was setting the bar in free surfs. They looked to him on the big days to see if he was going to go. He led the charge in more ways than one, even before the event titles came his way.
Yeah, this is true, 100%. I think he is just so well-rounded, and I think a lot of surfers look to him because he is so progressive in waves of consequence, waves of power. And ever since John's sort of come on the scene, I mean, he's helped put waves on the map that generally maybe World Tour surfers weren't thinking about even going and surfing, or weren't thinking about charging that hard. I mean, he's really helped put this wave on the map as somewhere that you need. If you want to be considered as the best in the world, you have to be able to perform here at main break. And I mean, I personally love that, obviously coming from this region, but he's responsible for doing that with so many different waves. And yeah, but right now he's on the ropes, and David's doing a good job of it.
Doing a great job. Silva out in front in this first heat of the round of 32 over John. Plenty of time to go as we'll catch up with the winner of the last heat of the elimination round, Matthew McGillivray, with Stace.
Congratulations on the heat win, Matty. Similar to Cole, who won that last heat, you found yourself with a great result at Bells Beach, a 3rd place there. What's the key to the consistency on the tour?
I think it's just all about being confident in your wave selection and having a little bit of luck go your way every now and then too. But yeah, it's all about choosing the right waves and then just trying to surf to the best of your own ability and not trying to worry about everyone else.
Just a regular heat to start your day. You're moving to the overlapping format now. How do you like the change up?
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. With the overlapping, you're going to have to get busy underneath priority, and there's opportunities. Some of the insiders actually stand up better, so I think, yeah, guys are going to be surprised to find themselves in some good waves, and it's going to be a good day of surfing.
It's a quick turnaround, Brew. I'll let you get ready. Thanks for your time.
Good man, Stace. Matthew McGillivray's had a lot of love and success here at Main Break. He's been able to feature a big forehand hook. He's saved his spot on tour under pressure. He just improves every single season on the championship tour, representing J-Bay, South Africa. McGillivray will have Ramsey Bukayam in heat number 6 of this round.
Oh, what another matchup. Ramsey's been looking really good out here too. Another strong goofy foot. There's going to be some great matchups coming up. The Kelly Griff one, holy smokes.
Yeah, that's a great topic there because these are reseeded. So we come off that elimination round heat and everyone's kind of waiting to see when they'll be back out there. Silva had to get the message in the water, hey, you're back out there again to kick off this round. As you see Medina on the Red Bull ski with Perry Hatchett. Medina preparing for Ryan Callanan. Coming up next, Max said.
You can almost guarantee that both of those surfers will be taking some influence from Silva from his last heat and this one against John. But on the other hand, surfers like Griff and Kelly watching what John's doing, because that's in their head going to be the benchmark. That's going to be, as we know, what John has done at this surf spot. He is the influence that they're all trying to channel. And Silva, and as I said earlier, he's learning this spot. We have a little more south in the swell. We talked about it missing the reef a little more than yesterday, so there's a lot more waves but not as many gems. And in this region in West Oz, there's all those little idiosyncrasies. A slight offshore wind could be a little bit of a devil wind if it has some south or north in it at a certain spot. The right's will be a bit better than the left, and living here, you know those little idiosyncrasies, but competing here once a year, you have to relearn a lot of that with different period of the swell. Huge difference.
Yeah, that's very true. And I was talking to a few of the athletes before this event, and you know, just how much time they put into, you know, Bells, for example, they were saying, you know, Bells is a little bit easier to figure out. When you come to Main Break, you come to Margaret River, it just takes a little bit longer to click in. It's got a lot of weight, it's got a lot of faces. You've got to really be able to adapt here. It breaks anywhere from 2 foot almost up to 15, maybe 20 foot. And I mean, onshore, offshore, you've got, you know, exactly what you said. You can get more wind out of the south, more wind out of the north.
And get caught inside with 2 people out.
Yeah, this is true. It doesn't matter how far out you sit at Main Break, you will never sit further enough out. There will always be a set that will clean up you up. I can guarantee you that. I've had enough experience.
David Silva now in motion, just up and out, just keeping his energy hot, still with the lead over Florence. John just needs a 6.67 as he holds priority. But it brings up a big topic about the great relationship John does have in West Oz. This, you know, the season kicked off at John's home on the North Shore of Oahu, and there's a lot of days where you look at the ocean and it looks turbulent, rugged, wild, windy, big and messy, and a lot of surfers are going, yep, maybe not today, and all of a sudden you're like, John's out there, and you realize that he loves that just as much as he does the groom days, the premier days where everyone wants to get in the water where the sun's shining, it's a clear call and surf line to surf all day. John's on the days it's almost like, hey, almost some people calling it a write-off.
Yeah.
Which makes him so solid at adapting to the conditions right in front of him.
And he's a frother. Pipe Masters this year, he was surfing with his brothers in the team. In between, I thought the contest was off for the day. He goes to Sunset. Sunset was 15 feet and closing out in the morning. I mean, certainly not the type of preparation you want for pipeline. He went out there with his brothers, wind went offshore, swell started to fade, and went back for another heat at pipe. Frothing.
Absolutely frothing. Guy still loves to surf all day, just like a grommet, but it's David Silva at the moment with his backhand clinic leading over the 2-time event champ at Margaret River. Back for more of the round of 32 right after this.
The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Cooper's Brewery, the official beer of WSL Australia. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Bond University, not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. And by Hydrolite, official oral hydration partner of WSL Australia.
What a beautiful day. We've been saying that every single day here in WA. It's been absolutely magic. Summer type weather here in the west. Starting off with some cool temperatures this morning. But gosh, it's already heating up quickly and the surf is pumping. One of the better days in our waiting period is today, and the round of 32 is overlapping as we introduce a new heat. Gabriel Medina and Ryan Callanan. They will have second priority to the heat that's already started with David Silva and John Florence. But we've got a big playground here at Main Break. How do you think this overlapping heat's going to really work out with that non-priority heat just getting started, Flick?
I think it's going to be pretty important to, if you can, get a score under priority. There's a few waves that these guys have been letting go. There's definitely opportunity out there. There's enough waves coming through, and if you can lock away a score in your non-priority heat, I think it's going to be super beneficial, as it looks like Gabby might be having a look already.
Already getting started very early against Arcal. Taps the lip, the three-time world champ around the corner. Wraps it, throws some water, and now fading through this inside track, just creating some space and looking to defend his event title. Winning this contest for the first time in his career last season, Waxhead.
Yeah, and also, facing the cut as well. Really wanted to climb up those rankings. Gabriel, he's in a precarious position, but hasn't looked like it. He's, on the other hand, John, he hasn't really fired in this event, except for that 8.33 we've seen in this heat right now. Gabriel, he's been on a heater, posting up some of the best single wave scores of the event so far.
This was the start for Medina, Flick.
Yes, super active, really quick, straight up into the lip. He didn't drop to the bottom on that first turn, and just identifying that this wave was going to taper off a bit, but staying busy. His forms looked great. I've seen him in a few free surfs, and, obviously, like you said, Wax said, he is around that cut situation, defending champion, but coming into this event, I saw him in a couple of free surfs, and I was like, whoa, he looks on. I mean, starting his heat yesterday with that 8.5 and already looking good today.
Looking solid as we are loving that we have the overlapping format in the round of 32, Kaipo, to really take advantage of the swell today.
Yeah, think about it, Joe. We have two former world champs on the water, two former event champs on the water with Florence and Medina, but they're not surfing against each other. Of course, Florence up in the priority heat against David Silva, Ryan Callanan up against Gabe Medina. The strategy in this, and with the inconsistency right now as the tide's filling in, a lot of these heats in the overlapping format could turn into 20-minute heats. That means the priority section of their heat could be the determining factor on who gets through. John wisely sitting it out and waiting until the priority part of his heat. Now he's controlling the lineup between all of the surfers, ready to strike back against David Silva. But I think we're going to see some buzzer beaters with this format and with the higher tide and a little bit of the inconsistency we're seeing.
Definitely, Kaipo. Yeah, exciting to see big names in the water, not in the same heat, but Medina and John in the same rookie class, starting off back in 2011. As we look at Medina having fun on a main break left. Nice bottom turn, big snap to tail release with total control. I'd say John and Medina are probably the two scariest guys on tour in this non-priority format in heats. This system just makes so much sense to these guys, especially John and his personality when he's coming in as the non-priority heat. Different story this morning. But when he can kind of just relax and free surf a bit and not overthink strategy, I feel like he can just take out his competitors before he even enters the priority side.
Yeah, that's true. It's going to be interesting to see what happens here, because he's obviously locked in this 8.33, his opening wave, but at the moment he's kind of dropped anchor. As we see, this is what Gabby did on the left. This second turn here, not sure how it's going to score, but it just looked so loosey-goosey, so fins free, so in control. Only the two-turn combo, but yeah, Gabby just getting so busy already and giving Ryan something to think about.
And you can kind of see maybe the opposite strategy beginning for Medina where he's already warmed up, getting active, looking at a lot of waves where it's been over 20 minutes since John's 833, just sitting, dropping anchor, and having the belief that you can produce when your next chance comes through.
And here he is paddling for his third wave right now, staying really warm, really busy, feeling out that lineup. He didn't have to surf through the elimination round, so he didn't surf yesterday afternoon or this morning, so this is his free surf. And exactly right, Joe. Medina who winds up early, who warms up, is a scary one too, because we've seen him in the dying minutes of heats come back and post excellent range scores in like 3 minutes. And in a beach break scenario, he's dangerous. In a reef, when he can find those little nuggets, he's almost unbeatable. So he's off to a really good start.
It's a bit scary if I was Ryan right now, and every time I look over my shoulder, you know, Gabby's up again and again and again. I mean, he's just surfing his way into this heat, surfing his way into momentum. I like what you said, Matt, sort of like a free surf. He's just warming up. But yeah, back to what you were saying, Joe, it's just two contrasting approaches here from John to Gabby. John's obviously dropped anchor out there and having that belief that, hey, I can lock in wave number, excellent score, number 46 this morning maybe. Just set comes my way. It looks like there's something rolling through the lineup now. John seems slightly interested.
John's way out the back wearing the red jersey and staying calm, letting another one go through. He's identified a great wave at main break for all the years of experience, winning a QS event way back in the day before he won 2 CT event titles and multiple finals out there here, losing to Jack Robinson recently, losing to D'Souza in 2015. But with a great start, Ross Williams has to be happy with that 833 as Williams is with Richie Lovett.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Here with John's coach, Ross Williams. Everything going to plan so far?
Well, we thought this would be a nice free swing because he had the first heat, which is a real stroke of luck, being 40 minutes with no one else out, just him and his competitor. So in a perfect world, it would have been catching 10 waves apiece, but this is a good test for John. He's had a lot of tricky heats lately, and this is another pressure test because it's been pretty quiet the last 15 minutes.
He seems to be in really good form. There's obviously a lot of work done in the lead up, but on game day, what's the information exchange between you guys?
He's been surfing incredible. It's never really too much about his surfing. It's always just about him being confident and having a nice, simple plan and keeping him present in the water. That's kind of one of my main goals for him, is just to keep his eyes on the prize in the water and not put any hypotheticals in his head. So trying to keep things simple and not overthink it. So again, this will be a good test because he's been sitting there for a while.
How do you sort of maintain the nerves for the surfer? You know, is there something that you can reassure him with before he paddles out? Just patience. Obviously, he knows what to do in terms of the surfing. Is it a rhythm thing, or are you guys timing sets?
I like to talk to him about his actual surfing. It can narrow his focus, and one simple thing I told him is just keep your fins gripping through the water. Don't worry about sliding or, you know, obviously doing errors or anything like that. Just stick to the power and power turns, and when he does that, you know, it's usually a pretty good score. So, yeah.
This heat's, this event has been a little different one, as you sort of mentioned. They've been sort of grindy heats for John. He's in a place where, like, normally he's at the top of the tree getting excellent scores on every single wave. So it's a different event for him, this one.
It is, and you know, to be honest, he's had a couple good results this year, but a couple bad ones too. And so it's, you know, no one's immune to it. So it's a good test for him, and everyone can get sensitive to bad results, and John's no different. So this is good for him. You know, it's good time for him to buckle down and focus on the simple things, which is just John doing big turns and sticking to the meat and potatoes, and that's where the money is for him.
Longer term, the motivation's there, obviously, to Final 5 and potentially crack at a world title. I
really like his position for, like, trying to get to lowers. I think he's kind of an underdog, I like that for him. If we can get John in a top 5 or even top 2 and, you know, sit there in the finals and cranking lowers, I think he could surprise the world a little bit. You know, he might even be a little overlooked when it comes to lowers. So I really like that position for John. I think that it gives him something to chew on.
Awesome stuff. Thanks, Ross. We'll let you get back to the heat. Back to you guys.
Love it, Richie. What a great catch-up with Coach Ross Williams. That was a Haleiwa final right there. Richie Lovett getting the win over Ross. Richie did not bring up that final in that chat. Maybe soon enough. No, that was great, though. Ross, a great coach, obviously famous for great movie parts in all the Taylor Steele movies, but he was competitive on the championship tour through the Triple Crown. He finaled at every stop of the Triple Crown, including Pipe, Sunset, Haleiwa, Jeffreys Bay, Brazil, big CT finals, and now one of the great coaches on the championship tour, rolling in after a long wait. Florence needing a 6.67. A cool slingshot. Florence wrap into an absolute hammer on the open face, belting it off the lip again. More room on the tail end, and after sitting for almost 25 minutes, Coach Ross Williams happy that Florence was being tested and got an A+ for patience and performance.
Sticking to the meat and potatoes right there, keeping the fins engaged, and out behind him, this is Arkell, non-priority heat.
Against Medina, his first wave, feeling out that equipment. Brought to you by JS Industries. He's been riding for them for a very long time, but that's just a warm-up wave. Medina's already caught 3 waves already. So already breaking down a 917 on that opener. The highlight, definitely Florence taking advantage of having a 40-minute heat to open up with another crazy carve to start this one off.
Yeah, just slingshot straight off the bottom turn into that wrap, and another one there, a little bit tighter, and it'll lay back there. So setting up for the combo, and another vicious snap there into the lip, and he finishes in the bricks nice and clean. He rides out. That one would have felt good after such a long delay.
Yeah, really well done. He did drop anchor for, like you said, Joe, 25 minutes. But just keeping the fins in the wave, like Ross said, let's not get in the air. Let's stick to those meat and potatoes, and that is right. That is it right there. He just drew that carving maneuver out, that first one out so long. Sort of created this second little section for himself here. This wave face was a little bit steeper. He was able to jam it in the pocket, get that bit of variation. It's exactly what Ross wanted him to do. And looks like that pressure was not getting to him. He wasn't going to fall here. He just looked so sure-footed, really controlled. Bit of pizzazz there, bit of fin release.
It's so amazing. He's able to do that turn, and he sprays himself where he comes so far around in his turns, and he just puts that board on rail so tight that he's in his own arc. It's incredible, and he makes it look so easy. Where he's able to, you know, his eyes are going one way, his board's going the other, and his shoulders. It's such a unique style, and that is the type of surfing that's redefined main break and reinstated it as a World Tour location.
Ryan Callanan on his warm-up wave, just getting started. Smaller one there, remember the non-priority heat, but he will get on the board. He's had some huge numbers here at main break, almost maxing out the scale for his power and control when it was a bit bigger than this. So we'll see how he handles Medina. Just a touch smaller in the size, but still some sets when they do come. Patience paying off for John Florence, and judges still taking their time on the replay. During this lull, Medina will attract their attention here. A little off balance and awkward on the first turn, but he hangs in there for the second effort. So treating this little non-priority segment as a little bit of playtime, just to work out his boards, go right, go left. Even didn't kick out after that wobbly first turn. As we have 7 minutes to go in the priority heat, Kaipo, John's looking incredible with his patience through that long lull.
Yeah, incredible. And, you know, from the water angle out here, Joe, incredible surfing. The first carve, very powerful, just fins flexing in the water. Then that layback hack, fitting all those maneuvers in. We're just seeing, I'm checking my Apple Watch. Looks like we're still waiting for the score for John, but I'm going to tell you right now, that was a sight to behold from the water. And I think we just got the score, Joe, and it went excellent.
That's right, another excellent score, an 8.8 for Florence, 8.33 on his opener. But Ross Williams talking about how this is a great test. He's had some tough heats. We spoke about them before this heat started, how hard it was for him to be in the elimination round, and being really tested there with Otis North coming for him. But this, a much better, and you think about John being the pure surfer that he is. You know, he'd be doing this if there was no such thing as pro surfing. And there's no magazines and photos and contests. He'd be doing this anyway. For him, seeing a wave with quality sections. You can see him just naturally being inspired by what's in front of him to lay down that rail.
Oh, for sure. This morning, the conditions are great. It's one of the best days we've got in the waiting period. It's one of the biggest days, and when the waves show up, it's just, for me, it almost seems easy for John. All he has to do is just stand up, and he's just going to do an amazing job and break down this one of Gabby in the non-priority heat. Got a little bit unstable there for a second, but got straight back up into the lip for a second turn. And he's just staying so active, really giving Ryan something to think about as we see another set starting to roll through the lineup here. But yeah, I've just been so impressed already with what I've seen from John. So I think that takes his total up to 46 excellent waves now at line break.
Exactly. I was just flooding through my scribble notes there. I think you're spot on. 46 entering this contest with 44 in main break. As we look at David Silva, who's been patient as well, hacks it in the pocket, big section there, floats through it, right into a transition off the bottom, super smooth, showing the judges that he has control for as long as he can before getting bucked off. So when John got the 8-8, Silva then needed a 8-9-6 to advance. But it's big one for Silva, because he's trying to keep his spot on tour.
Yeah, great surfing, great answer back, knowing that he needs a massive score, and he did what he needed to do right at that point. So let's dissect this. So he takes off, bottom turns, eyes the lip, and snaps that one with a vicious redirect into the pocket. Another one. So here, down the line, so that one's a speed float. And he finishes here now. He's a little wobbly. Wywash grabs him and he's sort of hanging on and he's claiming it, but he hasn't actually ridden ahead with momentum and flow. That was a key aspect of the criteria this morning. So he may not get awarded for that last turn, but he will for those first two turns in this speed float. Will it be similar to that first wave or somewhere in between? I feel like it's going to go somewhere between that 6.83 and the 8.17.
Just with a question mark on the finish, you're almost feeling maybe it won't get there quite all the way to that 8.96. Yeah, we'll see. These back end turns are beautiful. The timing's great, but needing a big score, almost a 9 really, and with a questionable finish, that's going to be hard to get the judges on your side.
Yeah, it's true. I think that anytime you're left semi-scratching your head, it's just not as convincing. It was so well done. It was really beautiful surfing. It was really well timed. He waited for the right wave. There was size there. I just don't feel like you can leave that sort of question in the judge's mind, especially on that end section. Slight little wobbly finish, but nonetheless, it was great surfing. He needs the highest wave score of today so far, 8.96. So you just got to ask yourself the question, is that the best wave surf today?
And it doesn't feel like it. With the way he surfed his earlier rights, he's absolutely on fire. 8.17, it was so connected, big sections, a lot of speed, a lot of flow. Really impressed with Silva handling this pressure of the cut and also dealing with Florence, the best guy in main break. They've had 3 previous meetings on the CT, and they even had 2 matchups this year, which has put Silva in a top position on the tour. John undefeated against David Silva in those 3 previous matchups, one at Sunset Beach, one at Pipeline to kick off the year in 2024.
And there's that element of connection that I'm seeing with John, holding those rail turns, really engaging the fins and staying on that rail for as long as possible, where Silva's releasing it a little bit more, and obviously it's dramatic, and when you're coming back down with the wave, you're losing a little bit of that momentum. We're being super hypercritical here because he's chasing an 8.96, but if you compare it to John surfing, where he's laying on that rail and elongating that turn and snapping it at the end to get him back into the power source, 2 completely different styles of surfing. Both obviously have gone excellent with the 8.17, Silva, and John twice with the 8.8 and the 8.33. Yeah, you're exactly right, Flick. You have to ask your question, was that the best wave of the day? Taking their time, and so they should, the judges.
Yeah, plenty of time with this lull. Silva holding his breath. He's been through a lot in his career, provided some big moments, big wins through the QS series. Even finaled in Mexico at the CT level, almost took out a big win a couple of years back. Got himself back on the top 34 through a stellar season last year on the Challenger Series, qualifying in the last spot. And then some tough losses in the round of 32. have put him in this tough situation at the cut here at stop number 5. 45 seconds, still no signs of a score. A couple little lines coming through. We'll see if there'll be a final exchange with 40 seconds in the priority heat. John just with 2 rides, both excellent. 8.33 and an 8.8. As he is world number 3, looking for his first win of the season.
So no sets, judges taking their time. None of the surfers know what the requirement is right now, but there's no waves to catch either. So
such a big score. If it's not enough, Silva's off tour. If it is enough, the dream stays alive for a potential shot at staying on tour the entire season.
Well,
taking a while for judges to make their decision, so they might be seeing something in there. Scores are locking in, and 8.53. Not enough, but a huge combined total for a runner-up finish here in the round of 32. Getting a couple of excellent waves in the heat, and Miguel Pupo there to applaud the performance of his good friend David Silva. Unfortunately, he'll be relegated to the Challenger Series, and John moves on to the round of 16.
Whoa, that was really, really close. It was amazing surfing. It went higher than his first wave. Got a lot more damage done, a lot more turns. I mean, he should be proud of that performance, but it's going to sting.
Yeah.
It really is going to sting. But if you're going to go down to anyone, I guess, I mean, John is an amazing opponent to go down to, but it just doesn't take away from the heartbreak. It's just such a tough moment right now for him. I mean, he's put his best foot forward.
And I mean, having 2 excellent scores in your career before Margaret River on the CT level and getting 2 in the same heat against John Florence with the second. Wishing best of luck, best of waves for David Silva as he heads to the Challenger Series. A great athlete, great competitor, and looking for him to be right back on tour next season. Florence engaging here at main break, adding more excellent numbers to his stat sheet here at Margaret River. Back for more of the round of 32 after this. When you come to a beautiful place, sometimes I panic because I want to seize the day and do as much fun activities as I can. The cool part, if you come to discover Western Australia and build your dream itinerary, you can go to westernaustralia.com/itineraries and you can calm down and you can find out some great things to do. I'm lucky enough to be next to a local, Felicity Palmatier, to get great advice from, to get great waves and have a great time. Even on the lay days when it's been small, there's always somewhere to surf and get in the ocean and learn about this beautiful place. So at Dandi Buja, we're so happy to be watching great conditions unfold here in the round of 32. Miguel Pupo under pressure at the cut, getting started against Kanoa Igarashi. Winding up for Gabriel Medina finishing against Ryan Callanan. Pupo just starting against Kanoa Igarashi in this overlapping format. Things already moving very quickly, Flick.
Yeah, things moving quickly, and Gabby really making the most of that first set that came through now that he's up in that priority heat. But to me, it just looked like something was just slightly off. That timing was a little bit off. You could see it when he came out of that first maneuver, sort of lost balance, and then the rest of the wave, the flow just wasn't quite there. Kind of saw it on his wave previous to last as well. As we have a look at Ryan in that priority heat now, on his backhand straight up into the lip, and bringing it through to the inside, looking to get a finish here, but this wave just sort of tapering out, getting pretty small here on the inside, gets a finish.
And then the split there, Kanoa going left, Waxhead.
Yeah, so, yep, we all felt that then. The wind blowing up the face and blowing that board out from under his feet, and a replay of Medina here. So, yeah, a little bit off tilt there, but rides out. And again, a little power carve, a different backside attack, and that finished off there with a nice backhand Rio. But you got Ryan, who's that classic compressed goofy foot surfer where he comes off really hard off the back foot. Medina is very neutral footed, and he's putting up the lip. He often slides, and he's got a lot of variety. He'll shift his feet position a lot, but he's fixed, and he's front foot, back foot, and he's able to have a different attack to the wave to Callanan. So a nice matchup for both of these.
Ryan Callanan from Merriweather Beach in Newcastle going straight up. Cool connection on the backhand for the Australian. Belts it again off the lip, and now sits up the float and just creases the landing. Great performance there from our Cal. 2 big verticals and a great backhand float for his best wave of the matchup so far.
Yeah, that was really well timed. That, in my opinion, in this priority heat right now, that was visually the most impressive wave. Just the timing was there, the pace was there, he had good flow. It was a nice sized wave. Looks like we're about to see a little bit more action right now. There's a couple more lines start rolling through the lineup here. Things are looking really good here this morning. That sun hitting the lineup.
Now seeing Gabriel Medina now in the priority heat, pushing a little bit more on that turn for the slide, and then really punctuating the lip line, throwing some power under the lip, and now celebrating. That was the rhythm he was hoping for. His previous wave of 5.93, but Kaipo, as you're noticing from the water, he's just heating up.
Yeah. So Gabe has that extra punch off the lip that we can see the fins just out the back, and he gives a little bit more like of a heel oomph on there on his top turns. Arkal, really precise with the placement of his turns. So a little bit of a contrast in the 2 goofy footers and their approach. We'll see what the judges prefer more, but I'm going to tell you right now, Gabe Medina is punching the lip out here.
Great perspective, Kaipo, and then Callanan finding the lip a couple of times for his combinations, Flick.
Yeah, I got to echo what Kipes was saying. He's on the money here. Just precision is the word that comes to mind when you think about Arkal. But I've just got to go back to Gabby's wave. He did so well. After that first turn, he went up to the second turn. This wave had a weird rivet through it, had a weird warble, and his timing was perfect. I mean, it was a difficult wave to surf. So in my eyes, I'd say probably Gabby's best wave, and it's going to be interesting to see where the judges go between these 2 different backhand approaches.
It's cool to break them down. You know, Australia versus Brazil, they've had some matchups in the past. This is a great one here in main break because Medina, last year's champ, Ryan's been getting some of the best numbers of his career at this venue with a different type of approach, and even when you pick up their surfboards, they feel completely different, Waxhead.
Yeah, a lot more volume, forward volume in Medina's board right throughout, in wider tails, wider noses, and very thick. Maybe even a little less rocker than that Monster 10 that Ryan's riding, that JS surfboard. The way that he's coming off the bottom, the board looks a little narrower, a lot more conventional in terms of the outline. And Ryan, precision, Medina, unpredictability, and the way that Medina's actually generating speed out of his turns. He pops it through turns, comes down, neutral foot, gets a little bit of air under his feet, and he's able just to extend into his next turn we just had the score just drop.
That's right, Ryan Callanan, 7.67, Medina, 8.73. Still 11:15 on the clock there, as we'll get an opportunity to chat with John Florence on the glass with Stace Galbraith.
Thanks, Joe. John, one of the few times we see you ride such few waves. How does it feel out there waiting in between the sets?
It's funny. The waves are really good when they come, and I was kind of fired up. I thought I was watching all morning. There's a lot of waves coming through, and I've had a couple of really slow heats back to back, and I was like, finally, like there's just waves. I can just go surf, and that's how I like to surf heats. I just like to get surfing, and I just like to surf. So when I'm sitting there for 30 minutes, I'm just like, this is not what I had in mind.
We like to watch you surf, and we're sitting here going, where are the opportunities? Ross said it'd be a good test for you. Are you sick of all these tests?
Yeah, I'm sick of the tests. I just want to go surfing and just get good waves. But yeah, like I said, when the waves came, it was really good, and the face is so clean and nice right now. You can really like time it really good, and so a little more consistency would be good. But
in between all these tough heats, you're sharing obviously this trip with your brother. What's it like sitting next to him when he's showing you all these clips of other waves around the world, and here you are being very tested?
Yeah, Nate's hilarious. He flew here for 2 days and then flew to Tasmania for 2 days and came back before I even started to heat, and we're just still sitting here just like, and he's like sending me all these clips, and I'm like, he's standing in 10-foot barrels. Definitely tests my patience, but it's been fun, and I know that will come in the future at some point.
I guess the answer's there. Your drive to win and compete still strong.
Yes, for sure.
Well done, John.
Cool, thank you.
Great chat, Stace. Always awesome to see John in his happy place when the waves are pumping and he could just go surfing, and definitely tested with a long lull and really proved that he can be patient, quiet the noise inside his head, and stick to a game plan. 2 more excellent scores, up to 46 in his career. The next closest, Jordy Smith with 16, so that's why John's called the best at main break with 2 CT event wins and 1 major one on the QS level, which had a lot of points back then. Looking at 9 minutes on the clock in this all goofy foot matchup, Medina looked like he was in beast mode from the offseason. It looked like he kind of had something to prove when he missed out on the WSL Final 5x1 spot last year, losing the final to Jack Robinson.
Yeah, that was such an exciting finish to the year, and such an incredible performance from Jack. I mean, he had a big task ahead of him. He basically came down to that final, and you just know that Gabby would have wanted to be in that Final 5 conversation, but right now he is looking very good.
Up and riding is Medina, already tagging the first section, but he's up and out. He's never been afraid of a high wave count in a matchup. No wave max these days on tour, so he can keep on swinging. His low score of 5.93. Arcal already needing a 7 with priority, with more waves on the way. So far in the non-priority heats, been pretty quiet. Miguel's just waiting with priority, and just once again is back against the ropes here with the midseason cut upon us. So wild energy this morning here at Margaret River Main Break, Waxhead.
Yeah, it's been great to see these surfers go for it. Been able to talk fins, been able to talk boards, strategy as well. Yes, more waves would be fantastic, but at the same time, that's Mother Nature, and that's why we're here in the West. This is why the spot's on tour, because it is tricky. It does change. There are elements at play here that we can't control. The surfer has to really work their surf IQ, their wave IQ, and they have to reach into different aspects of our surfing experience that the common surfer has to deal with. You know, we're not always going to be able to get those waves in our surf time, an hour or 2 hour period. So I think in many ways it is relatable, because these surfers are not perfect. They are the best in the world, but they're doing the best they can for us to put on this show. And it's been phenomenal seeing Gabby go at it. Ryan, 2 goofy footers putting on a show. That last heat, John and David, that was insane. Natural foot, goofy foot battle, both at their peak surfing performance, and this is what we gather here to see. This is surfing, this is surf culture and surfing competition at its finest.
Beautifully said.
Love it, Waxhead.
It's a passion. We're here to tell stories. This is it. I mean, we're showing, it's facts, figures, of course, but this is surfing, the best in the world, and we're here for it. I'm so stoked to be here with you guys.
God, so happy to be sitting next to you, Waxhead. I love where your head's at. Scoring clean conditions at main break with all the history and just enjoying what's happening in real time. Kanoa chasing a left, throws down a vertical snap there. Bigger section, and that's the kind of section he was hoping for going backhand at main break. So Job well done in the non-priority aspect of his heat against Miguel Pupo.
Love to see another left get surfed every single day. One please for the goofy over here. It makes me happy. But that was really well two-turn combo, really critical. The first one, bit of a carving maneuver, but he could just see that it was about to stand up on that inside. It was all about that second turn there. It was pretty critical. And getting something on the board. I mean, it's been pretty slow start to that non-priority heat, so Kanoa definitely going to drop that bigger number now.
Gabriel Medina in the lead. Just so crazy to talk about a midseason cut for one of the best ever to be on tour. His whole goal when he qualified was actually to achieve 3 world titles. He looked at Mick Fanning as one of his heroes, Tom Curran as well. They all share the same major sponsor. So he saw them as people that he wanted to kind of be in the same legacy with and share 3 world titles. Then he realized he was ready for more, going for a 4th this year, which would then equal the great Mark Richards if he can't accomplish that.
Well, I mean, MR, a name that's gone down in surfing history, but same with Gabby, and this is the replay there of Kanoa. So lines up this inside boil and cuts that one short under lip. So a little bit of drama on the end section there. That'll be came in at a 5.67. So in the scale of that non-priority heat, he's doing well. But that's, I mean, Medina's still got his 5.93. So you're thinking that could be a keeper score by the end of that non-priority heat.
And as he started off, Medina, this whole year, it just looked like he was going to just take over the tour. Kind of looked like it was going to be maybe a new edition of John and Medina coming back as longtime rivals since their rookie season, going blow for blow. And, you know, John started off in the final at Pipe. Medina knocked out early. Same thing happened at Sunset for Medina. He's having these tough results, upset in Portugal, but he started to get on fire post that great run in Puerto Rico to earn a spot in the Olympic Games for Brazil. But he's at points he's been exhausted, trying to pick himself back up to turn in some big performances, but seeing him drift down to close to the cut line is making a lot of Medina fans pretty stressed out in stop number 5.
Yeah, it's unfamiliar territory, and even, you know, prior to this event, I was doing a little bit of homework, doing a little bit of study, and it's so odd to see his name down there. But I don't think it's a reflection of how he's been surfing all year. I've watched plenty of free surfs. Just got to echo what you said, Joe. I mean, he obviously won in Puerto Rico, and he was just looking incredible there. His surfing on his forehand was amazing, and I've seen him in the warm-up surfs here at Main Break, and he's looked incredible. I mean, his opening heat here, was it yesterday, you know, dropping that 8.5. He's looking really good. He's obviously won out here last year, defending champ. And, I mean, you know how hungry he's going to be to want a spot in that final 5. He came so close, 1 spot short, number 6 on the rankings last year, lost to Jack in the final in Tahiti, and Jack ended up getting that last spot. So he's just... I don't think it's a reflection of how he actually is surfing. I just think it's one of those funny little momentum things where, you know, sometimes you have it and sometimes you don't, and maybe this is him starting to click into it here.
17 championship tour wins for Medina, along with those 3 world titles, equaled with Mark Richards and Barton Lynch for single event wins at the championship tour level. If he wins here in Margaret River again, he'll break that tie and start running after Damian Hardman. Duma with 19 CT wins, Andy Irons with 20, Fanning with 22, Tommy Carroll 25, Tom Curran 33, and the GOAT, Kelly Slater, 56 event titles. So Medina's legacy is already clear as one of the all-time greats, but trying to get past the cut is the goal right now, right in front of us, and he's got 2:15 to shut this one down against Arcal. Ryan with priority, still chasing a 7 wax up.
Yeah, it is a precarious 2 minutes. Ryan, that's 7.67. We know what he's capable of, that precision. But Gabby, he's relaxed. 2 minutes to go. Not that he doesn't back Ryan to get the score, but I mean, maybe that's just, I don't know what he was doing there. Just
lounging,
cruising,
having a
taking
hell
a break, going underwater. Staying right behind Ryan Callenden. Callenden's got his whole family here. He's got younger twin sisters and a little baby nephew that's on his first trip over to the West. Little Ted Middlebrook's got a Callenden jersey on.
Cute.
In the pram. It kind of doubles as a blanket, shade when the sun comes out. A little bit too big for him at the moment. He's just about 11 weeks old.
Gabby's just Rancho Relaxo.
Some lines on the way.
Hello.
What is he
he's
looking at?
searching for crayfish.
Huh, maybe he dropped something. There it is. He's back.
Well, he's not nervous. You can say that. A minute to go.
But sometimes, I mean, when you guys free surf too, one way to quiet the noise is go underwater.
This is true. This is true.
Take a deep breath,
Yeah.
even let out a hoot if you need to.
You go underwater here, you can hear a lot of the crayfish getting around. It's quite common knowledge. Searching for crays, maybe he's trying to find some lunch.
Same as lobsters?
Different.
Different, okay.
Crayfish is different to lobsters.
There
Yeah,
we go.
Yep. And if you're lucky enough to be in that athlete zone, we get a gourmet chef come in here around lunchtime, and they are cooking up such a storm, all local produce. Smells amazing, wafts out into the lineup. But yeah, I ate my fair share of crayfish, abalone and steak the other day, and I rolled on home.
Wow. Ryan Callanan checking his Apple Watch now, and he's down to 15 seconds. Surfing incredibly well. Some great boards from JS for this event. A couple little step-ups to match the power of main break. But Medina's able to shut this one down. His keeper's in the priority side of the heat, but that warm-up switched him into gears. Coach Andy King applauding that performance as Gabriel will move into the round of 16. And we lose Ryan Callanan from the draw here in the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. Still a lot of big scores for the surfers that are getting knocked out of this event. And with this overlapping format, it's moving very quickly. Kanoa Igarashi and Miguel Pupo will be the priority heat. And Leo Fioravanti will take on Samuel Pupo in the round of 32, heat number 4. Couple big moments for the Pupo brothers coming up right after this break.
Margaret River is just a special zone. It has a different kind of energy. You feel it as soon as you enter the place. The town's buzzing. The surf, I think, is probably the big draw card.
Margaret River, it's one of the most amazing places in the world, and it's just the most extraordinary place to come.
The southwest of WA, we're living on a dream here. All the vineyards, the surf, the coastal, it's like no other place in the world.
Always a blast to be here in WA for stop number 5 of the year. Margaret River is Australia's most premium wine region, nestled among pristine beaches, ancient caves, tall timber forests. Jewel Cave is really fun to go under the earth and see how incredible it looks. And these guys like the liquid caves that are provided up and down this coastline in WA. Right now at Main Break, Margaret River, that can provide some cylinders, which keeps us by, you know, kind of on our toes. You never know when you're going to see a big draining barrel here at Main Break. But how would you kind of define those barreling moments that we've had at Main Break in competition?
Oh, I mean, every now and then you'll see one on the right as we look to Kanoa.
Already hunting down the line with some speed and a cool framed up searing carve back into the pocket to just slap that inside section shut. What a cool combination of turns from Kanoa Igarashi. Now the priority heat against Miguel Pupo. 2 wins apiece in their one-on-one history in their championship tour career, as we see Leo Fioravanti taking on Samuel Pupo in the non-priority heat. with both Pupo brothers in a very similar situation at stop 5, Waxer.
Yeah, unique situation, overlapping heats. The two brothers wonder if they're going to work together because they both have their careers on the line right now. But Kanoa unleashing into this turn, projecting into that layback. So takes the high line to start, comes down and off the bottom and slingshots into that layback. So a huge arc there for Kanoa and hammers that one shut and rides out cleanly. And that side angle, you see him just draw this line, comes up, oh, just searing carve back into the power source and up again.
Kanoa laying down that rail, cool arc, so polished with his technique. Wraps it again, out in front, now searching for a finish. Throw tail, reverse, complete. Now tracking down the line, a big backhand blow from Miguel Pupo. Smashing it on the open face. There's the arc with a bit of spray moving on the back of that JS, and he'll step off of his opener in a very crucial heat in his career. Had the injury last season, got the wild card for 2024, and puts himself in a tough position here at stop 5, just like his younger brother Samuel, who's taken on Leo Fioravanti. They love each other so much, being brothers, being great supporters, and it's got to be wild to share the water together with so much on the line. This was Kanoa's wave, Flick.
Yeah, Kanoa's impressed me here with these back-to-back waves. I think this is going to be another probably pretty good score. Gets a bit of variety, chucks the fins there at the end. But that was just 2 waves in quick succession. But behind him, Miguel opening up his account here on his backhand. He's basically surfing a 15-minute heat here from now on. Gets the release there on that second turn. Backs it up with a third. Gets the finish here. But, I mean, it's a hard task right now. He's got 14 minutes to make it happen, and he really needs this heat win.
Let's take a moment to chat with 2 Aussies that have watched about 15,000 million heats together. Richie Lovett is with Jake Patterson.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Down here with Jake, coach for Kanoa. You guys had a pretty in-depth conversation before Kanoa paddled out. What was the intel?
Well, Rich, it's really difficult out there with the overlapping heats right now because we saw John in the first heat wait 40 minutes and he only rode 2 waves. So just trying to get some score. That's why we saw him go left a couple of times, just to get something in that heat before the 20 minutes. So hopefully now he's going to throw out the anchor and get one more to lock this heat away.
So with the overlapping heats, priority versus non-priority situation, is there a different strategy, A and B plan?
Oh, it really depends on what happens. You get what I mean? Like, if you don't get any waves, Miguel waited that whole 20 minutes, didn't stand up. So he had priority at the start of that heat. So it's a game of chess with 4 people on it. It's pretty hard.
Interested to dive into Kanoa. The last couple of seasons, the results have been a little inconsistent. Is there anything you guys are working on, and is there anything you can pinpoint as to why the results have been a little off?
Confidence level, that's what I'm working on, Kanoa. I mean, he's one of the best surfers in the world, as he's proven. He's made top 5 before, he's won events. And I think last year and the year before, he was trying to recreate himself and trying to improve some way or another, but he doesn't need to improve, he just needs to focus on being who he is. So that's what I'm trying to do. Let him be him.
Inject some of that competitive mongrel that you've got into him. I like the strategy. Back to you guys in the booth.
Good man, Rich. Always great to hear from Snake as well, a champ of this event, winning events like Pipeline. Won the last second, too, against Bruce Irons back in the late 90s, winning Sunset a couple of times, J-Bay, but he might be in his favorite part of his career now, loving passing on the knowledge to guys like Kanoa and so many others in the past as we look at the last of Miguel Pupo, Flick.
Yeah, he got busy while we were chatting to Jake just then. 2-turn combo. Almost looking a bit loose there on the end of that second one, but they were 2 really well-timed turns, and he's making a fight back because that first wave of Miguel's locked in at a 7.1. This turn here was really critical. Fins free. Comes around here, gets the finish. It's just a 2-turn combo, and he's chasing a 5.57. So what are your thoughts, Waxhead?
Well, it's a heat-by-heat basis, so it's pointless to go back on that heat of silver and for us to do those comparisons. I feel the 710, if it was in that heat with John and David, might have been lower. But given that we've had a long delay, we've got less frequent sets, it'll be a healthy number. Will it exceed that first one? Not sure.
Pupo brothers in a must-win situation to stay on tour, and they're experiencing it both together here at Main Break, Margaret River, the overlapping format. Sammy Pupo against Leo Fioravanti is going to take this wave to get started with that forehand hook. Pushing hard into the guts of the wave. Attacking the lip off the top and out in front for the wrapping cutback. Sammy Pupo literally dances on the bricks. Absolutely radical. And Silva and Ramsey felt the pain of that one. Checks the board, a 5'11", slight step up from JS.
Oh, check the board first before the body.
First, before I look to see if Sammy's okay. You guys all right?
I don't know.
I'm on the edge of my seat. Poor guy.
That looked painful.
You guys both fell out of your chair.
Well, I just know that there's a few urchins getting around on that reef, and he just ran straight onto it.
There's a hook to slide for Igarashi. Trying to find a lip line there. Did well to stay over his board, and just a sneaky little check fade on the open face and blasts it right in front of Pupo.
Wow.
And he has to dive off to save himself from the bricks. Sammy still on that inside shelf. Meanwhile, Fioravanti all alone up and out.
I'm not recovered from that.
No.
Wow,
Shocked.
jumped off his board and tried to run across the bricks.
There was some real aggression in his attack on that wave too. You know, he'd waited a while. He needed to pull the trigger on something, and he surfed the wave fantastic, and it just shows how much this heat means to him, surfing that one all the way through to the inside reef, leaving absolutely nothing to spare. We watch that replay now, so comes off the bottom and nice, cool, calm, collected arc, and he unloads into this, a lot of power, and it ledges up, and it gives him just another little Rio here. He's going to go for a little slash in there, and then here, steps off, and goes face planting into that reef.
Looked like it was ankle jamming. It just looked a bit scary on the Tootsies. I hope he's all right.
How's that turn? I think the judges will eat up that second turn. And he flew out and had a little ledge on it. So the wave actually walled up on the inside, and he got a Rio over the top. And here he's thinking there's probably more water than there actually is. Goes up for this next turn. Jeez, nice, powerful arc back into the pocket there. And here it just goes completely dry.
Nah.
Oh, my gosh. Watching this in the booth with our hands over our head, I don't think I've ever seen anything that dramatic here.
Oh, the boys.
Same thing.
8:40 on the clock. That was radical. Watching the replay of Sammy running across the bricks. Kaipa, what did you see?
Yeah, that was, and I saw a lot of quick surfing by Samuel Pupo in the first place, but then when he dry docked, it was like he hit the pavement there, and it's radical. I mean, he's paddling back out a little bit slow. I saw him checking his feet. Of course, he was checking his board and all the equipment over there, but talk about commitment, Joe. That was commitment.
That was absolute commitment. So much on the line for Sammy Pupo as we watch it again.
I don't want to watch it again. Can we not?
There's actually potholes in that reef as well. So you could do a lot more than just cut yourself. You could really break your ankle, your leg, or any type of damage.
It seems to be okay.
What an effort. What a warrior. Sammy Pupo still paddling back out. So much on the line for his career. He fell off at the cut last year, now still checking his board out as he's back into position in the heat with Leo Fioravanti. Still 27 minutes, 45 seconds in Sammy's heat to kind of see how he's feeling. We'll really know when he takes his next wave.
So we know there's points given for commitment, degree of difficulty, but usually when you finish the wave, that's when the scoring stops. So, yeah, it doesn't usually happen after you finish.
Good point, Wax said. That was total commitment and bravery from Sammy Pupo. Obviously so focused on points, on turning. I remember when he was on the road to qualify for his rookie season, which he accomplished a lot in. When it came to the Haleiwa Challenger, his parents couldn't even watch. It was so emotional. Miguel was able to watch and share the news when he officially made it. Can't imagine what they're going through right now with both of their sons in a tough situation, needing to win to keep their spot on the championship tour.
Yeah, this is a tough moment right now. It's a tough 40 minutes for the parents, for all the support crew, for the Pupo brothers. Miguel was doing a good job. I mean, he fought back. He had that 6.20 on his last wave, but Kanoa obviously jumped back into the lead, 7.1. leaving Miggy chasing that 6.67, 6 minutes on the clock.
Winner of the last heat, Gabriel Medina beat Ryan Callanan. Gabriel's with Stace.
Gabriel, you're the master of the overlapping conditions.
Yeah, I like overlapping. Today is really slow out there, but I'm happy with the win, and hopefully I can surf more in the next round. Hopefully the waves comes, and it's gonna be a good one, me and John, and yeah, I'm excited.
You mentioned it took you a few years on tour to connect with this wave. What do you think you've figured out about it?
I think the reading of the wave, you know, you gotta read really well, and yeah, just spending time out there, you know, and figuring out where you can get better and feel tricky spots in the wave and then where you see it too. So yeah, it's been years coming here, and I feel like I improved myself here, so it feels good, you know. I feel like I want to surf more and spend more time there, so it's a good spot to be.
John's had some really slow heats, which is unique for him. You've had a lot of opportunities so far, but you've still got some more to give. How do you feel going into that next one?
Yeah, I think just hopefully for waves, yeah. I love heats with waves, and hopefully we can put the best for everyone to watch, and yeah, it's going to be fun.
And word back home in Portuguese?
Obrigado a todos pela torcida, eu sei que tá tarde, então obrigado pelo carinho. E é isso, então continuamos na batalha e vamos para cima. Valeu.
Thanks, Gabriel.
Thank you, Stace. Gabriel Medina staying calm about the matchup with John, but we can go crazy about it into the round of 16. Igarashi up and out. Those are the matchups that you dream of. Rivals going head-to-head. Two guys that motivate each other so much on the tour. We'll have a matchup at main break. This time Medina, the defending event champ, as we've got an important turn out of the way for Miguel Pupo. Stalling to find the pocket, crushes it there. Deeper off the bottom and throws down a beautiful backhand snap. All finesse and flow from Miguel. And he celebrates that one. A lot of passion, a lot of fire from the longtime veteran, chasing a 6.67 to go for the lead against Kanoa Igarashi.
That was really, really well done. I loved what I saw there. 6.67. I think it's going to be a good score. It was really well timed. He had great pace. He really identified that, hang on a sec, on this second section here, I'm going to slow it down. I'm going to sort of fade this bottom turn. Everything was well timed. It made me sit up a little bit straighter in my chair because what did you make of it?
Yeah, well, keeping in mind it's not the amount of manoeuvres, it's the quality, but there is some moments of quality here. Banking that one off, vertical re-entry there, and comes around the section there for another throw of spray and a nice little arc in there. But in there, went a little sleepy towards the end. There was moments, I mean, but that second and third turn were very quality. So he sent that one up, pretty vertical, and tilts it over there. And here he's on the heels, eyeing off this next section. He knows he's got to go big. And this one, much more vertical in the pocket. So the judges will eat that one up. That was super critical, carrying a lot of speed, riding out of that one with flow and control. And he wasn't finished yet. So yeah, that one's a fantastic score. Now we slow-mo that down. I think that'll be the score.
Just incredible backhand surfing. There's the judges' reaction. Miguel Pupo, excellent. 8.17. The excellent range on the judges' scale has been absolutely hammered this event. And well-deserved. It speaks to the conditions. It speaks to the form of the tour. 8.17 and a lead change when he needs it the most. 2:30 on the clock. Kanoa Igarashi with priority now needs an 8.17. But still some hope for Miguel to make the midseason cut.
That was so clutch. Just making it happen when you needed it the most. And you could just see when he took off, he looked really controlled. He looked poised. There's no, for me, I can't see nerves. It just was really well controlled. There was beautiful pace to it. Looks like he's got a good connection right now going on with this ride. Sure. And I think the conditions, just to echo what you were saying, Joe, I mean, we're seeing a lot of excellent numbers start to drop now. And you can see it on the screen. The wind is dropping off. It's backing off. It's just going to keep getting better and better for the next couple of hours. We're about to see some excellent surfing go down.
Exciting times here in the round of 32. Medina getting through, taking on John in the round of 16, goes to 6-1 in one-on-one heats over Ryan Callanan, moves up to number 15 on the live rankings. 22's the cutoff. And Pupo and Sammy in a must-win situation. Pupo, the Samuel version, 617 on that opener where he ran across the bricks. Still waiting to see how he's feeling on his next opportunity. Going back in Margaret River history in 2003, Joel Reading ran across the bricks, broke his ankle, doing a similar type of thing, running across the bricks in the heat of competition. It's, you know, in free surfs, you're kicking out. You're not really worried about it. When there's points and event titles on the line, you'll do some things that maybe you're not even expecting.
And the waves do change. We saw Samuel get 4 turns, end up stepping on the reef. Miggy did 5, and he pulled off with control, so it missed the reef, a bigger wave, and it went wide of the reef, and here he goes.
Miguel Pupo with 48 seconds. Moving quickly through his points on his backhand. Big vertical connection there for the veteran. And he fades out. Looking to better a 7.10. One of the smoothest backhand attacks on tour. Can do so many different things where variety can be hard on your backhand. One of my favorite moves that Miguel has is actually going upside down with kind of backside floaters, inverted, for a transition move that is so difficult. That last score is a throwaway. We're down to 9 seconds on the clock. Kanoa with priority. We see this little lump here, but it's not going to help out Kanoa Igarashi. Great win for Miguel Pupo to keep his hopes alive of making the cut. He'll move into the round of 16. And we'll keep you posted on the live rankings and more scenarios to come. The pressure will then switch to his younger brother, Samuel Pupo, who's in a must-win situation against Leonardo Fioravanti. And the heats are just coming at us rapid fire. The GOAT, Kelly Slater, is going to be preparing for Griffin Colapinto. Griffin, #1 in the world, taking on the GOAT here at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. We'll bring in Ronnie Blakey and Richie Lovett for the call right after this Bonsoy brew break.
The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Healthway, strategic partner of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. By Eventbrite, proud sponsor of women's surfing on the WSL Championship Tour. By Epic Safety, official eyewear partner of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. And by WeatherGuard, official portable storage of WSL Australia.
Welcome back to the show. What a day it is. Beautiful conditions here at Surfers Point for the Western Australia Margaret River Pro as we get stuck into a round of 32. Ronnie Blakey with Richie Lovett. How good is this, Rich? Big heats unfolding at the moment.
Yeah, it's been an incredible morning of surfing. It's only going to get better. Conditions are improving as well. The wind's just backing down a little bit. And yeah, well, we've got a full day of action ahead of us.
Looking forward to watching, obviously, heat number 4 play out. We've got Sammy Pupo leading Leonardo Fioravanti at the moment, but joining them in the lineup, the current world #1, Griffin Colapinto, up against Kelly Slater. What a heat this is. And can't wait to watch it unfold. Interesting note, Kelly Howe already had 5 world titles before Griffin Colapinto was born. Here they are competing against one another in this round of 32 heat.
Well, I wonder who will be competing against Kelly's son, who's potentially on the tour now. Maybe Griff or someone, or Crosby Colapinto.
Maybe. It's going to be a fun heat to watch unfold, though. Griffin in just rare form. Really competing beautifully at the moment. Kelly just coming off a great performance in the elimination round earlier today. Those two will get their opportunities to get busy with that ultimate priority with the dual heat format unfolding here at the moment. But Samuel Pupo, Sammy got off to a pretty good start here, Rich, and he's on a big mission to climb those rankings.
Yeah, we were just chatting to some of the other competitors in the area, and they were just saying how well Sammy's surfing at the moment, and you know, they were going, he's a top 5 competitor right now. The way his performances have been laying down the last couple of events, and obviously clicked into gear under pressure. So he might have to apply that to all his heats going forward, because it seems to add a little bit of spark to his repertoire.
Bit of movement on the outside here. Griffin Colapinto has a brief look at that one, doesn't get into it. Loving this matchup, Kaipo. Big test for Griffin, and Slater a massive opportunity to overcome the current world #1.
Yeah, battle for the ages, right, Ron, between Griffin Colapinto and Kelly Slater, and we'll see the contrast between those two already really kind of toying with each other out in the lineup with those waves coming through. And then back to Samuel Pupo in the priority heat. He saw older brother turn the heat in the last couple of minutes, so the Pupo's hungry right now, motivated. We saw Miggy do it. Can Samuel do it right now in the priority heat? We're going to find out.
Yeah, we're seeing that charge from some of those lower seeds below the cut line. Miggy Pupo surviving a big matchup with Kanoa Igarashi in that last exchange. He'll be elated. Obviously, a lot of time on the road. He's got his 3 daughters back home, his wife Bruno. They'd be watching on. They'd be really thrilled with that performance. It was a huge one, and now they'd be turning their attention to the heat that's unfolding in the lineup here. But Sammy Pupo had some great moments down at Bells Rich. He's surfing so fast. He looks switched on.
Yeah, he's looking really good, and well, he's riding the Forget Me Not 3 from JS Industries. 5'11", step up from his regular 5'9". Looking spicy under his feet. I did have a look at, again, solid fiberglass fins in his board as well. Seems to be the order of the day for most of our competitors. He's out in front at the moment. He's got a good score on the board, 6.17. He'll be feeling good about that one, and also trying to really vibe that energy from his brother's win.
Yeah, he's an interesting case study. Sammy Pupo, rookie year, blew our minds with his performance at Pipe. He barely surfed the place. He went out there and just threw himself over the ledge. He had a really good run through the opening part of the season. Last couple of years, he struggled in these opening stages of the championship tour. Incredible recovery on the Challenger Series, though, last year.
Yeah, came back in a big way, bounced back and got the win up at Snapper Rocks.
And then again in Brazil.
And then again in Brazil. So, yeah, there is this sort of something happens to you as a competitor, and I did it a couple of times too. You come off the championship tour back to the qualifying series. At that point, there was no Challenger Series, and you seem to have this confidence when you drop down a tour. You feel like you can just dominate all these guys who are trying to come up. Obviously, he needs to bring that confidence from the Challenger Series mentality to the championship tour, and you can sort of see shades of it in the last couple of events for sure.
There's a lot to process for the competitors at this stop. Obviously, for those above the cut line, you know, this is the halfway point in the season, and if you're well positioned there, you want to start making your charge towards that final 5 conversation. Then, of course, if you're on the other side of the bubble, you just want to turn your year around. You want to secure a place in the back half of the season. The schedule's unbelievable. Moving on from here too, you want to be part of that, part of the fun, and guarantee your place on the tour for next year as well.
Absolutely. And of course, with Fiji, Cloud Break back on the schedule, that's a big one. That's a huge draw card for all the competitors wanting to have a crack at that event. One of the premier surf locations in the world.
Bit more of your kind of typical
main break conditions today, Rich.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a bit more predictable for the competitors. They're getting nice, clean wall to work with. We've seen some unbelievable turns laid down. And I think that will continue until probably that wind kicks up a little later on. But at the moment, surfers, there's complete freedom on the rail. We've seen very aggressive approaches and some real power output.
Yeah, I don't think at this level of competition and this part of the draw, you're going to see a lot of competitors really holding back, especially with so much at stake. But yes, you're right, it's champagne hour right now, and that is when that offshore wind tends to lay down, and this is the hour or two before the wind starts to shift, and you can feel it happening right at this moment. And that's where, I don't know, when you've got that offshore wind, it does tend to hold the board a little bit up higher on the face. You need to sort of overpower your board and keep that control, but when the wind lays down, you can really open up, attack the lip a bit more ferociously. Quiet one for the start of this priority rotation here between these two heats. These sleepy moments, sorry, between sets.
Leonardo Fioravanti, you know, he's had tough years on the CT, grinding away to maintain his position, but last year a really positive finish for him, stepping up toward the top end of the rankings. And then this year well positioned as well, currently sitting in 13th spot. So it feels like he's just starting to settle into his place as a championship tour campaigner. Sammy Pupo not quite there yet. Thinking about Kelly Slater and Griffin Colapinto. Two extremely well-rounded surfers, great in big waves, both very progressive. You know, Kelly has just been unbelievable with what he's achieved in the CT jersey, but what he's contributed to the evolution of performance surfing over the years with the invention of new maneuvers, with his performances in big wave events, with his absolute foot to the floor when it comes to just changing the game in the barrel riding department at Waves of Consequence.
Yeah, absolutely. In places like Cloudbreak and Tahiti, Jiaopu, and obviously Pipeline, where he just put in so much work from a young age. He identified that is where he needed to do the work. Pretty much parked himself at Pipeline for, you know, about 2 to 3 months out of the year to try and really get to know those sort of waves of consequence over reef breaks. You know, coming from Florida, it's not a natural thing. It's like you normally delivered small little beach break waves with not much power.
Movement on the outside here. Leonardo Fioravanti uses his priority to lock into the best wave he's had a shot at so far. A couple of big hits to get started on this one. It's shaping up nicely for the Italian. That's good stuff from him. The 26-year-old who, you know, just feels like a veteran on this tour. Just we've been watching him surf for so long. Basically was free surfing around events as a micro grommet. Plants a good number on the board here.
Yeah, well composed wave here. Jams that first turn. Completely gaffs it. The second one nice and smooth, great slice, and then a tap off the closeout section to finish up. Let's check the water angle. You can see just really aggressive on the first turn, a cleaner slice for the second, so variety, tick, and then a third maneuver, which again was a little bit different. So keeping the judges interested in what's going on here. You can see here just stabbing the tail of that board, really throwing on the brakes and then accelerating again. Clean slice. And as this wave starts to close out, picks his moment there.
On the outside, live action, he's up again. So quickly getting back into a position. The chase down a backup score. That one doesn't work out for him though. He goes down, and behind him, standing up on the peak. Here goes Kelly Slater up into that first section. Throws his board into a spin, but loses contact with the equipment and goes down. Let's check in with the winner of the last heat. Stace in the Red Bull Athlete Zone with Miguel Pupo.
Thanks, Ron. Miggy, important heat to make.
Yeah, definitely. It was a nervous one, and luckily I had a good run this morning. I didn't win my heat, but I felt good, so that kind of set me up for the second one. And I knew against Kanoa I could not make mistakes, so I went for just 2 or 3 waves, and that was enough.
And obviously focusing on yourself, but it's an interesting position here watching your brother fight for this heat as well.
Yeah, if my brother makes it, we're going to face each other in the next round. But yeah, it's not finished yet. He's in a good position with priority. I hope he makes a wave, and hopefully we have a good battle in the next one, yeah.
Thanks for your time, Miggy. I'll let you watch this heat. Thanks, Ron.
Thank you, Stace, and congratulations there to Miguel. Surfing well, good numbers for him out there in the lineup at the moment. We've just seen a bit of a situation change in heat number 4. Leonardo Fioravanti jumping up into the lead, a 7-point ride for him. Still hanging on to a shocking number as well, a 0.87, as is Samuel Pupo. So this next exchange, Sammy Pupo is going to have to win it, and win it big. Leo on the outside, taking off once again. Nice big carve to get started again, goes to the rail, just slicing through the face of this wave. It's got a tapered wall, so it hasn't had a big high impact section on it just yet, but he chips away at it, knowing that you know, he just wants to dish up a bit of a backup score to make life a bit harder for Sammy Pupo.
Yeah, this is that direction change in the swell, a little bit more round to the south, which means these walls on the right-handers, they sort of taper off a little bit more. Wave choice becoming really crucial in these heats now. There's been some big lefts standing up, but they're fading out quite quickly, so most of the competitors are opting to stick with this right-hander. What that southerly direction does is create this angle. Here goes Kelly.
Slater looking to get things going in the first half of his exchange with Griffin Colapinto, taking off on a small insider. And doesn't extract any points out of that one. It'll be another throwaway score for the King.
Just having a look at the replay here. Leonardo Fioravanti, he's been everywhere on all the good waves at the moment. A nice elongated carve to start off, and again a little wrapping cutback. This wave had a different pace to it, where he was sort of always cutting back into the source, into the whitewash, as opposed to those waves where you're sort of gunning down the line and coming from behind the section. Leo was always carving back into the foam.
Looking at the head-to-head history between Leonardo Fioravanti and Samuel Pupo, it's 1 win apiece. Leo getting the jump on Sammy at Sunset last year in this same round, but their last heat was actually at Bells Beach, last stop, and Sammy got the jump on Leo there in the round of 32. So even in the head-to-head stats, and when you look at Griffin Colapinto and Kelly Slater, just one previous heat before this, and it was Griffin getting the jump on Kelly in Portugal, around a 16 back in 2022.
Yeah, interesting matchups there, and we're just looking deeper into the heat against Leo and Sammy. Leo's top scoring ride almost a point higher than Sammy's top scoring wave, so there's an advantage there. So already Sammy's in his mind going, okay, this next wave needs to be up in that 7-point range at least.
Yeah, to maintain that pace.
Yeah, you've got to stick with your competitor in these situations.
4.5 for Leonardo on that last wave, Kaipo, and just playing it smart at the moment, just wanted to keep his nose in front.
Well, I feel like we talked about that at the beginning of this round with this overlapping heat format, in how important the priority section of your heat is. And Leonardo, very patient, you know, basically sitting out the non-priority part of the heat, striking in the priority part of the heat, and now Leonardo in the lead with just 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Here, buddy, here comes the set. This could be a game changer, Ronnie.
Oh, let's see who's in position for it. Well, no one. Must have a very tapered wall on it. It really peaked up that wave. Didn't do much, so no one having a look at it. You know, thinking about Leonardo too, and just his rise to 9th position on the rankings last year. You know, you've got to think that he was held back a lot by the injuries that he suffered over the years, and it's good to see him at full health, but that hasn't been achieved without a really dedicated rehabilitation to those injuries, and also just a commitment to his training. He trains the house down.
Yeah, he's a workhorse, this guy, no doubt about it. So committed to fitness, you know, health. The board design's always working on how he can get an edge and improve, like most of the surfers as well. Obviously, big moment here for Sammy Pupo. Under 2 minutes to go. He needs to make a good decision here and pick the right wave.
Trying to save his spot on the CT. Semi Pupo is up. We're not sure how many shots he's going to get at it, so he's going to give it his all. Beautiful layback jam to start. Out on the open face, whips the carve into the bowl and climbs that final section for a clean floating re-entry. He puts his hands up and says thank you and please make it the number. He only needs a 5.34. It should be sweet.
Yeah, I feel like he got that number for sure. You'd have to think it's definitely better than a 5. Here we go, Kelly, live action.
Well, Slater has been just chipping away at these insiders as his heat's been without priority, and finally he makes one of those rotations stick. Kind of a casual stance that he took through the spin too. Bolt upright.
Yeah, he was quite tall, standing tall through that air, which is not the normal stance.
Well, Semi Pupo really delivered under pressure here, Rich.
Yeah, he sure did. You can see he just backed off a little bit, wanted to get the turns done. A great layback hack to start, a beautiful carve to back that up in that transition. Super smooth to get to that final hit. And now the arms and the little, you know, plea to the judges. Show me that score. I
think you were saying thank you for the opportunity. Yeah. I don't think he was appealing to the judges. I think he's pretty comfortable with what he got done on that ride. Wasn't one of the biggest sets, but
no,
he
smart surfing. Smart surfing at that point in the heat. He knew that was going to be his last roll of the dice.
We're waiting on the scores to come through. Of course, the judges will be making some comparisons. But just thinking about Leo's 4.5 and the fact that Sammy needs less than a point to get the jump on Leo, who didn't get another opportunity to answer back. You're thinking, well, his first turn was strong. He had amazing flow and speed. And there is the number. It's a 6.6.
Wow.
And he has fought his way through that heat in the dying stages when the pressure was on.
Well, he took off on that wave right as the onshore wind line hit the takeoff zone. And he delivered 3 powerful turns, committed, he showed variety. Geez, he's been surfing so well in these last 2 events, and you know, he's surfing for his career right now. Good stuff.
Yeah, Leo too, you know, there was a slow period in that heat. I think he, without priority, had to have a shot at that 4.5, but it wouldn't have mattered. It was a 1-set wave that Sammy capitalised on.
Yep.
And yeah, that's just an unfortunate situation there for the Italian. But you've got to give props to this young Brazilian fighting so hard. And after a big result here to climb those rankings and get himself a spot on the championship tour for the back half of this year and also into 2025. We're going to take a quick break. We'll introduce another big clash when we return.
Margaret River is a beautiful part of the world. It really feels like you're out amongst it when you're here. The wineries are great, the food's really good. I like to golf. And the coastline's amazing. There's so many headlands here. It would be a great place to have a helicopter. You could just go check all the spots each day. Here you feel like you have some space to breathe. Just a beautiful place to be, and we look forward to coming back here every year.
And Kelly Slater is out there at the moment, and he currently holds the lead, but it's a narrow lead that he's hanging on to at this stage of the game. He's got priority though, as we introduce yet another big clash here. 2 of the heavy hitters on the CT. The big boys, Ramsey Bookham, the Moroccan out there in the blue. And Matt McGilvray, the South African, will be in the white already. Surfed earlier today, Matty, and got himself a strong performance in the elimination round. Definitely well suited to this location. But Rich, Kelly Slater, busy in the opening stages, but not really able to put up the kind of numbers that would shake up Griffin Colapinto.
No, but that's what you have to do, you know, with these priority heats. You know, if you're in the non-priority heat, you just stay busy. You ride waves, you look for opportunities under the priority heat, and if it eventuates, great. If it doesn't, well, you've still got 20 minutes to really focus in and get some of the better sets. But just like that run, look at this. Conditions changed. It's a different looking lineup. All of a sudden, this air wind on the right has come into play. You'd have to think that Griffin Colapinto is starting to rub his hands together, thinking that's how I'm going to get a bit of an edge on Kelly.
Here's that texture on the surface. We'll see how Colapinto deals with it. Just his second ride here, swooping through that carve. Just really busy. Wow, make something of that inside section with a nice grinding power carve to release. On the outside, Ramsey gets started. Already has a 4.67 on the board. But Colapinto is going to respond to Kelly's opening rides and probably better his numbers.
Yep, just
with
in
that
one
wave.
hit. Yeah, absolutely. Good start for Griffin. Let's have a look here at the replay of Ramsey's wave here. The big, strong, goofy footer. Wow, powerful turn on the backhand. Really tight pocket surfing there. Gets right high, right up high on the lip there. Brings it all the way through. Unfortunately, this wave goes a little tired, a little sleepy on the inside. Doesn't quite get to that finish, but a strong opening turn. And this was Griff. So you can see all this texture here. Griff going through it. So a little projection floater down the line. Nice clean snap. And again up and over the roof. And I love this little sort of check turn through the inside there. Really fast direction change.
Yeah, you knew he gave it some. Got the hair shaking. Griffin Colapinto with a number on the way. Slater on the outside. 4.5 for Griffin. It was a smaller wave and he did a lot of pocket work, but we know that there's bigger numbers in these two surfers. As we see, Ramsey now just seeking out opportunities on the inside without priority. Great backhand, unbelievable, refined on the right-hand point breaks of Morocco. He's a big unit. A lot of hype around the size of Cole Houshman. But there's three big goofy footers on the tour. Connor O'Leary, Ramsey and Cole. They're like triplets.
Yeah, three-pack of big goofy foot studs.
Look at this guy. He is relieved to survive the round of 32. Samuel Pupo there. Get a high five from Pinger. You can tell Sammy doesn't have his party hat on just yet. He knows he's got some work to do. So looks focused, looks composed, and we'll see how he fares in that next round. It's going to be an exciting heat.
Yeah, he's playing a long game, that's for sure, and he needs to. Every heat is a step closer to just working on that itinerary for the rest of the year. Whether you're heading up to the Gold Coast to the Challenger Series or looking further afield, perhaps going home for a little break before the next Championship Tour event. It's all up in the air at the moment.
12.5 minutes to go here. Slater, we've been talking about, you know, his magnetic qualities. Rich, he kind of pulls the attention of this crowd. He pulls the attention of the other competitors in the contest area. But Griffin's kind of captured a bit of that magic recently too. He's gone from Grom to Guru. He's just entered this Zen state and just really seems to be in a confident mindset.
He looks comfortable. When you see him around the competitors area, he looks super comfortable and happy. In his heats, he never looks like he's sort of pressed and getting frazzled by the situation. Even when he surfs on a wave, he never looks like he's pressured. It's just all flowing and connected beautifully, and yeah, you know, that could probably be a concern for Kelly right now.
On the outside, Slater has a look at it, doesn't take it. Griffin, he'll swing into it.
Oh.
Nice big hack off the top to get started. This wave already starting to flatten out. But with that wind puffing, Griffin will take a chance on this thing ramping up on the inside. Whipping back into the bowl a couple of times before this thing fades away. Strong opening move though.
I think that's pretty smart surfing there. In terms of the heat story, just getting a couple of numbers on the board here. Perhaps putting that pressure on Kelly now.
Kaipo, just capitalising on the apex of the peak where all that major energy is can really work in your favour, and Griffin did it beautifully there.
Hey, we're on the power back out with Griffin Colapinto. A little update over here. Wind, you know, that Champagne hour was about Champagne 50 minutes. The wind has changed. A little bit of a challenge, but not for Colapinto. Griffin needing just a 1.67. A smart competitor. Turning on that one. I think he got the number. I think he's turning the heat right now. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree with you. Definitely, you know, dug into that first section, even though the wave tapered off pretty quickly, Rich. It was a quality turn on a bumpy face.
Well, there was nothing else on offer, and Griffin just went, okay, here's an opportunity to build my score line, to build pressure. Time's ticking down. There's only 10 minutes left, just like that. You know, we're in the final 10 minutes of this heat with Kelly Slater and Griffin. Not a high-scoring heat. So, you know, Griff just identifying it, thinking this could be a scrappy one. I'll get a couple of average numbers. That might do the job.
Magic run that he's on. A win in Portugal. Went down to Bells Beach, nabbed a second place finish to Cole there. And in the opening round, just looks super strong. Here he goes again. Keep him busy. Nice little kick on the tail. Gets the tail free above the lip. Again, just pinpoint timing here. His number from that previous ride still dropping at the moment. 4.7 for the previous ride. So now he's building on his heat total, but Slater's still well within reach here with a single ride. Kelly's been patient out the back, very selective.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he needs to be. If he wants to beat Griff, you know, if he goes head-to-head with Griff on these smaller inside waves in this wind, I think, you know, we'd all agree that Griffin's kind of make rate in the air and doing these progressive moves is probably a little higher than Kelly's at the moment. So Griff taking this inside runner. Just a beautiful gaffing turn to start things off. Gets a little wrap on the inside. Finishes it up here with a little tap on the inside. So look, nothing spectacular. I think you'd agree it's still a reserve style of surfing for Griffin.
That was the previous
one. And here's his last wave. I actually thought he was going to take to the air on this second manoeuvre here, but just opts for the floater closeout turn.
Yeah, it's a fine line, isn't it? A measured approach versus like I just think on an average wave where you're probably looking at a mid-range score again. Better off just digging in, aren't you?
Yeah,
taking flight.
Yeah, I thought for sure that he would have, you know, taken to the air there.
Maybe he didn't feel like he had the speed.
Perhaps turning that 4, you know, that 4.7, if he did a big rotator, you know, could have converted that into a 6.5 or even a 7 if it was really big air.
Still surfed with a lot of punch and power, so it's likely going to be his best score still.
Yeah, well, there it is. Just dropped in, 6.17. So, well, he's building pressure.
And he's been doing this on his run through these last couple of contests now, just a little more measured. Even though he's got the arsenal, he doesn't reveal all in the early stages of these heats. So keeping that board in the water at this stage, Griffin, and it's working out for him. Slater needs a 7.2 at this point in time.
Yeah, it's sort of as a competitor, you're sitting out there and you're not quite in that space until you've got sort of at least pocket 5 or pocket 6s where you go, okay, now I'm really going to stretch the score line. I'm going to explore above the lip and really go for it.
Stace, post-heat interviews at this event can be a little difficult sometimes, but when you're talking to someone who's looking to save their spot and they perform the way that Sammy did on that last wave, it's got to be a joy.
It is, Ron, absolutely. To see Sammy at this stage in your young career make a decision like that, you must be so proud of yourself.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good decision. It's just hard to tell, you know, it could have gone his way too. It's just the ocean, you know, you never know if the wave is going to come or not, but I didn't see a good score in all the waves that came through before mine, and just trying to keep calm and really
pay attention to the wave quality, and that wave came, and I was like, this is the one. I see a 5 in this, so I just went, and I feel like the hardest part was just surf with a big cut that I have under my feet.
Tell us about that. You went sprinting across those rocks. Are you okay?
It hurts a lot. I still have to go check with the medics, but should be fine. I got a 6.6 with a cut on my foot, so I guess I can keep going. But it was a crazy. It was a smaller wave, so I thought my wave would end up before the rocks. So I was just so confident that I was nowhere near the rocks. So when I finished that, there was nowhere to go besides just run, I guess.
It'd be remiss of me not to ask, you will match up against your brother in the next heat. Oh, your poor mum and dad.
Yeah, it's a hard one. We're both in the same positions in the rankings. We both wish we were better, but it just ends up being like this. And happy to have another heat with him. We've had a couple already, and I guess it's a blessing to, having both brothers on tour. It's not very usual, so I guess my mom and dad should be really proud of their job.
Absolutely, they should. Bit of action in the water. Ron, I'll throw it back to you.
Thank you, Stace. Yeah, it's going to be an exceptional show when we watch it go down, and no doubt the whole family will be tuned in to watch that one unfold. We saw Slater during the interview get himself a ride there, but he went down on the opening section, and Griffin, he's just been building on his numbers with every ride so far. This wave a little trickier to read as he just kicks out at the shallow inside section. But yeah, Kelly waited a long time for that wave, Rich.
Yeah, Kelly waited an awfully long time and unfortunately did not convert. You could just see the timing, the rhythm of that manoeuvre was just a little bit off for Kelly. And he goes down, and with only 4 minutes on the clock, 4 minutes 40 on the clock, he's going to be in a difficult situation here.
He sure is. Let's have a look at the replay. What went wrong here?
So Kelly just draws off the bottom here. I think perhaps just went a little bit vertical. I would have liked to have seen him go out on the open face just a little bit more, perhaps connect with a cleaner part of the wave. Griffin behind him, sort of a turn like that is probably a better option. Griffin staying out in front of it, especially with all this chop now. That whitewash behind you is extremely treacherous. Ramsey up on a rare left-hander. This thing's starting to cup out. Oh, beautiful carve. So much power and energy in that one. Does he navigate through this little section here over the surgeon's table? Yes, he does.
Oh, he just hacked that thing open. That was so beautifully drawn out, wasn't it?
Oh, my gosh. He filleted that wave so well.
Really nice stuff on the left from Ramsey. Expect a good score for that. And that was a real nice mix-up too with that finishing turn, busting the tail out. But with 3.5 minutes remaining for Kelly Slater to turn things around here, we've got to focus on Kelly. Needs a massive result, Rich.
Yeah, this is a big moment for Kelly Slater. He really needs to get out of this heat if he wants any chance of staying with the tour for 2024. He's going to be up against it now because an 8.4, an 8.2 is what Kelly needs to advance.
It's amazing to have these conversations because we've all wondered what Kelly's moves are going to be through his career, amazing career that it's been, but you can't help but kind of have a guess about where he's going to pop up or what he's going to chase down. But here he is at Margaret River. He's below the cut line. We know he needs a massive result to stay on the CT. We don't know what his plans are going to be moving forward. So, with 2.5 minutes to go, you've got to start considering that this might be the last time we see him as a full-time campaigner in a championship tour heat.
Yeah, it's a special moment for sure. And I'm getting goosebumps again just thinking about it. We would need another 20 minutes to go through all the accolades that he's achieved over the last 20, 30 years. But look at him right here with a smile on his face, obviously enjoying the moment here with Griffin Colapinto. And final 2 minutes of this heat, he's still in it. He has priority, an 8.2.
Just a legacy that's written in stone. nothing can change it. And I've loved recently in interviews that Kelly's kind of gone on the record and said, I don't think I'm tainting my legacy by competing. If anything, he's adding to it at his age. You know, a couple of years ago, he won pipe in one of the most thrilling events that we've ever seen. I think it was my most favourite final day I've probably ever watched. I wasn't even there. It was an amazing run and an emotional victory for Kelly. And he just continues to push the boundary and break through ceilings and create new records every time he puts that jersey on. It's been an amazing career to watch unfold.
Yeah, it's inspirational for all surfers around the world to watch Kelly at 52, still competing at an active level, still very involved with the sport, whether it be in competition or in business. You know, he just loves it. There's an energy around him that is infectious. There's an energy around him as a spectator. You're drawn into it. And we're all extremely lucky to have experienced Kelly in competition over the years. And this will not be the end of it. You have to assume that there will be a wild card somewhere down the line.
We don't know for sure, but you'd assume so. But Kelly, you know, he loves his time here in Western Australia. The fans absolutely relish the opportunity to see him run down the steps here, the famous stairs, with that jersey on. But it doesn't look like he's going to get the opportunity to turn this heat around. Chasing an 8.2, the 11-time world champion, and they're going to hug it out.
There's a moment of surrender there from Kelly. He knows, just with no sets coming through, that he will not get the opportunity, so somewhat robbed of the chance.
Completely robbed. But Kelly's, you know, the remarkable thing about Slater, Rich, is that he even says, you know, he's not as dedicated to the tour as he needs to be to win heats at different stages of the year, especially I think when the conditions get a little marginal. However, when he puts that jersey on, something clicks in his head and he's ultra competitive. Even after his opening round heats, he was dissecting what his competitors had done. He has a view of this sport like no other, and it's taken him to an incredible 56 victories, 11 world titles. You know, there's not an event on the old schedule that he hadn't dominated. One of the trickiest events, believe it or not, has been Margaret River for him. He hasn't had a victory here. And
funnily enough, too, he's had some incredible highlight moments here, though. He's had 10-point rides. You know, he's had incredible performances out here. And yeah, but like you said, he does love coming back here, and it's a special place for him. He is a competitive maniac. He'll probably go home and get on the heat analyzer and dissect this heat. He watches every heat. He's the last to leave the competition every single day because he's that engaged and that involved. And I feel like he's almost taken on somewhat of a mentor role competitively and trying to inspire everyone who's still on the tour, and he's done just that. Hats off to him.
Unbelievable, you know, and I guess with, you know, that tag, greatest of all time, you know, the thing that sets Kelly aside from the rest is it's not a tag that just pays homage to his championship tour results and his world title achievements. It's what he's done outside of the jersey, his read in Waves of Consequence is next level. Like I mentioned it before, he's won the Eddie. He's invented manoeuvres. And when you compare him to other competitors, you know, that they kind of don't have both sides. You know, they're not the greatest necessarily outside of competition and in competition. You know, there's remarkable talent. You think of Medina, an unbelievable competitor. Does he do mind-blowing free surfing? Yes, he does. But has he pushed himself to become one of the best big wave surfers? Like, I just don't think so. He hasn't dropped the kind of clips that we've seen from Kelly in Taylor Steele's movies, for example.
No,
so, he really has ticked all the boxes.
I think Kelly was the surfer who really, just watched some live action here of Matty McGillivray.
Yeah, another heat out there in the lineup, Matty McGillivray. Wow, the fins engaged, the board swings.
He trips
and he's still there. He's just unbelievable at pulling that move off. And he's going to get himself back in the heat with Ramsey as we see Cole Hauschman, who's up against George Pittar now, who got the opportunity as a call-up to compete here at Main Break and has already made good use of it, progressing to this round of 32. Wow, looking forward to seeing the replay of Matty McGilvray, the South African, throwing everything at it.
Geez, he's unpredictable. He is so unpredictable. He keeps you guessing. So we watch Kelly come in, but to that point I wanted to make, which I'll get back to again after Ramsey's wave.
Well, Ramsey, he's been busy, the busiest surfer in the lineup for the last few heats at least. This is wave number 6. His previous wave, 7.33. That was the left solid score. Trying to improve on a 4.67 there. Probably won't do it, but here comes Kelly to the keyhole.
Yeah,
he's going to get a big applause.
I was going to say, Kelly, before Kelly came onto the tour, there was a huge gap between free surfers and competitive surfers, and Kelly kind of, he closed that gap. You know, he proved that you can surf in a free surf style, really radically pushing the limits of surfing, bringing new maneuvers into the jersey with the jersey on, and the sport forever changed. And then you overlay that with board design, and when he brought in these really refined kind of feather thin boards that allowed you to explore different parts of the wave, surfing was forever changed again. So he's responsible for so many changes in our sport. He changed the reputation of the sport to being a little bit unruly and radical, to something that was just super professional, brought a whole ton of money into the industry that everyone prospered from. You know, we should just be bowing down and honouring this guy forevermore.
Well, we do. I feel like, too, you know, Kelly has struggled to win heats in the last couple of years, really since the big pipe victory. However, his free surfing is going to be marvelled. He just loves surfing so much. He'll chase down good swells. The footage of him competing for waves with the crowd up at Kira recently was unbelievable. Got one of the best rides, but just laying down a full rail, timeless hack as well that just lit up the internet. I just think he's going to have a renaissance period as a free surfer.
Oh, he has eye of the grommet when it comes to hunting waves, quality waves, and you would argue that, I mean, given a 6-foot barrel, you know, he is still right up there with the world's best. He can compete at the highest level. He's got an innate sense with judgment, with positioning. He's a freak.
Oh, they're not going to let him walk the stairs. And Kelly Slater getting chaired up the iconic staircase here at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. Griffin Colapinto throws down a high five in respect.
Watch your head.
Don't knock your head on that sign. Oh, this is awesome to see. Big surf fans over here, astute surf fans. They're aware of the gravity of this moment.
Yeah, well, these guys have probably watched Kelly here for, you know, upwards of 25, 30 years competing at this break. Special moment for the GOAT.
Mate, T-Bone's a BJJ specialist. This is nothing. Plus, he actually had 3 bacon and egg sandwiches and another grind.
I think Kelly's still breaking down his heat.
Probably, man. He can't help it. Oh, great scene. Big high five with Jake the Snake Patterson. Coach's corner relishing in this moment as well.
You know, so many of Kelly's old sparring partners are working as coaches now on the tour. He's still here, taking it to the 20-year-olds. But they're all down there. They're all wanting to rub shoulders with him.
Congratulations. Thanks, Kelly. Yeah, cheers, mate. Right. Good on you, bro. Hey, thanks, buddy. Appreciate it.
That leggy string could be worth a fair bit of money.
Yeah.
So out there in the lineup at the moment, just to keep you updated, Ramsey has the lead over Matty McGilvray. A couple of good waves for him. 7.33, 5.73. McGilvray needs a 6.14. Just had that one rotation earlier for a 6.93. And Cole Hauschman has the jump on George Pittar in the first half of their heat at this stage.
Yeah.
Let's get caught up with Kelly, see how he's feeling. We'll throw it down to Stace.
Thanks, Ron. Kelly, how's the emotions there as the clock was ticking down?
Oh, I was just frustrated I didn't take the 6 off of Griff. You know, my thought process was his 4 wasn't a big score, and I thought at some point a proper good wave was going to come, and I just thought I'll be patient, I looked at his and I thought, yeah, without priority I would have taken 100%, but with priority I was like kind of touch and go. But he already had the 1 score, the best score of the heat, so the smart play was to take that wave. And that probably would have put me on his 2nd good when he got 2. So, in terms of a heat, that was the mistake, but the conditions turned pretty bleak on us there. As far as emotions, yeah, it's almost hitting me. Oh, it's right there, bubbling. But just to have the boys cheer me up. They told me they were going on a free surf the other day, Azzy and T-Bone, those guys. So nice to have the local boys from the podcast cheer me up. And the sport here has been unquestionably incredible over the years. I've never really even had a good result here, and the crowds have just been so supportive of me, and generally telling me that I'm second behind Taj or Jack for them. So, or maybe Jay Davies that one year, but they've always given me a lot of support, and I've had a fight with this wave my whole career. So it's not necessarily the wave I want to end on. I have put in for a wild card for Fiji, and we'll see how that goes. And but yeah, it is what it is. Everything comes to an end, and if you don't adapt, you don't survive. And my motivation just hasn't quite been there to really put in that 100% that everyone's doing now.
You've had 3 decades plus on tour being the undisputed greatest of all time. You've had this support everywhere around the world. How's that reflection been?
It's been incredible. Even in Brazil, where they're just so hardcore for their fans, I've really been a favorite there for them. They've really shown me a lot of love and support, and a lot of anger. They get mad at me when I get critical. But, I'll tell my Brazilian fans, I love you guys. Thanks for all the support all those years, and all my friends down there. It's been an incredible lifetime of memories.
I like your chance for that Fiji wild card, but other than that, what's next for you, mate?
I got a couple weeks here. Renato asked me if I wanted to surf on the Goldie, so I might if Snapper looks good. We'll see, just for some fun. And I got a couple weeks in Australia still, 2-3 weeks in Australia, and then I got some work in the States and some stuff I got to do back there that got scheduled. Unfortunately, I'd like to stay in Australia for a few months right now, but yeah, I think I got to head home. And we got just under 3 months now for the baby to come. So as far as like planning it out and timing, this works really well for us and for me. And now Kalani and I can have some time to really settle in these last couple months and just get prepared for a little different lifetime, a little different lifestyle. So.
Absolutely, and a personal message to your family and friends tuning in online.
It's just so much emotion for so long, so much dedication, and it's not all roses, but it's been the best times of my life, and I know my family's at home watching, and love you guys. Couldn't quite pull a miracle off this week, but I pulled a few off over the years, and I still had that hope out there. I was like, one might pop up with a minute to go. So, but to lose to the number one, Griff's the number one guy, and I've been close friends with Griff for a long time. So I'm kind of avoiding that emotion because it's all right there bubbling up. But it hit me at Sunset this year. Because I knew that without a good result at Pipeline, and obviously I didn't do well at Sunset, and I have been struggling since my surgery, since the recovery. It's like I'm just fighting through the pain, hoping for adrenaline. But I felt at Sunset after that. I was at the house talking to Kalani, and I just kind of broke down. I went, this feels like the end, And but the start of something else, the start of the rest of life, and you know, I've had such incredible luck and good fortune over the years, and I think that's what it's so tied in with my surfing. So yeah, I'll just have a little quiet time after I spend some time with the crowd and just absorb the whole thing, you know. But it's been fun to be over 50, still mixing up with the guys and you know, feeling like I'm there with them and getting to see these new crop of guys. You know, Rio said to me, he said, "Don't retire. We got to get a heat first." And we ended up getting a heat at Pipeline, and then Cole and I got a heat, which was fun. And you know, as I finished with Griffin as a full-time competitor, that's cool. But I do feel like if I get a wild card or two, I could end up against Griffin again. So, you know, I'll pay him back.
We'll look forward to that. Kelly, thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for all the memories from all of us here at the league and the fans on the hill. Enjoy your afternoon and enjoy your time with the fans. Thank you, Kelly.
Thanks.
Thank you, Stace. Great job. And thank you, Kelly Slater. He is the miracle man. You know, a dedicated career that he's had and a decorated career. It's just been amazing to watch it. And we'll be chatting to Kelly, obviously, again during this broadcast, so make sure you stay tuned. But what a freak.
Just unbelievable. Excuse me, I've got to get this avocado out of my throat after that speech from Kelly. Just mind-blowing, and obviously take a moment of appreciation there and I guess the reality and the gravity of the situation just starting to overcome him. It just makes you reflect on so many moments in his career and what he's done.
Unbelievable. Out there in the lineup now, heat 6. We've got just over 5 minutes remaining. Let's have a look at the recap. Ramsey Boogie getting a left rich and just laying down one of the deepest carves we've seen all week.
Geez, that was a ferocious gaffing carve on that open-faced left-hander. Pockety little section, tricky at the end of that wave, but was able to navigate through that. Here we go. This is Manny McGillivray just hunting down the line for something, and as he does so often, just surprises us with an extraordinary display of aerial antics. And then Ramsey on the backhand this time, just showing so much power and poise on the backhand. A really vertical hit there. Just got a little off axis in the recovery, but was managed to hold on. This is Manny McGillivray on his backup score. You can see now it's a different style of surfing. Our competitors trying to fit in with all this new bump and texture on the water. But Ramsey out in front of the priority heat right now.
Well, these guys are above that cut line. Ramsey in 19th position. McGillivray, he's in 16th at the moment. They want to keep this run alive. They want to leave no chance of falling out of the mix here and getting dumped from well within inside that bubble mark. But time ticking by here for Matty McGillivray. Semi-final down at Bells. He's had a couple of semis here. He'd love to equal that result and go better and crack his first CT final. Still processing what's happened. It's the end of an era, Rich. Kelly Slater's surfed his last heat as a full-time campaigner. Can't believe it.
I know. It really is hard to believe. You know, we've been talking about this for decades, actually. You know, when is it going to happen? If it was going to happen. And, well, today's the day.
I remember back at the year that Joel Parkinson announced his retirement in J-Bay, Kelly said it was going to be his last year too. But then an injury kind of stopped him from getting that kind of final run at a full season. So, you know, I'm glad that he got that opportunity. He had so many magic moments after that fact. And obviously talking about that big win at Pipe a couple of years back is the highlight. But it's just an amazing contribution to this sport, the biggest contribution. And just, you got to love his dedication. It's been cool. And not surprising to see the emotion get the better of him there and really taking some moment to digest it all. But the cool thing about Kelly is he's going to be watching closely and will certainly be leaning into his expert analysis of heat surfing in the years to come. It's going to be awesome.
Oh, absolutely. I don't think we'll see Kelly sail away into the sunset. I still think he'll be around professional surfing for years to come. He'll be, you know, really admiring what he set up over the last few decades and watch it prosper.
2 minutes remaining for Matty McGilvray here to turn things around. Got to be thinking with the wind kicking up the way it has, it kind of does create the opportunity for Matty to take flight. Amazing ability on that opening ride to pull that turn out again, arriving to the section late, just so great at projecting out onto the flats the way he does. So if he gets an opportunity to really load up some speed, could see a pretty lofty, more rotated version of that same turn.
Yeah, if he can manage to get a couple of big hits in before it and then jam one of those big airs, then he'll no doubt drop a huge number, only needing that 6:14. Final minute and a half on the clock. This is a big one for Ramsey as well. This wind sets up perfectly on this right-hander to take to the air.
Yeah, haven't really seen anyone go there just yet, though. Let's see what unfolds here. Just on 1 minute remaining. And McGilvray's going to take a chance on this one. Drives up into this first section. Nice hit in the pocket. The wave flattening out a little bit. Again, the master of recovering from a late arrival to the lip. Finishes the turn, but
just
is
a
it a
little
6.14?
I don't think so, mate. Just a little awkward on that final finishing turn as we see a decent-sized set. So Matty perhaps would have been better off waiting for one of these. Ramsey up and riding.
Ramsey has a look on the inside. Doesn't see a whole lot of opportunity to dig into some of those big backhand hits, so he's out of there. As Cole Hauschman gets going in that next heat, heat 7. He's in second spot. He's probably done enough on this wave already to get himself back into the lead here. Clean floating hit on the end section. But just 10 seconds remaining. Scores still coming through for Matt McGilvray. And it wasn't convincing, was it, Rich? Just looked a little bit kind of sloppy towards the end of Matty's wave.
Yeah, it just lacked that intensity where you just go, yep, that's undeniable. He's got the score. Just a little lackluster in the approach, unfortunately. Difficult waves to surf. We've got to note that. You know, being able to sort of find these moments in between the chop now to really lay down some power and connect with the rail, get that bite, really dig in and set the line. Hard to do when the conditions are like this.
Judges still
having a think,
processing things, making some comparisons. 6.14 is what the South Africans after here to turn this heat. And that number has just come through. 5.5, not enough. And Matty won't be continuing his roll through this event. And we'll see what unfolds. But Ramsey Borgham, you can see the psyche. He is stoked. Got some work to do to guarantee his position on this CT, but that's going to help in a big way.
Yeah, good heat there from Ramsey. Put it together well. And these bigger, heavier surfers, you'd have to think, perhaps having a little bit of an edge. You can see there the emotion starting to come out. He understands the importance of this result and getting through this heat.
He's buzzing.
Yeah, he is fizzing right now.
Yeah, huge result for Ramsey. Big result for Morocco too. Been waiting for this guy to get his opportunity as a championship tour competitor, and he doesn't want it to slip through his fingers again. We're going to take a quick break here, and when we return, we're going to bring in Joe and Matty Janoski. They're going to break things down and no doubt talk about this guy's amazing career.
I've dedicated my whole life since I was a little kid to surfing.
He's an 11-time world champion. He's won every event on the schedule, holds every record in the sport.
He's the superstar of the sport.
He's our Michael Jordan.
He's the greatest of all time. He'll never lose that title.
He's taken the sport of surfing to a whole new level.
Kelly Slater paddling into a beast. Late drop, pulling in, square barrel spit, and Kelly Slater's out.
He's the gnarliest competitor of all time in any sport.
To compete against him, you've got to give it everything. If you don't, then you're losing.
I do know and believe that on my day I can beat anyone, anywhere.
There it is, another 10-point ride for Kelly Slater.
Everyone's saying how he should retire and he's too old and all this other stuff, but if he's still pushing these kids that are half his age, why not do it?
Slater still traveling. Driving through an impossible section. Kelly makes it.
He's getting 10s in the Pipe Masters in 2019. That's wild. Oh my God. Oh, what?
The number of people expressed to me that it's been inspiring to see me do this at my age, I think that's cool.
That's the easiest 10 that judges have ever dropped.
You know, it's no secret I'm towards the tail end of my career. It's a real special time for me. To be honest, I'm stoked.
Layback blowtail finish complete for Slater.
You really don't know how many more events you're going to get to see Kelly surfing.
Surfing doesn't exist without Kelly.
He's timeless.
He loves that moment. He's definitely going to try and relish in it.
It's my time to strike right now.
Feels like the pinnacle of my career. As far as the feeling of one event and the occasion, it just felt like the most incredible celebration I could ever imagine in my life.
Oh my God!
I literally started tearing out of my eyes. I couldn't believe that the situation had happened how it did.
You did it. This is sport history. I committed my life to this, you know, to all of this. All the heartbreak and all the winning. It's the best one in my life.
One of those times, man. You'd have to live 50 years doing what I do to understand what that feels like.
The round of 32 continues here at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro as all the fans on the beach and fans globally are still digesting what they just saw with Kelly Slater exiting the water with a loss to Griffin Colapinto, wondering when we'll see him again. Last time, full-time as a campaigner in the world title race, bringing up so many memories. Joe Turpel with Waxhead as we're taking this big moment in surfing history.
Yeah, he wrote the book on modern day surfing, taking after the likes of Tom Curran, guys like Rabbit, Michael Peterson, way back to Midget Farrelly. Kelly Slater is the benchmark, and we have everything to thank for Kelly for where we are right now.
100%, 11 world titles, but a lot of losses, like he said. He said it wasn't all roses when he was catching up with Stace Galbraith. We've seen him in tears in the shower, losing the title race to Andy Irons. He's been a public figure where whether he liked it or not in those early days, because he was a superstar. And so he had to share the highs and lows with us. And we're so grateful for him as a human being and him just leading our sport for so many years. As we continue on with the round of 32, George Pitar, the wild card, throw down a cool down carve. And then slides it with control on the next opportunity. Big vertical whip, ton of variety from George. And a full whip to finish and a clean dismount. Trying to track down a 7.94 to take the lead off Hauschie.
Spicy surfing there from George. Change up the conditions. We've seen that wind really ramp up in that last hour. And letting the fins fly. He's on a step up from yesterday, another inch. He wanted to go for the extra length to handle the period in the swell. A little bit more energy out there and looking fantastic out there. But 7.94, we'll wait to see where the judges go with that. 12 minutes remaining. That's definitely what the doctor ordered, though, at this point of the heat.
12 minutes on the clock here, but a great opportunity for George in back-to-back events to get the CT call-up as a worthy wild card. And I've been enjoying how the commissioner's office has been mixing it up with the regions as we go back to his last wave.
Yeah, so just finding a nice line through that turn. That was sizzling hot. And this one here, really difficult section. Snapped the fins out. And his third turn there, looking really strong, George. And a bit of flair on that last turn too. So looking 4 turns, all quality. You know, this could be the score. Have a look at this first one. He just wraps this in rapid fire. His eyes come around the judges, really appreciating it when you can cast that vision back to the pocket a little bit more, showing that commitment to the turn. And again, straight up, carrying that momentum forward. And a nice big arc, staying hot on top of the wave. Losing the fins a little bit, controlling the slide, little grab rail there. Really technical approach from George. And love this slow-mo here. Really tricky to be able to find a line, but not only did George find a line, he was able to find 3 really quality maneuvers out there, Joe.
Well done to adapt to that carve to slide. Stayed over his board, and it showed he had control. Looked like that was the intent of that maneuver, and then continued to mix it up.
Yeah, and that last turn, it wasn't even just a check turn or a little bit of pizzazz in the end. It was a quality maneuver. So strong surfing and adapting to the conditions.
So George now takes the lead with an 8.33 over world number 8, Cole Hausman. Hausman needing a 6.5 now. And just to let you know once again why we just got 2 guys in the lineup now. Heat number 7 that we have right now, the last heat that's overlapping the back end of this round. Will be running normal heats at 30 minutes, hoping to complete the round of 32 today, conditions permitting, and women's round of 16 still on hold. So a transition halfway through the round from overlap, then individual heats from this point on.
Yeah, probably a good call. There's less waves than we had this morning with that wind coming up, less variety. We saw some lefts being ridden and a lot of smaller rights as well. I think back to Gabriel Medina's heat. He kept really busy, caught about 8 waves in that non-priority heat. Just a little less few and far between, but George gone straight to the lead.
George, in an interview a few years ago, said, well, what's your dream heat scenario? He's like, okay, in the final at Bell's, it's pumping on the bowl, it's a maxed out crowd, and I've got Kelly sitting next to me in the final. I mean, he's 21 years of age. Almost got that shot because he had a wild card at Bell's with Kelly still full-time on tour. But it's just cool to see the impact of someone who's 21 and Kelly's 52, and a lot of his major highlights happened before George was born. But the impact that Kelly's had on so many generations, young and old, is really a number that we can't count.
Yeah, and perhaps just a Challenger Series event Kelly would have surfed in at North Stain down there at the Sydney Surf Pro. But apart from that, George has probably never seen Kelly up close and personal, except for the odd appearance at his local beach. And the northern beaches of Sydney was a place that was steeped in competitive surfing and surf history right through the 70s, 60s, 70s, 80s and 90s. World Tour events were held in that area. The Coke Classic there at North Stain, and moving up to North Narrabeen, the Surfabout way back then as well.
So many great memories and highlights for Kelly's career, and probably a great highlight for Griffin to be the man that had Kelly in his last heat full-time on tour. Griffin's with Stace.
Here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone with Griffin Colapinto. Firstly, Griffin, thank you for your time. It's Kelly Mania down there.
Yeah, Stace, it's freaking going off down there. That was crazy.
How do you center yourself in a moment like that?
In which moment?
Potentially retiring Kelly Slater.
Well, that's pretty mind-blowing. When I saw that he was doing the chair up the stairs, I was like, whoa, is that for real? Like, it's kind of like one of those things in surfing when guys do that. It's kind of a sign of retirement. And, you know, the fact that he did that after a heat with me, it was like, I was pretty blown away and kind of just like trying to just take it all in. I like gave him a high five as he was getting chaired up and just like caught eyes with him and just went, hi. So I was just taking it in, and I don't know, it's crazy. He's given me and everyone on this tour so much, you know, like we owe him so much. Like, you know, we make a living because of him, you know, like he took the sport so far, and it's pretty incredible.
I mean, we'll keep on the theme of Kelly. You got a favorite section of his that you watched when you were growing?
Probably just like all the Taylor Steele movies, and then like Flying the Champagne, the rival with him and Andy always got me super fired up. And I always kind of felt like I was a little more like Kelly, so I was like, would try and, you know, envision myself being like that, and then, yeah, so it was pretty cool.
And personally yourself, you had an amazing year yet. Looking to keep it going?
Yeah, looking to keep it going for sure. I think my next heat's against Ramsey, and he's freaking incredible. One of my favorite backside surfers, so I like when I have heats against guys like that, because you just know you got to go all out, and hopefully the waves are offshore and good again tomorrow.
We'll wait and see. Thanks for your time, Griff.
All right, thanks, Stace.
Good man, Stace hanging out in the Red Bull Athlete Zone with world number 1, Griffin Colapinto. And remember, we do have some wild cards out there. Our commissioner, Jesse Miley-Dyer, joined us yesterday. Kelly told Stace that he's putting it out there that he'd like to be surfing in Fiji. Tahiti's coming up next after the cut, so stay tuned in to worldsurfleague.com and all the social media for all the updates on when we will see Kelly again. But always fun to celebrate all of his memories in the last 30 years of competition. Griffin happy to be moving on to take on Ramsey, the powerful goofy foot that just got past Matthew McGillivray in the last heat.
Yeah, and Cole up against George. You'd have to say both George and Matthew have a lot of similarities. They've got unpredictability written onto these wind chop right-handers. Both George can go to the air and Matt as well, so a huge victory there for Ramsey, but Cole's up against it. He's got priority needing a 6.5. Those conditions really changing. He's going to have to channel Ramsey's backside attack if he wants to take out George.
Yeah, the backside attack was really celebrated yesterday at main break. That point of difference, being able to find vertical sections that can be a bit tougher for the natural footers to really hunt down. It's cool how much variety the regular footers can produce on the main break, right? Where if you're timing it well, like Ramsey, like Jacob Wilcox, and hitting the lip with authority, it's hard to deny even repetitive maneuvers when it's done in the right place at the right time.
Well, yeah, look at Miguel Pupo as well. When you're on your backside and you're coming off the bottom on this wave, from what I'm watching, these surfers are coming up and they're actually carrying speed through the lip, where on your forehand, a lot of the surfers find it difficult to place that turn with the right timing. They're actually washing off speed, and a lot of them have to cut it short with a little layback or a bit of a snapping maneuver. Where on the backside, there is an advantage there. You send it up, and it's pretty much vertical every single time, and it's been a good day for the goofy footers.
Cole Hausman coming off a breakthrough victory as a rookie on tour, 26th in the world before Bells started. Getting past Medina, Ethan Ewing, some huge names. Ethan was looking like he was going solid to back up his Bells trophy. And you're always wondering, where does your confidence go from there? We saw how it clearly affected him on the Challenger Series after his first win, and he went back-to-back. Can he do that on the CT?
We said in his earlier post-heat interview that he was carrying a few nerves into this. He was putting a bit of pressure on himself. Can he go back-to-back? Was it a fluke? And he actually uttered those exact words. There's a lot of commotion online, and a lot of people were saying stuff from outside of his camp, and I'm sure inside his camp as well. But as an athlete, as a professional surfer, to bounce back from that, now to be in the round of 32, this is the pressure, the 6.5 required, and we know he can get those scores, but he's up against a spring-loaded, raging hot George Pitar, who's a surprise packet to everyone else except the Northstain locals.
Both these guys dealing with the internet at Bells Beach. We were hanging out with some local kids at the Common the other day. Glenn Micro Hall put this beautiful day together. Had guys like Jacob Wilcox, Reef Hazelwood, Rio Waida, Lakey Peterson, Felicity Palmatier, handling all these questions. And it was kind of more about outside life in between heats. And the topic did come up about the age of the internet, where we are with social media, and when you do something really well, how you're really reachable out to the rest of the world, and your phone can buzz by someone you've never met in your whole life, and it's not always positive, even when you're accomplishing goals. You know, Kelly could speak to that over a lifetime, when people thought he won too much, and they're rooting for the other side all the time. And it's a part of a professional program this day and age with the internet and social media that you really have to protect yourself with. Cole spoke about that, how he had to kind of, turn the phone off for a while, focus on his goals, and he was able to manage that really well at a young age and as a rookie on tour. to go all the way to ring that bell.
And with regional qualification these days, with surfers coming through the Challenger and then onto the CT, a lot of these surfers aren't used to all that commotion. You know, they're coming through those smaller events, and it's the way that the tour is geared these days. There is that qualification process, and they're not thrust in the limelight like we saw in years gone past. Obviously, you had the QS, but you had superstars Chloe Andino and Julian Wilson who were at the beginning of that social media craze, and they were lauded by the brands. They were the pin-up boys for the brands, and they were used to that fame. Where these two surfers out in the water now are relatively new to it right now. Like Cole, just, you know, last year, he's shone and he's entered into stardom.
Hausman moving through the breeze here. That's picked up significantly here in main break. A lot of chunk and lump and bump on the face, but still manages a finish. Now next wave with some speed and a wrapping cutback for George Pitar. Just kind of pushing through his technique, leading with his upper body. More of a committed rail hook. A solid surfer, and these two guys actually met last year on the Challenger Series. Cole got the win. That event was in Ericeira. As we look at the view from the sky, George Pitar leading the priority paddle battle with now 1 minute on the clock.
Good call from George, kicking out early, looking to drop just a low of 4.93. He'll get back out, grab priority with a minute left, but Cole, he's not far behind as he's paddling back out right now. We'll have to dissect this wave, and here goes Cole looking for that 6.5, so a nice foamy re-entry there, and this one snapping it off the top, doing really well on the chop. There's a down the line foam climb again, and looking really stable, really strong. So didn't put a foot wrong on that wave, Joe, but no single maneuver stood out. It was a good pace, good flow. And here goes George. Interesting camera angle here, a little bit of posing. Hard to dissect it compared to Cole's, but from what we can see, a little bit more out in the face. Great form, that turn there, maybe the best of the three. And he just maybe realized it wasn't going to better that 4.93, so he's going to get back out there, out of the takeoff zone with 10 seconds left. I don't think it's going to be another wave.
Into the countdown, Cole Hausman and George Pitar waiting for their scores from the last exchange. Cole with 4 waves ridden, George with 6, Pitar the wild card, producing some brilliance in now back-to-back CT events. Has just eliminated world number 8. Cole Hausman winning at Bells out in the round of 32, and George Pitar from Manly Beach stays hot and moves in to the round of 16.
Wow, huge win there for George. Cole with that late answer back, a 5.8. I thought it might have been even a little bit closer to that 6.5, but did really well. Both surfers balancing the chop really well and picking their maneuvers, but the wild card gets the win.
Gets a big win. Yeah, you might have been with that one judge who went 6-2 on the last of Cole. So always great to have 5 opinions on the panel, dropping the high and the low. Another great heat comes to a close as Cole will prepare now for Tahiti as his year continues. Already making the cut. George moves on to the next round. Coming up next, Liam O'Brien taking on local boy Jacob Wilcox.
The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Slater, official sunscreen partner of the World Surf League. By Eventbrite, proud sponsor of women's surfing on the WSL Championship Tour. By Yeti, built for the wild. And by Bailey Ladders, official ladder partner of WSL Australia.
The round of 32 has transitioned to single heats. We're not overlapping anymore, so we can really dive in to the story of these two Australians, Liam O'Brien from Burleigh Heads, Jacob Wilcox from right here in Margaret River. This time, a rookie on tour and trying to save his spot on the top 34 as it transitions to the top 22 in the world. You can see his ranking, 27th coming into stop number 5. So he's going to have a bit of that pressure, you'd think. Although he's been very calm the last week or so. I've caught up with him a handful of times, and he really has some real calm, confident energy about him, Wax.
Yeah, one of those interviews you did in the VIP tent the other day, phenomenal to hear from the Surfing WA guys and just how much pride they have in Jacob Wilcox, the local here, and he really is the pride of Western Australia and Margaret River flying that flag.
So many great memories of big events here. Always going back to Ian Cairns for what he did in big surf, transitioning not just to Hawaii, but globally as a very fierce competitor.
Yeah, Ian, natural footer, did like the Margaret right-handers, and he trained here for places like Haleiwa and Sunset over in Hawaii.
Wilcox off the bottom and a chunky section, but he maintains control. Little rib in the face again as he's looking to shut it down on the inside section. He'll slap it through. Not the easiest, cleanest wave to surf, but did well. Little chip right there out in front from Liam O'Brien. Second maneuver comes down with a section right in front of Wilcox, and he gets a completion as well.
Yeah, good exchange for both these surfers. Liam carrying a really nice pace through the last two events. Great style. Just a little underdone in his results. Yeah, I think his surfing's really there, and all the Aussies I know are a really big fan of him. Perhaps suffers a little bit of the Parko syndrome, makes everything look really easy. Perhaps needs to amp it up a little bit, show the judges a little bit more, you know, vigor and some more intensity, because his surfing is right there if you actually watch his technique and you watch where he puts his board. But Jacob, you know, he's up for the challenge as well. He said how much he loves the pressure. He loves being at home. He loves surfing in front of his friends and family, and he doesn't surf this spot all the time, but he's obviously familiar with Margaret's right, and I think this wind's going to play really into the wheelhouse of both these surfers. And here's Jacob, first of the exchange. His backside here comes around the section, finds a really nice opening turn, and this one, a nice, fun, bowly wave, and he's looking at the inside. I thought he was going to go to the air here, and he just snaps that one through the lip and gets a completion. Behind him, Liam O'Brien. That turn was nice, carrying a lot of speed and holding the rail through that bottom turn, and that one shoves it up into the pocket, and again, a little stab into the lip for his third. So great answer back. I think Jacob, maybe the best of that exchange, but Liam carrying a lot of speed in that first turn as well.
Must-win situation for Jacob Wilcox. 13+ wild card appearances since he was 16 years of age. Makes us always kind of check ourselves when we say rookie class, because he just is such a familiar face, known for his ability in heavy water waves. Remember Mick Fanning talking about him staying at the same house as young Jacob over on the north shore of Oahu. He said it was just one day where everything changed, and he was absolutely taken off on bombs and backdoor and pipe. Just a young teenager learning the ropes on one of the heaviest waves on the planet.
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to say going into the next few events, if Jacob was to miraculously make the cut, get through this heat and go on to win the event, to save his spot, he would be a favourite at some of those bigger, longer lefts, knowing with his exploits up north what he's capable of.
As we look at Liam O'Brien get started on this running right. Third wave for Liam in the matchup. Looking casual, looking like he can punch the fins out on that board on demand. Even on real open face type sections. It's cool to break down different types of carves. The roundhouse where you're holding your speed into a big rebound. The speed burning carves where you almost go to a complete stop. And for Liam to be able to switch gears and show variety within those carves on the open face is quite a statement.
Absolutely, I really enjoyed that wave before where the wave came back at him. So watch the replay of that one. A smaller wave, just looking for a backup score. Just attacking this wave, a couple of little snaps there to start, and ready to pounce on that section, exactly what you were saying. Didn't ride out of it, but really stepped on the back foot and accentuated his flare. Look at that layback snap. Wow, all the fins coming out and just sitting down into that turn. Controlled power slide just on the end section. Won't factor into this heat, you'd have to say, at the end, but the variety in Liam's repertoire is amazing. Surfing places like Burleigh Heads, where you need a variety of turns. It's not as simple and down the line as other point breaks. It's that sectiony sand bottom, and you need a variety in your repertoire to be able to get barreled and be able to section connect at Burleigh.
Burleigh Heads winning the ABB, Australian Board Riders Battle, and that was entertainment to watch because it wasn't just about the surfing. It was kind of a marathon with the run up the beach. Everyone was pretty gassed after that event.
Absolutely, and with the events on at the time in Hawaii, actually being able to, I was at Burleigh earlier in the year, and I was listening to some of the locals walking past. They were tuning in, watching Liam surf over in Hawaii. It was like every beach with a board riders club usually has a table of knowledge with a bunch of older locals sitting there, deciding the world's problems, chatting over them, you know, and you know, who should have won that event or how this surfer's going to go. And of course, they were in Liam's corner, and they didn't know I was listening in, but it was pretty funny. You just have to sit there and smile. It's all around the world. You know that table of knowledge. You got it at Haleiwa too. Sunset's got it. Pipe's got it as well.
I love those conversations, especially when you walk into some good ones with some legends talking about the sport, where it's gone, where it's going, the heroes that aren't talked about. I mean, those are just golden podcast opportunities if you could record them all.
And the board riders is such an integral part of Australian surf culture ever since the formation of professional surfing in the 60s and the 70s. Australia, being an island nation, we were segregated from what was going on in America and Europe and South Africa. So it was up to the Aussies to really invent their own brand of surfing. And they did that with surfers like Midget and Nat Young, our first world champions, 64 and 66. They were Australia's first power surf. They were the world's first power surfers because they were surfing together. And it was that intensity. A Midget started off at DY of all places, Nat, Collaroy, but the Narrabeen boys just up the road. It was this controversy, and you always wanted to put your best foot forward when you go to another beach.
Wrapping turn from Liam O'Brien, looking to ditch a 2.5. Shoves it in the pocket again, and that whitewater will take that DH out from under his feet, and he's incomplete. Did have the 7.5 on the opener. Winning the opening exchange over Wilcox is 5.17.
7.5, I think, for Liam's first wave was epic. I think the Burleigh guys would agree. But this one, yeah, just trying to, he does improve slightly, a 2.73. Great long faded bottom turn, a nice slash in the pocket. And here, just eyeing this section, it goes flat a little bit more and just losing control there. Look at that turn there. Beautiful style and technique there from Liam O'Brien. And that Whistler sticker, there's a lot of similarities to Matty McGilvray as well, just with their technique. They really swivel their upper body as well. But yeah, moving into the 70s, you know, Burleigh was the first place with man-on-man surfing. Peter Druin inventing that in the Stubbies event. You got the grassy knoll, that hill up there where everyone's watching. And it is a place where, for the board riders battle, for me to watch that online was pivotal. And I mean, not the best place in terms of logistics, surfers running out along the rocks as well. You know, the Burleigh rocks are certainly not the easiest ones in the world. But it's a viewing platform, much like Margaret's is here, one of Jacob's local spots. It's the table of knowledge is here aplenty for sure.
It's starting to make a lot of sense by world-class athletes on tour having world-class waves that they're going up on that were significant to the championship tour at different times over the last 40 years. Let's now catch up with the Moroccan. Ramsey is with Stace in the Red Bull Athlete Zone.
Ramsey, a close heat in this round at Bells. Not today.
Not today, bro. Not today. I wanted it so bad, Stace. You have no idea. It was the wind picked up right when I got to the channel, but I was like, you know what? Every heat, I swear, I've been seeing some big scores, crazy waves, and I imagine myself on them, but I haven't had them in a heat yet, you know. So I just stay in the moment, you know, and try to be like, okay, this wave comes, do that on the wave. And I wasn't expecting to get a left, and this left came. Griffin went right. I didn't have prio, and I saw this line in the channel. I was like, wow, I think it's a left. And I got a pretty nice score, felt good, and that was under the prior heat, so I had already a score. But then Matthew got back in the heat pretty well. Man, it was a scrap, but not today, brother. Not today.
You'll be up against Griffin in the next heat. Split a few more peaks, you reckon?
Yeah, fine, man. Griffin is one of my really good friends. I stayed at his house a bunch of times in Cali and stuff. I mean, he's the yellow jersey. You can see what he does this last few years. He's amazing. And but let's hope for some good waves and a big battle against him. I would love it to drop some big scores and have a good crack. And yeah, I'm going to surf with a little less pressure and try to hopefully get those nice waves and do my power surfing and go to the end, inshallah.
We're looking forward to watching it. Well done, Ramsey.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Love the passion and the heart of Ramsey. He's pretty open before his heat starts. He's one of those competitors that will tap you on the shoulder and have a quick chat. He's not always just with the headphones on, glaring at the horizon. He's moved up 9 spots on the live rankings, up to 12th in the world. It's not official yet, but getting close to making the cut this year.
Well-travelled surfer, Ramsey, and I think competing on the QS and the Challenger Series, going to all those destinations and going through so many different heats and different scenarios, it forces a lot of those surfers to become a little more social. You're going with different packs, and I just see Ramsey always a friendly face, always somebody who, he actually appears like a soccer star when you see him in the contest zone. It's a little bit different to, just in terms of his striking appearance, but he is very down to earth. And you're right, he wears his heart on his sleeve and he's very open about that. So well done to Ramsey. But DHD, Jacob, Liam, both surfers on DHDs right now. So, Darren would be down there right now watching it. He'd be, hopefully we can get maybe a chat. Maybe Stacey's down there and can catch up with DH while he's down there now. But Burley Heads, Jay Bottle Thompson, the coach from Liam, had a big part to do with the Burley board riders at the ABB, and I think having mentors like that locally, whether it's a coach or not, is another part of why the Australian surfers did so well traditionally. Maybe some of those surfers moved away. It could be something to do with different generations. Instead of staying in that local small town mentality, moving away or something. Because I know growing up, a lot of the surfers I looked up to in the 90s, 2000s, they weren't there in my teenage years. They moved to places like Byron or the Goldie or the South Coast. Some moved over to West Oz as well. But anyway, not solving all the world's problems here.
It's great. There's so many options in this wonderful country of where to post up and surf. Wilcox from here, but wanted to move closer to the high performance centers and actually has to work in the factory at Darren Hanley Designs. So does Liam O'Brien, packing boxes, earning their equipment. There's a full road incomplete as he lands out the back. Wilcox needing to make this heat to have a chance to stay on tour. Right now looking for a 5.07. He was able to make a quarterfinal at Bell's as a wild card. He was famous for beating Kelly when he was 16 at Portugal, which sent Kelly to round 2, who ended up losing to Federico Moraes, and then Fanning won the world title that year. So Wilcox made an impact on the title race at just 16 years of age. I asked Wilcox if Mick gave him a present for that big win. He said he's still waiting for it. But obviously those two good mates, they've probably shared so many waves around the world, sharing the same sponsors. Kelly still sharing moments and stories with the fans here on the Bluff at Mainbrae.
Yeah, he did say he was going to spend a bit of time with the fans, and true to his word, he would have gone right down the promenade right there to greet everyone. But they're here for him, and he's a big reason why everyone turned out today.
Bonsoy Brew Break as the GOAT enjoys the day with everyone here in West Oz and globally as he went down to Griffin Colapinto earlier in the round at 32. Back for more after this. WSL teamed up on a coastal restoration project with Nature Conservation Margaret River region and their Youth Marine Steward program, working together in healing the landscape to prevent erosion and also to learn more about this incredible ocean ecosystem. We planted local native coastal plants and laid brush, and we always want to hear from you guys all around the world. Tell us what you're doing to protect the ocean by posting on social media with the hashtag WSL1Ocean. We're all in this together. Watching the round of 32, stop 5 of the season. Liam O'Brien leading an all-Aussie battle, throwing down a couple of big hooks on this wave. Throwing some water, similar types of maneuvers down the stretch into a fin drift to finish things off. Improving on a 2.73 on that wave as we stand by for the scores. And the big story on the line is for WA local rookie on tour Jacob Wilcox in a must-win situation, and looks like he's going to be needing more than a 5.07 after that wave.
Yeah, 7th time he surfed here in a CT event. Best he's ever had is 13th, so he's really got some work cut out for him. It's not his favorite event on tour, but here goes Liam. Wow. And watch the timing through here. No double pump. Goes straight into that layback there. And again, 3 turns with no double or triple pump in between. Here he gets going down the line, gets a nice snap on the end. But what I refer to as the pumping, Joe, it's the momentum and the flow between the maneuvers here. So difficult in the chop. So there's a snap into the lip here, and watch, he just goes from his heels to his toes here. He'll compress, find a clean line, get so low with his chin almost on the water, and a nice layback. So variety, the flow, the speed, the power, and a choppy looking wave. It's these little subtleties that separate the average surfer to the best in the world, and Liam's looking fantastic on this wave. So challenging, so low, his knees are almost in the water there. I just can't stress those little, and then straight into live action.
Big whip on the backhand of Wilcox, and punishing that section with another big vertical blast. Another one of those taller, goofy foots, really flexible, a lot of range. He covers so much ground, and yeah, a ton of speed into those key points on that wave. A good fight back wave for Wilcox as Liam's building on his score line, but Wilcox is heading that same direction.
Yeah, so one way to take your attention off the previous score from your competitor is to get a wave like this and spring loaded and goes up into the lip, a 2-turn combo. Rapid fire there from Jacob Wilcox, and that'll be the perfect answer back. A little less subtle and a bit more extravagant, goes vert on that one and pivots into the lip, and he comes down with the wave straight up into this next one. A really difficult wave to surf. Oh my gosh, 2 vertical attacks. That was wild.
Just love his timing, attacking big sections. That's what it's all about. With speed and big combinations is exactly what the judges are looking for. Things just switched up big time. With Liam having momentum on his forehand, Wilcox with a crucial answer back. Both on surfboards from DHD, who's currently number 4th on the CT Schaefer rankings. CI in 3rd, Sharp Eye 2nd, number 1, the Lost Team heading into stop number 5. TNC Surf hanging on to the 5th spot. Remember, you get points once you get to the quarterfinals. DHD wants to take that number 1 spot off his good friend Matt Biolas. Maybe he can have it happen here in the West. I think Stace Galbraith has hunted down the man himself. Stace is with DH.
Thanks, Joe. Certainly have. Darren, how'd you pull you out of a dark corner back there? How's the nerves?
Yeah, they're pretty bad. You know, when these 2 boys come up against each other, so important for both of them. So, you know, to draw themselves so early in the draw is pretty much a bummer.
Your board's under all your athletes' feet, so looking amazing. But talk to me about the connection you have with these 2 in particular. You had them sending out deliveries through COVID and a few slow years there for these 2.
Yeah, look, they had sponsors, but the big thing was they come and work for us. They were doing deliveries, they were packing boxes, they worked together as a really good team. So, you know, they've got really good friendship, but now they're out in the water surfing against each other. They know how important it is for both of them, so I'm sure there's a bit of rivalry out there, but, you know, each man wants to win, and Jacob just got a good wave, so, you know, it's game on. Local hero too.
Crowd certainly went up, mate. I'll let you get back to that dark hole you were hiding in and enjoy this action if you can. Thanks, Joe.
Good man, Stace. Always great to catch up with Darren Hanley. just winning the Stab in the Dark series with Kolohe Andino on one of his magic boards. So he's got some momentum, and this means a lot to DH. Last year when he took the #1 spot on the Shaper rankings, he actually texted me a photo with his shirt, and he colored it yellow like the leader's jersey. He was super stoked to take the lead. They put in so much hard work to push the sport of surfing and make sure their crafts are ready for the best surfers in the world. It's that relationship, that pairing that pushes the sport to incredible places.
Yeah, exactly right. And always has. Competition has been the melting pot for surfboard design for over 60 years, and it still is relevant today. A lot of the shapers, obviously their bottom lines are not directly impacted with what happens here, but in terms of the marketing apart from that on social media, the way the surfers are interacting with the fans about their boards. I mean, we saw what happened with the Ghost model, and we saw what happened with John John. With a lot of surfers still left in the draw, DH has a huge chance to climb up the ratings, the shaper rankings.
Jacob Wilcox, 8.5. Another excellent score for this contest, and crucial for Wilcox in a fight back in this heat. That's the best wave so far. Meanwhile, Liam O'Brien matches his start. Pocket 7.5s in the lead with 7:42 to go.
Yeah, it was so technical, Liam's wave. I got really excited analysing those little idiosyncrasies, but straight behind him, Jacob answered back with a bigger wave. A lot of ferocity in that and a lot of power. And that, as I said, in live action, that's one way to take away from your competitor who's about to get scored for his technical ride. And that's the beauty of pro surfing. That's the beauty of surfing. We've got our criteria where we need our speed, power, and flow, but the judges want to see those big combinations, which is what Jacob delivered. But at the other end of the spectrum, a smaller wave, a little flatter on his forehand. Liam doing the best he could, and I thought that score could have been a little bit higher, but it still wouldn't have impacted that 8.5 for Jacob, because he just did 2 massive turns, and that's all the wave could fit in, and it looked amazing.
It's hard for me not to think of MR when Liam talks, and just his whole act and style, flowy hair,
yeah,
really polite, kind, soft-spoken personality. But when I sat next to Potts for all those years, Potts was like, well, you should have seen MR in the water. Completely different type of animal. Obviously, you'd have to be to win 4 world titles.
Yeah, absolutely. And and also just looking at the competitive edge that MR had, he didn't have that raw power that a lot of the other surfers had, especially going over to places like Hawaii and heavy water locations. But to rely on that killer instinct that you need to have at this level, even if you hide it and disguise it, it's got to be there.
Wilcox coming off his first turn, snapping it through the lip, just came off an 8.5 and still in quite a rhythm, even on a smaller wave, and he will lose control, mainly because he ran out of water. Just in the corner of your eye, knowing that you're about to get dry docked and not afraid of it, so paddling back out. I think there's a lot of waves on tour. People are watching, surfers going, hey, I can't wait to surf exactly where these guys are. The brick section at Margaret River, I don't know if a lot of people are actually signing up for that. That is something else, but a big part of competition here at Main Brick.
Yeah, on any given day, you're not seeing free surfers right into that, right? They're pulling off about now where that wave is, instead of doing another 2 turns. But they're trying to milk the wave for everything they've got. But searching for a 6.5, Jacob had some nice turns there. That one was quick and fast and reactive. That one there, another one, a fan of spray. And that turn there, 3-turn combo, and 4 turns there, and he just got off tilt there. So a lot smaller than those first 2 waves, Joe. Score is in.
Last score for Wilcox, 5.67, with the fall coming up short. While he's chasing a 6.5, passing the 5-minute mark. He doesn't want this to be his last heat in his rookie debut. He's hoping to go the distance and surf all those waves that everyone wanted to see him compete at. Even going to Taj Burrow, he was called up immediately when Jacob Wilcox qualified. And he just said, wow, he has just been built for this tour since day one. And he said all those hard knocks he's had have come in close to qualifying. He's gone through those hard yards, but it's made him even tougher. He showed us that with resilience, getting an 8.4 in challenging conditions at Sunset this year, getting an excellent score pretty early. And hoping that he'd get to surf waves like Tahiti, Cloud Break, and that's where the anticipation is for a guy that's a rookie but could easily be a favorite to win events like that.
We're saying the same thing about surfers like Molly and Zhao, and look what happened with them. They re-qualified for the tour and ended up, and they're favourites at places, the heavy water locations. And I think Jacob Wood, you could just imagine him surfing somewhere like Cloudbreak, big Cloudbreak, 8-10 foot plus Cloudbreak. He'd have to be a favourite going into something like that.
As we see Liam O'Brien roll in, still with the lead, but seeing something in this wave to better a 7.5. Finds his first section, rolls in, beautiful bottom turn, hammers that one in the pocket. And now stretching it out to the oncoming section, just a quick little slash before the bricks. 2 7.5s before that on some really amazing maneuvers. But now he leaves Jacob Wilcox with priority with 3:10 to go. Remember, Liam beat Kelly last year at main break in a really awesome battle of power and rail work. Really close heat. Liam got the win there. At the time, we were wanting to see what Kelly was going to do last season, then got the season wild card.
That's this section. Oh! So we'll replay this right now. So he took this one probably because Jacob was going to have a look at it and a nice snap to start. A little disjointed just to set him up for this turn here. And a huge gaffing layback there. And he knew he needed to finish. He's carrying some momentum through here. This is very smart here. Taps that one off the whiteboard and watch him ride out, knowing the judges need to see that completion, and getting smoked for his efforts back into the reef, getting pinned down. Got to be very, well, not much room for error there, Joe. You've got to make that right decision. Any surfer out there listening right now who's ever had to jump off rocks or a point to get out in the water knows you've got a split-second decision. You have to jump when the whitewater comes, face the board the right way. Even some of the spots I surf back in Sydney quite regularly, you can slip at the last moment, and maybe 1 in 100, you'll get served.
Australians love a rock jump into a lineup.
For sure. I mean, snapper, it's wild. Obviously, you've got the current there. It's only 20-metre paddle, but it's the current over in the Gold Coast. This is why you jump off. And Sydney, south of Sydney, all over here, West Oz, Victoria, South Australia. Wild run. Oh, Tassie as well. It's gnarly, but yeah, we've got a lot of good slabs and points that we need to get out there off the rocks and access the lineup.
90 seconds for Wilcox to save his spot on tour, chasing a 6.5. Last for Liam, a 6. Didn't factor in. And the good news for Wilcox, it gave Jacob priority on his local lineup here at Margaret River. Probably take about 15, 20 minutes to get to this spot from the house he grew up in on his bicycle. And it's all coming down to the final minute to see if this rookie can extend his trip on the championship tour, if he'll be back to the Challenger Series once again. He's got his hand up, just looking at the horizon, hoping that he gets one more chance, looking back at the bluff. He's been so thoughtful with his time, with all this pressure on him, giving back to his local community. Fans on the bluff trying to will another set wave to come through. A 6.5 well within range, since Wilcox still has that high 8.5 in this heat. But no signs of an opportunity just yet.
Well, you'd have to say that wave there that Liam took was perhaps a good tactic there. It was a mistake, though, at that point, because he didn't better his scoreline, left the door open for Jacob, but no other waves have come. So hindsight, looking back, that was a good decision from Liam.
And now we're going to close this one out. 5 seconds, a tough one for the local boy. Jacob Wilcox with an 8.5, the best number of the heat. But a small backup lets him down. And Jacob will be back on the Challenger Series to try to fight back for his spot on tour. Liam O'Brien with a couple of big 7.5s moves on into the round of 16. Amazing work from Liam O'Brien. His open face work is insane to watch, backed with one of the coolest styles on the top platform of the game. Wishing Wilcox the best of luck on the Challenger Series as Liam moves on. Ethan Ewing coming up next against a wild card named Reeve Hazelwood. We'll be right back. How good is nature? Wow, what a spot here in WA. So much coastline, so many waves. A few hour drive from the airport in Perth, and you find yourself in this Margaret River region. A lot of beach breaks, really cool wedge setups, novelty type waves, main break Margaret River that can be fun from 2 foot to 20 foot. Today it's been really high performance. Last 2 days we've seen so many excellent numbers, and coming from both of these athletes, Reef Hazelwood and Ethan Ewing. What a cool matchup this is. Joe Trappell with Waxhead, more officially Matt Chinoski.
Yeah.
So I'd probably go by Waxhead more often than not in Australia, but what a great heat. Goofy versus regular. The guy finished runner-up in the world last year, and a guy that has a cool opportunity to take on the world's best.
Yeah, well, we saw almost exactly the same scenario just before with Liam and Jacob. Goofy foot versus regular foot. We've got the flow, we have the connection, the power of Ethan Ewing mixed with the unpredictability, the air game, the radical surfing of Reef Hazelwood, who has competed here before. He's the wild card of this event, but tell you what, he put on an absolute clinic this morning on his backside. Strong surfing in the cleaner conditions. I wonder if he's going to go to the air in this heat.
Fun one, just 2 different types of approaches, and it makes you think about the state of Queensland.
Both from the sunny coast as well. Same sort of area, same zone. It's very unique. I mean, it's also where Julian Wilson's from, Sophie McCulloch as well. It's an area that's bred a lot of professional surfers over the years, and especially from 2000s and onwards. It's, I think of lots of talented, stylish surfers come out of that region, but probably none better have a chance of winning that world title other than Ethan Ewing right now. But Reef has a good chance to be a spoiler in this event.
Ethan Ewing said he's got a tractor now at home on Stradbroke Island, where he will drive it obviously to launch boats out there and skis, but they'll just whip it around and get a cup of coffee.
I thought you were about to say that you announced some board changes, the JS tractor.
You got excited there. Nope, yeah, on the DH as we look at the whip there from Ethan Ewing. Big blast there, drawing that hack from the lip line through the open face. Ouch. Right on the bricks as well. Unavoidable, even for guys like Ethan Ewing.
Gosh, whoa.
Can see how that turbulent current off the bricks just takes total control of you.
He was, yeah, so it flushed him out the other side. And what that is, that convergent, we've got that south swell that comes across. These surfers are surfing the right. So you got the left off the south side, which is the left of the screen, that comes in to the right. And it creates that drama at the end that we love, but also creates that havoc. It goes dry, the water sucks out, creates those whirlpools. We haven't seen much jet ski assist today, but let's dive into this replay. So ready to pounce on this section, gets low, springs into that turn. Beautiful opening slash. A nice another snapping turn there, and hammers that one off the top. Trims through there. That was his first wave, and this is the replay of that one. Last one. And that one hits the chop, bounces off it really well. Nice timing and placement there. Explosive attack into that turn 3. Whipping maneuvers, gets a tail free on that one. Rides out and gets smoked by the inside reef, and the technique and the prowess of his rail game is just almost second to none across all the different tour stops. Beautiful snapping carve at the end of that, and his ability to change the turn halfway through. That one lifts the hands up, goes into a little layback gaff there. Great choice of maneuvers in the choppy conditions here this afternoon, Joe.
Yeah, really adapting well to the chop. I love how he can switch gears. Tail slides with control and power, which is the cool part about that turn for Heath. That's when the bottom dropped out and things got radical. Bouncing off the bricks, backing up his 6.5. But looks like he's already back out in position, ready for more. And he's done so well. But his rail work has been the benchmark for what to really push yourself towards on tour. I mean, if you're a competitor, you'd have to be watching tape of Ethan Ewing to see how you could maybe produce something similar or even outmatch him. There's different versions of rail work when you look at John, and stylistically with Liam O'Brien and many more. But as far as fluidity, with the style not changing, with whether waves 2 foot or 20, variety and flow with power, it's one of the coolest things to watch on tour.
And I'm a student of surf history, but you can't go past the combo of Fanning and Taj Barrow for Ethan. Just the way we saw the close-up of that back leg bent in, the way that he's able to transition through turns. He's got some progression inbuilt with that speed and power that Fanning brought to the World Tour, and elements of both. A great score to open, well, a great backup score to open up with that 6.5.
6.5, then to a 7.83. Two great numbers already for Ewing. Often talk about his efficiency with wave selection and producing big numbers. He can just pick just a couple of waves and ice out his competitors where they are left scrambling, almost looking frantic to try a way to beat him. He has been so consistent the last couple of years, a completely different type of athlete from his rookie season on tour, which was back in 2017 with a series of round 2, round 3 losses. He was sent back off the tour and redefined himself. Came back even stronger. He was already getting comparisons to Andy Irons for that back arm when he first came on tour, but then the comparison was also remembering that AI fell off tour before he took over the world.
Yeah, and I mean, I see AI referenced in modern day Jack Robinson as well. But as we've seen Ethan really sharpen his tools and become really precise at those turns, he's coming into a brand of surfing that we haven't seen individually on that World Tour. I made those comparisons before, the Fanning and Taj, but I just think of someone like John, very unique. If we were to pick somebody in that last 2 decades to have taken on from Kelly's reign with the textbook of surfing, you'd have to have said John. Of course, in every single year that we mentioned in that last heat, I mentioned natural footers, regular footers, which had dominated the rankings. But in every year, in every decade, there's always been a goofy footer. And in the 60s and 70s, you had surfers like Wayne Lynch. Moving forward, we of course had surfers like Jerry Lopez. In the 80s, we had Tom Carroll. We had Oki as well. Italo, Gabrielle for the goofy footers. Completely unconventional. All the goofy footers we've seen throughout the years, if you were to reverse them and mirror them, not many regular footers have the same style, whether it be their hands, their knees, their hips, the way that they surf. But Ethan, he's got his own brand of surfing now, and I'm loving how he's really put a stamp on it. And he's had a lot of critics as well, and he's proving them wrong because he surfs so fast, so smooth, and so strong. Reef's got his hands full, but I think we're going to go to see the air for Reef. It's where he's going to have his advantage.
Reef does have priority, and he will take this wave. Starting to drive down the line. The wild card throws the fins out the back and controls that fin throw. Hits the whitewater section again, and a chunky wild one with a lot of breeze is going to shut him down from the finish. So he'll get credit for the 2 turns completed, falling on the finish, but looking to really just break the combination that Ethan's put on him with 19:30 on the clock.
Yeah, wild surfing there from Reef, really attacking the lip line. In previous years, he's had some good surfing and good heats by coming under the lip. So let's watch him line up this one. That one, he gets into the lip, chops the fins out, goes over for another one. A little bit of a speed float there, lining up for this dramatic end section turn. Unable to ride out. He stayed on his feet, but just popped out the back of the whitewater. So it'll pretty much just be that one major turn at the beginning, which will go into the scoring. And it was a lovely turn to start off, bit of progression into the lips, getting those fins to slide and looking back to the whitewater. But he'll need something a little more consolidated, I think, at this point in the heat, being in combo land.
Totally different look to the day from what we started off with this morning. We had that light breeze from the east. Just real clean, open faces, and Reef really took advantage of how clean the lip line was. His last wave had a lot of turbulence, a lot of bump, not those easy read sections that he was just lighting up, going really vertical and showing a lot of fluidity between turns. Ethan doing a good job to pick his points well in his forehand, even with the chunk on the face. He's put on some weight in a positive way. He's really strong. DH has been working hard just to keep up with the strength of Ethan Ewing, increasing his volume at different stages of last year. As we look at Reef digging in under priority and not finding anything there.
Yeah, you would have just heard that 5, 6, 7 for that last wave come over the speakers, and This is the webcast commentary. The surfers can't hear us, but they have their own beach commentator. So if you can position yourself, imagine you're watching these surfers. You've got that onshore wind. It's starting to get a little difficult to hear. There's a lot of speakers. These surfers have the option of the Apple Watch as well. They can check to see their position, but that score would have just been read out over the loudspeaker, which may have been why he pulled back. You've got to think, these surfers don't have instant access to these scores all the time. It's Mother Nature. They've got the elements out there. Things change, but there's little tactical moments in a heat that can make or break your season or get you that heat win.
It's cool looking back in surfing history and all the great changes that happened. Manu Zul, one of the great contributors to the sport of surfing for so many years, was bringing computer scoring to events all around the world, not just at the CT level, but at the amateur ranks. And that changed everything. Surfers used to paddle out for their heats and wonder what happened. They'd try to score themselves. They're not sure what their opponent did. They'd come into the beach and try to wait for the tabulations to happen to see if they moved on. Once they got scores on demand, they're adapting in real time in the water. Ethan's aware that Reef got a 5, 6, 7, that he's out of combo, and now he's prepared to make his next move. Definitely one of the biggest changes in pro surfing that we've been enjoying for a long time now. Ethan keeping his priority, letting that one go by. But also the man-on-man heats that you brought up over 40 years ago at the Stubbies event at Burley Heads. Peter Druin bringing the one-on-one heats to pro surfing. Here comes Ethan. Cool pace, just moving down the line. There's that hack on the open face with the fin throw. And there's a lot of versions of a tail blow, but I love how he'll get the fins out, but then continue to draw the rail through the face. So it's a whole lot to digest there when he swings that one in the guts of the wave.
It's so hard to do, to keep momentum going down the line after you blow that tail. Often, as we saw through the 2000s with that radical surfing, a lot of surfers ditching the fins, board sliding it. They'd lose their speed, regain, and that was all part of the criteria. They wanted to see some of that progression. But this has been, this spot, main break, has in particular had some really notable elements to pro surfing. We talked on man, which happened at Burley Heads, but this was the first place that jet ski assist was introduced by, well, Perry was telling us, the former head judge. They used this place in 2004. The jet ski became optional, and also 2 waves in a contest. This was the first location where we went from 3 scoring waves into 2 scoring waves. It happened in a round of 32 in 2004. It was a heat with Snake and CJ Hobgood.
Cool looking back in surfing history as we see the whip again from Ethan Ewing. Getting a little climbing float and he steps off. His wave before was a throwaway, and he's trying to build on a 6.5 there under Reef's priority with 14:50 on the clock. Yeah, top 3 scores were really common. Then it went to top 2, promoted radical surfing, not safety surfing, just building with, you know, a few 5s. People wanted to see people winning with a couple of big 8s. And one guy that's been winning a lot lately, a wild card, George Pitar, back at Heat 7, took a victory over Cole Hausman. George catching up with Stace Galbraith.
George, a close heat in this round at Bells. Must feel nice to get the win here and move into the round of 16.
Yeah, it's a pretty special feeling that. I don't know, I was sort of counting myself out for a while there. It was getting pretty slow and the wind was picking up, and I don't know, I just knew if one came, I'd just give it a crack, and I don't know, it was such a good wave, honestly. Like, you sort of want those ones out here we can come around that first section, and yeah, I knew when I was taking off, I was like, oh, this could actually be a pretty good one, and to get the score and to get a score like that, like, again, was just it's such an amazing feeling.
We're getting to know and love your surfing. It's beautiful on-rail attack. How do you adapt, though, when that wind picks up and the chatter on the face is a lot more aggressive than, say, first thing this morning when it's groomed?
Yeah, it was definitely weird. It legit picked up like 5 minutes before I paddled out. I was going out on ski and it just knot by knot just picking up. And I don't know, luckily, like, my CIs, I'm just so confident in them, like, no matter what really one I'm on. They're pretty special boards, and yeah, I don't know, I just thought I'd just keep my fins in the water, just stay underneath the lip. And I came out here yesterday afternoon because I saw that chop coming up and I hadn't surfed it that much like that. And yeah, just try to get in the rhythm of it, feel it out a bit, and yeah, I don't know, I'm just so happy.
We're happy for you too, mate. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you, Stace. George Pitar getting the win in Heat 7. We're in Heat 9 now. Last was O'Brien over Wilcox. Big moment for George, getting to compare his surfing to the world's best. He's hoping everything goes right this year on the Challenger Series. Had a great year last year. Was in the conversation for some serious momentum heading into Saquarema last season. But it seems like a guy that's a quick study. Learns quickly, makes improvements on demand. Already knowing how to handle himself at the top stage.
Yeah, a lot of comparisons there to Cole Hausman. We saw Cole get interviewed at the US Open last year. He had already qualified for the championship tour midway through last year of the CS, and now he's a household name. Excuse the almost pun there, but here we have Reef on the answer back.
Reef now setting up the backhand whip. Little fade on the carve and setting up a third move, hoping for a lip line. He will aggressively attack the end section. Well-timed backhand hack for Hazelwood. Searching for an 8.66, trying to break that one down. He's hoping to at least outdo his 5.67 there against Ethan Ewing, last year's runner-up in the world. Ethan making a series of finals last year, winning bells, his second CT event, still currently with 2 big championship tour wins. But Ewing showing his depth, runner-up in Brazil, runner-up in J-Bay in his event title defense. As we see Reef's wave again here, Waxhead.
Yeah, so a little setup snap to get that one going, and a nice little power redirect to the pocket, waiting for this one to really have any section to ramp up on. And that last turn, probably the best of the 3, a good combo. 8.66, I don't think it'll be the 8.66, but some nice surfing, nice moments there. Also on a Channel Islands board, we just heard George reference the predictability and control and the faith that he has in his equipment, which is always something that you've got to really, when you're traveling and you don't have the ability to take all your boards with you, you need some good travelers. So that CI Pro 2 looking really good under his feet, and Reef on a pretty similar design as well.
10:30 to go in the matchup. Reef Hazelwood trying to create an upset as a wild card as he's chasing an 8.63 to catch up to Ewing, as we're still enjoying a lot of great conversations with Kelly Slater, Doug Silva, and Seth Moniz. We'll be right back.
The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Oakberry. Fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. By BioGland, official vitamin partner of the WSL Australia. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. And by Shire of Augusta Margaret River. Proud to support the Western Australia Margaret River Pro, which celebrates the epic local surfing culture of this region.
8:22 on the clock here in heat number 9 of the round of 32. Started off with overlapping heats in this round after we completed the elimination round, then switched gears according to conditions to go back to just normal heats, just 2 guys out living the dream and looking for a spot into the round of 16. Seth Moniz, Connor O'Leary coming up next, and so much on the line with the midseason cut. And with rapid fire heats, Waxhead, it's just about keeping up with it all. We've already had to move some guys to the Challenger Series like David Silva, local boy Jacob Wilcox, even with a big score in the X-Zone range, as obviously those are heavy hitters when it comes to the CS Tour. But obviously we're hoping that they'll get back on at the top 34 next season. You can't get enough of their surfing.
Yeah, and it's the goofy foot, natural foot matchups, which is what we've seen today. Seth and Connor coming up next, and Jacob and Liam said before. But in this one, Ethan and Reef, this is a well-matched heat, but an 8.63 still required from Reef. He's got his work cut out for him.
Liam O'Brien looking incredible in the last matchup. He's on the glass with Stace.
From the Seaway to the Crab Pot, up to the Pav, and everywhere in between, Burley is rejoicing. Liam O'Brien, you have made the cut.
Oh, cheers, Stace. Oh, man, that was such a weird heat. I didn't really want to win, didn't really want to lose either. So obviously knew how much it meant to Jacob. And yeah, I can't say enough good stuff about him. He's an amazing surfer, fantastic human being, and yeah, it's such an odd heat. I felt pretty uncomfortable having to surf against him in that situation. So yeah, stoked for myself, but yeah, bummed for him, but he'll be back, and I wish him all the best.
Yeah, Darren Hanley echoed the same sentiments. Any words of advice for Jacob? You've been in this position.
Yeah, I don't know. He knows what he's doing. He's surfing so good now, and I think he's got a pretty good competitive formula together. So yeah, I don't see that he'll have any troubles trying to get back to where he wants to be. But yeah, it's just such a bummer of a heat. But anyway.
Personally, you had a close heat in this round last year. You must be stoked to edge a little bit further into this draw in 2024.
Yeah, for sure. Been feeling like I've been competing better this year than last year, making a few better decisions. I was sort of like a lot of learning last year, so just been trying to implement all those little lessons I learned along the way last year, and yeah, so far it's working out. Like, I've been getting some better results, and I don't know, just keen to just try and keep pushing through the draw and see how far I can go.
And a shout out to your secretary, Jed Dennison, and the boys back at home.
Yeah, shout out to everyone watching back home. Thanks everybody for the support as always. It means a lot, and yeah, hopefully I can keep it going.
Well done, Lob.
Well done, Stace. Liam O'Brien going through that awkward position of surfing against a good friend when there's so much on the line. Think about how it's going to be when the Pupo brothers are surfing for their tour life in the round of 16. But that's the drama that comes with the cut. The drama with the high and low seeds in the round of 32. It follows the draw after this round as we look at Ethan Ewing on his last.
Yeah, so nice snap to get started on that one, and nice speed float down the line. Here he's ready to pounce on this end section, which he got a wild snap, and he decides to opt out of that instead of maybe losing the fins, perhaps thinking that was going to come in under his 7.83 and his 6.5 as well. Wasn't worth the risk, wasn't worth the commitment of that extra 10 meters. Love that interview, Joe. Just really shows the personality there of Liam. He has a killer instinct in the water, but very sweet, humble guy outside of the water.
Cool setup for Hazelwood just to find a couple sections there on a insider with not a whole lot of room to move. So it kind of created space to set up two maneuvers and kind of slingshotted himself into that bottom turn, trying to get out of the fives, breaking down an 8.63 to keep this run alive as a wild card. We talked about the stories of Jay Davies lighting up the crowd and doing some damage over at the slab across the bay at the box, really impacting the world title race. That was definitely one of the most sensational wild card stories, and even more so because he's a WA local on top of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And West Oz, I've said it before, I'll say it again, it's one of the few places where you can have a slab board, a short board, you can even have a tow board and a gun in the car on the same day. No one will look at you any weirder because there's so many options for waves just in this stretch of coastline in Margaret River. And Jay Davies, he's well accustomed in all those parts of equipment, and same with Jacob Wilcox as well, who we lost in that last round. But Reef Hazelwood, still waiting for him to perhaps capitalize on a set wave. He hasn't really had, well, there hasn't been too many of those bigger set waves that we saw in that last heat. A great decision to go back to two-man heats, not the overlapping. It's been a little less consistent in the last few heats, Joe.
Matchups are looking intense in the next round. Mentioned the Pupo brothers matchup. Remember that we've got the Medina and John show at the start of the round of 16. Medina, the defending event champ. John, the guy to beat at main break, as we look forward to that one. But also Jack Robinson told me at the press conference he still feels like he's the last winner because he was injured last year, wasn't able to actually perform and defend his home break and event title. And Jack's coming up in the last heat of the day versus Callum Robson. And if you hadn't got the message yet, women's round of 16 off for the day. So we'll just be setting up the round of 16 for the rest of the day today here at Main Break.
Yeah, I think it's a great call. We had some amazing heats throughout the day and still some action left in the day. Approaching 2 minutes to go, and Reef's got nothing to lose. He is the wild card into this event, so he'll get that one opportunity. And he'll be a threat on the Challenger Series as well, heading to the Gold Coast for the first event and then down to Narrabeen as well. He will take a lot of confidence out of that heat win earlier in the day too.
Gosh, he's such an incredible surfer. Broke the internet a few times doing some of the biggest frontside airs I've ever witnessed. I was actually in the water for one of them at Rocky Point. Saw him launch with so much speed, had so much height and control, and it was so rad to see him do it with no rotation. Since then, you can see him do variety, backhand, forehand. His ability above the lip is unbelievable. And what you've seen earlier today, he can back it with power surfing, great rail work. I truly believe he's got the whole package to be a full-timer against the best in the world.
He's got the support too of his sponsors. Saw Britt Merrick and giving him a bit of a prayer earlier in the day today. He was down there with Brent Powell, the team manager for Channel Islands, sticking true to their team riders, very faithful to a lot of them as well. I mean that in more ways than one. They've got some great support in and out of the water. A good team that they've got going on there. But here, a bit of a paddle battle here. Ethan with priority.
Ethan Ewing looking to shut it down, and he will paddle right across Reef Hazelwood. It's always close in those decisions to see if there could be a blocking call when you're holding on to first priority. Judge is still looking at that moment and still keeping the priority with Ethan Ewing as they look to both be paddling over the wave. 42 seconds to go.
Yeah, good call there, and Reef's definitely no stranger to those close calls. US Open last year, he had a quarterfinal appearance with Nolan Raposa, and they both, well, thought they were going to split a peak, but didn't quite work that way. And there was an interference there against Reef, so he's well accustomed to these situations, perhaps trying to force his hand there on Ethan. Well played from the man in red.
Ethan Ewing, world number 2 so far this year. That's where he finished in the world last season. His best year to date, came close to bringing a world title home to Australia. It's been since Mick Fanning won a world title that Australia's taken top honors on the men's side. As we close this one out, Ewing moving on to the round of 16 under the coaching of Jake the Snake Patterson. And Reef Hazelwood putting together a great wild card performance. Definitely going to rewatch what he did earlier this morning. Great act on tour. Looking forward to seeing his run and following it closely on the Challenger Series this year. Got more heats to go though in the round of 32. 30 minutes scored on their top 2. Big heat for Seth Moniz and Connor O'Leary, followed by Jordy Smith and Frederico Marias. We'll bring in Ronnie Blakey and Felicity Palmatier for the call right after this.
Welcome back to the show. The round of 32 continues now with Seth Moniz and Connor O'Leary hitting the lineup. Should be a fantastic clash. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside Felicity Parmentier. Felicity, such a big day. So much has happened. But we've still got some more heats to get through.
Oh, we've got a few more heats to get through this afternoon, and things are actually quite tricky. I've been out on my break. I've been stuffing my face with some crayfish, some local produce. It's been beautiful, but I have been taking notes, and it is looking pretty challenging out there right now.
Yeah, what are the challenges? We know that wind kicked up and there's a bit more texture on the water.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot more texture on the face. I mean, you can sort of see it right here in this shot, but yeah, a lot more texture on the face. It looks like it's really hard to pick those cleaner face waves. You're looking at, the second, third wave of the set, that's for sure. But that's if, you're going to get that opportunity. It's definitely gotten trickier. It's definitely gotten a bit harder out there. But yeah, we've got some big heats coming up. This one here, big heat, obviously really big heat for Seth.
Massive.
Massive heat.
Yeah, he's way back in 25th position at the moment. Down one spot on that live rankings. Connor O'Leary in 18th position at the moment. Just one previous head-to-head heat between these two competitors. Seth getting the jump on Connor last year in Tahiti. But this will be a good one. Seth, it looks strong earlier in the event, the opening round. Connor's got a lot of power. We'll just see how they both adapt to the bumpier conditions.
I think it's just all going to come down to wave selection, in my opinion, and who can find those cleaner face waves and who's going to be able to come from behind the section. I heard Georgie Pitar actually saying that in his post-heat interview, that he was looking for those waves where he could really come from behind, because it's really easy to get out in the face here, especially on the rights at main break. And so wave selection, cleaner face waves is going to be super important. Obviously, we've got two contrasting approaches, Seth being natural footer, Connor being the goof, and I mean, yeah, I feel like this is going to be a tight one, in my opinion.
Yeah, Connor's been strong, hasn't he, the past couple of seasons, cracking the top 10 in 2022, had an 11th last year. He's had some real magic moments, despite the fact he hasn't broken through for a CT win yet. He's surfing. There's that size in his surfing. Seth Moniz has kind of struggled this season. And, despite the quarterfinal finish, a lot of early round exits for him. So with a loss here, he will be relegated. Came into the contest in 24th position, but Seth's been up toward that top 10 as well in his rookie season, 2019. He finished 12th, but he's done a number of years now kind of hanging around the bubble. He wants to save his place on this championship tour right here.
Yeah, I think similar sort of story for Connor. Connor's rookie year on Tour 2, I think he ended up with a second place finish in Fiji, so he came out of the gate swinging. And Connor's put together some seriously good performances over the years on the CT. So they're both kind of, this is a super important heat for both of these guys right now.
I think the difference between these two for me is, where their surfing is at the moment. Just even if you forget the results for a moment, just Connor's surfing's looking so strong. And Seth is trying to look to reclaim, I think, some of the form that's seen him crack finals at Pipe.
Yeah, I mean, Connor came out of the gate swinging this year. I remember I saw him and he put together a great performance at Pipe, semi-final, third, packed a big barrel at backdoor, and it was big that day. It was scary that day. There was a lot of water moving. He is looking solid, I think, and Connor to me has always been a really solid surfer on his backhand. His backhand's obviously his strength. He surfs so well living at Lennox Head with his wife Steph, and yeah, at Lennox all the time, just really honing in on that backhand. He's obviously on his backhand here on these rights today.
Yeah, you need a good backhand to do well on the schedule at the moment.
You really do. If you're a goofy footer, you want to have a good backhand.
Yeah, otherwise you're done. It's probably the reason that backhand performance has evolved so much, in part because of the goofies on tour. But he will get the opportunity, where you talked about Fiji for him. His only CT final was on his forehand. So while his backhand's incredible, the forehand clearly is a strength as well. As we see Seth up, first wave of this exchange. And this wind will favour him. He's got some unbelievable airs that he can go to. But at the moment, just keeping that board in the water and a nice sequence of turns through this ride.
Tidy little finish on the inside, gets the fins free, pushed it a little bit too hard. Behind him, O'Leary chasing him down the line here. Can square up multiple times on a ride if he gets that board swinging in that rhythm. That wave just didn't really have a nice steep section for Connor O'Leary to lay into.
Yeah, they were two very different. I feel like Seth's wave, if Connor was on that would have been a really difficult wave to surf on your backhand. It just had so many rivets in the face. I mean, Seth even paddled into that wave. He really took this little chip shot, right? The wave hasn't even broken yet. He stands up, does a little check turn there. Wave starts to bowl, cracks that first section, but I'm just looking at this. If it just would have been so tricky to surf on your backhand. So smart move by Connor to let this one go, I think. But yeah, Seth getting to work, getting a lot of work done, but just getting that fall there at the end, unfortunately. And out the back was Connor. Goes up into the lip for that first turn. This is that first turn we didn't see. And then, yeah, a couple of other carves on the inside. He gets busy here, gets a couple of big taps. But he's definitely going to be wanting more than that, that's for sure.
Yeah, waiting on that number to roll through. How high would the judges go for that? We'll see. But you can tell, we touched on it at the start of this heat, you know, conditions are tricky, but there's still swell out there. And that's what we want to make the most of at the moment.
Yeah, there's definitely still a lot of swell. It's going to be interesting to see what happens tomorrow when we rock up down here for the call. I think the period actually picks up slightly, but the swell drops off. So we'll see what the conditions are going to bring for tomorrow morning. I'd saying light winds again in the morning and then sort of trending this onshore at around lunchtime. So I'm not sure if we'll get to see any more surfing, but right now the swell's still here. So, I mean, even yesterday afternoon, after the contest got called off, I saw some of the biggest sets I'd seen all afternoon. The wind had totally kicked in and it was pretty hard to surf. But yeah, the swell's still well and truly here and it's contestable.
The sport of surfing's a family affair for both the competitors out there at the moment. The Moniz family, of course, you know, big presence over there in Hawaii, and Seth's dad Tony, big wave surfer, and just an icon over there. His mum Tammy helps run the family surf business, the Moniz family surf, and Kalea, a two-time world longboard champion, his sister, and his brother's Rip as well, so big time. And then, of course, Connor O'Leary, his mother was a Japanese surfing champion, Akemi, and yeah, they absolutely love it, and they always tune in big time for these clashes. Just over 19 and a half minutes remaining here. Let's check in with the winner of the last heat with Stace Galbraith.
Thanks, Ron. Ethan, how do you change your turn selection when this wind comes up this strong?
Yeah, it's tricky. I feel like you can go too high when this wind's up. You can just like blow the fins out too much. So I was trying to just like turn in the little pockets a bit more, and yeah, I don't know. You can't get as critical, I don't think, but yeah, just trying to find those little power pockets.
You look extremely comfortable coming off the bottom when it's clean. Are you still as confident coming off the bottom when it's choppy?
Surprisingly, yeah, this board feels good. It's really hard when it's this bumpy, like it's like almost devil wind. But when you get a good board that's smooth off the bottom when it's like that, it's really cool.
It's been a big day of surfing down here. How's the levels been? Obviously Kelly earlier, and then a couple of close heats with the cut. How do you kind of stay in your lane?
Yeah, it's been really entertaining. Obviously the GOAT going down, but he's been a huge inspiration, and yeah, I've been really impressed with the guys like right on the cut. They're just pulling it out, and been really impressed with those. And yeah, I'm just trying to stay in my lane and yeah, put on some good performances.
And that you are. Enjoy your afternoon, mate. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, Stace. Yeah, you always wonder that, don't you, with Ethan Ewing? You know, he loves a clean wall, obviously, but just minced the line up then with some big explosive back foot power.
Yeah, it's so tricky right now, and Ethan said it himself too, especially once you get a bit of south into the face of these rights, it just becomes so tricky. You can really easily overcook your turn. You go too high on the face of the wave, you get blown back, you get stuck at the top, get a bit bogged. So it's just interesting to hear him say, I just pulled my turns back a little bit, try to stay in the pocket. I feel like it's pretty good advice for this afternoon. And I feel like that onshore, just knowing Western Australia so well, I feel like it might kick up even a few more knots. into these back few heats of this afternoon. So,
Well, when he says that he toned it down, I mean, it didn't really appear that way. Is he kind of referring to how deep a drive that he has on the bottom turn? What's the key to maintaining a smooth approach when you're in these bumpy conditions?
well, for me, what I took from that is that he just didn't want to go too high in the pocket. He's just trying to sniff out those sort of little bowlier sections. I mean, when it's super clean, I mean, and hardly any wind, sort of what we saw from Ethan yesterday when he posted that 9.5. I mean, it was as buttery as it gets out here. There wasn't a drop of water out of place, and you can put your turn wherever you want it on that face of the wave. You're not going to be getting blown back, whereas right now you can see there's so much texture on the face of this wave, and it's so easy to get caught at the top. If it's any, even if it's really offshore out here, I mean, early mornings out here are also notorious for that. Early morning offshore, it's pretty strong. When you're paddling in, the sun's rising over that ridge line, it's right in your face. You've got water and spray blowing up the face of the wave. And yeah, you've got to really be careful not to place your turns too high here. Otherwise, it can be very easy to get stuck at the top of the wave.
Numbers in from the opening exchange. Nice and close between these two. Seth Moniz with a 4.77. Connor O'Leary, the 4.67. Could be some waves approaching here. Connor's got the priority at this point in time.
Yeah, like I said already, I feel like this is going to be a super close heat. Obviously, both these guys, they want to be in control of their destiny. They want to be advancing out of this. Seth, obviously coming into this heat lower on the rankings than where Connor was, but they both want to be in control of your own destiny. You don't want to be sitting on the sideline watching and waiting to see if you're going to secure your spot or not. But yeah, time's ticking away, and 15.5 on the clock with only one wave scored. Things are going to get pretty interesting here, the back half of this heat.
Yeah, it can be a rattle. Yeah, so just looking at the live ladder, it's really interesting just looking at Connor O'Leary's position on these rankings. He'll definitely want to fire up here. He's got to be pretty wary. As we heard Ethan Ewing say, there's been some valiant efforts from those surfers below the cut line today. Some really brave performances to get themselves a spot in that next round.
Yeah, for me, I think it's been the Pupo brothers. I mean, both of those boys just performed so well earlier today, and they weren't in the same heat together, but they were out in the water together. One was in the priority heat, one was in the non-priority heat, and yeah, they just pulled through, and I was super impressed with their performances. I was also really impressed with David Silva. He didn't make it through his heat, and unfortunately, now he hasn't made the cut, but that was some of the best surfing I've seen him do in a CT. I mean, he put away 2 excellent scores and went down to, the greatest of all time out here, which is John. As disappointing as it was, but yeah, he did so well.
Brave performance, his best performance this year in a losing heat, but David Silva will be on the Challenger Series. 4.5 minutes to go. Let's check in with the wax head.
Down here at the Margaret River produce tent, got all fresh produce from the area, and we have a disappointed but almost a little happy and relieved Reef down here. Tell us what you're eating. We got abalone and crayfish, I believe.
Yeah, abalone and crayfish, and a couple breadsticks, and yeah, it's pretty nice to roll in from a heat straight into this. So yeah, stoked.
And over here we have Kat from Margaret River Produce. Talk us about what was on offer today, and do we have any other days?
Oh, we do. We have one more day left where we'll be serving Margaret River produce. We have served, like you said, Augusta crayfish and abalone. We've had some amazing organic steak. We've had some beautiful lamb. We've had incredible regenerative chicken, chorizo, pork chorizo, all made by farmers, well, grown or produced by farmers and producers in the Margaret River region.
And in Western Australia, that's the type of hospitality you can expect. I mean, even just here, we had some beetroot, we had some great pickles, some amazing cheeses and some breadsticks, everything there today, some little chocolates as well. And all of it you can be found in the Margaret River area in Western Australia is a place not just for great waves, but great produce as well.
Oh, I bet you're just going to nosedive straight into it there, Matty. Get into it, mate. But yeah, it's an awesome spread. Always amazing produce here, and yeah, you always should be paying excess on the way home.
Oh, mate, I spent a good half an hour sniffing around out there before I came back in the booth. I got to sample all those things that Matt was just having a look at just then. I mean, the lamb was amazing, the chicken, abalone, crayfish. I do feel slightly ill. I might have overdone it.
Way to take the edge off a heat loss for Reef Hazelwood there.
Oh.
Piling just the best ever food into your face. 12.5 minutes to go. And not a whole lot happening on the outside in the last few minutes. Seth Moniz, he had a backup score, 0.93. Wants to definitely dispose of that before the end of this heat. Connor O'Leary needs next to nothing at this stage of the game to get himself up into it. Connor O'Leary, I touched on it earlier on. It's really funny. There's so much talk about, you know, the size of Cole Houshman. There's a couple of big boys, and they're goofy footers that are up there with Cole. Connor O'Leary's not too far behind in the height and weight department. And Ramsey as well, just big, powerful goofies. I love it when you see Connor on a sizey wall, because he can match whatever a section is throwing at him. And we've seen it here at Mainbreak, throwing down some huge turns in the past.
Yeah, it just brings me back to one point that we had Occy in the booth during Bells, and he just had a comment about, if you just can be big enough and strong enough and powerful enough, even if it's lumpy and bumpy, you can just power on through, just keep that rail engaged. And Connor reminds me he's just someone that can do just that.
11 minutes to go. He's out there with priority, waiting for an opportunity here. Needs just a 1.04 to get ahead of Seth Moniz. We're going to take a Bonsai brew break. Well, WSL teamed up on a coastal restoration project with Nature Conservation Margaret River region and their Youth Marine Steward program to work together in healing the landscape to prevent erosion and to learn more about this incredible ocean ecosystem. We planted local native coastal plants and lay brush. So make sure you get involved in your local community too. Tell us what you're doing to protect the ocean by posting on social media with the hashtag WSL1Ocean. Good things happening around the event here at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. Out in the lineup, Connor O'Leary still waiting for his opportunity to tap into a scoring ride here to get ahead of Seth Moniz, who's holding a very flimsy lead at the moment. He's still hanging on to a throwaway 0.93. But when we're waiting for sets and we take that WA flight cam and get a look at this lineup, it just, you know, gives you a fantastic perspective of this amazing coastline. And, you know, the surfing's just one attraction that drags people down this way, Felicity. And you've obviously experienced everything this region has to offer. What's some of your favourite stuff to do when the wind picks up and the ocean turns a little average?
Oh, there's just so much. If you're a fan of the great outdoors and you're a fan of adventure, I mean, the Margaret River region is it. We've got the beautiful Cape to Cape track, which stretches all the way from Cape Naturalist to Cape Lewin. It's about 150 kilometres long. And yeah, I mean, if I've got a day where it's onshore and surf isn't that good, maybe I'll just pick a little section that I might want to walk. Beautiful, there's so many beautiful sections there. I mean, you've got beautiful rock pools as well if you fancy a swim. on a few of the lay days that we just had. Took a couple of my friends down to one of my favourite beaches on earth, which is Contos. It's about 20 minutes south of Margaret River, and I mean, it's just pick the most beautiful rock pool down there. There's so many to choose from. It's my favourite beach. It's just crystal clear water on days like today when there's not much swell around, and the whitest sand and aqua, every shade of blue, you know, just, yeah, stunning rock pools, cape to cape trails. You've got caves down that you can go, multiple different caves you can go and check out towards down the Contos region. As we see Seth getting underway.
Well, under priority, Seth making a move. Nice combination there. Not a whole lot of space for him to fit those turns in, but times it well. Definitely going to dump that .93 and replace it with something stronger to up the requirement here for the Australian.
Yeah, well, it's just, time is ticking, and it's actually unbelievable to me right now that we're sitting out here with only 4 waves sort of caught. It's break down this one from Seth. He's trying to get the ball rolling. Goes up into that carving manoeuvre, times that last turn really well. Needs to stick it because this is important. That first turn, just keeping it really tight in the pocket there. Goes to that carving manoeuvre, straight up into the lip. Bit of a lip line, gets the finish, and he's going to be out in the lead with that.
Yeah, it's going to feel good for him. 5.83, so under priority, turning in his best number here. Just a little punch to the, you know, the mindset of Connor O'Leary. Because under priority, if you're sneaking away the best number of the heat so far, it's a real mental edge over your opponent.
Yeah, it definitely is. But, I mean, Connor's still only chasing a 5.93. This is still such a low-scoring heat. And I've just got to be thinking, even if I just go off yesterday too, today it's been like this, but the ocean has rhythms, right? And it's been pretty sleepy for at least 30 minutes. So I'm predicting sets at the end of this heat, and I'm predicting things to go down.
Always a massive advantage though, isn't it, when you're on the exchange, you know, holding a point or more over your rival with the number that they're counting on, because even if Connor can get himself the lead back here, you know, Seth will be making up, he'll take a point off the requirement by winning the previous exchange. So 5 minutes to go here. Connor O'Leary, you will see if he can hold his nerve. We've seen some amazing clutch moments in the event already today.
Yeah.
On Florence, the pressure was on him early. He saved himself.
Yeah, well,
Sammy Pupo.
They both did. I mean, John dropped anchor for almost about 30 minutes and he only caught 2 waves. I mean, it's all you need, obviously, duh, Captain Obvious, but it's definitely not over. As we see Seth having another look, scratching in here.
Yeah, he's trying to better a 4.77 now. Got some speed. Looks like he's ramping up for something, but the wave doesn't cooperate. Backs down completely.
He's out of there. Out of there.
He's had some amazing airs with the jersey on. One from the US Open really springs to mind. That was on his road to actually cracking the Championship Tour ranks. However, you know, I'd love to see him find a big section out here, because you check out that Trilogy 2.0 and have a look at some of the airs he throws down in that. Unbelievable.
Yeah, he is so good in the air. Sorry, excuse me, I'm just having all sorts going on. Look at that crayfish and abalone. So full. But yeah, I mean, Seth, right now, I mean, this is an air win going into that right-hander. We've got that south kicking up. If there was ever a time to do it, I mean, now would be the time. However, it's still not safe. He's out in the lead. Connor's still chasing this score. It'll be interesting to see if he goes his first one, and it's looking like he is.
Connor O'Leary making his move. 3.5 minutes to go. Needs a 5.93 at the moment to get himself up into first. Whipping into the pocket. Better section there. Still just looking to flow this one through to the inside. Maybe his best move was the last.
Yeah, last was razor sharp. That was super razor sharp. It was more than vertical, in my opinion. And first couple of turns, he did the best with what he could. It was a very bumpy wave. That first wave of the set wasn't very clean. He kind of had to go, though, because it didn't look like there was much behind him. So chasing 5.93, it has to be the best wave of the heat. That's where my mind goes straight away. Goes up into that section, and it's just, you can see the lump and bump on this. It is really difficult to surf. A lot of rivets. This turn here, that was the razor sharp one we're talking about. Oof, is it the best of the heat? That it has to be.
He did well to try and just force some flow into this ride, but it just had a bit of a stop-start kind of look about it.
Yeah, he really did his best with what he could, but honestly, I feel like this wave was just, looks like a dog's breakfast. He did do so well, though, but it really does look a little bit ugly, but Connor's he's really making it look pretty good. This turn right here, that was my favourite, just 12 o'clock, razor sharp, really precise.
Yeah, it's, you know, always a little bit of a question mark on it when your last turn on a tapering wall is the best turn on the ride, and the numbers starting to roll through now. Not enough to get Connor O'Leary in front. 5.43, still needs a 5.18. Seth's got priority with just 1 minute and 45 seconds to go. Can he hang on, the young Hawaiian?
Nervous times right now, and I've just got this feeling that this heat has been so slow that we're going to see a flurry of waves here at the end and see this pull back shot. And I mean, it's so hard to tell right now. A little bit of glare on the ocean. Maybe looks like there might be a couple of more rolls of the dice here, but Seth's looking pretty good. He's got priority, so he's just going to have to hold Connor off, and Connor's going to have to make Seth think about something.
He's got to find some space here in this lineup, or as you said, kind of sell Seth on a ride here. Something standing up here. Seth on the outside. Had a bit of a look. Oh, Connor appealing, desperately appealing for a change in priority.
Definitely something on the way. It's just whether or not we're going to get there in time.
Yeah. I feel like it was an appeal, but did he have a crack at that wave? I don't think so.
I think Connor's just trying everything he can at this stage.
Exactly. 35 seconds to go. Seth hanging on. This could leave Connor O'Leary in a pretty dicey position on the rankings. Already dropping 3 spots on the live rankings coming into this heat. Here goes Moniz. Can he shut the door, improve on the 4.77, has some speed, the wave standing up for him. Takes to the air, gets the grab.
Oof.
Can't ride out though.
So shallow right there, he just landed almost on dry reef.
Gave it a go, fully committed on the outside. We'll have to wait and see whether Connor got to his feet in time for this one. Gets a rotation there. Chasing a 5.18, that's all that he's going to get out of that ride.
It's not it for me, and I think he knows it. He knows it for sure. That was a pretty tough heat for Connor. Very, very, very slow. Tough heat for Seth too. I mean, there wasn't too many opportunities that came through for the boys.
Well, that is going to be an interesting one. O'Leary already had started sliding down the live rankings. Seth Moniz is going to continue his climb up skyward as he survives the round of 32 and moves on through to that round of 16. Stressful times. We are seeing the numbers lock in now. And the result is in the bag for Seth Moniz, an extremely close one. 10.6 for Seth. 10.1 for Connor O'Leary, not too far behind. But another clutch moment for one of our surfers, just fighting to survive on the championship tour.
Yeah, wow, that was so close. I kind of knew it just going into this heat that it was just going to be really, really tight between these two guys. And it ended up being that way, and not that much opportunity for them. I feel like it always is. It's always hard as well when you don't get the opportunities to really surf too. It just feels, I feel like it stings even a bit more. You know, it's the harder pill to swallow.
Well, let's hope we see some a higher frequency of set waves in the next heat, because we've got a good clash coming up. Geordie Smith is going to be taking on Federico Marias as Seth makes his way in. Strong stuff from the Hawaiian. The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Tourism Western Australia, official tourism partner of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. By Bonsoi, the official milk of the World Surf League. By Rusty, official apparel of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. And by Slater, official sunscreen partner of the World Surf League.
Well, welcome back to the show. Gearing up for another big round of 32 clash here between two heavy-footed regular foots. Geordie Smith from South Africa in the red, Frederico Moraes from Portugal will be out there in the blue. Should be a good one. Just saw Seth Moniz, who was below the cut line prior to that heat, make the move through to the round of 16 and also jump inside the top 22. He's in the 21st position. So still some results to play out. He still wants to keep moving through heats so he can eventually shore up his position with a strong finish. But that was a real positive heat win for him as we see Geordie now getting things started this way during the break.
Yeah, Geordie, just a couple of little foam taps there, a bit of a funky finish. Out behind him looks like we've got Fred. And this one a bit bigger. Still looks like a very hard wave to surf right now. Gets up into that first section, jams it in the pocket, carves it around here, looking for a finish on the inside, and he's just going to probably try and get priority over Geordie, which he did. So, a couple of smaller scores there, similar start. Fred just ever so slightly getting the jump on Geordie, but in my eyes, this is pretty exciting matchup. Obviously, Fred coming into this, he needs a result. Needs a big result here. But from what I saw from Fred in the opening round, it was very, very positive. I can't remember if I was in the booth with you, but he just looked like he was so sure-footed. He looked like he was attacking it. It was like the nerves weren't really getting to him. And it was already really positive. So if he can continue with that, good things to come.
I was on that call with you. Yeah, it was probably his strongest performance I felt this year. Just his most confident performance. He did have some moments for sure at Sunset, but just seemed a bit more committed to each of his big rail turns. And here he goes now.
Whoa.
Swooping back into the bowl, getting back to that white water, and loading up for the finish here. Swings that tail, maintains control. And this wave provides a couple of little sections for him to tap into on that inside. So a 4.33 on his opening wave, and Frederico is going to put another decent number up here.
Yeah, that is just every single time. I sound like a broken record, but every wave's so difficult to surf right now. Just the face of that wave was looking really soupy. There was a lot of whitewash to contend with. Fred really picking the eyes out of that one on just the best place to place his turn. And I'd say, here we go, we'll have a look at it here. You can see this one just had a nice little bowl to it, and he just really waited for that section. Really leant so hard on that rail. Goes to another cut back here and gets the fins foot loose and fancy free on the inside here. Couple of other little taps. Not bad.
Looking at these two and their results so far this season, I mean, Geordie kicked off the year incredibly well over on the North Shore. A quarter-final finish at Pipe, a semi-final finish at Sunset, but then a couple of 17ths, and this round's been a nightmare for Fred as well this season. 3 17ths, so getting bundled out in this round of 32. His best result, the 9th at Sunset. And you think about these two surfers, both of them getting their best results at Sunset. It's no surprise. Both with big forehand power turns that they can lean into. I think, you know, when Geordie's on, it's going to be hard for Fred to overcome him. But again, the conditions, when they get a little trickier, it sort of takes the favourite's edge away sometimes.
Yeah, I've got to agree with that, and I think we saw that was just so evident at Bells. You know, the conditions got really challenging. We had to move to Winky for a couple of days, and we saw some big upsets go down. And I think it sort of happens at all locations on tour, wherever the waves, you know, obviously looking on paper, I mean, you'd say Geordie is the favourite going into this heat, but when conditions get tricky like this, just funny things happen. A lot more luck goes into it, and you just got to have a really good read at being adaptable. And I mean, it's just, I've already said it, but I sound like a broken record. It's hard out there right now.
It's difficult. You know, when you look at the head-to-head history too, that would suggest that even validates Geordie's favouritism in this heat a little more, or his edge, his advantage. 3 previous matchups for these two, Geordie's won them all. And that goes way back to 2013 in Portugal when Frederico was just a grom. These two met. Geordie, a runner-up back in 2021 here at the Margaret River Pro. Would not be surprised if, you know, if Geordie broke through for a victory here. Just his surfing, the way he can hold a rail on a big open face. That would sort of serve him well in pumping conditions, but it's going to be a challenge this season.
Yeah, it is. And if I cast my eyes a few days further forward in the waiting period, it's going to be interesting to see what happens tomorrow when we rock up early tomorrow morning. If this swell's still going to hang around, there is a bit more of a kick in the swell towards Saturday, Sunday. Does drop off for those next few days. We're looking at, you know, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, a little bit smaller. But yeah, like back to what you were saying, I mean, Geordie, typically when I think of him doing really, really well, I think big open ocean waves, a bit more space on the face of waves. If I'm looking at the forecast, I mean, I can't count him out because he is so good, but...
Can't actually remember the last time I saw Geordie do an air in a heat either, which is interesting because he's by far one of the best aerialists on the championship tour, and this win sort of lends itself to it. He could find a real edge over Fred here with that.
That's true.
That big forehand air, but we'll see. It all depends on the ramps that are presented.
Oh, yeah, no. I know that's it. Where is he down there? Yeah. Is that guy right there? Okay.
Seth and Connor signing a jersey for a grom down on the beach there, by the looks of things. Now that's going to be a really tough one for Connor O'Leary. I mean, to start the year off so strong and now to have to sit here and watch the completion of stop number 5, wondering if you're going to actually still be on tour at the end of it all, is going to be a really difficult thing to get through over the next few days for Connor O'Leary. But Seth Monet, he's going to be buzzing. As we see on the outside, Frederico Moraes has a quick look. Not going to get into this one. Just on 20 minutes to go. Fred still holds a narrow lead over Geordie Smith, who's chasing a 6-point ride at this point in time. Geordie's just been staunch. He's letting some of these smaller waves just pass under. But another situation out there in the lineup at the moment where if we see a competitor, Frederico Moraes, lose out here, he's going to be back to the Challenger Series.
Yeah, this is a really big heat for Fred, and another big moment. This is dreams on the line right now, and I know that Fred put a lot of effort into last year to getting back on the tour. I remember I went to the Challenger Series event at Irasira and just watching how well he performed there, and it's just so tough, you know. He's come back on, and you know he has had that one good result at, you know, the 9th place finish at Sunset, but got to be thinking that he probably wanted to give more. He's had 3 17ths, and I mean right now he's putting the pressure on Geordie. 5.5, 4.33, 90 minutes on the clock, and if that last heat was anything to go by, I mean you got to be thinking that 5.5 could be a backup for sure right now, at least.
Definitely. Well, jumping above that cut line with his heat win just moments ago was Seth Monet. Stace, it's got to feel good, but he's still got work to do.
Yeah, that's right, Ron. Seth, on the live ratings, you're just above the cut line, but we know there's still a lot of work to do.
Yeah, obviously not trying to pay attention to it, but obviously, like, you know, it's right there in your face. You know, it's hard not to look past, but that heat was huge for me. The grindy one, just there really wasn't any waves like that I would have took in any other heat, you know, and stoked, you know, you make those ones, make those count, and then hopefully tomorrow or the next day we get some good waves we can perform on.
Been cruising with Doug Silver all year and at this event. What are you getting up to on the down days? Dougie looks like a pretty cool dude.
Yeah, I brought Doug. I worked with him at Sunset Beach, and I got a quarters and kind of had a shocker ever since, and you know, I brought him to this last contest. I know I need a big result, and he's just bringing the energy. That's about it. Bringing good energy, keeping me in good spirits, keeping my confidence up, and yeah, we're just having a good time.
Certainly looks like it. Do you want to say good day to Mum and Dad back home?
Yep, love you guys. I'm sure you guys are losing some hair over that heat, but stoked. You know, I'm surviving and just ready to kind of get good waves in a heat, man. It's been a while since I've surfed like good waves in a heat. It's just been pretty grindy the last year for me, and yeah, looking forward to it though.
So are we. Thanks so much, Seth. Thanks, Ron.
Well done, Seth Moniz. Yeah, strong there and making the right decisions, adapting to what's on offer at the moment as we get back to live action here out in the lineup. Jordy Smith going after the lead here, chasing a 6-point ride. No bumps, just powering through these choppy faces at the moment for the big South African. It's a well composed, well put together ride, considering the clock was definitely starting to wind down.
Yeah, he definitely needed to put something on the scoreboard for sure, and the way he powered through those first 2 carving maneuvers, I feel like to really appreciate it, we're going to have to replay it. It just was so beautiful to watch. To just kind of reminiscent of what Ock was saying when we had him in the booth at Bell's, how if you're just big enough and powerful enough, you know, lump and bump isn't going to phase you, and I think that was just exactly what Jordy did on that last wave, just powered straight through those 2 turns. Let's have a look here. Takes off, and you can really just see him waiting for this scoopy section here. Really lays on into it. And then again here, just burying that rail, really pivoting on that back foot. Wave gets a little bit sleepy here, but I feel like all that work was just done in those first 2 maneuvers. And just really beautiful to watch. You can just see it here. He just eyes out that little pocket and just throwing so much water. This second carving maneuver here too was done so well. Bit tighter in the pocket. He pivots a bit harder off his back foot here. You can see he puts his back arm in the water, in face of the wave. Bit of a tighter carve, but in my eyes, 2 of the best done so far in this heat. It was really done, really well done.
Ridiculously good surfing on a tricky face with a lot of texture on, a lot of bumps to carve through, and just placed that board beautifully. Committed to those rail turns and well rewarded now with a 7-point ride. Jordy Smith back out in front. Frederico Moraes will be feeling the pressure now. 5.34 the requirement for him.
Yeah, this is getting tighter here now, this heat. 7-point ride, and in these conditions right now, this is a great score. I mean, that last heat with Seth and Connor, that was really close. We saw, you know, heat totals of 10, and I mean, a 7 right now. Things are looking good. He just needs to drop that 3.83 now for Jordy, and 15 minutes on the clock. You know, it's looking good, and Fred's got his back up against the wall now. He's chasing a 5.34, but he's probably going to need something bigger than that, knowing that Jordy's got that 7.
Yeah, amazing Jordy Smith, 6 career CT wins, couple at J-Bay, 1 in Brazil, a couple of victories in Trestles, and 2017, 1 in Bells Beach. That was his last victory though, which kind of boggles the mind as we see. Frederico now looking to respond. Great opening turn here. Taps into the pocket on that second move, kicks the fins on the final section after a 5.34. The dog's off the leash.
The tail's wagging. He's happy after that wave.
Yeah, Freddie Moraes surfed that wave well.
Yeah,
that strong opening section.
It was a good comeback. It was a good comeback wave. I mean, it got me a little bit more off my chair. I was pretty excited watching that. He needed to go big and sort of a different approach to Jordy. You know, got up into the lip on those last 2 turns. Different approach to Jordy. Jordy was obviously those carving maneuvers, so well done by Fred.
Absolutely, just over 13.5 minutes to go. Matt, better get a muzzle on the dog. He's starting to get fired up.
So we're down here in Freddie's corner. Gabriella's here. Ryan Callinan's close by. They're all coached together by Richard Dog Marsh. How was that answer back?
Yeah, I really like it. I'm glad Fred's finally hitting his straps and like finding some clean water.
Yeah. And 2 big frame surfers, very similar. What was the mindset going into this heat?
It didn't work the last heat with Connor, but I think you've just got to wait and pick the eyes out of it. It's pretty poor out there. The sets are still sort of 4 feet, but then in between that, they're catching 1-footers. So for me, it's kind of all in and just wait for the better waves and hope they come.
Yeah, and one other thing that's amazing, you've actually got all your surfers hanging out in this tight-knit group. That's something we don't see a lot. Is that something you encourage them all to come and support each other in the heat?
Yeah, for sure. Well, the guys are all friends. Gabby's here going over like heat reviews with me. Like I'm continuously asking her what she would do in this position. So there's always something to learn.
Yeah, And if we just pan across here we got Ryan on the steps there. He's hanging out a bit melancholy in his own words. And up behind him, we actually have Eli and Jake, two countrymen hanging out. I mean, they're in the same coaching corner, two friends. They'll be coming up very shortly too. And we have Nick and Garth in Geordie's corner on the right-hand side of the steps here. So tense moments here. And this is where the surfers walk down. This is where it all happens. You can really feel the energy now that that cut's looming. It's all going on.
Yeah, it's intense, all right. Frederico Moraes, that was just relieved a bit of that tension. Dropping a 7.1, getting back ahead of Geordie Smith here. And now Geordie's after a 5.61.
Yeah, that was a great answer back. And I just love how it was a different approach to Geordie. Geordie obviously going for those carving manoeuvres. Fred with a point of difference there, just getting up into the lip a couple of times. A bit more dynamic.
Yeah, it'd be fun to have a look at those two rides and see whether the judges found a slight advantage to Frederico Moraes there. Both ripping into a big first turn, and Fred kind of, as you said, getting more of a into the lip approach. I think you got the benefit of just a closeout section to really lay into.
Yeah, I think it just comes down to that wave selection. His wave just held that height all the way through to that closeout turn, whereas here we go, we can break it down right now. But you see Geordie just goes for this more, they both go for a carving manoeuvre. Fred a little bit higher in the pocket for his. Geordie obviously textbook carve, two beautiful turns, but this is where Fred goes up into the lip. He gets a release here on the fins and he gets one more hit here. Whereas Geordie's wave, it's kind of all said and done. You can see the size of the wave sort of dissipating. It doesn't have that sort of exclamation mark that what Fred's did. Fred sort of maintained that size the whole way through. But what I got to be thinking, I mean, if Geordie puts two carves like that and then gets a finishing manoeuvre, he's going to go excellent.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're looking at that exchange and you're probably seeing it a little different depending on what brand of surfing you like.
Yeah,
Do you like big rail turns? Geordie certainly not as deep on the bottom turn off the bottom into that first manoeuvre. Fred got the opportunity, had some space to, drive harder off the bottom into the pocket. I like Geordie's turn, the second turn personally, better than Fred's tap on the lip. It just didn't feel like he set anything into that section, but he flowed and showed a bit more variety, so I can see exactly what the judges were thinking with a slight advantage there. But the wave kind of provided the opportunity, didn't it?
For sure. I think it was 100% the wave, and just the fact that Fred got that real moment to cement it in the judge's head of, hey, I'm here, I've mixed it up, I've had this sort of carving manoeuvre to start, backed it up with two critical turns. But yeah, Geordie, I feel like for me, all Geordie's scores came from those first two turns. So I feel like, looks like there's sets on the way actually. If Geordie gets a wave where that height continues the whole way through and he gets that finish, gets to have a little bit more of a vertical approach, I feel like he's going excellent.
It just needs to find one that just doesn't have that big taper on the wall. 9.5 minutes to go here. Geordie's with priority, doesn't need a huge score at this stage. Two surfers that are showing some good form out here at the moment. In heat 11, the round of 32, as we get set to see Crosby Colapinto make his way down the stairs here.
5.61. There is Zach.
Margaret River is just a special zone. It has a different kind of energy. You feel it as soon as you enter the place. The town's buzzing. The surf, I think, is probably the big draw card.
Margaret River, it's one of the most amazing places in the world, and it's just the most extraordinary place to come.
The southwest of WA, we're living on a dream here. All the vineyards, the surf, the coastal, it's like no other place in the world.
It's special, that's for sure. Nobody wants to go home early when they come to WA, Geordie Smith included. He's up at the moment, and he is chasing a score. Frederico Moraes has him looking for a 5.61 out of this ride as he brings it through to the inside. Climbs up over the closeout there and ducks under the lip. Is that one going to get him in front, Felicity?
Oh, I'm going to need to review it.
Fair enough.
I'm going to need to review it. I need a second to process this. Just thinking, Geordie, it's in your wheelhouse. I feel like he could go to the air and just give that point of difference. We were kind of chatting in the break.
He could, but it's difficult to find that ramp out there at the moment. Seth Moniz, he has that as well, but in the last heat, he couldn't find a section to take flight on. Here's the replay of the last wave.
Let's see it. Goes straight up, big carving maneuver, so much water thrown once again. Another little jab in the pocket. Gets a late little finish there. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sold completely.
No, well, the judges have had a look at it. Waiting on the score to come through, and it's a 5-point ride for Geordie. Not enough to get him in front here. Still needs that 5.61.
Yep.
See, it just wasn't really giving him enough momentum, enough speed to lay into that second turn.
Yeah, I think it's just wave selection, and it's so hard. It's so easy for me to sit here and say, as we've got sets coming through. When it gets onshore like this first wave of the set usually is looking like a dog's breakfast. Looks like they're actually going to get caught inside.
Ducking under that first one. And now scrambling to the takeoff zone. Fred's got the priority. But I think you're right. Geordie's having to think about it here. Wow.
That was a good takeoff.
Amazing pro takeoff. But this wave is already fading away.
Yeah, as this onshore is going to start kicking up, just so difficult. These sets start to come through. I saw it happen yesterday afternoon. That first and second wave can be so tricky to surf. And I know it isn't going to be a big score, but what Geordie just did then in that takeoff is super hard to do. I hate those takeoffs. I hate whitewater takeoffs. They're so hard. I avoid them like the plague. Very, very difficult. But yeah, just going to need another opportunity.
Well, they are doing the mathematics and really dissecting things with the live rankings at the moment. We've still got so many big heats to come this afternoon. Some great matchups and some exciting surfers hitting the lineup, including these two in the next heat. Crosby Colapinto, Kyle Belly, two surfers that will throw down and go to the air. You know, it's not really ramping up, but potentially an alley-oop out of the pocket of the wave could work well. I think back to what Crosby Colapinto did in the opening round of the event, his ability to kind of keep his board
close to him, grab rail,
but project out onto the flats. You know, not even kind of get affected by the wind up high above the lip, but huck that thing out into the rotation and get out in front of the whitewater. He's just down there getting into the zone.
Yeah, it's a beautiful little keyhole there. You can just see it's exactly where you paddle out, and it's a perfect little channel all the way out there. It's actually super accessible. Pretty much paddle out and not even get your hair wet. You can just see that blue, little light blue zone there. Just perfect little pathway.
Yeah, 3 minutes remaining here. Huge for Frederico Moraes to be hanging on to this lead. Never had a head-to-head win over Geordie Smith. So, you know, a daunting prospect to head out into this lineup, but just from the performances earlier in this contest, or the performance, I should say, you know, you got the feeling that Fred was up for it in this event. He is super resilient. He's been knocked off tour a couple of times. He's fought his way back. And he's hoping that he can hang on for the victory here. Geordie staying busy under that priority. Look at this first section. Dynamic as he attacks the lip on the first section. Now goes to the air, was forced to. There wasn't a whole lot of options for him. And he's going to swing the tail around that final section. Says, how do you like that? 5.61 the requirement.
Well, we asked him to go to the air and he did.
Yeah, well, he had to do something special with that.
Yeah.
It was a smaller wave. Fred didn't even look at it.
It was small. It was a small wave. I need to watch it again. Big second manoeuvre. Really did put it all on the line. He did the best he could. Here we go. Let's see. Gets a bit of speed. Late little fin throw there. Almost looks slightly awkward, but just absolutely through the fins. Super embedded.
Tweaked it out there, and you know that was super inverted and pretty impressive on the finish too. 3 turns, plenty of variety. The first one, look, it's just a little wild, but this was great, perfect. Look at that.
When you watch that in super slow-mo, you really get to appreciate just how difficult that was, how inverted it was, how high he got the fins too. Watching that back, I'd say, wow, okay, like we're talking now. This is looking good. This is looking really good, and I feel like he knows it too.
Yeah, 5.61, the required score. The numbers starting to roll through. It feels like Frederico Moraes may need something here. Here he goes. So backing himself to get it done on this last ride. 50 seconds to go. A couple of decent hits already. Nice sequence of turns. A pump of the fist. Geordie behind him. Loading up. Big hack there from the South African as he loads up again, swings that reverse, can't ride out of that one. But there is going to be a bit to digest here for the panel. 30 seconds to go, still waiting on the number for Geordie's previous ride. It's just come through, he's moved into the lead, a 6.77. Frederico Moraes is going to need a 6.67 to get the heat back in his favour here with just 15 seconds to go. Still has a score on the way.
Yeah, he does still have that score on the way, but right now when I see he needs a 6.67, it's very similar to Geordie's 6.77. I'm not quite sure. There's a question mark there for me for sure.
I mean, what could Fred do in that situation though? Does he have the same turns as Geordie to turn that ride into a decent number? Probably not. And then, you know, the way Geordie surfed it, you'd think that on this wave, Geordie could have potentially got an even bigger score. So, tough one for Fred. Beautiful first carve. We'll see what kind of work he got done there. Chipped away at the bowl and climbed up over that final section. Needs a 6.67.
Just that last turn for me, I feel like it could have could have put a little bit more on the line. I feel like I have a little bit of a question mark in my head for Fred. He needs a 6.67 to get through this heat and keep his dream alive. But I have, you know, immediately start to compare it to Geordie's second to last wave, 6.77, and there it is.
The number has come through, and sadly for Frederico Moraes, not enough, a 5.73. And you've got to applaud the effort of Geordie Smith, under priority, turning that heat around and earning his place in the round of 16. And he was having a bit of a slide down the live ladder, so that was an important heat win for him.
Wow.
One step closer to shoring up his position on this championship tour for another year and a half.
Well, that's super impressive, and under priority too. He took that wave, Fred had priority, it was a smaller wave, and really put it all on the line, so super impressive. We were just talking about, when was the last time I saw Geordie do an air, and he just pulled it out of the bag. It was so clutch.
Whammo. A lot of heavy moments like this where you're watching someone head up the stairs knowing that they're going to have to fight through the Challenger Series to keep their CT hopes alive. We're going to take a quick break. When we return, Joe Turpel and Richie Lovett will step in for the call.
Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Oakberry. Fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. By BioGland, official vitamin partner of the WSL Australia. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. And by Shire of Augusta Margaret River. Proud to support the Western Australia Margaret River Pro, which celebrates the epic local surfing culture of this region.
Welcome back to this great event here in WA. We've got the news that we'll be back here through 2028. Exciting news that Western Australia will be such a big part of the tour for many years to come as Crosby Colapinto takes on Caio Ibelli in fun, kind of challenging conditions at main break once the wind came up, but we came off a very exciting moment for Jordy Smith getting the win over Federico. And now more action heading your way. Joe Trappell with Richie Lovett, longtime CT standout. Crosby versus Caio. How are you looking at this one?
Yeah, this is a really exciting matchup. Obviously, the Brazilian up against Crosby from California, feeling all that energy of, you know, Cole Houshman winning down there at Bells, and obviously Crosby looking up to Griffin Colapinto, the #1 rated surfer in the world at the moment. So a lot on the line here. Caio needs a bit of to do a bit of work, and well, Crosby, he's just trying to put in a really good performance and keep that momentum going from his last good result.
That's exactly right. Caio's had some brilliant years here in the West. It was when he became world famous for upsetting John Florence. He did that a couple of times that year in 2016. John's first world title season, and Caio just kept showing up and turning in big heats, and one of the biggest ones was his win here at main break over John. Caio's built to big moments, finaling at Bells, incredible in the Hawaiian leg of the tour, but this year got knocked out early. Snap to start things off through the wind for Ibelli, wrapping it back in the pocket once again. Looking strong as he hits it off the top and shuts it down on that rusty surfboard. Looking very motivated, incredibly confident, kicking things off against the rookie on tour.
Yeah, that famous R dot. It's so recognizable. I remember seeing it on Ocky's boards way back in the day and just going, wow, that's iconic. And well, Caio Ibelli representing Rusty and putting in some good work on that opening ride. He's super unpredictable, this guy, man. You know, I've seen him have some absolute shockers in heats. But then he'll turn around and get on this roll, and he just starts taking down the big names. And he's got some big airs in his arsenal, and yeah, he's also got that power edge as well. He's not the biggest bloke on tour, but a lot of power packed into that little body. Let's check the replay here. So watch Caio just slams off the roof of that first turn, gets nice and high, heaps of tail release, kicks it right out, comes through the inside, slams it over again, another little floatery section. Gets that finishing turn. This beautiful opening maneuver here. You can see the fins just completely free of the lip. And that feeling of weightlessness. And disconnected from the top of the wave right there. So just looking for control, looking for the moment where the board and the fins connect back to the face. And he can re-engage that rail, get that direction, that stability under control again.
So solid with switching gears through the wind with all that speed as well. Caio Ibelli making a statement on his opening ride, a 7.5 to kick things off against Crosby Colapinto. Remember, a must-win situation for Caio, a world junior champion back in the day who won that title in probably the most dramatic fashion you can think of. A tie-break decision for that title back at Burleigh Heads. It was against Byron Bay's Garrett Parks at the time. Caio had gone to his hotel room and took a nap. He thought his chance for a world title was over. People were trying to wake him up, saying, you got one more heat to surf. It's a sudden death heat for the world junior title. Woke up and absolutely took over that final and became a world junior champion. But it wasn't just that direct shot to the CT. A lot of ups and downs, a lot of crazy battles to earn his spot full time against the top 34. And once he got there, man, he's had a lot of highlights.
Yeah, absolutely. I think back to his second at Bells against Geordie Smith, and some big highlight moments out here. I vaguely remember he had one of the heaviest wipeouts on that big year here. It must have been sort of 15 to 18 feet, and Kaio just launched out of the lip, and well, he went down the elevator shaft on one of the biggest waves we've ever seen out here at Margaret River in competition.
I remember that. And Kaio was one of those surfers from Brazil that he obviously very proud of where he comes from, but he kind of created friends all over the globe. Really close with Josh Kerr. They would love to surf the box together, go on surf trips, head south of the border. He was living in Southern California for a while. And so he kind of just went about his career on his own game plan. Met some great friends. He learned English very quickly, and always a likable personality on tour. An absolute tube pig, as you like to say. You know, just loves getting barreled, loves just pulling into big square sections, loves the power of Pipeline and Sunset. But yeah, different sort of year for him, just result-wise this season, but all that work on the 7.5 shows that he's still surfing at 100%.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, let's look at why it got 7.5. If he had, you know, really tried to perform that big explosive maneuver towards the end of the wave, I don't think the score would have gone into the 7s. It's because he showed so much commitment on that opening turn. You know, if he'd come unstuck, he would have blown that wave. And just showing that commitment to degree of difficulty early on in a ride, the judges really pay attention to that. And Kaio just was able to pull it off, and he's, you know, he's reaping the rewards now. It's a big number for how the surf is right now.
Certainly is, Rich. Let's hear from Geordie Smith now, who's with Stays.
Thanks, Joe. That's right. Geordie going on Modern Collective out there, bro.
Had to do something on those average waves, but I'm just so fired up to make that heat. I've had 2 17ths already, and yeah, they're not doing me any favors.
That was a good warm-up you had in that section with Dusty. Are we going to get to see a repeat here live on camera?
I don't know about that, bro. Those days are kind of gone.
You're all business now?
Yeah.
What's it look like coming to these events? You got everyone kind of fighting for the cut. You're scrapping just to keep a good, consistent year together. As you said, that heat meant a lot.
Yeah, I think just in general, it's like getting through that round. In the last few events, I've been kind of the end of the day. Portugal, I was on the dead low tide. They called it off after my heat, average conditions. Winky Pop, second to last heat, and again, it was just super bad conditions and really slow. So, end of the day again today, and generally when you get to the end of the day, the winds kind of come on it. So, for competing, it really makes it difficult. Fred's an incredible surfer. He's really a wave selector. I knew that was going to be his strength, picking the good waves, which he did, I think, in that heat. But I was fortunate to find that insider and go to the air.
Yeah, I mean, fortunate's one word, but you've got the skill to do it. Are you surprised to not see more aerials once that wind comes up?
Look, it's definitely a strength for the guys that can do it, but with how slow the conditions are, it is risky. So if you don't make it, yeah, then you're swimming upstream.
It's certainly the risk paid the reward there. The judges did like that for how small that wave was.
Yeah, I'm pretty stoked that they liked it. I felt like I did enough on the wave. I think I only needed a 5.6 or something. I'm not sure what it came in. I think maybe over 6. I was just stoked. I think it all came down to Fred's last wave and how he was going to convert that score.
Indeed it did. Good to see you on through to the next round, George. We'll catch up with you likely tomorrow.
Thanks, bro.
Love it, Stace. Always a great catch-up with Geordie Smith. The second oldest on tour, Kelly at 52. And then you've got Geordie, 16 years younger to the day. They share the same birthday, February 11th. And we've seen so many great moments of Geordie Smith, specifically here at Margaret River. We talk about excellent scores. It's John first, then Geordie Smith. Always made a lot of sense of main break with his power that he could produce, but also his weapons above the lip. And even though he's turning into one of the elder statesmen, his airs still look really young, youthful, powerful, great technique as we catch up to Kaio Belli here, Rich.
Yeah, Kaio's just managing to get these maneuvers done in between these choppy sections. Love how he's just sort of surfing almost braille-like, how he's just feeling his way through the big ridges and bumps. This was Crosby's opening wave. Nice carve to start things off. Projection floater down the line. Nice wrapping cutback right back into the power source, and unfortunately just digs an edge. Nose dives on that final section, so that'll cost him.
Kayo now tracking live action, tail high reverse, and doesn't pull it around. He's had a couple of big airs in his career that have helped his cause. He used his air game against John that year in 2016 to get the victory. His second scoring ride coming in to back up his 7.5. Comes in at a 5.0, exactly what Crosby got on his best wave so far.
See what happens here. So he gets the air right above the lip, projecting out onto the face of the wave. And just over rotation there, off balance. Couldn't keep the board under his feet. Harm, no foul. Still got the lead with a solid scoreline here. 7.5 and a 5. Kayo Belly, Crosby, he's got some work to do now.
Kayo got really into toe surfing, started hunting down slabs in Brazil in certain spots of you've almost never heard of. He was kept putting up new clips on his social media. Said he loves how it makes him feel, feeling his adrenaline spike and pulling into deep caverns as he's up again here. Through the wind, punches out the fins again into reverse. Goes into the next section and shuts it down for an air to snap combination. So thinking about the wind going severely on shore this afternoon. Stace was talking to Jordy about throwing some punts down. Looks like Kayo's switching gears and looking to ramp up on the opening section.
Yeah, he's. I feel like I've watched. This is deja vu. I feel like I've watched Kayo in some afternoon heats out here at Margaret River on the rights, and he loves it when this wind picks up. He can really start taking to the air. Not a bad spin on that last wave. Not too much height. We know he's capable of more. But still, it's he's building. Let's check the replay. Takes off, pumping down the line, hits that section. And see how he's projecting the board out onto the face rather than up. And gets the closeout hit to finish it off. Not a bad ride. He may threaten that 5-point ride as his backup score.
So now 15 minutes on the clock. Big heats for the midseason cut. The focus on Kayo Abelli in a must-win situation, where Crosby Colapinto has really looked solid this year as he led the Rookie of the Year charge until Cole Hausman got a big win at Bells and took a spot ahead of Cros on the rankings. But we'll see how Crosby goes in the live rankings now, since Cole Hausman's been knocked out of the event earlier in this round by wildcard George Pitar. Last wave for Kayo was 6.0 on that rusty equipment, which is great to see. Like you mentioned, Rich, thinking about Mark Occhilupo really making a big name for Rusty and all of his surfboards, because Rusty was shaping for a while before that for brands like Canyon Surfboards, Gordon and Smith, but he decided to start his own label back in the mid-'80s. Kayo up again, setting up that cool frontside hook. Pushes out in front, wraps it on the inside corner. Still some room to hunt down an end section snap. Hits it high up the top, ditches the fins, and fit that in well before he just lands right on top of that shallow shelf.
You can see a little bit of the weed coming up. He's completely ripped the box out of the board there. So this just goes to show you the power of these waves. So Kayo, he's going to have to do the run around here.
Just the impact of dry docking yourself, but knowing how important a score is, especially when you're facing the midseason cut. The last thing Kayo is going to do is kick out early. Aggressive snap to finish and then loses a fin, so he'll get the ride into the beach from the Water Patrol and grab his backup board as Crosby digs in. Crosby with a great opportunity to punt.
Oh, he looked in two minds then, Joe. You could tell he was in between, looking for a snap, and then he thought maybe I'll just take to the air, and hence he was didn't quite commit to either. He comes unstuck, but he is going to get a couple of minutes out here with the lineup all to himself, and he needs it too, because well, with that 6-point ride, he has made the requirement an 8.5, and whenever you hear as a competitor and you hear I need an 8.5, you know, that's an excellent score. That's some good surfing that you need to do on a decent sized wave. We watch Kyle Abelli come through the keyhole. He's got his backup board there. We'll likely get eyes on what happened, but it looks like that future fin box has been ripped totally out of the board there.
And the quick switch for the equipment. He's got a deep quiver of Rusty surfboards. And in Western Australia, the office for Rusty is just right down the road. So he's got a lot of people that work for the brand that are supporting Kyle. A lot of signs upstairs. They've got a Rusty shop up on the bluff as well, with a lot of good shots of Kyle riding their equipment. But yeah, Rusty shaped for legends from back in the day like Wes Lane, David Barr, Sean Thompson. PT would get boards when it was under the Canyon label. Ian Cairns as well from WA. The 85 introduction of the Rusty surfboard brand was Aki, Dave Parmenter. You also have great shapers with Rusty under the label like Rick Hammond, making a lot of great boards as Kyle's already on his way back out on the Red Bull ski. And it probably feels good for Kyle that he still has the lead as he left the lineup, but now Crosby will dig in. Already in the top 10 as Crosby blows the tail out to start. Attacks it off the lip into some open face now, getting creative with that wrap, and then hops out. So not the easiest read on these waves this afternoon, but Crosby still looks fired up. He will improve, putting that score into his top 2 for the time being.
Yeah, look at the determination on Crosby's face as he streaks out the back. I do like this opening turn, Joe. It was pretty interesting. Just gaffs it here, just hacks it so hard. Slides the tail, and then on the second one gets up and over the roof, and then gets a fairly kind of sleepy roundhouse cut back as the wave peters out. But a really strong opening turn. What he really needs right now is to match at least that low score of a 6-point ride that Kyle Abelli has. And anything above that'll be a bonus. That'll bring that requirement out of the excellent range. And that's really what he needs to do.
So Kyle Abelli surfing for his career on the championship tour in a must-win situation. And Crosby waiting for his last number, breaking down an 8.5 requirement to move into the round of 16. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break and be right back after this.
And welcome back to the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. It's a beautiful day here at Margaret River, and I want to thank GWM, the official automotive of WSL Australia. And you know what? It's been a lot of action today out in the water. You want to get caught up with all the action, check out the GWM Catch-Up. You can find that at worldsurfleague.com, or you can sign up to get that catch-up mailed directly to your inbox every run day. Check it out. It's a good time.
It's a great time, Kives. Look good on that GWM automobile. And the GWM catch-up going out every single day of competition, breaking down all the major highlights, all the major stories of the day. Wow, that's going to be a big one this afternoon. From the round of 32, a lot of surfers getting sent to the Challenger Series. The impact of Kelly Slater. And just to note, Kelly didn't mention anything about moving on just yet. Talked about wild cards in the future. A lot to discuss there as the day continues. Kyle Abelli 7.5 and a 6.0. Crosby Colapinto got that way before we went to break. Turned it into a 5.97, his best so far.
Nearly.
Let's just compare brothers here.
Nearly there.
Differences between Griff and Crosby from what you've seen performance-wise so far on tour.
I feel like Griffin is probably a little bit more measured in his approach, a little bit more mature in the way that he is competing, and I feel like that's just a product of his time on the tour versus Crosby. You know, Crosby's obviously a little taller when you talk about their sort of stature and how they perform, but you know, fairly similar in their fundamentals in terms of the stance. Crosby's is perhaps a little bit wider in the stance maybe. But they've both got, you know, really crazy maneuvers above the lip. They've got an incredible carving game. And Cros obviously has a slight weight advantage as well. So I feel like Cros has just got to kind of settle into his way of competing and figure out his formula and find his groove, whereas Griff really feels like he's switched on and knows exactly how he wants to compete in terms of his mindset.
And personality-wise, they're not afraid to be a bit goofy.
No, they love it.
They love to laugh. They love to just do spontaneous commercials. They'll be freestyle rapping one day. They're making skits and covering it on their YouTube channel. They're so classic to hang around. And we've got a wave here for Kaio. 5:40 on the clock, hits that whitewater section, deep bottom turn, and flows it through the whitewater well. He looks real in tune today.
Doesn't he?
Sure-footed and confident with every decision so far.
Yeah, he seems to be in rhythm with the better waves as well. Even with the little fin mishap, you know, Kaio was able to get back out there, straight back into the lineup. Crosby did manage to get that 5.97, but he didn't put a big number on the board and really close this heat. Close this heat out here. Kaio's still in perfect control at this point, and just like that, we're down to the 5-minute mark.
Setting up some big heats in the round of 16. John Florence and Medina in the round of 16 together as we watch Kaio again.
Little check fade to start things off. Kaio eyes off the lip here. Quick snap. Transition into that foam climb. So, look, I don't think it's going to better his 6, Joe.
And scores coming through for Kaio. It definitely is a throwaway, Rich, like you thought. 439. Crosby with priority needing a 7.53. We've got an all-Pupo matchup in the round of 16 as well, which is so heavy. Both needing to win to survive the cut. Griffin Colapinto, world number 1 with Ramzi Boukayem, the goofy foot from Morocco, looking sharp. George Pitar will have Liam O'Brien in the round of 16, and Ethan Ewing with Seth Muniz. Jordy Smith getting the winner of this heat. There's been some comparisons to Jordy and Cros, just with their size and their range, especially with Crosby with a great ability to launch and then also be very, very skilled on the open face.
Yeah, totally. He's got that whole package, doesn't he? And I've had an eye on this guy for a few years now, and obviously his big brother paving the way. But yeah, he's got it all. He's going to be a great surfer in years to come, and you have to think he's going to have a long career on the championship tour.
Cros had his whole family hanging out at Bell's, and then his entire family. When you think about even his uncle and his cousin, there's a lot of surfers in his family. Corey Colapinto's a really cool surfer. He surfs waves like Sano a lot in just near lower trestles on not just longboards, mid-lengths, makes his own boards. Really talented. He actually competed a lot shortboarding as well through the NSSA, and then kind of went his own way. So yeah, the Colapinto family as a whole has a lot of depth when it comes to incredible surfing. 2:55 to go. As far as the cut's concerned, Kaio feeling good about having the lead at the moment with his 7.5 and a 6, trying to save his spot on the championship tour. You never know where it goes for vets these days. So I think you think about, well, first, the energy that Kaio's trying to channel right now.
Yes, this man, he is just pleading for this clock to count down. And we're down to one wave for Crosby now. That scenario of getting this requirement in 2 waves, that's been eliminated now just by sheer nature of only having just under 2.5 minutes to go. So it's all going to come down to this one wave. Cros does have priority. That's what he has in his favour. They just need the right wave to come through now. And he's going to have to put it all on the line, Joey. He's going to have to drop the best score of this entire heat.
It just seems scarier when you have a veteran fall to the Challenger Series. It feels like you'll see him right back without a problem. I just go straight to Kolohe Andino. When he fell off tour, I thought he was going to be right back the very next season without a problem. Julian Wilson, when he had a run at it after taking some time off for his family, had some trouble making some heats as well.
Yep. Coming up against a pack of hungry surfers that just want your position on the tour.
Now we're down to 90 seconds. Crosby in the top 10, already officially making the cut in his rookie season. Big brother Griff is world #1. A lot of love there between the two. Griffin pushing Crosby to compete at the best of his ability. I think Griffin realized Crosby's talent before Crosby was even aware of it.
At this point, you're sitting there with a minute going, just give me a chance, just send me a wave and I promise I'll do whatever I can to get through this heat. But it's these moments where the heat counts down and you don't get that opportunity. Get a little sour taste in your mouth. So hopefully, well, it looks like we have a few swell lines here. 45 seconds. I think we will see a wave ridden here for Crosby.
All coming down to this. Remember, Kaio Abeli with his hands up. All passion. An emotional moment in his career, seeing if Crosby is going to be able to turn this heat. The best score is the 7.5, and that's basically what Crosby's gunning for. So there's an easy comparison for the panel. Needs a touch better to 7.53. Still waiting with priority, Rich. That wave goes right underneath him. Second wave, not an opportunity either. 10 seconds.
Wow, that set just kind of went out to sea. It hit south side by the looks of it and just disappeared off our screen. So unfortunately, Crosby is going to be left a little bit short, a little bit wave starved. Didn't really get the opportunity to wind up in that heat at all. But congratulations, great heat for Kaio. He needed it.
Seriously needs it. Kaio Abeli keeping his hope alive to stay on the championship tour this year, as another surfer out of the top 10 falls here in the round of 32. Colapinto waiting with priority and didn't get the chance to answer back. And Abeli will move on to the round of 16 with another great opportunity to battle with Jordy Smith once again. Another big heat coming up next as all the Kaio fans celebrate. Jake Marshall takes on Eli Hanneman. We'll bring in Ross Williams from Pupukea for the call right after this. Round of 32 continues. Jake Marshall taking on Eli Hanneman. Another big story of one surfer having the best year of his career and one surfer needing a huge result to stay on tour. Eli Hanneman, part of the rookie class, looking for a big jump at this event to stay on tour for the season. And Jake's number 4 in the world. Joe Trappell, Richie Lovett, Ross Williams. Ross, thanks for joining us.
Thanks so much for having me. It's cool to be here with you guys.
Yeah, awesome. Fantastic. Do you mind if I bring up the Haleiwa final? Is that too soon? You knew I was going to do that. That's all right.
I didn't ask him to do that.
I completely forgot about that.
Okay, yeah. Well, okay, I'll tell you guys.
Second, he got first? Is that what happened?
Yeah, but yeah, obviously.
Weird, I forgot about that.
One of your favorite waves in the world, Ross. I know you guys can shake that one off and give me some insight. There's no heat analyzer out there. Starting with you, Ross.
For the Haleiwa event or out here?
Haleiwa.
I think we should move on.
Yeah.
This is awkward.
Yeah, let's move on.
Okay. We'll talk about it in a moment. I'll let these guys warm up. But gosh, it was a great one. And we'll get there at some point in this scene.
We will.
Jake versus Eli.
I have to remember. I have to reach way back in the cobwebs.
Let's talk about the tour, Ross. It's been fun. We miss you in the booth like we used to hang out all the time. You never call. But no, honestly, it's been fun. It's a whole new crop of talent. And then seeing Jake's success to number 4 in the world, sitting in the top 5. I mean, talk about his momentum.
Yeah, he's a really fun story. And this heat is actually incredible, you guys, because Chris Gallagher coaches both these guys. And I was texting him just before this heat and kind of trying to prod him for just a little bit of insight, anything he was willing to give me. And you know Gally as well as I do. He likes to get really philosophical, and that's exactly how he was kind of prepping these boys up before this heat. He just said, hey, let's look at the bigger picture. Let's look at your careers and make sure you go out there and surf really free. No strategy, just go out there and try to be yourself. So, obviously Jake, top 5 in the world, trying to hang there, and Eli clawing for a spot on tour. So 2 polar opposite situations there.
Gally's such a sharp individual, such a thinker. He's always using his mind, always thinking about theories and strategies, even outside of surfing. And I think I always go to him for the guy that identified the right as the scoring opportunity at Margaret River. The first guy from the USA to win this event, the goofy footer from Santa Cruz, but it's been living on the North Shore of Oahu for a very long time. He's been close with Jake for years, calls him one of his best friends. And Eli joining forces with Gally in the last couple of years, providing a lot of success. Going to Eli's weapons in these conditions at main break, what we have on hand, what are you expecting him to go to, Richie?
I'm expecting him to go to the air. We know that his air game is incredible. Just look back through his Instagram clips over the last couple of years and you'll see some of the biggest airs laid down. This wind sets up perfectly for him. You got to give the nod to Jake for the power. The fact that he's up in sort of the top 5 position at the moment, he's actually realizing a dream right now. And, he would want to be really putting in a good show here to try and maintain that position. So if I was, Jake, you'd be thinking, okay, I'm going to try and outpower him. And Eli's probably thinking, I'm going to probably take to the air and try and out-air him.
It's that point of difference. And Gally's been going to that. Go back to Portugal. Eli was very close to getting 10s. He was chucking himself in the flats, going for full rotes where you think most people would explode their body and their boards. He had the ability to basically jump off cliffs doing rotators. And he was really, really close to getting 10s. And it'll be interested to see if he's sticking to a game plan like that, Ross.
Yeah, I was actually almost a little bit shocked that Gally sort of executed that, or was trying to have Eli execute that plan, just because it sounded like so much risk up front. Everyone knows the cliche, kind of working your way up with scores and then letting yourself go free for big aerials, and like the lower percentage moves, you let those go a little bit later. But they seemed like they had a really aggressive game plan in Portugal, like just go to the air right away, and it bit him in the butt that time. But right now, looking at this win, I couldn't agree with you more, Richie. Like he's definitely, he has a really high strike rate with airs, Eli does. And Jake, I don't think is really known for power, but he's so precise. He's beautifully on rail and has amazing wave knowledge. He's one of those guys that just goes out there and right away he sees where to sit, even if it's maybe a spot he's never been to. And he's a bit of a wave magnet. He always knows how to catch the best wave in a heat. So Jake is a real tough competitor.
Super confident as well, and his ability to beat the best in the world, having some key heat wins this year. And one over John at Portugal. getting an extra turn off in those conditions at Super Tubos, as we've got our rider up from Southern California, Jake Marshall, hits the first section through the chop, cleans that one up with a wrapping turn, recovers through that bouncy white water into a nice connection with the lip. Cool how he got there in time and got a little loose there, Rich.
Yeah, that was really nice. And I was just thinking as you were talking, Ross, and the word that comes to my mind when I think about Jake Marshall is slice, how he kind of slices through the water, cuts through it real clean. The other thing too is he stopped falling off. You know, in years past, he had a couple of slip-ups. He came off his board a number of times in a heat. He seems to have tidied that up. And I think that's why he's starting to get this kind of rhythm and consistency in his heats now. But a great way to open up the heat here. This is going to be a strong wave. Take us through it, Ross.
Yeah, he's really measured. You know, I feel like he doesn't just throw everything at the kitchen sink at waves. He makes sure he is being consistent in heats. And even right there, a very light-footed tail slide, but beautiful. He really redirects his board well. He creates sharp angles, so it's very scoreable surfing, but it looks like he's super in control. It looks like he's never going to fall in this wave.
Yep.
But he kits the fins free. He's not afraid to redirect, which is hard when it's choppy like this. So I like that, Richie. He's very precise. He's a slicer and dicer.
Yeah, he's matching the right turn for the right part of the wave too and what it's offering. And when it's like this, really hard to do because it's not a clean wall, it's not predictable. It's actually these moments that just pop up in front of you. And you've got to be able to react with like split-second timing.
Maybe like a polar opposite then to like a sea bass.
Yeah, fully. Yeah, exactly. Seabass is, he is taking off on a wave and he's standing up and he has no idea what he's going to do. He's just going to throw everything at it, whereas Jake is a real natural competitor and he's sort of like, almost like he's calculating his percentages while he's surfing. And the waves are really troughy right now. With this south wind, you get these unexpected bumps that are just trying to grab your edge of your surfboard, so it's not easy to do what Jake's doing.
20 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. Kaio coming up with a big win over Crosby and Stace. I mean, Kaio's got a great head on his shoulders.
He's got a great head on his shoulders, Joe, and he's full of confidence. Well done, Kaio.
Thank you.
Great local support down here, mate. It must feel good.
Yeah, super psyched. Long day, got here in the morning. Yeah, we thought it was going to overlap the whole way through, and yeah, I've been here since 8 in the morning, so it's, yeah. It's good. The food's been epic. Yeah, it's like one of the best events we have on tour the whole year. Yeah, we have people catering for us, like that is all time. So you want to stay on the beach from 10 a.m. all the way to like when it ends. You're gonna eat lobster and all kinds of food. Yeah, so super psyched to be here. Make one more heat. I feel like for some reason I'm getting to show my surf and show everything I worked for on the preseason. Yeah, psyched.
The goal here for you pretty clear. You're up to 25 on the light braiding, still some more work to go, but you're getting to the pointy end of the draw now. Things are getting real.
Yeah, it's getting real. It's like to tell you that I don't feel the pressure, like, but I love the pressure. I feel like in the past few years I've been coming here kind of like guarantee cut, so it feels like I felt like I was never showing my surfing and I was kind of back-footing a little bit, like kind of navigating through it, and now I feel like I have to show and I have no other option, and it makes me fired up. It makes me want to wake up and go.
Absolutely. So far, so good. Well done. We might see you tomorrow. Thanks, boys.
Good man, Stace, and well done to Kaio, handling the pressure as a veteran. Sometimes there's a lot of emotion that comes out of Kaio in those post-heat interviews. Kind of about this uphill battle that he's on at certain times of his career, but this one he sounds really grounded. Sounds like he's in a good place, accepting his spot on tour and feeling good about his surfing. With the live rankings, that's a really fun addition to the WorldSurfLeague.com. It's updated after every single heat, specifically at this event. You could follow along with the midseason cut being the top 22. Interesting when you look at the main break and scoring, and with the judges really far away on the bluff and kind of needing to surf big, certain types of turns with the glare and the sunlight and just being so far away. Is that something you think about, Ross, when you're coaching at an event like this?
I think so, but to be honest, it's a little bit old school because we're lucky that the judges have the luxury of replay, and I really feel like they rely on that thankfully so, because then they can see, you know, the devil's in the detail. And when they get those close-up replays, they can look a little sharper at the rail. How much is that guy putting it on the rail? How much power is he putting into it? Is he sort of trying to pull the wool over the judge's eyes, or is he really laying it down? And those replays, they're a godsend.
You got a cover shot at the box. Surfer Magazine years ago. You just surfed there today. How was it?
So I paddled out with Sakura and Lulu, and we went out perfectly in time with the onshore wind.
Oh, no.
So we did a couple kick-out airs and we paddled in. But never a bad time paddling out anywhere in West Oz. We still had fun.
Oh, gosh. That trip you got the cover on, who are you with, if you remember?
Man, this would have been like mid-90s. I used to surf there quite a bit during the event, doing a QS here. And I was actually telling Sakura that I used to paddle across this channel.
Oh my
just because I was stupid young kid, didn't know any better. And I was like, oh, I'm just going to paddle across and surf the box. And there'd be just a few of us out and just having a good old time. But yeah, now that we know how many animals are down there, I don't think I'd be doing that anymore.
Yeah, so many great memories watching you guys take on that slab, which kind of felt unsurfable a long time ago. Now a part of this event. Everyone always keeping their fingers crossed that maybe we could get some heats out there every time we show up in West Oz, Rich.
Yeah, there was a couple of nuggets out there today for sure. Obviously, we need it to be ultra consistent and contestable for a good number of hours before we'll shift the event over there. It's a certain type of swell and wind direction that needs to be favorable for the box to really light it up. But yeah, I'm sure in the next, well, we're on for the next 4 years. So there's a damn good chance we're going to be back there.
Great news all the way through 2028, coming back to WA at the CT level as we check out the epic live rankings here in the round of 32, heat number 13. A lot of heat still to surf. We've already had to send a few names to the Challenger Series. Some heartbreaking moments, but also some great surfing. As it adjusts in real time, the 22 is the cutoff mark. Gentile has dropped behind it. Sammy Pupo has a heat with his brother Miguel. So it's almost like one Pupo is going to be sent to the Challenger Series since they've got the matchup in the round of 16. Eli's in the water now with some work to do at 31 in the world, Ross. It's cool that you can see this all in real time. The shaded names already out of the contest.
Yeah, and if you're in Eli's position, you're obviously going to do the old cliche, take it heat by heat, wave by wave, but you're thinking I got to make the semis or better.
Yeah.
Maybe the finals even. We got gatekeepers above that list too with Gabriel and Ramsey. I mean, talk about bullies, just huge bouncers at the door like you're not getting in here, pal. So, you know, this is a pretty tall task.
And then seeing your good friend Kelly's name down there too. Did you talk to him today?
I did. And all his old mates were on a text thread and we're all, you know, congratulating him. And you know, whether he does any more events or not, who cares? We're just so happy to see him put the jersey on time and time again. And I saw Kelly do a sick little air reverse on a 1 foot wave at Winky a couple weeks ago, and then a couple crazy beastie hacks out here, like at age 52. That's what I was telling him, like, hey, at age 52, thank you for representing and still surfing on a high level, whether it's little aerials or huge turns, big waves, small waves. It's just incredible how well he surfs still.
Oh, that's so cool. Can you put me on that chat feed?
Yeah, sure.
Is that right?
Right after this.
Yeah, what a legend. Kelly talking about really hoping for some wild cards in the back end. So as soon as we know what's happening next, we will let you know. Stay tuned to all our social media channels, worldsurfleague.com. Kelly did get emotional, but didn't really give us too much about his really serious plans in the future. We do know he's excited to be a father, Rich.
Oh, absolutely. It was funny. I was just having a chat to him before, after his heat, and we had a little moment there. And we were just talking about babies and kids and what's coming up and how life might be a little bit different going forward. But, you know, he seemed like super excited for the future. And, you know, while it may not be, he may not be an official part of the tour, I got a little sneaky feeling that we're going to see him again with the jersey on somewhere down the track.
And I should say, yeah, Kelly, a father for the second time. He's really looking forward to that with Kalani, having a son. You've always said, Ross, how he's such an incredible uncle to your daughters. And so this is a really fun chapter for him in his life.
Not many things put a glimmer in Kelly's eye, but you know, obviously this baby is one of them. He just seems so excited, seems really happy. seems comfortable. And you guys know Kelly, like he's never comfortable. He's always itching to be somewhere else, wherever the waves are better.
Yeah.
He's got the craziest FOMO I've ever seen in my life. He could be surfing incredible waves where he is, and he'll be looking at maps for the next couple days. And that's kind of how he lives his life, which is really inspirational. He's taken a huge bite out of the apple, you know, it's just really fun. And but he looks like super excited to be a dad again, and this baby is gonna be a fun chapter for him.
Looking at Jake, Marshall, and Eli, younger guys, but inspired by Kelly for so many years. Jake with the lead at the moment, 667. Real refined rail work on the Sharp Eye surfboards. Sharp Eye with a hot hand for a few years, getting a lot of competitors on tour. Chip-in opportunity for Elijah Hanneman as he now stretches into a big fin throw, pulls it. Perfect transition. Nice top turn to cover some ground. Searching for something. It's just a whitewater slide to finish in these onshore conditions this afternoon. But a good look for Eli, his best so far with 12:10 on the clock, Rich.
Yeah, well, he's surfing a 13-minute heat, and this is the start of it right here. And just noticing then, even the takeoff peak is shifting around so much. Kind of late into this one. A couple of pumps off the bottom, gets a little tail drift off the top on the first turn. Keeps the rail engaged in a tricky section on the second one. Then does a little pump work down the line just to get that little soft foam connect at the end. But really, it's these first two turn combinations here. Watch him get that tail release, kicks the fins completely out. Did well to reconnect, gain control, get right on the toe side rail again and re-engage.
That's probably the perfect way for him. I guarantee he's looking for a ramp, which is a great aggressive idea, but you know, you can't forget that you need to make the heat.
Yeah.
That's what I always tell John too. It's like that, you know, just definitely sprinkle in whatever you want to do in a heat, but let's make sure you advance. And you got to advance. You know, you need to get scores and don't forget to compete. And Eli he could be a victim this year of his own talent. He's got so much on hand. You know, the kid can do a backflip in a heat pretty easily. And so sometimes you're a victim of like, well, maybe I'll do that, you know, instead of keeping it real simple, which is someone like Jake, actually, who's like, you know, I'm going to just stick to the face and do these nice smooth carves. And as a result, he has a high percentage makes.
Great breakdown. Still enjoying our conversation with Ross Williams, coach to a few solid competitors on the championship tour. Jake Marshall leading as we wait for the opening score of Eli Hanneman. We'll be right back.
The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Cooper's Brewery, the official beer of WSL Australia. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Bond University, not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. And by Hydrolite, official oral hydration partner of WSL Australia.
Such a great place to be in WA. Check out the forest, the caves, the wineries, the restaurants, the people, our favorite part, welcoming us with open arms. And the locals giving us this great wave called Main Break here at Surfers Point. As we have to get caught up, Jake Marshall got this wave during the break, Rich.
Yeah, another interesting wave here for Jake Marshall. A little bit flatter on the face. He's doing a lot of cutback work here. Nice little layback hack. Starts to build up again, though. That little convergence of white water towards the inside section there, and he got it done.
7:50 on the clock. Stace Galbraith is with Chris Gallagher.
Thanks, Joe. Chris, thanks for your time. An exciting heat unfolding here. You got both boys coaching this year. How's it been?
It's been good. I mean, we're having a good time. The West is great, running around, chasing salmon, and, you know, the lay days have been fun. I mean, it kind of sucks, the boys surfing against each other, but, you know, somebody gets a ninth, which is good, I suppose, but waves are a little, but they're getting opportunities. I don't know.
It is. There are some opportunities out there for sure. We saw Geordie Smith going to the air in an earlier heat. Both of these young men have that talent. We've seen Jake converting on the rail. What's the advice for either of one of these guys before they paddle out?
Well, I think the conditions kind of leveled the playing field a bit for Eli because he's so good in the air, and with these little chops and little wind kind of things for him, it really, you know, benefits him. He's tried to go to the air once, didn't really get the lift off he was looking for, you know. But I mean, the advice is always the same: catch set waves or rip. The judge has really been liking the big forehand wrap, as you saw from Geordie, and then obviously getting loose like he did. He was able to kind of come from behind. So, kind of just we're trying to free surf and, you know, relax, and that's kind of the drill, right? Like try to have your best surfing come out, and so hopefully they get opportunities.
Let's hope they get a few more opportunities. I'll let you get back into it. Thanks for your time, Chris.
Thanks, Stace.
Thank you, Stace. Thank you, Gally, for the time in a tough heat for a coach, knowing there's so much on the line, especially for Eli Hanneman with a ton of potential. Eli's been pretty open about talking about the hype that's been on his shoulders since he was about 10 years old. I'll never forget Pat O'Connell introduced me to Eli when we were over at Honolulu Bay. I was with Potts, and he just looked up at Potts, and Pat's like, okay, like, Potts was you know, a long time ago, because Potts was such a phenom at a young age, and so Eli's gone, okay, I got it, you know, and Eli had so many sponsors on his board, managers, support, and everyone telling him what he was going to do. With that, you know, can come some pressure and some big expectations, Ross.
Absolutely. And if you're not careful too, you know, if things don't go to plan, then it starts to chafe you a little bit. So that's always the sort of the problem with getting that real early spotlight. Kolohe Adino is another one. There's lots of examples like that where, you know, you get too much attention right away, and it puts that added pressure, which never feels good when you have a jersey on and you're trying to, like what Chris Gallagher just said, surf free. So, you know, I think Eli this is a big year for him. Even if he doesn't qualify and he has to go back to the CS Tour, he's going to learn a lot, and I think he'll learn how to compete a little better and try to retain himself during his heats.
Holding priority is Eli Hanneman, and he will make a decision here, rolling in, needing a 5.52 for a lead change. Quickly whipping it off the top. Ton of speed there, flows off the bottom. Quick reset in the pocket. And looking for a chunky section, and snaps it shut, hangs on. Celebrates to show the judges that he has control. I mean, that's been the big thing at main break at this size. Trying to get rewarded for those finishing moves when you don't have a lot of room to ride away, Rich.
No, it's commitment, isn't it, really? As you see Eli just running across the tabletop of that rock shelf. But that first opening move of how he came behind that section was quite surprising. These waves just quite haven't given him that right section to take to the air, though, huh?
You know he's looking for it, but I think it's a blessing in disguise because he's putting his board in the water and he's getting scores. And don't be surprised here in the last 4 minutes if he does find a little ramp and puts on a show as well. But now that he's bagged a couple scores, my guess is that he'll get that 5.5, but it's a close one for the judges. They're going to have to watch one of these replays we're talking about, Joe.
100%. Eli Hanneman waiting for his last score, a 5.52, gets the lead off Jake Marshall. Felt like he had a couple nice connections there. One of the best in the air for sure. One of his favorites on tour over the years has been Felipe Toledo. I've seen him surf on the North Shore on those sandbar days. I was sitting next to Kelly, and he's like, how much you want to bet he goes to the air before he took off? And he did about 3 different versions of airs when Eli's on a roll. His landing ratio is just unbelievable.
Yeah.
But he's shown how well-rounded he is, especially the start of the year. He's super sendy. He actually really charges in heavy water waves, especially after some really serious injuries that he's already had at waves like Pipeline.
Yeah, he charges that pipe. Growing up on Maui, you know, you have access to a lot of different waves. You got windy, rippable airwaves, and then you got some slabs over there too, and really big stuff. So that's one of the beauties of growing up in Hawaii, is you learn how to surf all kinds of different powerful waves.
And especially with a lot of wind where he comes from Lahaina. Numbers in for Eli, a 5. Doesn't get the lead change, needing a 5.52 still, Rich.
Yeah, watch this. Sneaking this little one on the inside. I bet you he's going to look for this air section.
Eli now going for it against a good friend, a sparring partner in Marshall, blasting the tail with control on the open face. And now looking to finish it up right on the bricks. He's got to step off, running out of room.
I don't know. I'm not sure on this one. If the last one wasn't a 5.52, it was a bigger wave. That was more of an inside wave. The second turn on the 5 was a pretty flat sort of cut back.
I did like that layback snap. That was his best turn out of the last 2 waves, so maybe the judges will pay him off for it, but kind of, you know, it's really tough out there. These rights, they run out of water on that slab, and you need a little bit of luck for those closeout lefts to come at you, and that one did not have it. So it feels like it'll be under, but that was a nice little layback snap for him.
Yeah, especially for that wave decreasing in size. He got there in time for the major. Won't get credit for that end section, but we'll slow this one down, Rich.
Yeah, this is a great turn here. Just really leans back into it. Look how close to his board is. Squatting nice and low there. Now he just jams on that tail pad, puts all the pressure on the tail of the board there so he can ride out of it.
I mean, maybe he'll have time to get back out there and find a closeout. You know he wants to do a big air.
Yeah.
Just give the kid a chance. It'd be so fun.
Such a humble kid. Works so hard. Working with guys like Sean Ward for many years. Really dedicated to the craft. And where I was going with the height thing earlier is he's been vocalizing that. Talking about the pressure, letting it out there in his posts on social media. And I think that's a really healthy way to go about it. Taking notes. Really studying the game really well. I feel like Eli's just beginning, no matter how this heat ends up, as he's still chasing a 5.52. Wave previous was the 5. The last score of 4.87 with that little lean back hack in the pocket. So judges wanting more. Let's see if he can get a closeout under the watch of Jake Marshall. But Jake is just dangerous with priority in a lead. He'll use prio here and set up his first turn. Snaps it, goes over the speed bump out in front, chips it off the lip. Current world number 4 still searching. And we'll take this one all the way into the inside. Marshall, incredible year in 2024, sitting in the top 5 and getting the jump into the round of 16. You can feel his confidence, his decision making is clear, and for Eli, he's going to be back on the Challenger Series, but we're backing him to be right back on tour next season.
Yeah, he's too good a surfer, isn't he, not to be on the tour. And like you said, Ross, he'll go back. He'll learn a few things. He'll get more confident in his competing, develop the surfing even more.
Right.
And he'll be right back where he belongs.
I mean, 5 events is so fast.
So
you know,
quick.
for rookies, it's really tough. You got to answer the call real quick. So he just shouldn't beat himself up and get a couple big results on a CS and come back.
Looking forward to watching Eli in that tour, and Jake Marshall just gets better and better into the round of 16 as world number 4. Continuing on with the action. Ross, so much fun catching up, having you in the booth.
Yeah.
And sorry to everyone out there, I didn't get time to talk about the Haleiwa final.
Let's get him back in again.
I'm pretty sure I needed a backup score, and I didn't get it, and I kind of let you have that one.
I'll take it, man. I'll take what I can.
Whatever.
Okay, more
hey,
on
thank
that
you
to
for
come.
having me. I'm a coach these days, but this is where my heart is. I love talking trash with you guys. So
We love it, man. It means a lot to us too, Ross. We love you. Thanks so much for the time. Action continues here in the round of 32. Imai Kalani-Duvall taking on Ian Gentile. We're bringing Ronnie Blakey and Waxhead for the call right after this.
Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Healthway, strategic partner of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. By Eventbrite, proud sponsor of women's surfing on the WSL Championship Tour. By Epic Safety, official eyewear partner of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. And by WeatherGuard, official portable storage of WSL Australia.
The action rolls on here this afternoon. The Western Australia Margaret River Pro, and we've got an all-Hawaiian battle out there in the lineup at the moment. Should be a very fun one to call. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside Matt Janoski. Matty, big day, mate. We needed to just regather our thoughts. Quick ice bath before we came into the booth. And we'll get stuck into a couple of big heats this afternoon. It should be fun.
Red Bull Athlete Zone has got it all. It's got the sauna, the ice bath, the catering. These surfers get treated like royalty, and occasionally we can sneak in there, and the goat was jumping in after us as well.
Yeah, I know. The water was looking pretty murky for the goat, I've got to say. But this should be a really fun heat. Imai Kalani DeVault just blowing us away with his smooth, stylish approach of late, but super impressive. Ian Gentile this year. He's... you know, last year in particular just came home so strong, but both these guys, you know, they're right on the cusp of sealing the deal and getting themselves a spot on the back half of the season. So this is really going to be a close tussle, you'd think.
Yeah, so Ian, it's two opposing surfers, both from the island of Maui. You've got Ian surfing very measured and precise. You know what you're going to get with Ian, and Imai's got that flair. You know he's got those aerial maneuvers, and he's capable of some radical surfing. But in this event, also just surfing like with a cool pace, got some really funky moments in his surfing. I love that opening heat. He opted for the short leg, long arm spring suit, which you don't see very often, but it was cool. He really got some good close-ups, and we got to see those little snaps that he was doing in those opening rounds. And that one, just a bucking bull. And I mean, from the windy island, this is actually a pretty common afternoon surf in Maui, and this is just like a little rip bowl for Imai as he snaps that one off the inside, looking like a fun beach break, little rip bowl more than a Margaret River right-hand reef.
Yeah, there was someone out there cutting zigzags through the lineup windsurfing before. That's something that you'll see at Hokipa, and these guys will both be pretty comfortable with this kind of wind, you'd think, but what they're not comfortable with at the moment, Matt, is their position on the rankings. Looking at the live rankings for these two, right down on that cut line. Imai just inside in 22nd position, having dropped 3 spots already. He's got to stay alive in this heat. And Ian Gentile just outside the cut in 23rd position, looking to make a jump up a rung. So a lot on the line for these two competitors. Their place on the championship tour is on the line here.
Both Italo and Cade coming up in the next heat will be one to watch as well. Also on that bubble and in that talk of having to make the heats to progress. So there is no easy heats. There's a lot of consequences on the line for these surfers right now. Challenging conditions, but they are the world's best, and these guys are going to deal with what they've got, put on a show.
Yeah, a comfort level for them in these kind of conditions. They're used to that wind, but also a comfort in just competing against one another. They spent their childhood battling each other. So even though there's not a whole lot of head-to-head history between these two, just one heat going the way of Ian Gentile. That was in the quarterfinals at Pipe this year. You'd imagine that they've surfed a hell of a lot of heats together.
For sure, absolutely. Both the same age, 26, 27 years of age. Both these surfers representing Maui, and Imai was the second surfer to represent Maui, but it would have been the third going to Ian. But Ian's just that name that's been around in Hawaii for a long time. You feel like when the waves get solid and clean, he's got that undercover power attack, someone that's not often in the conversation for performance rail surfing, but he has great variety and a great choice of maneuvers. But hey, it does look like a little rip bowl right out there now, so it is anyone's game.
Imai kind of snuck up on us, you know, his talents as a free surfer were recognised. But yeah, you're right, Ian Gentile just fell out of the spotlight there for a while, but as a Grom was a phenom. I can remember the late great Andy Irons going on a boat trip with Ian Gentile and just touting him as the best 12-year-old he'd seen ever at that point. But yeah, he kind of just is a pretty low-key character, real casual. You see him cruising his way around the comp site. Super friendly guy and a unique approach. He's kind of a lot more upright than a lot of the other competitors on this tour.
Yeah, and stickerless surfboard, which is something that really sticks out. Just a nice clean board. I believe it was a Mayhem that he was carrying around the contest site yesterday. It looked like a new blade that he was carrying over here yesterday, but just, yeah, no sponsor stickers on it. Nice and clean nose.
Yeah, interesting. I think he's had a couple of people have approached him too, but the sacrifice of his time and the amount of deliverables that were required just, I think, didn't really stack up for him. So he wasn't willing to sign a contract not worth his time, which you've got to commend him for. As we see Kalani to vault. This is wave number 3, throwing some of that flair. He's already swung the tail around a bunch of times through the earlier rounds. 4.5 on his first. Couple of throwaways now, and Ian Gentile just hanging on to that priority, wanting to make his first ride really count.
And speaking of Kayo, before he's paddled out for his heat before, he was looking at the conditions, trying to really decipher what the game plan was going to be, and he did say that it's really just surfing what's in front of you, being intuitive, not waiting too long, just in case you wait too long and there's a big chop or a rib in the wave that you've waited for. So rolling the dice and just seeing what's out there is exactly what Imai is up to at the moment. Just pumping down the line for this, compressing into that, just throwing the fins and stabbing the nose in, trying to get some progression on the end section. Didn't ride out of that, but he'll probably have about 5 or 6 goes of that before the end of the heat.
What is it you think about his style that just makes it so easy on the eye?
It's similar to a skater, where they've got that really smooth, cat-like style where they can go into a maneuver and just change at the last moment, and having that ability. Being intuitive, just reading a section a little bit different to the next person, understanding their board, and just being super flexible with your body as well.
Love his back knee, just drops it nicely. Takes away that kind of boxy stance, but he is a really progressive surfer, so it's like a cool modern style that he possesses. Certainly, like you said, has that intuition, doesn't really seem to kind of ever just force himself on the wave. He reads it beautifully, and each maneuver is, you know, almost a reaction. It's natural to him.
Yeah, must have such good wave IQ to be able to have that bag of tricks as well, to really understand what you can do, and having a great connection to your surfboard as well, of course.
And Gentile waiting a long time with that priority to get this first ride, and he's taken off on a closeout here.
And often surfers like Imai, it is really difficult to judge them. It's tricky because they don't fall into a box. They don't have a category, and they're reading the wave different to a lot of people, and they can often be their own worst enemy because they don't have that predictability, or they don't follow that criteria down to a T. So often their choice of maneuvers may not be what the judges are expecting, and that can work both in their favor and against them at times as well.
19.5 minutes to go here. Stace, Jake Marshall on a special kind of tear at the moment, surfing well.
He is, Ron. He is on a special tear. Jake, you're having an amazing season. Obviously, a lot of the talk around this event being about the cut. You're 4th in the world. Jack Robertson's coming up later, but then behind him, a few of the surfers have fallen out of the draw. Good opportunity for you to really firm up inside that final 5.
For sure. I mean, we still have like over half the season to go, so I'm just trying to. Right now, my goal, I really want to break through and really try to make one of these finals and kind of lock into like a bigger result. I feel like I've been consistent this year, but haven't really broke through for a really big one. So, but I don't know, I'm doing a lot of good things, and I feel like I've been right there. So just trying to stay in my process, and I don't know, just keep doing what I'm doing, but also I've got a lot bigger goals. So I've been staying focused and ready for the next heat.
And they are?
Yeah, I want to be in the top 5. I want to be going for a world title. I mean, I feel like it's definitely interesting being here at this event. Like last year I was getting cut, and I'm watching people kind of fall off tour and all this stuff, and it's a little bit trippy, but at the same time I feel like I've improved a lot. My mental game's improved a lot, and I just feel super confident. I feel like I'm at that level, and I'm ready to compete for this title, and yeah, I feel really good, and I feel like I'm right there with the best guys. So I'm just trying to prove that to myself, and hopefully I can just keep it rolling.
Marcio and the team at Sharp Eye have been big supporters of you since you were a Grom, but this one's a little extra special. This board's shaped by one of your good mates, Taylor Clark.
Yeah, it's been it's really cool. I mean, I feel like a few years ago, like this was so far out of the realm of possibilities, you know, and now to be working with Taylor and Marcio as well, like just the 3 of us together seem like we have a really good thing going right now, and I can be, it's just Taylor's watched me surf arguably more than anybody throughout my life, so I think he knows what I want out of a board, probably more than most, and yeah, just communicating with them, and it's been a lot of fun too, and I'm sure it's cool for Taylor, but we've been having a ball, and it's fun to work together and do this. It's been a super cool experience for me.
So far, so good. Well done, boys, and well done, Jake. Cheers.
Thank you.
Yeah, Jake Marshall is, well aware that, while he maintains a position in the final five, the likelihood of, having the kind of experience to lean into if you crack the final five and if you haven't had an event win yet, you're going to struggle on that big day, that huge occasion to seal the deal. But during the interview, Ian Gentile took flight. Beautiful rotation, tricky section, and he stomped it, Matty.
6.67, and that was the unpredictability I was actually talking about with Imai that he has in his surfing, but Ian popping that one up against the grain. That's his first score of substance there, and he goes rocketing to the lead. And I mean, really, it's just like an onshore afternoon with that rip bowl, a great aerial there from Ian, and hopefully we see more of that in this heat.
Let's talk a little bit about Maui. It's just been such an incredible breeding ground for exceptional talent, not just on the championship tour, but in that big wave realm in particular, but always strong aerialists as well. We'll get back to that point in a second. Imai is going back after the lead here after a 2.75. A couple of nice sections for him. And this wave's starting to get a little tricky down the line now. But he'll still just attempt to add some extras. We'll see if that doesn't get him back out in front here. But yeah, it's amazing just, if you start to list them, there's a lot of trailblazers in the mix.
For sure, and they've obviously got quality waves. And I know for a lot of the surfers over there, the desire to go chase surfing, become a professional, it's not as crucial and important. It's like a real country style of living over there, where they just get in the truck, cruise, get a nice job, maybe in the tourism industry, and they can support themselves and their family. But these guys going against the grain, surfing at the top level, and Imai, nice two-turn combo there. This one, you thought it was going to offer something down the end, but it ran away. So it'll be a backup score there for Imai.
And here goes Ian Gentile looking to back up the 6.67 from earlier. Swings that tail, somehow hangs onto it. Just that whitewater pushing him back onto his feet. It wasn't clean, it wasn't perfect, but it was still pretty impressive.
So you see on the bottom of the screen over to the right, Imai paddling against that current, perhaps trying to link up maybe with the jet ski assist that'll whip him around. He's on the inside of that slab, so he got washed right across. You saw that set come through that washed him across the reef. We haven't seen the use of the jet ski much at all in this event so far. And it is actually the first event where jet ski assist was offered way back in 2004. This was it was an optional on a bigger day for the surfers to get towed back around. So a lot of interesting circumstances over the years here at Margaret River. Watch the replay of that, and this is Ian. Doesn't move his feet too much, and it allows him for that slashing turn. You see he's just planted his feet there, goes up for this, and throws the tail. Rides out and gets a little bit sloppy through here, and he opts out of that. So a terrific backup there for Ian, and he'll further his lead.
Yeah, the only ski assist we've seen today is for broken boards and safety.
Yeah.
But no jet ski assist, whizzing surfers back around to the takeoff zone. So that's why Imai's battling to get back through. He actually almost punched over the section. He tried to rock jump over a section. It threw him back onto the reef.
So he's paddling out around the left right now, and
he goes Ian Gentile again. So he's got a couple of numbers on the way, and why Imai's kind of been groveling to get back out, just fight his way back through that whitewater. We've seen Ian Gentile collect some scores, so waiting for those numbers to come through, but he's going to be, you'd think, out in front. We do have a number on the way for Imai as well, but Ian Gentile doing some good work here.
So another two-turn combo there for Ian, just chipping away at it. So a 4.83 on his wave before last, but this one hasn't been logged in yet. So a nice re-entry there, and he floats the section, comes along here straight up, hunting for another maneuver. You can see that mayhem looking good under his feet. Spicy, perhaps a brand new board. Rides that with control. The judge has been really strict on that. And a 5.67 for that one before. So wait to see where that one logs in at. Ronnie, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, it's, you know, like, I think Ian's ticking the boxes at the moment, as in placing his turns in nice critical sections. It's not easy. It's hard to find that flow. I think Imai just naturally kind of has that in his surfing. Just threads his moves together a little smoother than maybe Ian. But Ian, you know, he's just performing to that criteria at the moment, waiting on a score to come through. And he's already holding on to the lead. I think he'll better the 4.83. But that's what makes this matchup so interesting. It's just the two different approaches from these two competitors. Those boards looking sharp though under Ian's feet, and it is a brand new one. And I can tell you, I walked up through the event site with Ian Gentile yesterday morning, and he had that fresh blade under his arm, and I said, you still get the new board buzz even as a professional surfer. He was like, oh my god, there's nothing better.
Wow.
So
well, he's feeling it.
Yeah, and it's looking good. 6.93 for that last ride. Just over 11 minutes to go. Imai Kalani-Devold had a long paddle to get himself back into position here. Ian Gentile hanging on to priority and the lead at the moment. We're going to take a Bonsai brew break before getting back into Heat 14, the round of 32. There's Italo Ferreira getting ready to hit the lineup. Welcome back to the show. Out there in the lineup at the moment, Ian Gentile leads Imai Kalani-Devold, and Imai's chasing a 7.93 to get into first position. Just over 9 minutes to go. The round of 16 taking shape. Let's have a look at it with Kaipo.
Hey, checking out the Bailey Ladders leaderboard. Here I'm on my trusty P150 Bailey ladder, hybrid construction, punch lock technology, round of 16 men. Let's check it out. Starting off, super heat. John Florence up against Gabriel Medina, two former world champs, two former event champs, head-to-head to start off that round of 16. Brother-on-brother action. Heat number 2, Miguel Pupo up against his younger brother, Samuel. Check out world number 1, Griffin Colapinto is going to be coming up against the rookie, Ramsey Bukhayam. Heat number 4, the wild card, George Pita up against Burley Heads, Liam O'Brien. And heat number 5, I love this heat, Ethan Ewing up against Seth Moniz. Two good friends doing battle to end up for their spot in the quarterfinals. That's the leaderboard, all from my Bailey ladder. I'm comfortable right here.
Yeah, Kipes. Loving that first heat, the round of 16. You're kidding me. John Florence up against Gabriel Medina. That is, you know, a rarity in a round of 16 heat. So that's going to be fun to watch.
And the two Pupos together, yeah, that's heartbreaking, but someone's going to get through. Someone is going to go back to the Challenger Series. Be interesting to see what occurs.
Well, here we go. We're seeing Ian Gentile here just throwing it up over the section. Let's have a look at a replay here of what just unfolded, Matty.
Right, so pumping through here, he's going to go to the air, but big tail whip, and he rides out forward to the whitewash too, so some critical surfing there. We get a close-up of that too as he's driving down the line, eyeing off that lip, and you see him slow-mo here. Let's have a look what happens. So he eyes it up, and his ability just to change the maneuver, snaps it, brings that tail, whoa, inverted. You could just see the fins sticking through the wave there. Incredible. So he tied up in his leash too. His backhand was tied up in the back of the leg rope. He got really low to his board, rode through the whitewater. Incredible surfing there from Imai Kalani-Devault.
Yeah, amazing too. You know, sometimes with these kind of conditions, you know, you start to even telegraph the airs that these guys might attempt, the rotation. You see so much of it. And it's refreshing when someone gets in on the attack like that. Imai's up again. Another big section standing up. Clean timing. And he understands the importance of it. These guys both sitting right there on the cut line. Imai just inside. Ian Gentile just outside. And Imai Kalani-Devault, you know, he'd be leaving it in the hands of others if he was going to save his spot, if he was to be knocked out, but it would certainly be the end of Ian Gentile's run if he doesn't progress through this heat.
Yeah, so some scores still to lock in, but nice re-entry there for Imai again, and it's a two-turn combo. A side angle here, so takes off with the chop, incredibly difficult, and eyeing this one up too, so that wave very challenging, offering up not a lot of room to fit that maneuver. So incredible, well, just adapting and contorting the board to fit the wave and to have that combination of the speed and the flow, really difficult.
Yeah, this isn't the celebration of, you know, a guy who's performing to his peak level, but it's the celebration of figuring out a tricky lineup in what is a high pressure heat. That's what he's celebrating. These are not huge numbers for someone that surfs as well as Imai, but you know, they're important numbers to him. 7.03, that's solid out there at the moment, and he's got another good score on the way.
Keeping in mind that long paddle that he had to have as he got taken back off the rocks. He was standing on that rock ledge before. You notice that he flipped his board around, so he's had to paddle about 5 or 6 minutes around the lineup against the wind, against the current, and against the chop. And these are all the elements these surfers have to deal with that we don't get to see tuning in to this live broadcast, but it's challenging conditions, and these surfers are making it look so easy, which is why they are the best in the world.
Well, so many of our viewers would be watching on with some competitive surfing experience, you know, of their own, having pulled the jersey on and competed in board riders events or minor events as grommets, and you understand that it takes a lot more energy out of you surfing in a heat situation and getting rolled across a reef and then punching through the whitewater and up against all that energy. You know, it's going to gas you a little bit. So this has been a real test for Imai, and he stood up in a big way. That last ride came through at a 6.7. And now the pressure's been thrown back into Ian Gentile's court, and we'll see if he can return serve here. He needs a 6.81. Must make heat for Ian Gentile. Here he goes, drives up into the section. Nice swoop there. This wave is starting to taper off though, and he's going to get out of it. Couldn't see the opportunity down the line there, so it was a quick decision. Not to waste energy, not to waste time, and get back to the takeoff zone.
Yeah, just losing a bit of control there as he brought that one back into the whitewater. But yeah, Imai 5.67, a 7, and a 6.7, all within about 5 or 6 minutes. Rapid fire there. And back to your point there about surfers tuning in with some competitive experience. I mean, this is equivalent to going to an exam or having some sort of a test in your school or in your workplace right now. This is the cut, you know, this is. They need this win to stay on the tour, but they've been watching the conditions all day. The sun, you know, the glare, the wind, the elements, it does drain you and take it out of you. So for the afternoon heat, for these guys to remain that composure and be able to get out there and put on a performance and put on this show for us is incredible.
Imai swings the tail, really building some confidence now and does well to, well, almost complete that ride. But it's funny when you put it like that, Matt, it sort of makes the situation sound a little less gnarly, you know, like a test exam in your workplace. If you don't pass those, you're kicking a can down to the unemployment office. These guys get to go to Snapper Rocks and compete on the Challenger Series. Sounds a lot better.
Well, that's this, you know, that's the second tier tour, I suppose. Snapper's a great place to be relegated back to.
Here goes Ian Gentile. Important ride for him, chasing at 6.81. Couple of big turns already.
Wow.
And, oh, whoa. Wobbly finish, but he does complete the wave. The 2-minute warning from GWM coming up on screen. Imai Kalani de Volt didn't really convert on his ride, didn't add to his numbers, and we've got to wait and see now whether Ian Gentile did enough on that ride to get himself back in front. As these guys both battle to get back to the takeoff zone. Wow. This is going to be close. A minute and a half to go. I wonder if they can even get back to a position to have another ride.
So scores still be locked in. That was a radical snap there. And riding out with a little, I mean, did he ride out? Not quite of that second maneuver, so can't see that one factoring in. But this all comes down to Ian right now. So nice opening mid-turn gaff there. Another searing carve there for Ian. It all comes down to this.
Wow.
And then he stands up to show the judge he had control and a little bobble there, but he did ride out. Nice carving maneuver here. Opens up the shoulders, shifts the gaze of the eyes back to the pocket, set him up in the pocket, and he comes around now. Another turn, almost identical to that first one. Just a little bit more pizzazz on that. Lines up for this third section, so good combo of maneuvers. Snaps that one to the lip, comes down, so that slow-mo really doing it a big favor. And he rides out, stands upright, and almost loses it.
Yeah, I think he was almost kind of claiming it. And the surface of the water just so tricky to read there. There's little boils happening, and it almost ankle tapped him and knocked him off. We're still waiting on the score to come through, and it could be the score that decides whether Ian Gentile will be competing on the championship tour or not through the back half of the season. Imai's having a look at one on the inside here, but what he didn't want to see when he turned around after his previous ride was Ian Gentile just absolutely ripping apart the pocket of the first section of his wave, waiting on the numbers to come through. I think there'll be some real comparisons made, some replays reviewed of earlier rides in this heat, because all the scoring rides in that heat very comparable. I thought Imai Kalani de Volt in compressed sections did the more high quality turns, but there's no denying the combo that Ian Gentile put together at the end of his heat, and it's gotten very close, but it has fallen painfully short for Gentile. A 6.81 is what he needed. He got a 6.77. And for me, it was always going to be right there. If it got him over the line, I wouldn't have been surprised. If it fell under, I could understand why as well. But there are the results for Heat 14. Imai Kalani de Volt gets the victory.
Wow. Yeah, you can see them making their way in now, and Ian just a bit confused on that one, but it must have come down to that last turn. The judges would have deliberated over that and had a chat about the control coming out. He did make it complete, but there was that little bobble as well.
Yeah, a really thrilling heat between two friends who've grown up competing together. They did surf a heat, a quarterfinal heat at Pipe earlier this season. Ian Gentile got the win there, but Imai Kalani de Volt is going to take the win, an important heat win for him as well. And the boys are going to hug it out there, and so they should. That was an epic battle, separated by 0.03. Amazing stuff from Imai Kalani de Volt. We're going to take a quick break. When we return, we'll see the 2019 World Champion out there in the water. It's all happening here at main break for the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. The round of 32 continues, and Italo Ferreira is going to be out there in the red jersey. Kate Matson will be in the blue. Heat 15, the rookie going up against one of the most deadly competitors in the draw at any location. And if Italo doesn't do a backside reverse in this heat, I'll eat my hat, because this is just tailor-made for him, and he's pretty reliable for that move once that wind kicks up, Matty.
Yeah, south-southwest wind picking up throughout the day. The choppiest conditions are seen all week, but it could be categorized as an air wind as well.
Kate Matson getting things going here. Performed really well down at Bells, had some great moments. Already had an excellent score in this heat, in this event, I should say. And that will be second ride. Had a 1.2 earlier on. But Cade's clicked into gear for sure. Still outside the cut line at this stage, so it's got a lot of ground to make up. But there's been a lot of movement. We just saw Imai Kalani de Volt make an incredible jump up the rankings, up 5 spots. So it can be done. Kate Matson, we know he'll be relegated if he doesn't win through this heat against Italo. And let's have a look at the replay and see what kind of form he's carrying.
Right, so super motivated in this heat, nothing to lose. It's all on the line for him right now. Well, everything to lose, I should say, and snapping that one off the top. Goes into a nice redirect there and carrying, I guess you'd call it a motivated tempo throughout that wave. He wasn't leaving, you know, anything to question. You can see that those guys, the San Clemente crew, they're always amped up. They've got a good posse around them, and he's been tuning into some pretty amped up music. By the look of it, he's ready to go.
I like that motivated tempo, and Cade's kind of clicked into that since Bells, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He's looked really on, really clean. His first round heat with Ethan Ewing out there in the lineup as well was impressive. I mean, if you're putting up an excellent score against a surfer like Ethan on a right-hander, you know you're in pretty good nick. 4.5 for that second ride, so we'll see what Italo can do here. But yeah, Italo is looking to get back to his best. Sort of just, I don't know, just sort of seemed to be near unbeatable on his road through events at most venues for a period there, but just lost a bit of that momentum. See if he can get it back here.
Yeah, and that has happened throughout the years to a lot of world champions that have really almost redefined what we know as competitive surfing. You know, Gabriel, when he was started winning and putting on a show for us, not just because he was Brazilian, but his style of surfing was really unpredictable. It was something we hadn't really seen before, and Gabby had to be so good to take the victory, to leave no doubt that he was going to win that event, and Italo followed suit. He didn't grovel for wins. He went so big. His airs were undeniable. His turns were so radical, and it must be a very difficult tempo to continue on year after year, and it's dangerous on your body. It's physically demanding, and mentally to find those creative parts on the wave and to blow the judges away. The status quo was reached. A lot of surfers started catching up to the 2019 world champion, and all of a sudden those airs that he was doing were not as dramatic as everyone else's because they were catching up.
Yeah, he blew us away in his rookie season, got to 7th in the world. Has only had a few finishes outside the top 10. In fact, only had a few finishes outside the top 5 now. 2018, multiple event wins, 4th that year, got the win in 2019. Then 2021, a 3rd, and 2022, a runner-up to the world title. This guy's just a freak. 13th in 2023, but he has dropped right to the back end of the top 22 now, with some movement on the live rankings. So this suddenly becomes a crucial heat for Italo as well.
Yep, absolutely. And typically Italo's performances have been unapologetic, aggressive. As I said before, that word creative, but here today, we're just going to have to see what he's going to dish up, because Cade, you know he's not going to lie down. He needs this result as well. It's his rookie season, and he's really just going to put everything on the line. So can't wait to see how this one shapes up, Ronnie.
Here goes Italo, first ride for him, up into that first section. That explosive backhand on show, whipping into the pocket. Just a flowing turn.
Just linking it all together. It's dot to dot at the moment, but he doesn't find a ramp on this one. He'll head back out. So, you know, by Italo's standard, a pretty sleepy ride, but still a dynamic start for him. I love when his backhand is on. Growing up on a right-hand point break, he's got incredible variety in his backhand. Can bust the fins, can do a big power vertical snapper as well. And he's so strong, we know that.
So I thought he was going to go to that air. See, he looks like he's about to spring into that air there too, but a nice, two nice snaps there. And looking for another one, and he just carves that one off. So a 4-turn combo there for Italo to get things started.
Just listening to Ross Williams talk on John earlier on, and just, you know, encouraging John to keep his board in the water until he kind of really needs those aerial moves. You know, I do feel like Italo's kind of the same. There was like a period there where I think, you know, Italo just surfed with just a complete reckless attitude, which was really exciting and fun to watch. But because he would go to that move so often, it became a little bit predictable too. And, you know, probably in some instances was kind of harshly judged for some of those big airs. Even here on the left, we've seen him do a huge frontside air reverse before, and kind of surprised to see the number fall where it did. But I like what he's doing here. He just turned in a 5.83, so has really won the opening exchange, but kept that air in his back pocket. And we'll see what happens as this one unfolds. But, you know, don't show everything. Don't risk the heat early on, I guess, was the instruction from one of the coaches to, you know, to seal the deal. Rely on your power surfing first and save that ace up your sleeve.
Yeah, it was a good note from Ross talking about John. Yeah, really just, you know, in really simple terms, we call it building a house. You know, you can't put the roof on or the decorations without having that that foundation and building the walls, and that's why we've got that 5.83 from Italo right now. And back to what you were saying about those airs, you're right. There was a few years there where I thought also Italo, mate, was where the judges were expecting perhaps more from him. I think of some of the turns now that say Liam O'Brien's doing, or Ethan Ewing, sometimes John. They're so hard to do, but because we're seeing them more often, perhaps that a lot more of the field doing it, so those scores are being kept down a little bit. That's what we saw the airs as well. I mean, you look at Felipe Toledo, a lot of his victories have been won on turns. He's been known as the aerial specialist, but he's adapted his fast cat-like reflexes to turns and given us a power and rail game that we didn't expect from him. And that's what the judges want to see these days from a lot of these surfers, because all of them can do the airs.
Yeah. Italo Ferreira kicks out of that one, doesn't see any opportunity in it. I did mention it earlier, but I want to say it again. Big happy birthday to Toledo. Probably tuned in. Has to be, right? Watching Italo surf this heat always was one to hang around an event side, even if he'd won his heat earlier in the day, to cheer on his countrymen. And Italo started pretty nicely here, 5.83. Speaking of building house, always pretty impressed with the house that Italo built in his little coastal town there by Formosa. And it's pretty cool, from humble beginnings, and, you know, just has achieved such great things to set up his dream home at his home beach. But here goes Kate Matson. Oh, just hitting a bit of chop. Back foot obviously kind of skipped up over the tail block of that board, that traction pad, and he's gone down.
Ouch. Back foot, yeah, slipping off. That could have ended really badly there for Cade.
Yeah, so kind of puts you in a pretty dangerous position there when the back foot slips off and the front foot stays on.
Let's see what happens. So he pouncing off the bottom. So yeah, the back foot hard up against the tail block on the pad, goes up, oh, and just front foot actually slides off, and then the back foot followed.
All right, well, as we get closer to getting through this round of 32, and we're seeing some of those surfers below that cut line fall out of the mix, some interesting news is coming to light. Let's cross down to Stace in the Red Bull Athlete Zone.
In here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone with Rio Wader. Rio, how's your day been?
It's been okay, you know, good and bad. You know, I lost this morning, so I was a bit bummed, but at the same time, I'm really grateful to be here in West Aus. It's been super beautiful, and watching the boys now, it's been fun to watch.
Yeah, it has been an exciting day. I've got some good news for you. You have made the cut. Congratulations.
Yeah, stoked to make the cut. It's my second year in the tour, so I'm still a baby in this tour, so many more to come. You know, if I fall off in the tour, I will work hard, and then if I still stay in the tour, I will work hard. So, you know, this is part of the life, and I will keep getting better, and life is fun.
It sure is. Rio, thanks for your time. I'm going to let you enjoy the rest of the day. Well done.
Thank you.
Congratulations to Rio Waida, representing Indonesia beautifully. He'll also get the opportunity to duck home. Quick flight here from West Oz. He hasn't been back for a while, and I'm sure that they'll welcome him with a big celebration. That is huge news for him.
Yeah, that's right. And Tippy and Tim over there tuning in, all these Indonesian friends and family, they'll be so stoked to see him go another year on the championship tour.
Kate Matson up, chipping away, trying to get himself into the lead. Only needed a 1.77 at this point. I feel like just the getting yourself in front, getting your nose in front can really help. Here goes Italo. Nice, smooth kind of carving re-entry off the foam to kick things off, but he wants more. Wasn't willing to sacrifice priority and give Cade the opportunity for a better wave, so he's on his way back out to the takeoff zone. Italo gets a 2 out of that wave, and that's up that requirement for Cade's ride. Didn't need much, only 1.7 prior to that one, and now he needs a 3.34 out of his wave.
Yeah, and typically for Italo in the past, especially out here, we've seen Italo get a lot of waves. He used to be keeping very busy in the free surfs leading up to today. He was going left a lot, going right. He managed to find a really good barrel on one of the rights, funnily enough, and teeing off on the left. But it's all about the right-hander right now, and he's going to get back out there with priority.
14.5 minutes to go here. And there is some set waves stacking up here at the moment. And Italo is out there with priority. So let's see if the decision to kick out of that previous ride is going to really work in his favour here. Look to bank a big score. Cade's numbers coming through. It looks like we might get a little situation change, and we do. So Italo's after a 2.67 here. Wow, deep takeoff. Bumpy face, does well to recover though. Winding through to the inside, gets the reverse, and hits the end section as well. I'm not going to call that an air just yet, Matt.
No, it looked on first glance a bit of a chop hop there, which when we talk about airs and onshore conditions like this, it's difficult to find those steep ramps that the judges want to see in the critical section. When it's out a little bit more and a little flat, they consider it a bit of a chop hop, not a huge degree of difficulty. And we'll have a look at it. So late takeoff, and just couldn't get into it at the beginning. A tricky takeoff nonetheless, and he's pumping down the line, goes around the section. Yeah, so he's already gone past the pockets. That'll be deemed a bit of a chop hop, a bit of a flat air, and just the Rio. So it'll be the score will be quite low on that. Might still go into his top 2, but it won't be the best wave of the heat.
So he made a decision to kick out, get priority back, but then with poor positioning, put himself behind the wave. But what he wanted to do was starve Cade the opportunity, because he was pretty well positioned for that wave. But for Italo, it was a 2.83. It's still enough to change the situation again. So Italo's back in front, and Cade now needs a 4.17. Just on 13 minutes to go here on a sunny afternoon here at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. Still got another big heat to come after this one. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the show. We'll make sure you download TrueSurf for free from the App Store or Google Play and tap WSL events to actually play the virtual Western Australia Margaret River Pro, compete in multiple divisions and win big. And interestingly enough, you know, you can do some pretty amazing moves in TrueSurf. Italo's one of those guys that still might be able to do crazier turns, more progressive turns than you and your avatar on TrueSurf. So we'll see what he can do out there at the moment. He's up, and Italo is leading this heat, but only by a slim margin. Crucial heat for him, and also for Cade Matson. A lot on the line here. Whenever you get to the bottom end of the round of 32, you're seeing surfers who are kind of sandwiched in the midsection of the rankings as we go to the Epic live rankings here at the moment. As you can see, Italo, just with some of the results that have unfolded, has drifted dangerously close to that cut line, and we still have obviously Cade Matson in the mix, and Callan Robson below the cut line also coming up in the next heat. So Italo's not safe here. This is an important heat for him.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, he's sort of surfing a little bit safe out there at the moment too, so he needs to really up the ante right now. He is in the lead right now, but we want to see him go to the air or just add some of those sparks that have got him all of those 7 championship tour victories, event victories in the past.
Yeah, I think for me, Matty, you nailed the call earlier on. You used a word to describe Italo surfing. You said spring. That's just him. He's always coiled. He's ready to go. I feel like he wants to take flight here. He's probably getting a little frustrated, just not able to find a steep enough section to launch off just yet. He's just got to be careful not to I think, force that move. Because you saw before, even with the reverse, where he kind of just spun on flat water, that the judges weren't really giving it that much credit. He only got a 2.83 for that. If you take flight and you go for that rotation, you really got to get some height, and you've got to complete most of the spin above the lip. Yeah, and he is one of probably the top 5 most innovative surfers of the last decade. Just in terms of his aerial antics, he almost got an excellent score on his first wave ever at the box a number of years ago as well. So his ability to surf slabs, ride the tube, and in the air has been phenomenal. Amazing. Yeah, Kaipo, who's obviously all over this contest site like crazy, is always a big fan of Italo's, and Kaipo grew up skateboarding, and he always says to me, he'll bone that out. He'll bone the air out, and that's something that the purists, the aerial purists really love. It's the influence of that skate generation.
A lot of influence there. We know Italo goes through the air, and that's a cool thing. Also cool, we've been celebrating Kelly Slater a lot today. Italo actually had Kelly sign his board that he's riding right now in the heat. I got the backup board for Italo right here. A Timmy Patterson, 6'2", 18.7, 2.4, 28, a little over 28 liters, round pin with large future fins on it. And Wax said, you're gonna love this. Shaper Timmy Patterson. Timmy's dad and uncle worked in the original Hobie surfboard factory, 1961, where Hobie Alter started using a strange new material in surfboard construction. It was called foam, PU foam. So there's a lot of history, both in Italo's equipment and in his approach.
He's created a lot of history for sure, but we love those little backstories. Oh, Italo! Oh, wow! What? He's fighting it, but he's somehow stuck this move. Unbelievable start from the Brazilian on cue.
Now,
impressive.
He purposely didn't grab the board to pull himself back up. He looks like his ankles were completely twisted there, and he used his core strength to pull himself back up. Let's look at the replay. Super intrigued. So pumping down the line here, springs into that one. Oh, and super harsh landing. And yep, didn't grab the board, got up with his core strength and his ankles, and excellent mobility there. Wow, so awkward section. Oh, wow. Strong landing, bouncing out of that. I mean, he did control it and complete it in the end, but my gosh, that was wild.
Yeah, if you don't pick this apart too much, it's just amazing that he was able to stick it. Yeah. It's so awkward in the transition, but he's so strong, he's so gymnastic. He's able to ride on out.
So his knee goes down, his hand doesn't touch it. One of the fittest surfers we've ever seen on the championship tour as well. Look at that. That's just pure determination, and skill, and just fitness.
He was almost sitting on his board there at one point. It's amazing stuff. It'll be really interesting to see what the judges do with that.
I mean, it was tweaked out. It was sectioned, didn't want him to go to the air. It sort of broke at the last minute in a really awkward spot. So we did a phenomenal job because it sent him out onto the flats. Just the land into the flats is so difficult on your ankles, your knees, all of your body and your board, your equipment. That's how you snap a board as well. So regardless of where it falls, just, I mean, Italo, just acrobatics.
Amazing stuff. These two surfers fighting hard to shore up a position above the cut line. Someone that was able to do that in the previous heat. Imai Kalani-DeVault making a huge jump. He's with Stace.
Imai, those heats are never easy. Jacob Wilcox and Liam O'Brien, a similar situation earlier today. Being the person that you are, I'm sure you want to shout out Ian and you know how much respect you have for him.
Yeah, man, it's such a bittersweet feeling. Obviously, so stoked to make that through the heat. We both knew it was kind of whoever made it was going to get through, and huge heat, but just such a bummer that it was with him. Like when I saw that heat this morning, I couldn't believe it. I was like, no way, how does this happen? But yeah, man, just shout out to Ian. He's ripping. He'll be back next year, no doubt. Same with Eli. Kind of a brutal day, but you know, I'm stoked to get through.
On a personal level, and I guess for the other boys, Maui crew don't mind a bit of wind.
Not at all. I mean, that felt real familiar for Ian and myself for sure. And yeah, it was actually really fun. You know, if you connect with the right wave, super riverable and a bit of bump, but we're used to it. So, man, just big weight off my shoulder. I feel almost like, I don't know, lightheaded.
How do you go waiting around all day? This was a big day of competition, and as you saw the heat draw early this morning, a lot to think about. How do you digest it all?
Yeah, long few days. Just coming into the event, knowing I was, you know, not safe at all, and a few lay days, and then not much swell. So just a bit antsy for sure for a few days, but trying to just enjoy my time. Have my girlfriend Naisha here with me, so we've been doing a lot of fun stuff and trying to surf. And yeah, I mean, long day of watching heats. I was trying not to really watch the event to not get in my head too much, and just I know I just needed to make my own heat. So yeah, stoked.
You've done that, mate. We'll look forward to watching the next round. Well done.
Thank you.
You Stace, you can see the relief, but also just this, you know, I think the empathy seeing his mate Ian Gentile fall off tour, and you know, he's been there before, Imai. It's tough, so you know, you got to applaud him. Brave stuff. During the interview, we saw Italo go back to the more traditional kind of approach, Matt, and it was a solid combination.
Yeah, so the judges just looking at that section where he got that aerial, it wasn't overly critical, and the landing was messy, so control and flow are elements in the criteria that are rewarded heavily, and he's been on the receiving end of that before at Narrabeen on one of those amazing airs against Connor Coffin. But going back to turns, a 5.10 for a two-turn combo, very controlled, powerful surfing, so he extends his lead.
Yeah, just being able to win the, you know, the scoring ride battle over Cade by a point on each of his scoring rides, and that's left the young surfer from San Clemente looking for a 6.43 to get in front here with just over 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, and he's got a really difficult number to get today. He's going to have to send it, absolutely, because you've seen them hunt for a 2 or 3 or 4 turn combo, but if you're looking for it, generally the judges won't give it to you. They want to see those turns in quick succession and being very intuitive, as we saw with Imai in that previous heat, just surfing what's in front of you. Kai O'Belly earlier as well. Yeah, if you're trying to really manufacture a score, it's definitely not going to be a 6.43.
The GWM 2-minute warning coming up on the screen there. Cade Matson holding strong with priority on the outside. You know, not ideal if you find yourself in second place in tricky conditions like that, but also he's got a good fighting chance here. Italo just making his presence very felt right now.
Yeah, so just sitting right next to Matson, almost shoulder to shoulder, putting that pressure on. He can feel it, the blood's in the water. They've got a huge playing field right now, but Italo's just happy just to put some pressure on Cade, who's got that priority. Cater was sitting stoic, just waiting for a little ramp or something just to chip away at that score.
Yeah, he's got a great just perspective. He hasn't gotten beat down with his runner results this season, Cade. Obviously a big bounce back down at Bells Beach, but every time I've seen him, huge smile on his face, just lapping up the opportunity to be here. I think he's got great perspective, having had a question mark over his career with back surgery a couple of years back. It's amazing to see him here doing his thing, and let's hope that he gets an opportunity here in the final stages after a 6.43.
Oh, there is something. There's a line out there, Ronnie. He's paddling over to it, and Margaret River can shift you out of the position, especially with this chop out there today.
Well, I think he'll get a shot here. Is this wave going to have that nice steep wall for him, though? He'll be begging for this one to close out. A big section to lay into would be nice. Here he goes, Kate Matson, looking to save his place or keep his fight alive to stay on tour here. Needs a 6.43. Couple of decent hits already. Drives up over that final section. Does very well to finish it off. Pumps the fist. And you can hear the San Clemente crew celebrating. But it will be under review for sure. What are your feelings?
Well, it's his best wave, that's for sure. We can almost determine that. A 4.5 and a 4, we know it's better. 3-turn combo, he rode out with predominant control. It's going to have to be the best wave of the heat by far.
Boys are watching the show. Waiting for the numbers to come through. Cade Matson dropping his, what we feel like is going to be his best number, but is it going to be the 6.43? There'll be comparisons made, obviously, to what Italo scored on his opening ride, the 5.83. Let's have another look at it here.
Yeah, so good Rio to start, carrying the momentum down the line and tees off on that section there. Tricky wave to read and a bit messy at the end, a little bit of doubt, but he does ride out. Super shallow there, as we know, a bit of drama on the end section.
Yeah, this is very similar to what we had in the last heat. I'm just scratching my head. I won't be surprised either way.
Yeah, there's no reference. I mean, it's the best wave he's got. Italo's had on his backside, so it's very difficult to compare. I mean, it's a 3-turn combo. The wave held up. That second turn might have been the best one of all three, and he got a completion. Obviously, it's not quantity, it's the quality maneuvers that the judges are rewarding. They wanted to see combinations today. He gets that one up over lip, and it was a sketchy landing. Comes down with all that pressure. So, I mean, did really well. The composure is a clutch performance.
That's rock.
That is on the rock. That's fin scraping the rock. So you can see that little front wave on it. That's, you know, it doesn't get any more critical than that on the end section at least.
Numbers starting to roll through. It is right there. We know it's going to be close. And the score has dropped now. A 5.83. Not enough for Cade.
Through to the next round. Jack Robinson, Callum Robinson, you guys are underway in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
A lot of emotion, obviously. Realising his dream, cracking the championship tour ranks with a strong run on the Challenger Series last year. But Italo is going to hang on for a victory here, and you can see how much it means to him because he was in danger of falling off the seat.
I don't know if he knows the result yet. I'm not sure.
I think that's a celebration.
Well, yeah, I mean, you'd hope so.
Believe it or not.
Watch that board, bro.
Well, unbelievable stuff, an incredibly close heat. They've been very close this afternoon. We've still got one more big one to come. Jack Robinson is going to take on Callum Robson. Stay with us. You're watching the Western Australia Margaret River Pro.
Welcome to Woody Chup, Belia. My name is Gwen Gray. I'm a Wadandi Yoga. We hope that by welcoming people onto country that they take on our same responsibilities and obligations as custodians.
We stop, we're sitting, we're resting. Yaranga Boya on country.
It's about caring for country while you're here, continuing on that connection with the environment and the land around you to be able to celebrate and to utilise it for major events like this. The Wadandi Surf Academy actually came about through conversations and yarning with the elders. Surfing was the vessel, it was the tool to get them out on country, connecting them to culture, learning language, reigniting that passion. Get to spend afternoons like this and understand why we protect and why we preserve what we have, and hopefully continue to have that for future generations to come.
Grab a handful of sand. We'll say, Boya!
Elite athletes understand why we do what we do, because this is why they turn up every single time and every year to enjoy the exact same rewards. Utilise and enjoy country and be on it and celebrate it and just leave your footprints. It's here for future generations to use.
Welcome back to the show. We've got the last heat of the round out there in the lineup now, and it's a big one for the local crew because we've got former winner Jack Robinson out there in the lineup wearing that red jersey up against Callum Robson, who's still in the fight to keep his place on the championship tour with a big run through this contest. We've seen a couple of waves ridden. Let's dive into some replays. This unfolding during the break. Felicity Parmentier joining me in the booth. Take us through this one.
Yeah, this is Jack. He's up and riding. Opening wave here for him. And streaking down the line. Little hack in the pocket there. This wave getting smaller and goes straight to the air. Sharks a little reverse. Brings it through to the inside here and kicks on out. So quick little start for Jack. And this is Callum right behind him. Callum looking for a section. Hits that first one and just a bit of an awkward fall there for him. And so we have another look at Jack. Whew.
Wow.
Whoa, holy moly.
Considering we've had so much wind here, sort of inviting the surfers to take to the air, I think ramps have been hard to come by, but Jack tapped into a beauty here, and he has got himself a big score on his second ride now.
Oh, that was so critical. First big section that wave had to offer, and Jack just absolutely put it all on the line. And look, he has done that a fair few times before out here. I've been witness to a few.
I bet. Yeah, well, he used that big front side air to good effect to claim a victory here. A couple of years back, 2022, got the win over John Florence. It seemed like the impossible task, but, you know, I've made the mistake before of discounting Jack Robinson's chances. Ronnie Blakey joined by Felicity Parmentier, and yeah, what a start for Jack. 5.33, 8.5. Nightmare start for Callum, seeing Jack drop those numbers.
And Callum's got a big job. He's still fighting to keep his dream alive here today. And I mean, he's had a tough draw. Jack, without, you know, he's coming here with a title that he's coming to defend, really. Obviously missed last year, won here in 2022. So it's a hard job already for Callum. And yeah, Jack already with an excellent number.
Well, we love our time here in the West, and every year we're so lucky to be welcomed by one of the best Indigenous surfers in this zone, a great surfer all round. Simon Suvish, welcome to the show, mate, and thanks again for having us. Kaya.
Oh, Kaya there, Ronnie. Hey, Flick. Yeah, our mob would say Wandiwa, so yeah, grew up down in Wadandi Budja, and big privilege to be part of it. Although I'm not Wadandi Noongar myself, yeah, we've got connections up and down the coast, and big honour to be included by the elders, Uncle Wayne, Brother Zach there, the Webb family, and the extended Wadandi community. So yeah, no, really stoked to be. I'm spewing I'm not there in person. I had to drive back to Perth, back to Wajak Budja while I was down there on the weekend, but I got to be part of the welcome, which was fantastic.
Mate, thank you so much for always making us feel so welcome and safe here with the opening ceremony. It's always such a fun thing to check out, and always we learn so much from you. You're a great communicator and a great storyteller, and no doubt you've got some great stories to share with us at the moment. But
you're a bit of a story yourself. I know you're recovering from a gnarly surfing injury. How's the leg?
Yeah, I finished up at over at Coffs Harbour for a beautiful Indigenous surfing competition with the Nauru mob, with Amber and James Mercy, and an incredible grassroots work that they do just north of where Callum is, just south of where Callum is from. But yeah, then the day after I got back, end of September, I went down to my local break and then just obliterated the leg on a big wipeout and smashed it to pieces. So out for a few years. And Ronnie, thank you for being my emotional support blanket, and many others.
Right, it was my pleasure.
Yeah, people reached out.
My pleasure.
Yeah, it's been a long journey, but I've got a window into what a lot of surfers have actually gone through. It's my first really bad injury and yeah, multiple surgeries, so out for a few years, but got the gift of time, and yeah, got to do a few podcasts with Vaughan and Ain't That Swell, and do some work around some articles with Surfing World, work with Surfing Australia, and yeah, keep working on reconciliation and healing, and giving myself the gift of time, so a bit of forced R&R.
Oh, fantastic. We've got a great start here for Jack Robinson, which will really lift the spirits of the local crew, who saw Otis North fall out of the mix early, and also Bronte McCauley. Jack's up again, just relentless at this location. No doubt you would have seen a lot of Jack's evolution as a surfer growing up in this area too, mate. It's just remarkable how far he's come competitively.
Yeah, he's an incredible young man that we watched grow up, dropping in on us down at River Mouth when we did the ceremony. Used to be really cheeky little face and that blonde wig that he used to have, and yeah, just can't believe the respectful, really beautiful, kind nature that he has. It was great to see him down there with his wife and little son. Yeah, got a nice little chip in here as well. He's yeah, that first wave was all time. He's started on a bit of a heater.
Tell us about Felicity. I was just going to get your thoughts on just Jack the Grom, because he was a whipper, but he's filled out. He's worked hard on really building some muscle, and does some of the strongest carving turns I think that we see on tour now.
Yeah, I mean, the evolution of Jack has been, I mean, it's been a journey, and I feel, I mean, Simon and I have both known Jack since he's been really little. I think Jack and I have 5 years between us, and we both spent a lot of time down at the River Mouth or Wadandi Butcher, and grew up surfing there together. And I still remember, the early years when Jack would be getting around with this, platinum blonde bowl cut, and yeah, just super tan, surfing all day down at the River Mouth, and giving a few crew down there a bit of a hard time when he was a Grommy. But like Simon said, he's just grown into the most mature, respectful, young boy right now.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a dad now, but I still think he's a man. But I still think of him as little Jack. But yeah, he's really grown into an amazing person, and he's really coming into his own. I think as he's become a dad now, he's even more zen, if that's even possible. But yeah, it's been really cool to watch, and I think everyone here in Western Australia is really proud of him, and especially here in the Southwest region.
Most definitely. He looks to be sizing one up on the outside here at the moment. He's got a quick lead over Callum Robson here, and he's not stopping. Relentless at this stage, but he does tap into the energy of this place, and it has something special about it down here, Simon. And I know that you were able to take Joe Tapel, his partner Susie, and their little girl Cozy out on a little expedition, and Joe said it was one of the best days that he's had down here in the Southwest. What did you guys get up to?
Oh yeah, look, I think, I mean, Jack alluded to it at the press conference. He was talking about, the significance of growing up on the river and not necessarily knowing all the sort of stories. I think Flick and myself, we grew up down here, and because culture wasn't at the forefront in Australian life, there's so many songlines and story, and an incredible learning around, the 6 seasons, and the language or the place names down here. And it was a privilege to go down with Uncle Wayne through the forest and through the caves and these ancient songlines. The Underlap mob that, they did the Welcome to Country, they've got an incredible YouTube page which has got some great videos around the historical significance and cultural significance of the caves and the coastline, the forests. And I mean, I won't go through that. It's not really my role to share that story, but Uncle Wayne came along and showed Joe and his family, which was fantastic. And there's a really strong connection with Hawaii. We also see a lot of Hawaiians come here, and Indigenous people, Indigenous surfers come here and really connect. And I think also it was really special to see, those Hawaiians also embracing Jack when he went back over there and not just putting on a performance, like some of the best performances of all time at Pipeline and Sunset. And they talk about how he is really respectful, taps into that energy. And it was a real privilege when we were down at Rivermouth. He missed out last year because he was injured. He still calls himself the defending champion, which is awesome because he didn't actually get beaten by Gabe last year. But I actually took my whale tail off my neck because he missed out last year and gave it to him just before he got smoked and got painted up in ochre, which, that welcome to country is a ceremony that's been happening for thousands of generations, 60,000 years plus. It's been obviously a bit more contemporary now, but, to see Jack as part of that, growing up here and also visitors like Joe and his family really connecting and listening to those stories that, they're not dead or dying, they're sleeping and they're being reawoken. And globally, there's a big movement. It's actually the United Nations Decade of Indigenous Languages, where they're being revived. And to see you guys all showing that respect and using more language and bringing it into the broadcast, acknowledgements to country, welcomes to country are all about that respect and moving together because they're the stories that weren't told. And there's a whale song, a special whale song that Zach shared last year, going up the whole coast into, Biangal country, the Bluff, Nalu, and it was really nice to be able to give that whale tail to Zach because Jack, because brother Zach had shared that with all the surfers last year and he missed out. So I was a bit heartbroken to let that go, that beautiful sandalwood carving, but I knew it was going to a good place.
I'm sure you'll get another one, mate.
I'll try. I'll get up on country, and and I was pretty devoted to see Bronte and Chippo especially because they're all really respectful. All three of them, really, really respectful young crew that are that new generation.
Mate, look, you're always giving great credit to Zach and Wayne, understandably too, but you played that same kind of role in just keeping the tradition and the language alive. But for this area, just talk to us about what kind of important work Zach and Uncle Wayne are doing.
Yeah, the Underlap mob and all the women, the incredible rangers that were down there, like painting up with the ochre and getting all the, the flora and fauna, getting everything ready for the ceremony, and the dancers that came down from Perth, the Wajak mob that were part of the ceremony. They're looking after country, they're educating people, they're caring for country with that work around sustainability work. Year round, they're really doing some incredible work. As you could see in that little video before, we've got the Wadandi Academy, Gwen Gray and other incredible leaders and women doing some fantastic work with the kids. So it's been great to get the support of the WSL, the surfers and the programs to really use surfing as a vehicle for connection and healing, getting kids out on country and then promoting reconciliation for all people because through that healing, that really bad trauma I had, I certainly had to draw on, those Indigenous knowledge systems for thousands of years to help with my healing. But also, that's good. I'm sure Ronnie and Flick and everyone would agree that, connecting to country, the energy that's there, only a surfer knows the feeling. So it's, it's really impressive to see the work that Aboriginal people are doing. But we also need support. We're only 3% of people in Australia, so we really need allies and people walking side by side. There's different mobs, there's 80 different language groups across the state and there's that diversity, but there's also that shared knowledge systems and weaving. So it's really great to see the partnerships and the relationships really be going from strength to strength every year. And I think that was our biggest turnout. It was great to see all the surfers down there dancing on country, throwing sand out to the water and connecting in a way that's been done for thousands of years. So
we love it.
Who's up? Is this Jack again?
Jackie again. Now, just getting away from the current topic at the moment, I know you keep a really keen eye on everything that unfolds on the tour. I want to get your thoughts quickly on what you saw today. Obviously, a huge moment with Kelly getting knocked out of the event and kind of the realisation that was his last event as a full-time campaigner on the championship tour. But, there's a chance we might see him again later this year.
Yeah, I think Kelly's a person that trusts the universe and taps into that energy. So you never quite know with Kelly. And it was really interesting. Even like he was getting cheered up, and then was it his last event? Wasn't it his last event? I think he'll keep us guessing. But when you're the GOAT, you can go with the flow. And I think he he taps in and has those beautiful, respectful relationships across the world. And I think globally, the Margaret River Primary School, they talk about like thinking global and acting local in relation to, you know, the United Nations sustainability goals. And I think Kelly is going to continue to just be a citizen of the world, although his little butt boy on the way might slow him down too, and he might be, you know, sitting there just watching him throw rocks into the water or doing something really simple. Our mob call it simplexity, Ronnie, like things that are really simple yet highly complex. And yeah, who knows? It's anyone's guess what he'll do.
I would be surprised if he went out for a warm-up surf after the event's wrapped up today. But no, it's crazy to think. It's the end of a mad era, isn't it? It's been a wild journey. Got the opportunity to have a chat to him before, and just said, mate, thank you. I mean, just to be able to call some of his heats has been an absolute honour. But you know, it's just been such an important part of every surfer's life for such a long period of time. It's wild. I don't think that's going to change.
No, he's a legend, and I think it's been really nice seeing his partner over here and the bubbers in the tummy. So hopefully he'll connect up with some of that beautiful energy as well.
Most definitely. Here goes Callum Robson. Such a crucial heat for him. Big end section hit there. Swings the tail right around. That's the ride that he needed. He was in combination. Didn't need a whole lot to break the combo. And he's going to give himself a fighting chance. And we know that he's got that kind of determined attitude about him. So we'll see if Callum can turn things around here, because the start of this heat, it was just Jack Robinson all the way.
It was just the Jack show, but yeah, Callum really needed to make something happen then, and it's just super crucial moment in the heat. Needed to break that combination, and you can see how determined he was. He liked it at the end of that wave, gave himself a little fist pump, paddling out with some determination right now. But I liked what I saw, and he, you know, he saw that he identified that there was only 2 sections on this wave. So let's break it down here. Identifies this first section straight up into the lip. Sees there's only going to be one more, so jitters the fins there. Rides out in front of that foam, gives himself a little clap. He's going to break the combo. Going to make this job a little bit easier. And he needed to do it then, because time is kind of ticking away in this heat right now. 10 minutes on the clock.
He punched that end section and punched it hard. I think he gets a pretty decent score out of this one. It's going to get him right back in the heat. Not just going to break combination, going to give himself a fantastic chance in the last 10 minutes here. But while we've got the opportunity between set waves here, we do want to thank Simon Suvic for joining us. Simon, you've also got some new business interests yourself, or looking to continue your storytelling. Tell us a little bit about that.
Oh, look, I'm doing work with my community, with the Injibandi Nation, so driving 2,000 kilometres forward. I'm doing work with different groups, and including the Underlut mob, and look, it's a privilege to be yarning with you guys today, and you know, surfing really can be a vehicle for healing and reconciliation. I'm wearing some great gear by Billabong that have collaborations with Brother Otis Carey, with King Stingray. It really is becoming more connected to, you know, surfing culture and to the wider Australian culture, and I just want to thank you guys for, you know, for being part of the journey. If anyone's interested in listening to some of the Ain't That Swell stuff, we'll go a bit deeper into some of this, but yeah, great to see Jack ripping, and hopefully see him on the final again. Flick, another big end section there, and getting a bit excited, but yeah, hopefully he's getting cheered up as well, and yeah, really stoked for everyone down there to be part of it and showing respect. So thanks for having us, and yeah, hopefully I'll see you on the weekend if the swell holds up, and might get a finals day. I might get to duck back down after work.
For sure, mate, do it, and thanks for your positivity and always just bringing such a great energy to the broadcast and this event. Enjoy the show. I reckon you'll be surfing well before 3 years. You're looking good, brother.
Thanks, Ronnie. Thanks, Steve Flick.
See ya.
Talk to you soon, mate. He had a tibial plateau fracture, really bad break. That's how I broke my leg too, and it's not a pleasant one, but he also did a lot of ligament damage. So Simon, he's a great surfer, but been up against it lately. So Callum Robson got a 7-point ride, now needs a 6.84 to save himself as we take a Bonsai brew break. Just 8 minutes remaining in the last heat of the day.
Surfing has such a positive impact on us all. For me, that's the best possible way to start the day and sets me up. I'm really stoked that Healthway is supporting the Margaret River Pro because that's where I grew up, and obviously just to spread the message of mental well-being and mental health just amongst the younger generation. But we can't hold things in, we've got to put it out, and that's the best when we do that.
Welcome back. Just under 6 minutes remaining in the last heat of the day, and Callum Robson really has to put it all on the line here to save his place on the CT. He's got a very difficult draw, and it wasn't made any easier when Jack Robinson took flight on his second wave and dropped an 8.5. Excellent number. But the battler from Evans Head, he's not going to go down without a fight. He's come back in a big way. 7-point ride just earlier on, and now needs just the 6.84 to get in front. 5.5 minutes remaining here.
Yeah, he's sitting out the back too with priority, so you know, when this next set does come through, he's going to have first choice of whatever wave he wants. But I've just got to echo what you said, Ronnie. It's a hard draw, and I know Jack's sort of locked it away right now with his first two waves, but he just looks dangerous to me. He looks like he's in kind of one of those moods where I know he's had a lot of throwaways, but he's been going for big moves. He's been going for big airs and big layback hacks on critical sections. Just feels like to me, if he gets another opportunity, the waves have been really, really difficult, really warbly, a lot of lump and bump, but yeah, Jack's looking dangerous to me. He's looking fired up and, yeah, deadly.
Jack Robinson, just a real threat at the top end of the ranks. Final five surfer already, and has had a crack at the WSL finals. Callum, on the other hand, you know, just a real battler, has had some amazing moments, really surprised us with his rookie performances, but the 10-point ride in Portugal stands out. The way he just rips into waves like pipe. You know, it's been a surprise to see him not get any momentum running up until this point in the 2024 season. But
yes,
he's got that. He's a winner. He's got that number 6 on his jersey. That was his number when he played rugby league. He was a 5'8", played for the Ballina Seagulls, helped them claim a number of premierships.
Ballina Seagulls.
He loved it,
Love
mate.
it, love it.
Yeah.
No, I'll
fight you for the chip.
You won't win, not against me.
But no, he's a classic. At one point, Callum Robson took on a trade, an apprenticeship. As a carpenter, I think he was working with his old boy, and quickly decided to get back to surfing competitively, and thank God he did.
Yeah, no, he's really impressed me. He's been someone that I've started to realise he is an absolute underground charger. Someone that really, who necessarily when you rock up to a place like Pipeline, you see his name in the draw, he's not one of those names that automatically comes to mind, but then all of a sudden he just pulls a rabbit out of a hat. He absolutely charges. I mean, we obviously saw the 10 he got at Portugal, that big throaty barrel, big right-hander, as we see these sets start to pump through the lineup right now, and Callum has priority, chasing that 6.84.
Well, let's see what he can do. Big, deep bottom turn to get this ride started, just carving his way into this section. Wow, gets to the final hit so late and just gets thrown off. Just 2.5 minutes to go. He's really got to put his head down and motor back to the takeoff zone to have a chance here. You know, for Jack Robinson, sitting at the top end of the ratings, currently in 5th position. You know, Callum Robson is a deadly draw sitting below the cut line, but Jack just looking very sure of himself out here at the moment. Eyes this one off down the line, sees Callum, says, you know what, I'm going to opt for priority instead.
Being really smart, you know. Jack was, I think he was just sizing up his, can I better this 5.33 on this wave? Kind of played with it for a hot little second, realised he was running out of room, saw Callum on the inside. Smart move, get back out the back, get priority. There's only less than 2 minutes on the clock right now. It's looking very, very hard for Callum. He's going to have to do his best salesman approach with Jack right now, but it's been slow too this afternoon.
The GWM 2-minute warning coming up. In that situation where when Callum's on the inside, is Jack trying to tune in to the on-site commentary? Can you even hear anything all the way out there here at Mainbrae?
Oh, bits and pieces. It's just so hard when there's onshore like this. I mean, we can see him looking in, and I mean, he has got his Apple Watch on as well.
One thing's for sure, you hear the cheers probably when someone does something impressive on the inside, and there probably wasn't, you know, that big celebration when Callum fell on that last ride, which probably would have suggested to Jack that he didn't get a number out of it. It was a 3.77. So with a minute to go, Callum Robson, his CT hopes are on the line here. He needs a 6.84. It's going to be so hard to just find the space here, Jack. You wouldn't think he's going to make any errors with wave selection with Priority, the local boy.
No, he's not going to make any errors. And just to echo your point before, I think even if Callum did make a wave, majority of the people on the hill right now are probably rooting for Jack. So yeah. I think they might be a little bit quiet, even if Callum did do something extraordinary. But
I might have heard some of the East Coast boys or Callum's mum clapping.
Oh man, it's really hard for Callum. I'm feeling for him right now. I really am, because it's just looking like we're going to get another roll of the dice here.
Yeah, 20 seconds to go. Time winding down. Callum Robson, though, has had a victory in the Challenger Series event on the Gold Coast in the past. I wouldn't put it past him to do it again. But frustration creeping in as this one comes to a close. Jack Robinson is going to maintain his position at the top end of the ratings and in this draw. And the Aussies hug it out there. And Callum Robson is going to be relegated to the Challenger Series. Oof. Got a lot to break down in the WSL post-show. It's going to be a big one. So much to talk about with so many big things unfolding today. We had the big heat with Kelly Slater. We had John Florence finally clicking into gear. We had some, you know, obviously devastating results for those competitors below that cut line. And we had some massive clutch performances.
Oh, really, really big clutch performances from crew that really, really needed to make it happen. For me, I automatically go to those earlier heats today, the Pupo brothers that made it happen. They really, really needed a result. There's a few crew there that were below the cut line that are still keeping that dream alive. And I mean, there was also some heartbreak today too. I mean, we're seeing it now. I mean, for me, my heart also goes out to Jacob Wilcox today. Had a really tough loss coming up against Liam O'Brien. And we heard it in Liam's post-heat interview, you know, just how hard that was for Liam to come up against such a good mate, and how, you know, he has a lot of respect for Chippo, and, you know, thinks that he really deserves that. As we see Jack getting on the back of the ski there, Red Bull ski. Looks like Dino, Adrian driving. And yeah, another win in the bag for Jack.
Yeah, plenty happening in that last heat. An important heat win there for Jack Robinson, but earlier on we did see Italo survive a close one as well. He's with Stace.
Italo, important heat victory here this afternoon.
Yeah, that was a pretty hard heat, you know. I didn't have like many opportunity on this heat, and I tried to be in the score, and yeah, I tried my best. I was like thinking like, wow, I just needed like one opportunity, and then I had like 5 points on my last wave, and I saw like one wave came for the other guy in the last second, and I was like, Jesus, I don't believe that. And but anyway, it's we try to play the game, you know. Sometimes it's pretty hard, you know, and I have been on the upside and downs and a couple like years, and but I'm trying to focus myself and what I can do in the water, you know. I love this place. It's pretty fun, and I hope it can keep like pushing.
Interesting day down here today. Obviously, Kelly Slater having a big day. Nice to see you got his signature on your surfboard. Tell me what Kelly means to you.
Yeah, he's one of the big inspiration, like I think to everyone, you know, on the sport. And yesterday I was like watching like Kobe's movie, and I was so inspired, you know. And then I saw Kelly after his heat, you know, I was like, make me cry, you know, and thinking what we can do on it, what we're capable to do, like to be like the best, you know. And we spend all life like doing what you love, you know, trying to get the victories, and sometimes we just need to be happy, you know. And that's what I'm looking for, you know. And got emotion because in the last couple of days I feel like I was like on the dark side, you know, and I'm like thinking too much and fuck, what I can do, and I was like praying a lot, like to God help me, you know, and but it's part of the game, you know. It's the mind. It's we are so far off the family, you know, and I've been doing this for like so many years, not like Kelly, but I'm still young, you know. But I feel like emotion. But yeah, it's part of the game, you know. We athletes, we are different. We're not like a normal people. We like trying to push as hard as we can, you know. And but that's it. Yeah. So I just want to say thank you, Kelly, for everything that we can do in the sport. You know, you are like an amazing human, like amazing athlete, and yeah, best luck for you, buddy. Love you.
Beautifully said, Italo. Thank you so much for your time.
How cool is that? Italo Ferreira just getting emotional post-heat, an important win for him, and really honouring Kelly Slater there. He got Kelly's autograph on his board prior to going out to what was a really crucial heat for him. So that is massive. We've still got a huge WSL post-show and a big surprise for you all. Get a good seat, get a bit of popcorn and settle in. Joe Tapel, Richie Lovett and Kelly Slater will be joining us on the WSL post-show. That's coming up right after the break.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to the WSL Post Show for the Western Australia Margaret River Pro Stop 5 of the season. What a day for professional surfing. The mid-season cut was in full effect and sending some competitors to the Challenger Series, some big heats, some special moments in pro surfing history, and it continues here on the WSL Post Show. Joe Turpel, Richie Lovett, and the greatest of all time, Kelly Slater, joining us on the Post Show. Thanks so much for coming in on really such a special day.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Yeah, a lot of emotion today. It's great.
Yeah, watching you kind of fill up when you were talking to Stace Galbraith after your heat today was emotional for us all. You know, where are you feeling now since that chat you had after your heat with Griffin?
Yeah, look back at some of my friends who've retired, and I can relate. Well, maybe they can relate to how I'm feeling now. Just some relief, that moment of just like, okay. Just there's no sleepless nights with the pressure and stuff, I think I put a lot of pressure on myself still to this day. For heats, I have a certain expectation of myself, and I haven't been putting in the work and discipline, the hours in the water. You got to surf with lots of people and really figure out your boards in the wave and all that stuff. And I just, I did that for so long. It's just nice to kind of have that slightly in the rear view at this point.
It's interesting mentioning the word retirement because I didn't hear you say it earlier, and there's some wild cards potentially for the rest of the season. I just want to know when to celebrate you, Kelly, and what to expect.
Yeah, I mean, it's a funny combination because I was trying to get myself into the Olympics, and since it doesn't look like that'll happen in any reasonable sense, like about 10 people would have to get injured or something. I'm just like out there with the
voodoo doll.
That Nancy Kerrigan thing.
Oh, no. I remember that.
Yeah. No, but so that's other than that. The events I like to surf, and if I can get afforded those, I'm going to give myself a week or 2 or 3 here just to settle down and see how I'm feeling. But if those opportunities arise, there are a couple of events I really love, and as the future comes up, if those opportunities come up, I'll see how I'm feeling.
Chatting to Ross Williams, Kelly, a little earlier, and he was just saying that you guys are on a bit of a text thread, and he actually just said, thanks for inspiring us all these years at 52. You're still doing it, still mixing it up with these youngsters on the tour, and while you say that you sort of came off a little bit, it still felt like that competitive desire was there all the way up to this heat that you surfed today.
Yeah, well, it's autopilot. I mean, I know how to get in that zone. And, this morning I went, all right, you know what, fight for the position with Cole and Yago. And it paid off. I started that heat out really strong. And then I actually wasted priority on a couple of waves that were low scoring, didn't pan out to be good waves.
Yep.
And but competitively, I was good in that heat. The heat with Griff, I just got kind of caught in a hole because the ocean did die, the wind came up, and I was imagining a 7 or an 8 was going to come when the best wave was going to be that 6 that Griff got, and I let him have it. So little mistakes there, but you can't predict what the ocean's going to do. You got to be in that moment and have an idea of what's going to come. But look, I mean, I've been competing for 44 years.
A long time,
at the end of the day, I started competing
time.
at 8 years old in 1980. So, I mean, I'm so used to being in that environment. At the same time, I hold myself to a certain standard in my head. So when I'm not getting the results and I'm not putting myself in competitive situations, I dig those holes and then I'm like, the waves didn't come. You make your own luck, and I haven't been doing that the way that I am used to doing.
You won pipe just the other day. That's really recent. But more recently, I've been hearing you kind of allude to this idea that you can kind of feel the end coming. And I've never heard you say that before, because I've heard you really commit to the tour and knowing that you can beat anybody on your day, which we believe. This year, it was a different frame of reference, it felt like, kind of feeling the end was near. What was it like putting the jersey on, especially in the last 2 events you've been competing in?
I've had a little bit of reluctance. I am surfing very injured still. I probably came back a little too quick after surgery, but I wasn't going to stick around till next year and say, oh, can I have one of those wild cards, especially with like Joao hurt and a couple guys get hurt and they're in the beginning of their career, and you know, they have all the desire to be there, and the baby coming. You know, it's just that it's the right time, and you know, surfing is number one to me still. I want to surf my best every day. I still want to get my favorite board and surf my best wave of my life, and you know, I don't think that ever goes away.
Thinking about the build up to when you feel like it's ready to move on completely, just to completely hang it up. People have been trying to predict that for you for the last 20 years.
Yeah.
I mean, does that add pressure on that moment?
It's a funny thing because when I got on tour, I think Tom Carroll and those guys were about the oldest guys. I think around 29, 30. Yeah. I don't know if there's anyone in their 30s or maybe somebody who was 30. And that seemed to be what was going to be ancient in surfing. So I had this idea that I was going to have a 10-year-long pro career once I got on tour, and that was kind of the crux of it. And then I got really burnt out at 26 and retired, and then 3 years off, came back, and to be honest, I wasn't really spoken about as being in that picture that first year back. It was Taj, Andy, Parco, you know, that whole crew, Dingo, etc. And that kind of lit a fire under me for sure.
So
and,
you actually got to be an underdog in a way at that point of your career.
Yeah, and I was the underdog because Andy was just on fire those 3 years. You know, well, I came back in his, I think he won the first year I was back on tour, 02. And he kind of started his reign then, and that got me fired up. And then losing so closely to him caused me, it was really like a heartache for me. As you know, you might have seen in Blue Horizon or whatever. It was tough. And the next year I really didn't even try. I mean, I wasn't, my heart wasn't in it. I was like, that hurts too much to lose that close. And then in 05, beginning of 05, I said to Parco, I said, which one of us is going to take this thing? Come on, let's go.
I think people forget, too, because Andy won 3 straights, but he was runner-up to you the 2 years that followed. So Andy went 2002, 3, 4, and then he was runner-up to you in 05 and 06.
Yeah.
So that was that rivalry was still high.
Yeah, and then, you know, then Mick got in the mix then, and he won in 07, and you know, and then me and Mick kind of went back and forth a couple, and then, yeah, it was, it definitely lit a flame under me, and I felt like that really gave me a lot of longevity because I knew I could dig it out of myself.
Yeah, Kelly, I just want to touch on, you know, we could talk for hours about all the things that you've done over your career, but I mean, you've changed the sport significantly. You did it with board design, how you approach the waves. What is it about your legacy that you're going to be most proud of?
I'm not sure. I don't know. I mean, I'm really pleased to have added to those things, you know?
Yep.
Like, I really went all the way in on 4 fins, for instance, and no one was riding them. And, and I got that. But, you know, I thank Simon Anderson for that because Simon made me my first 4 fin was in, like, 1985 from Matt Keckley. But I didn't stick with him. And then Simon made me one in, like, 03, and I loved it. And so that kind of got me, like, on that. But I was thinking about that earlier. I think being rated #1 in the world at 50 years old, probably the top thing for me. But yeah, I don't know. I've put my heart and soul into it, and you know, I appreciate that I'm part of that.
Is the process for you kind of nice that you have friends that are also called GOATs in other fields as well? And have you been having those conversations about this time in your career?
No, I haven't, and you know, I know a few of the greatest sportsmen and other things, but I'm not really close with many of them. You know, I know Lance Armstrong pretty well. I know Tiger a little bit. You know, I met Kobe. I've met Jordan. I know Michael Phelps pretty well. Actually, we've played some golf together, and we've chatted a little about things. I like to pick his brain. I mean, he is. If you're going to pick one guy who's just really dominated beyond anyone else, it's Michael Phelps. I think in all sports, like no one's ever going to even come close to matching that record. So, but it's cool to meet people from other sports that you can, like Lance Armstrong. In his heyday, it was a huge inspiration for me coming back and winning a title again in 05 and in those years. And when I won in 05 or 06, I forget what he called me, and and I was sort of a fan, but a friend of mine who was really into cycling was next to me when he called me, and I handed the phone to her, and she just started crying. It was so cool, you know, Yeah, it was a really great memory. But
I'm sure there's a lot of responsibility and times that maybe it could be uncomfortable or challenging being the guy that's leading surfing or a sport for as many years as you've had. I always feel like you've handled that really well. How do you digest all that, all the years of being in this spotlight and always being the reference point? And all for us in the heat, big heats, we're like, oh, he beat Kelly in this year. He beat Kelly in this year. You're always kind of the benchmark of comparison. Has that been easy to handle for all these years?
There's a part of me that really hates the pressure, and then today, after it started to soak in, I got really emotional about, like, that pressure is not going to be there in my life constantly, and it's given me a lot of gifts. So I really actually, I mean, it's a love-hate for me, you know. But I wanted to be that guy as a kid. I wanted to be the best I could possibly be, and I wanted to be #1 in the world, and I was hoping I could beat the guys that I thought were the best guys, and so I just put everything into that. But
let's watch the tape of your performance in main break. I want to get your insight of all the things maybe we didn't see on the
not that Griffin heat, right?
Oh, yeah. Hey, let's start off with your 7 that you started off with the other day. That was great. I thought you were ripping. I had you winning that heat on paper. It was a really strong performance.
This morning?
The opening round, which
first round.
Really solid, really good connections with your board, real powerful. As we look at your performance today, 52 years of age at main break, a wave that you've always been honest about has challenged you at times.
Yeah.
But you looked really inspired and a good, clear headspace. Where were you at this point walking down the steps?
I was just trying to have fun and smile. You know, sometimes you smile and it just makes everything feel a lot better. And yeah, I mean, look, my board looks pretty good there and stuff. I kind of got a little tweaked right there, but I felt good, and I felt really in control in this heat this morning. And I actually thought I won the heat.
You know what? I actually said when we were commentating today and this heat was on, you looked on. Like you looked like you were really in sync. The board looked great, perhaps an inch longer than what you generally ride, I think.
Yep.
And
1 inch longer, a little bit more weight.
Yeah. It just looked really clean. Your rails were nice and smooth through the water. So I thought today's performance early was
It was fun to surf that heat with Cole and Yago. You know, I mentioned it before, but Yago's one of the great aerialists, I think, of all time at this point, and one of my favorite surfers today. And Cole and I have been friends for years, surfing out lowers together, and he's kind of picked my brain a little bit here. But I've known him since before he was born, a little bit. So, yeah, it was cool to surf, and I didn't feel pressure in that heat. I'm like, look, he's the Bells champ. This guy's the best air guy in the world. Anyone could, if I could win this heat, it'd be amazing. But,
This was the heat I was thinking about, where I thought you had such a strong start, and joining forces with Micro for the last couple of events. That's been really cool to see your relationship develop there too.
Yeah, no, Micro's just a good buddy, and we play a lot of golf together, and he's a good sounding board. And I think for coaching, if somebody's looking for good coaches, I would sell Micro. I'd sell him to you. No, but I got stock in Micro. No, I think you just want to look for somebody who can understand you psychologically. And, Witz and I, Jake and I, we're all good buddies too. And I'm sure that I could, bounce some ideas off of those guys. But Micro was really more, it wasn't so much heat planning. It's just that he went, you know what, I want to help you enjoy his last couple contests and see how it goes. And if you pull it off and make the cut, great. But if not, just make sure you just enjoy and soak all this up. And he was more focused on that than the heat strategy or anything like that. And that's probably what I need at this point. But I think that's a good idea for people who are looking for coaching, is to find somebody who's like, they're not kissing your butt, but they're being honest with you, but they are like understanding what you're going through. And yeah, I mean, I think because Glenn's been there, he's been around me a lot. We've competed against each other and stuff, and I could see that he understood beyond just the surface stuff. So yeah.
Pretty cool just to have that frame of reference. He's been close to you. He's close to that 10-point ride you had as well at main break back in.
Yeah, I was in that heat with him. And I'll just mention, Mitch Thorson has helped me out here at main break, and he's a good friend. He was actually on tour when I first started, and we actually housed up together in Hossegor one time, him and Shane Dorian. But he's helped me out here at main break over the years as well.
Thinking about your accomplishments, I asked you last year at some point, I was like, okay, name all of your 56 wins, and you're like, are you kidding me? But looking at what you've accomplished, 11 world titles.
I was just wondering, like, where's those trophies at? I got a few of them.
All those wins at Pipe, 8 of them, 3 Triple Crowns, an Eddie I. Cow trophy as well. What stands out the most? What are you most proud of looking at this amazing graphic?
No, I mean, the Eddie's a real cherry on top. Obviously, you know, John won that, Bruce won that, Bruce Irons won that as well, as far as tour guys go. But I never really set my sights on the Triple Crown. A few years I did, and I had good fortune there. But I think the Pipe, you know, the 8 wins at Pipe is the standout for me. And I had I'm not sure, I won a few at Chopu too. And so both those mean a lot to me.
There was, Kelly, I think about my time on tour with you through the sort of mid-90s to the mid-2000s, and, you know, you were a competitive animal. You're very determined, very focused, and when I think about your career, it's almost chunks of 10 of decades, right? 3 of them in a row. Is there a particular decade, or is it like the start of your career that was most engaging, or the back half? Like, and you've obviously grown so much through those decades as well.
It was, you know, the start for sure. I was just so fiery focused early on, and when the first thing that pops in my mind when I got on tour was I traveled with the Aussies. I traveled with Pally and Harrow and Todd Prestige, and was he your boss? No, co-worker.
Yeah.
Prezzo.
Co-worker.
But yeah, Prezzo and I were boys. Prezzo was on Quick with me at that time, and so we traveled together. And then, you know, a whole bunch of other Aussie guys as well, Sonny Aberton and Chad Edser and just a whole, you know, I remember all these guys were all filming together all the time and stuff. And then the mid-90s, all my boys were on tour from back in the States. You know, I kind of got on tour a year before all the Americans did. And then I was traveling with all them, and you know, Shane and I, Rob and I, we spent a lot of time, a lot of miles together at that time. But it was the mid-90s, 95 and 6 were probably my best 2 years back-to-back competitively.
Yep.
And then 08 was a really strong, super strong year for me. I won a lot of events that year. And
7.
Something like that, yeah. Belly told me that, and I was like, no, I don't think I won that many. He's like, yeah, and he counted them off to me. I'm like, whoa, that's crazy. But yeah, so I had like a real resurgence there, and then, you know, this last decade's been, you know, here and there having a contest. When I won Chopu, I won Pipeline. I was telling Blakey earlier how when my nephew was born, I was trying to stay in Florida for the birth, and I missed the first round. And the day I won, I told my brother, I said, I'm going to go get that trophy for your kid. And I beat Mick in that final. And I just had absolutely zero fear. I had zero doubt I was going to win. Wow. I just had this like higher power. And my little brother's son was born, and Barracuda, who was one of the leaders in the village, you know, kind of like Drew Koo.
Yep.
Barracuda was one of the elders there, and he passed away within a few hours of my brother's son being born. And I won the contest all like in this one daytime.
Wow.
And so that was a really, and then I got cheered up on the island by all the Fijians and all the women in the kitchen and stuff. And that's one of my favorite memories.
Gosh, thanks for sharing. I got to go straight to the wild card conversation. I need something to hang on to after leaving the West. What are these events that you would be dreaming of to be a part of?
I mean, there's 3. You know, Pipeline, Chopu, and Cloudbreak for me. That's my trifecta, if you will. And you know, there's a piece of me in my heart that loves bells because the trophy and the history and the tradition and stuff. But it's not one of my favorite waves, obviously. But it's also, I realized today, it made me really sad, like in a good way. Everyone was just so great to me. Sorry.
I love it.
All the surfers, you know, and to feel like part of that clan and part of this group is really special, and it's really cool. And everyone, you know, you see the competitor disappear and the friendship come out. It's really great.
Love your heart, Kelly. I think we don't talk about that enough. You made me cry when you won Pipeline a couple of years ago, and it was real. Just seeing you get emotional about how much you've given. And
Yeah.
I know that's with a lot of sacrifice. So
that was a moment. If you can see, I actually said something to myself out loud after I came out of that barrel against Seth in the final there, and I went, "I'm effing done. That's it." And I was like, "That's it." And then I was just like, I don't know. The Olympic thing kind of messed with me a little bit, but right in that moment, I felt the relief. That was when I really truly felt the relief. And then I was like, "Wait, there's like 2 minutes, and he just got a 9. Oh, I gotta cover this thing real quick." but in that moment, when I saw daylight and I came out of that barrel, I couldn't believe it was real, and it happened. It was really like watching someone else do it.
Well, we all love you, man. It's been just an incredible career. I know we're going to be talking about this with you for a very long time, and we'll wait for announcements from the commissioner's office and see where those wild cards may land. And I can't wait to see you do your thing once again. Special day for all of us to share with you, and thanks for coming in on the post show in person to share some great memories and all those great stories as well.
I want to just say thanks to all the fans out there over the years, just literally millions of people faces I've seen, and all the people I run into year after year that support me. And walking up today, there was all these kids that had put signs on their hats and on their shirts and stuff, and it just felt so beautiful. Yeah.
Feel it, man. Feel it. We love you, Ben. Thanks for your contribution. Thanks for your contribution, Kelly, to surfing, everything that you've done, the enjoyment that you've given all of us through your competitive exploits, through traveling to remote places, to changing the sport, to to where we are right today. We wouldn't be here without you, man. So we honour you. Thank you. And obviously, there's many more years of ripping and shredding ahead of you, man.
Yeah, there's a million thanks I got to give, and I won't think of them all right now. But also everyone on the tour, guys like Renato and Al Hunt, people who've dedicated their lives to this thing to keep it running for us and to create this place for us to go and display what we surfers have. It's been really special. I mean, there's a lot of people. I won't even start with the names because I'll forget people, but you're all in my heart.
And the messages are blowing up on the internet right now. Enjoy reading all those over the next few weeks, and we can't wait to see you do your thing when those wild cards potentially will be announced in the future. Thanks so much, Kelly. As we go to break, enjoy the moments from what happened after his last heat against Griffin, and I think I'm going to need a hug. If that's all right. Yeah. Thanks so much. We'll be right back.
Thanks, guys.
There's that beauty of the West, still enjoying the WSL post-show vibes, just hanging out with the GOAT. An emotional moment there as he is waiting for his next step, hoping for wild cards in the future at his favorite venues around the world. Well, where the last heat was Jack Robinson, and he caught up with Stace.
Jack, no doubt that aerial game developed in the West Oz, but you've been keeping it pretty sharp on the East Coast with all those jet ski sessions.
Yeah, for sure. I grew up in this wind, so yeah, when it gets windy here, we don't mind it. We get crusty in the West, and yeah, you just make do with whatever. So that was a really tough heat actually, especially going against Callum. Like, you know, I know we kind of have different visions probably going into that heat, but I just tried to stay in my lane and yeah, surf my heat. But yeah, he definitely pushed me at the end. I was going, oh, I can't leave the door open like that. So yeah, a fun wave anyway. And talk to us about your time being back at home. Obviously, new addition to the family, young Zen. You having a good time, mate? Yeah, it's epic. He's loving it over here and just taking it all in. So yeah, good to have the family here and his first time. And yeah, good to be back here. Yeah, happy to make that heat. And your perspective on the final days of this forecast? Well, I think over your shoulder, it always gets talked about, and I think he should actually run over there. You know, the wave I'm talking about, the box. But we'll wait till we get to that. And yeah, but I grew up surfing this wave, and you know, we're always out here. So, you know, as long as the waves are good, I'm happy. You're the injured defending champ, so we'll see how that goes. Thanks for your time, Jack, and well done, mate. Thank you, bro.
Jack Robinson with a win. Oh, hey, and there's Ronnie Blakey joining us on the WSL Post Show. Thanks for being with us.
Hey, great job on the post show too, boys. That was an awesome conversation with Kelly, and the seat's still hot. And
You're feeling it well, my friend. How was the reception that Kelly got after he left the booth? I just heard an eruption of an applause. Were you out there, Ron?
Oh yeah, there was a whole crew out there just ready to give him a big, basically gauntlet to run through.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh.
And yeah, it was just a magic conversation. Just so many highlights to reflect on, but just the emotion. I think it's still like sinking in for him. It's crazy.
Let's now dive into the Boost Mobile heat of the day. John Florence getting the big win over David Silva. The opening exchange, the first two waves were both excellent. John, then to Silva's backhand Rich.
Yeah, this was shades of John of what we're used to seeing out here. Starting to wind up that rail game on the Pizel Ghost, and John, well, he was sort of pushed in this heat. He had to few and far between the sets, but when he did ride them, geez, he just ignited on these waves, total control, really digging in. Silva
only had 2 excellent scores in his lifetime on the CT. Put 2 up in this matchup, Ronnie, trying to save his spot on tour.
Oh, it was such a brave fight. It was always going to be a tough battle against John. You know, through those first couple of heats of this event, John was really struggling to put it together. Yes, he had tricky conditions, but you just don't expect to see it here. So for him to click the way that he did today, you know, I thought it was inevitable at some point in this competition. Poor David Silva. Oh, it was cruel.
He was absolutely ripping. Silva losing with one of the best totals he's had on tour, 8.53 and an 8.17. As now he's sent to the Challenger Series once again.
This is amazing surfing from David Silva. For me, it was power versus placement. You know, really good surfing from David Silva here. Precision, timing in the lip, but just the strength and the power turns of John, I think, got the edge.
John up to 46 excellent scores at Main Break Margaret River. He had the pure joy of just seeing great conditions here at Main Break. Ross was proud that he handled that test of being patient incredibly well as he's gunning for a 3rd event title at the CT level, 4th all time when you had his QS win back in the day. And we'll be watching Silva head to the Challenger Series. He did survive it last year. He's an absolute warrior, and by that kind of surfing, he's still surfing at the top of his game. So we wish Silva the best of luck, best of waves as he'll head to Snapper Rocks to kick off the Challenger Series. And just saying Snapper on the CS, you're just remembering how good our tours are, and that backhand will be really valuable on a wave like that run.
Oh, he's just going to be going vert all the way down the line. He'll be so hard to beat. He's just a machine. His backhand's lethal and clearly tapped into a bit of form.
Yeah. Let's now focus on the cut and who made it today, because that was absolutely massive. Look at all these survivors taking the top 22 from here and for the rest of the year and the start of next year as well. Rich, so a lot on that list.
Wow, plenty of good names there, and one sticks out for me. Gabriel Medina, we didn't know what he was going to do coming into Margaret River, but he's just surfed his way out of trouble with an incredible performance. Imai Kalani DeVault, Italo's also saved himself. He was right there with Gabriel as well. And Manny McGillivray's hung on as well. So some great names there, and obviously the top echelon as well, who we've been talking about quite a bit.
And we've got 19 there. So we take the top 22. So 20, 21, 22, 3 spots left. All Pupo matchup coming up in the next round. There's a few big names waiting to see if they'll be in those final 3.
Yeah, it's going to be intense, like today, but not much to sort out. Obviously, that Pupo heat's going to decide who one of the surfers are to be relegated. That's going to be pretty intense. The two brothers battling it out.
This is the tough list. You're trying not to end up on this when you're on tour. Stop number 5, the cut. Kelly falling off earlier today, losing to Griff. David Silva, we saw that in the heat with John. Will Cox, that was a frustrating heat. He had the single high score of an 8.5 in that loss today to Liam O'Brien. And Federico Moraes just got himself back on tour. That was emotional. Eli Hanneman, the rookie sensation, back to the CS along with his good friend Cade Madsen. Ian Gentile, that was a heartbreaker as well. And Caltex, the guy that made the final at Bells, the 10 at Super Tubos, that working man's hero, will be back on the CS at Snapper Rocks.
Yeah, so just looking at the list there, 3 rookies have found their way off the tour after only 5 events, so they'll be back to the drawing board, back on the CS. But I feel like going back with more confidence, having had the experience of surfing on the tour for a few events anyway, that does wonders for a rookie, you know, coming on tour.
Certainly does. As we focus on the Surfline forecast, knowing that we still have the round of 16 on deck for the men and women, knowing that today was looking pretty solid to get things started. Tomorrow there's some options, but everyone's talking about the weekend right now.
Yeah, a lot of hype for the weekend, but I'm not convinced. I reckon we should come and check it out tomorrow morning. I think some of this residual swell that we've seen hang in there for most of the day today, I think it's going to stick around. Talking to Jake Paddo, the local, he seems to think that we're a good chance of running some heats tomorrow morning. So we'll be back to check it out, and then this larger southwest swell with a big period on it starts to show up Saturday evening or Saturday afternoon, and then into Sunday, which is looking really, really solid. So you can see here Wednesday through to Saturday, you know, 4 to 6 foot faces on average, which translates to kind of shoulder, maybe head high sets. But whether it's going to be contestable enough and enough waves, we're not too sure. But we'll come down and check it out tomorrow morning.
Sounds like Jack doesn't mind. Ron, box or main break, he's ready to rip.
Yeah, he's going to be deadly at main break. He might be near unbeatable out at the box if it moves over there. That's probably why he's gesturing to check out the box. Yeah, it's going to be an exciting finish. We've broken the events back. You get through those big rounds, obviously the elimination rounds, the round of 32 for the men, and you are afforded the opportunity to pick the eyes out of the remaining days in the forecast. So I'm sure we'll get the surfers in the best conditions on offer.
That brings us to the BioGland Daily Dose, the top 5 moments from a big day of competition. Starting off at number 5 on the list, the local hero, past event champ. States called him the injured defending champ because he wasn't able to defend his home break last year. But how about that punt, Rich?
Just so electrifying, unpredictable. This guy is just super electric. He's an entertainer now. And, well, just look at this. Takes to the air, uses the wind effectively, gets the full grab, gets the spin, lands on the roof of the wave, then comes down. That got the crowd all fired up when they're starting to just doze off a little bit this afternoon.
That was great from Jack Robbo. Into the next round, he's had up and down results this year, including that win at Sunset. Number 4, how magnificent was this man, Gabriel Medina, Ron?
Just an absolute head scratcher to see Medina where he was on the rankings at the moment coming into this event. And we knew that, you know, he wasn't guaranteed to be on tour, but his form just suggested that he's in title contention mode. He just looks so alive, so powerful, so fast. And just obviously very comfortable in his post-head interviews. Excellent scores for him.
Number 3 on the top 5, John. Oh, yeah. Medina and John have a matchup in the round of 16.
God.
Get your head around that one, Rich.
No.
That is a giant heat. And if these guys are laying down some of the action that they did today, it is going to be an absolute ripper. So John back in form here. He's starting to find the rhythm. The sets are starting to show up for him as well. So let's just hope that that is a wave-riddled affair between these two monster competitors.
About 25 minutes he had to wait in between those excellent scores, Ron.
Yeah, amazing performance from John. Really has clicked back into that magic form. That he, you know, God, we could spend an hour talking about that. That's going to be huge.
Number 2 on the top 5, the Pupo brothers are going to have a pretty dramatic matchup.
Yeah, this is going to be fun to watch. The brothers are, well, I bet they're not stoked that they're competing against each other, but surely they're going to have a good time anyway. And a pretty cutthroat affair here, but the big job was done today. They both had to progress through, one after the other, and they did it. Sammy's been on a tear the last couple of events, surfing so well, so quick, looks so connected. And yeah, some of the best surfing, I think, we've seen in the last couple of events.
Yeah, oddly enough, they're in the matchup together. Oddly enough, they found themselves in the similar part of the rankings, but they are surviving. Sammy Pupo clutch, Miguel Pupo clutch. They're in the water together in the overlapping format. And we go to our number 1 moment of the day, honoring the greatest of all time, Kelly Slater getting the chair all the way up the steps, Ron.
Oh, it was huge. His opening performance today was magic in clean conditions at main break. He really did look switched on. But Kelly Slater, you know, you know you're going to see him in the jersey again. So I heard you say it during that segment with him on the post show. It doesn't feel like we're quite in full celebration mode just yet. It's nice to honour the 11-time world champion, but hopefully we see him again and in waves that really do lend themselves to a Kelly Slater performance that could go all the way.
And it's like it should be. You have one of the guys that just made the biggest impact on the sport of surfing for the last 30 years, leading the charge in so many different ways, and really cool that he came in to just talk shop with us. Kind of a wild, emotional roller coaster for him, but still a lot to look forward to, especially with great waves on the forecast.
I was going to say, as long as Kelly doesn't get caught up in a celebration with T-Bone and Adzi, the guys carrying him up the stairs, and he does get a wild card opportunity at, say, Cloudbreak or maybe Tahiti, who knows, he'll have a good chance of winning.
T-Bone and Adzi. What a moment for them. They've got a local podcast, the Barrel Podcast. They're absolute legends. They're just surf frothers. And to get down there on the beach and say, hey, Kelly, we got you. We're carrying you up. What a moment for WA.
Incredible stuff. And, you know, today will go down. It's one for the history books. I'm thrilled to be a part of it. I just, you know, it's been a big and emotional day for so many reasons. And we're going to get to do it all again tomorrow.
Yeah. Like you said, Ron, we broke the back of the event. Let's break the back of a couple of wine barrels and move on forward throughout this event. Thanks for joining us on a great day here on the WSL Post Show. Remember, tomorrow morning we could kick things off at 7:15. Local time will make the call for a potential 7:33 start. Take care, enjoy the highlights, and see you bright and early. This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.